On the night of their wedding, the mysterious abilities of the serpent wife began to reveal themselves. As they spent time together, the secrets of the serpent clan and formidable adversaries emerged, and they united in their struggle. Chapter 1. The Serpent Woman. My name is Sun Hao, and I reside in the quaint village of Nanping in Jilin Province, northeast China. I recall my middle school days when I encountered the works of the esteemed Lu Sun, particularly his tale from Baikayatang to Samway Bookstore. One story struck me as particularly intriguing. Lu Sun recounted an incident from his childhood involving a mythical creature known as the beautiful serpent possessing a human head and serpent body, who would conceal itself behind walls, calling out a person's name that if the person responded, the serpent would come at night to devour their flesh. While my classmates dismissed it with scorn, I believed wholeheartedly in its existence. After all, our village of Nanping indeed had a serpent woman who was none other than a childhood friend of mine. The serpent woman was named Mai Hua, a name bestowed by my father. He explained that our ancestors were farmers who toiled in the fields, and the name Mai Hua symbolized good fortune. Why did my father choose this name for Mai Hua? The truth is, it is a source of shame for our village. Mai Hua's father had ventured out to work in a quarry. Unfortunately, during a moment of urgency, he sought refuge in the mountains to relieve himself. Despite others calling out to him thrice, he failed to hear them, and when a detonator exploded, a flying rock claimed his life. To this day, there remains a debate over whether it was a work-related injury or a personal misfortune. Mai Hua's mother, still young at the time, was left to endure a life of widowhood, surviving on the meager humanitarian compensation provided by the quarry. Remarkably, 3 years after her husband's untimely demise, an extraordinary event occurred. A widow inexplicably found herself pregnant. Nanping village is rather insular, and its inhabitants tend to adhere to traditional values. The unfortunate demise of the widow following the birth of Mai Hua, due to severe hemorrhaging, spared her from the fate of being subjected to the pig cage punishment. Upon Mai Hua's birth, she became an orphan, a life that deserved to be cherished. The village chief summoned all the adults of the community to deliberate on the pressing matter of who would take the child in for foster care. The villagers whispered accusations that Mai Hua's mother had engaged in an illicit affair, branding Mai Hua as a bastard, and thus, no one was inclined to adopt her. Our home lies in close proximity to Mai Hua's, separated only by a narrow ditch, and our families frequently interacted. While others shunned the idea of taking in Mai Hua, my father, possessing a kind heart, contemplated performing a noble deed. Yet, some individuals viewed my father with disdain, mockingly suggesting that perhaps he had trespassed upon the widow's doorstep. The insinuation was that Mai Hua might be my father's illegitimate daughter, which caused my mother considerable distress, leading to 3 days of quarrels between them. Ultimately, it was a local miscreant known as Blindly who divulged the details. Blindly, a half-blind man of dubious character, was notorious for peeping at the village maidens and young wives while they attended to their needs. It was said that he had incurred divine retribution, resulting in the loss of one eye on that fateful evening, during a funeral in the village. Blindly, slightly inebriated, stumbled past the widow's home. His lecherous inclinations led him to linger by the wall, and unexpectedly, he heard the unmistakable sounds of a woman in the throes of passion emanating from within the widow's abode. Overcome with rage and thirst, he cursed the widow for her lack of fidelity, vowing that he would seize this opportunity to blackmail her, compelling her to become his wife in the future. Upon this realization, he thrust open the window and cast his gaze inside. To his astonishment, just that fleeting glance caused the blind man, Li, to wet himself in fright. What could have induced such a reaction? There, upon the heated bed, sat a completely unclad widow, sprawled against the wall, her lips occasionally uttering seductive sounds. Coiling around her body was a massive python, entwined tightly. Once this incident was revealed, the villagers were thrown into a state of alarm. The widow had, shockingly, given birth to a child amidst such bizarre circumstances. Did this not imply that the child was a snake girl? The villagers, in their fervor, concluded that the child could not be allowed to remain, for her existence posed a future threat. In a surge of collective outrage, they resolved to extinguish the life of the child, Mai Hua, by incinerating her with lychee wood. It was then that my father, in a state of urgency, rushed to the town to seek assistance from the local police station. Several officers arrived post-haste to halt this reckless behavior. In those days, our village was exceedingly remote, devoid of orphanages or similar institutions. A police captain personally intervened, compelling the village chief to acquiesce, and the entire village was made to take turns caring for Maiwa. He would periodically return to inspect her well-being, and should any harm befall her, the village chief would face severe consequences. Thus, Maiwa was raised on the charity of the community, gradually growing up, although the villagers dared not harm her further. The tale of the snake girl permeated the village, leading to disdain from the adults and bullying from her peers throughout her childhood. Regrettably, I too was complicit in such cruelty during my youth, joining my contemporaries in throwing mud at her. However, upon witnessing this, my father reprimanded me sternly. While he could not control the actions of others, as his son, he forbade me from engaging in such behavior. Although I no longer torment Maiwa, I still hold no affection for her. Children are like that in their youth. They are playful. Maiwa loved to follow our group, but as a result, she was either bullied or teased, often leaving her in tears. Why change of heart occurred during the 4th grade. After a scuffle with classmates, I was punished by the teacher and made to stay after school for reflection. Why the time I was allowed to return home. It was past 6 in the evening. As I am not from the town and my home is quite remote, I found myself walking back in the darkness. People in the countryside retire early, and there were no street lights. The solitary journey frightened me immensely. Being so young and naive, I prayed to the heavens for anyone to accompany me home to bolster my courage. To my surprise, I encountered Maiwa along the way. It was a rather poignant moment. She was carrying a basket on her back, her hands caked in mud. What could she possibly be doing at such a late hour? She was foraging for the roots of plants. During that time, she was under the care of Blindly, a rather irresponsible individual. He would feed her a bowl of watery rice when he remembered, but often left her to starve when he did not. Despite my previous disdain for her, it was comforting to have a companion. I intentionally struck up a conversation with her and walked home together. On the way, it seemed that no one had spoken to her in years. I was the first. She was overjoyed and shared many words with me. In our casual exchange, I opened my heart and felt a deep sense of pity for her. I felt truly ashamed for having bullied her in the past. Upon arriving home, to express my gratitude and remorse, I secretly took 2 steamed buns from my kitchen for her to eat. The expression on Maiwa's face at that moment is one I shall never forget throughout my life. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she devoured the food voraciously, ultimately sucking her fingers clean. From that point onward, I never bullied her again whenever others dared to harass her. I would come to her defense. Whenever there were treats at home, I would secretly share them with her. However, this led to a shift in how the village children viewed me. They began to scorn me and cease to play with me. Fortunately, I still had Maiwa, and our bond grew ever more fervent. On one occasion, I pilfered sweet potatoes from my home, only to be caught by my father. He uttered not a single word yet. The food in our kitchen would always seem to have an abundance, enough to spare. As the years progressed, the child transformed into a young adult, and the little girl blossomed into a young lady. The matters that occupied our thoughts became far less innocent, and I could no longer sneak into Maiwa's house in the dead of night. Instead, I would stealthily leave offerings of food on her windowsill before quietly retreating to my own home. That year, I neglected my studies, and after completing high school, I dropped out to return to farming. In rural communities, marriages occur at an early age, and my mother began to orchestrate matchmaking efforts on my behalf. One moment, it was a girl from the Lee family. The next, it was one from the Chin family. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I found myself unable to take a liking to any of these young women. Why mother would chastise me daily for my lack of interest, questioning whom I wished to marry. Chinjeja, perhaps, she would say, you ought to take a good hard look at yourself. She is a golden phoenix, destined not to remain in an NPNG village, but to eventually soar to the city. I found myself in a state of amusement. Chinjeja, the daughter of the village chief, hails from a well-off family and possesses an affinity for fashion. While the village girls are still clad in cloth shoes and utilitarian trousers, she has already embraced high heels, short skirts, and stockings. Chinjeja and I have been classmates since elementary school, continuing through middle and high school. She is not only the belle of our class, but also the village's flower, capturing the attention and dreams of countless young men yearning to marry her. Alas, we all secretly understand that this pursuit is akin to a mouse courting a cat, merely a thrill-seeking endeavor. Chun Jiji's father is the village chief, and she has an older brother, Chun Fu, notorious for being a ne'er-do-well. Leveraging their father's position, he has been a tyrant in Nanping Village. One fateful morning, as I toiled in the fields with my hoe, preparing to plant sweet potatoes, the village's Baldy rushed towards me in a flurry, proclaiming that trouble had arisen. Baldy, as he is affectionately nicknamed due to his hairless childhood, has often been the subject of ridicule. Yet I have always embraced our friendship, undeterred by the barbs of others. That I urged him to calm down and slowly articulate the issue at hand. He relayed that Chun Fu had taken my Wa to the back mountain sorghum field, intending to treat her to a lollipop. Chapter 2. It is indeed true. Zhang Weishan's assertions have proven to be accurate. Anyone who has followed the recent archaeological endeavors at this site is aware of the unfolding events. Initially, there was no archaeological team present. Rather, it was a resource exploration group that claimed to have discovered an extensive jade vein. This revelation caused quite a stir. Subsequently, an archaeological team arrived, leading many to speculate that a tomb might be concealed within the jade deposits. This speculation garnered significant public attention in just 2 days, leading to a surge in interest. However, the archaeological team later announced the discovery of relics at the bottom of the lake, while other details remained undisclosed. Consequently, aside from the presence of jade deposits, the public remains largely uninformed about the situation. Is it true? Is there a mass burial site belonging to the Zhang family here? Do you actually believe that? How foolish. That is utterly impossible. Exactly, all we know is that there are jade deposits here. Anything else is mere fabrication. Indeed, who knows what relics lie at the lake's bottom? Unless the archaeological team provides clarity, how can anyone discern the truth? Only a fool would believe it. Any person of common sense would dismiss this as entirely false. Yes, I concur. In ancient times, only emperors commissioned the construction of tombs. So what kind of stature would the Zhang family possess? It's simply ludicrous. Let's disperse. This is merely a reality devoid of substance, a keyboard warrior seeking attention. Something I've encountered far too often. In a live broadcast room, there was an abundance of ridicule. Many believed that Zhang Weishan was merely spouting nonsense to attract attention. Observing the barrage of comments, Zhang Weishan could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, the gap in archaeological understanding within Huaxia was profoundly significant, rendering it utterly incomprehensible to these uninformed netizens. However, he remained unfazed, with the archaeological team present at the site. It was merely a matter of time before these circumstances were brought to light. Noticing that it was already 8:30, Zhang Weishan rose to open the door of his shop, preparing to commence business. Meanwhile, at the archaeological site in Benai, Professor Chun was intently scrutinizing the comments in the live broadcast room. Upon encountering a message from Zhang Weishan, she was taken aback. She promptly instructed her staff to halt the scrolling comments in the background and reviewed them 3 times. To her astonishment, she found that Zhang Weishan's assertions were nearly entirely accurate. Xiaoyun, swiftly inform your technical department to investigate this individual's identity. How does he possess such detailed knowledge of our situation? Just as Yun Yun concluded her broadcast, she was momentarily stunned by the professor's words. Professor Chun, are you saying that what he stated is indeed correct? Yun Yun was astounded. She had noticed the netizens' comments, but, as merely the live host, she was unaware of the specific progress on site. Yet Professor Chun was the leader of this archaeological endeavor, and no one was more informed than she. Her reaction confirmed the veracity of that netizen's words. Observing Chun nod, Yun Yun was further astonished and quickly instructed her colleagues to investigate the identity and information of that account. A student beside Chun, witnessing the situation, hurriedly interjected, Professor Chun, could that individual be affiliated with Professor Li? We have not disclosed any of this data to the public. Chun shook her head. Although Professor Li and I differ in our archaeological approaches, he is fully aware that such information cannot be released without authorization. That person spoke with conviction, presenting well-founded arguments. and I suspect he may possess some insider knowledge. For instance, if this ancient Han-style building is indeed called Zhongjia Ancient Tower, could he possibly be a descendant of a Zhang family? Contemplating this, Chunwen felt a surge of excitement. The gap in archaeological technology and experience in Huaxia is substantial. While she is capable as the team leader and has the assistance of Professor Li, who has long been active in the field, the pressure remains immense. If this online individual truly has some insights, it would undoubtedly be of great assistance to their work. With this in mind, Chunwen promptly said, Xiaoyan, initiate a live broadcast. I wish to converse with this person. All right, but Professor, wouldn't this imply that we are validating his claims? Wouldn't that mean our unpublished data is? Xiaoyan expressed her concerns. However, Chunwen waved her hand dismissively and replied, such matters are inconsequential. Those unpublished materials remain undisclosed simply because there are many aspects we cannot comprehend or explain. If this person possesses knowledge, he may help us unravel these mysteries, rendering the confidentiality of the data irrelevant. Understood. Xiaoyan refrained from inquiring further and promptly opened the live stream. Chunwen, uncertain of the individual's true understanding of the situation, decided to engage in a direct conversation via the broadcast. After all, in this digital age, who could guarantee that sensitive information had not been leaked? The live stream quickly commenced, with Chunwen herself facing the camera. The audience was momentarily taken aback upon seeing that the esteemed Professor Chun had personally taken the stage. Wow, is it really Professor Chun herself? Ha! It seems even Professor Chun can no longer tolerate the situation and has come out to clarify. I told you that individual is just a nuisance. Professor Chun, you need to concern yourself with him. It's not worth your time. Indeed, Professor Chun, you're tirelessly dedicated to our archaeological endeavors. It would be best to ignore such keyboard warriors. Keyboard warriors are a bane. These individuals are truly wasting the professor's precious time. Observing these comments, Xiaoyun felt a tinge of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Chunwen remained composed and addressed the audience, saying, Everyone, you have misunderstood. We have just noticed that this netizen's remarks align strikingly with our on-site findings. We have indeed discovered a Miao cultural site at the bottom of the lake, and at its center stands an ancient Han-style building. Furthermore, there is indeed a secret passage within the ancient structure, the destination of which remains unknown. It appears to lead into the mountain itself. I have full confidence in our confidentiality measures. This netizen may genuinely possess some knowledge of the situation. The reason we have not made this information public is that many aspects remain inexplicable, and we cannot hastily draw conclusions. If this friend is still present, we would greatly appreciate your guidance. Our archaeological team would be immensely grateful. However, Zhang Weishan did not make an appearance. The audience in the live stream was left in stunned silence upon hearing Professor Chen's words. Professor Chun had come to personally affirm the statements made by that individual, the very person they had just criticized. The slap in the face was rather swift, and most importantly, what that person had said turned out to be true. Who is this remarkable figure that possesses such knowledge of the secrets held by this ancient building? It is truly astonishing. The barrage of comments erupted instantly. I can't believe it's true. I just had a confrontation with that big brother. What should I do now? Am I to lose face? You must be dumbfounded. You were the one who criticized him most fervently. Surely, he must be feeling disheartened, which is why he hasn't shown himself. What should we call him? Let us refer to him as the Great Master. Indeed, keyboard warriors like you should kneel and apologize to the Great Master. And you up there, don't be so arrogant. You were part of it too. Great Master, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please, grace us with your wisdom. I kneel before the Great Master, imploring you to emerge and enlighten us. Our archaeological endeavors in the land of Huaxia are in dire need of your expertise. Chapter 3. The Reward of the Qilin Tattoo and the Secret History of the Tomb, rating the rapid shift in public sentiment among netizens, is noteworthy. However, some remain skeptical. Professor Chun, how can you be so certain that it wasn't one of your own who leaked the internal information? Indeed, that possibility exists. After all, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. You folks upstairs must be out of your minds. Isn't Professor Chen's appearance intended to directly confront that individual? Exactly, why waste time? Let's find someone. Once we locate him, the truth will be revealed. Nevertheless, after Zhang Weishan posted his last comment, he fell silent. A group of individuals began to independently seek out Zhang Weishan's information and ID. The ID was not difficult to uncover, and they swiftly discovered it and shared it. The ID was revealed to be F.A. Qiu Zhangshi. At this moment, a sense of calm washed over the crowd, and someone commented, "Professor Chun, if what that person said is true, he most likely will not show himself." F.A. Qiu Zhangshi indicates that he must be surnamed Zhang. He mentioned a Zhang family collective burial site in the mountains. Does that not imply is the ancestral grave of the Zhang family? How could he possibly assist us in excavating his own ancestral tomb? Upon reading this, Chunwen felt a heavy weight in her heart. Her excitement had led her to overlook this crucial point. As the team leader, I assure you, as long as Mr. Zhang is genuinely willing to assist us, we will guarantee that not a single fragment of the burial site will be disturbed. Yet, the live stream remained devoid of any sign of Zhang Weishan. Little did they know, at that moment, Zhang Weishan was busy tidying up his antique shop. Ding! Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind, causing his entire being to tremble. Ding! The event of guiding the archaeological team has been triggered, activating the tomb rating cultivation system. The system detected that the technological gap in tomb exploration within this parallel world is exceedingly severe. The host may gain rewards for guiding the archaeological team. Reward: Qilin Tattoo. Already integrated. Reward: Secret History of Tomb Rating. Already integrated. All information about the host has been concealed by the system, rendering it untraceable, and the host may choose whether to unveil it. As the voice echoed, Zhang Weishan felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his head. Following this, an overwhelming influx of information inundated his consciousness. Simultaneously, he experienced a sharp sting throughout his body, akin to being pricked by 1,000 silver needles. His eyes and skin flushed crimson. Fortunately, there were no customers in the shop at that moment, or he might have been rushed to the hospital. After a brief interval, Zhang Weishan returned to normal, and almost simultaneously, he comprehended the nature of the Qilin Tattoo. The Secret History of Tomb Rating contained various clandestine skills and tales of tomb raiding. For instance, the Qilin Tattoo serves as a symbol of identity for the Zhang family, renowned tomb raiders in a past life. It detailed the passageway to enter the ancient Zhang family's tower, though this was of little significance to Zhang Weishan. What truly mattered was a particular description within the Secret History of Tomb Raiding. The Qilin Tattoo, granted to the worthy, combined with the Qilin bloodline, possesses the divine power to ward off evil and dispel calamities. The Secret History of Tomb Raiding also recorded several esoteric accounts regarding the Qilin blood. It is said that the renowned General F.A. Qiu once possessed the blood of the F.A. Qiu deity, which is, in fact, a lineage of the Qilin. Initially, the Qilin bloodline was devoid of any aftereffects, such as the condition known as soul loss. However, due to the intermarriage within the Zhang family, the phenomenon of soul loss subsequently emerged. Yet, there is a silver lining. This very condition has allowed the Qilin bloodline to endure, whereas the F.A. Qiu deity's blood ultimately faded into obscurity due to the absence of restrictions on intra-family marriage. Strictly speaking, the F.A. Qiu deity's blood and the Qilin bloodline are essentially one and the same. Zhang Weishan felt a sudden prickling sensation on his skin, and his eyes unexpectedly turned crimson. The ancestral teachings passed down through generations echoed in his mind. The art of tomb raiding may lead to extermination, but the F.A. Qiu shall not perish. To his astonishment, in his generation, he had finally acquired the Qilin Tattoo, offering him the opportunity to rejuvenate the legacy of the F.A. Qiu heavenly official. A system. He had encountered a system. While he had always watched others obtain systems to impress and captivate, he never anticipated that it would finally be his family's turn. Once he secured the Qilin bloodline and the F.A. Qiu heavenly official, the world would remember his name. Directing an archaeological team? How intriguing. A smile graced Zhang Weishan's lips as he paused his work and returned to his computer. An ancestral tomb? What nonsense is this? Upon reading the discussions in the live stream, Zhang Weishan felt exasperated and responded, "You are mistaken. That is not my family's ancestral tomb. Moreover, I have no interest in your confidential documents. I merely wish to advise you against proceeding. It is perilous within. There is no need to drain the lake either. It connects to an underground river, creating a siphoning effect that you will never fully exhaust. As soon as Zhang Weishan's announcement was released, it was instantly overwhelmed by a flood of barrage comments. Wow, the master has appeared. The master has always been here. Stop talking. The master's comments are being drowned out. Seriously, can you all just be quiet? You up there, stop talking. A bunch of fools. What are you even saying? The live broadcast room descended into chaos. Chen Wen hurriedly instructed the staff to grant Zhang Weishan VIP status, pinning his comments at the top of the screen. Even emitting a golden glow, Zhang Weishan was taken aback, astonished to see his message prominently displayed at the very top of the computer screen. A VIP in the live room. The master truly is a master. This seems to be the first VIP in the official archaeological live broadcast. No way. How does he know all this information? You all believe him without question? Mind your words. Someone just like you got slapped in the face within 10 minutes. Exactly. We are merely ordinary users. Watch your language and don't show off in front of VIP users. Chen Wen had no time to entertain these comments and hurriedly directed her students to contact the professors from the geography department, asking them to investigate if there was any so-called siphoning effect in the nearby terrain. If this could be confirmed, she would be able to ascertain whether Zhang Weishan truly possessed skill or was merely a charlatan. Simultaneously, she instructed Yun Yun's team to expedite the investigation into Zhang Weishan's identity and background. Zhang Weishan, on the other hand, was oblivious to all these considerations. He gazed at the computer screen, lost in thought, contemplating how to secure more rewards to elevate the stature of the Fakyu sect. First and foremost, he must acquire additional accolades himself. This necessitated guiding the archaeological team, though at present they appear to harbor some skepticism towards him. Once they confirmed the siphoning effect here, they would undoubtedly recognize the validity of his assertions. There was no urgency in this matter. He had ample time to proceed at a leisurely pace. Once he gained the trust of the archaeological team, he could subsequently provide them with a safe route, thereby earning his rewards without placing them in jeopardy. As he pondered, Zhang Weishan rose to continue his cleaning duties. Just then, the sound of a bicycle brake echoed as it came to a halt in front of the antique shop, followed by the swift entrance of a graceful figure. "You're up so early. I brought you breakfast. Don't tell Dad." With that, she thrust a cup of soybean milk and 2 buns into Zhang Weishan's hands. He was taken aback for a moment before responding with a smile. "Thank you." "Not at all," she replied with a cheerful demeanor. "My dad can be sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Don't take it to heart. Just focus on your work." You're still watching the archaeology live stream? That's great. Ambition is a commendable trait. I must get back to my tasks. See you later." With that, she ascended to the second floor. Zhang Weishan smiled, thinking to himself that this father and daughter pair truly shared a familial resemblance, both in temperament and disposition. Chapter 4. Divergence in the archaeological team. The enchanting figure before them was none other than Shun Boss's daughter, Shun Wan. Zhang Weishan had some understanding of her. Shun Wan was an exceptional student at the prestigious archaeological university of the empire and possessed both beauty and the aura of a campus belle. Truly, she was a paragon of excellence, and more significantly, she was a pupil of Professor Chen Wen. Each day at 9 o'clock, she was the special guest invited to the official archaeological live broadcast. Whenever Shun Wan was mentioned, Shun Boss would wear a proud smile, often reflecting on his own perceived lack of accomplishments in managing a modest antique shop. Yet, he marveled at how his most treasured gem, his daughter, had forged a promising future through her own diligence. Zhang Weishan felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Shun Boss and his daughter. It was Shun Boss who had welcomed him into their lives, providing him with sustenance and shelter. Recently, after graduating from university, Shun Wan returned home to prepare her thesis and treated him with kindness. The similarities in their personalities were not without reason. Shun Boss was quite talkative. When he was not at the shop, his presence was marked by animated conversations, often revolving around his daughter. However, he was also remarkably strict in his work ethic. Zhang Weishan, initially inexperienced in sorting antiques, found himself working late into the night. Yet, Each time, his salary would see a significant increase. Thus, while Shen Boss might not vocalize it, he was indeed a generous and caring individual. As for Shen Wan, though their interaction had been brief upon her return, she had learned of his circumstances and would invariably bring him breakfast whenever she came by in the morning. Though it was ostensibly a casual visit, it might also stem from a fear of insufficient funds. Zhang Weishan felt a deep sense of gratitude towards this father-daughter pair, as they provided him with a fleeting warmth in this foreign land. Due to her involvement as a guest in an archaeological live broadcast, Shenwan found her home inundated with journalists and fans, rendering her unable to focus on her explanations or prepare her thesis. Consequently, she often sought refuge in a shop during the day, a routine Zhang Weishan had come to accept. After tidying up, Zhang Weishan was about to check the situation in the live broadcast room when he heard footsteps above. Shenwan then poked her head down and inquired, "What's going on?" "I haven't checked the live stream all night while writing my thesis, and now there's a prominent figure appearing in the broadcast. Who is this person? Do you know?" Taken aback, Zhang Weishan replied awkwardly, "I'm not quite sure. It seems to be someone well-versed in the archaeological site, who appeared just this morning." Shenwan paused, glancing at the clock, which indicated there were still 15 minutes until 9 o'clock. She realized she had time to learn more about this individual. "All right, I'll look into it. Meanwhile, don't tire yourself too much. I understand my father's business. 3 years without opening, then suddenly thriving for 3 years. In my free time, you could watch more archaeological live broadcasts to broaden your knowledge. Primarily, I need your support, but you mustn't mention my presence here. I still need some peace to work on my thesis." Nodding in agreement, Zhang Weishan watched as Shen Wan returned to the second floor. He cherished her personality, perhaps because her optimistic and cheerful demeanor resonated with the broader public. Zhang Weishan tidied up and prepared to watch the live stream. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a rather unsophisticated guest arrived at the door. Upon entering, he inquired, "Young man, do you accept bulk goods?" Bulk goods refer to a large quantity, and Zhang Weishan had encountered such individuals a few times before. Typically, these were antiquities dealers active in rural areas who possessed limited knowledge about antiques, primarily seeking to profit from the price difference. They would acquire items in bulk and then sell them all at once in antique shops, not selling individually. After inquiring about the price and finding it within his authority to decide, Zhang Weishan opted not to call the boss and asked the man to bring the goods for inspection. Meanwhile, at the archaeological site in Benai, Chun Wen's student had received a response from the experts at the geography department. Student Liu exclaimed, "Teacher, Professor Wang from the geography department just replied, confirming that there indeed exists a siphon tide here. The distribution of pebbles by the lakeshore corroborates this. It is certain. Teacher, it appears he was right again." Chun Wen nodded, her mind already convinced that the online user Zhang Weishan was indeed a person of genuine expertise. "By the way, teacher, Professor Li has prepared to lead the students down. What do you think?" Chunwen was taken aback. For today was originally scheduled for them to dispatch an archaeological team to explore the passages within the submerged ancient tower. However, recalling Zhang Weishan's words about the situation inside being beyond their handling, she could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. Urgently informed Professor Li that today's exploration has been canceled. Venturing forth recklessly may pose a danger. It will be prudent to consult that esteemed individual first. "Very well, but I fear Professor Li may not. Just relay the message as I instructed," Chunwen replied. Xiao Lu acknowledged and hurried off. At the same time, another staff member from the technical department approached. "Professor Chun, we have been investigating for quite some time, yet we cannot ascertain why the information regarding this Fa Qiuzhong has been obscured. The only detail we have uncovered is that his IP address originates from Shihu City. We are currently reporting this to our superiors to see if we can retrieve additional data from the live streaming platform's backend." "Understood," Chunwen replied. Yet a sense of intrigue enveloped her regarding this Fa Qiuzhong, rendering him increasingly enigmatic. Could he truly be a concealed master? The more she contemplated, the more unsettled she became, prompting her to seek out Professor Li. Although Professor Li was not the primary leader of this archaeological endeavor, he held the position of second-in-command. He had spent years on the front lines, adhering to the principle of first-hand observation, often reluctant to waste time speculating when he could directly assess the situation. This contrasted sharply with Chun Wen's cautious approach, as she preferred to refrain from undertaking projects until conditions were ripe for success, reserving them for the future. Conversely, Professor Lee favored a more aggressive stance, asserting that even a single day's delay could result in the deterioration of invaluable artifacts. However, when Chun Wen and Xiao Lu arrived at the site, they found it was already too late. All that could be heard was the sound of splash. Professor Lee had already taken his 3 students down. Upon witnessing this, Chun Wen hurriedly retrieved her walkie-talkie. Professor Lee's situation has changed. You all need to come up. Today's activity is canceled. After a moment, Professor Lee's voice crackled through the device. Chun, you must be referring to the live stream, right? I heard about it, but it's nothing to worry about. It's just an online user. How much could they possibly know? I have worked on the front lines of archaeology for many years, and I have encountered all manner of storms. Let us descend and assess the situation. If trouble arises, we shall retreat immediately. We have already delayed for several days, and we cannot afford to lose face now. With that, Professor Lee switched off the walkie-talkie. Chun Wen, frustrated, stamped her foot. Professor Lee always employed such evasive tactics to brush off her concerns. Nevertheless, his experience was indeed extensive, and he had a good sense of propriety. Surely, there would not be any significant trouble. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in Chun Wen's heart. After some contemplation, she decided to inform that expert about the current situation, seeking his counsel. With that thought in mind, she hastened towards the live-streaming tent. However, upon arrival, she discovered it was already 9 o'clock, and Yun Yun had begun her connection with Chun Wen. Promptly, Chun Wen scribbled a note and handed it to Yun Yun, requesting her to inquire in the live stream whether they should stop Professor Lee and the others from proceeding further. Dear audience, we have just received news that Professor Lee has descended with his students to investigate the situation at the bottom of the lake. We wonder if Mr. Zhang from the FHO Zhang family is watching the live broadcast. If you are, we kindly ask for your guidance regarding the conditions of the passages within the ancient structure beneath the lake. Should there be any peril, we would like to swiftly inform Professor Lee and his team to return to safety. It appears that Mr. Zhang may still be occupied. However, our esteemed guest, Ms. Chun Wen, has joined us online. Let us first hear her insights as a distinguished student from the Archaeology Institute, while we await Mr. Zhang's presence. Chapter 5. The Wise Offer Guidance. Professor Lee plays the fool. My dear Wan has finally gone online. I miss you, my lovely Wan. Don't call me your wife like that. It's quite disgusting. Will you all ever stop? If this continues, Wan might just end the stream again. And I wonder what you will do then. Indeed, let us not be so disruptive. Wan is about to speak. As she glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, Chun Wen's eyes flickered with a hint of exasperation and disdain. She chose to ignore them, smiling instead. Hello, Sister Yin. I have just learned about the events occurring in the live stream. However, since the professor has such faith in him, I believe it is prudent to heed Mr. Zhang's advice. The gap in our archaeological technology in Huaxia is quite severe. If there truly exists a hidden master, it would be a tremendous asset for our nation. Yun Yun interjected. Indeed, we initially intended to discuss the relics at the bottom of the lake, but with Mr. Zhang's appearance, our progress has been significantly accelerated. Wan, what are your thoughts on Professor Lee leading his students into the secret passage for exploration? Zhang Weishan had remained silent, and as the host, Yun Yun could only strive to find topics to prolong the conversation. Chun Wen remarked, We are all well aware of Professor Lee's character. If he discovers a hidden passage, he certainly won't be able to resist entering. Nonetheless, we should trust Professor Lee. He possesses a sense of propriety, and if there were genuine danger below, he would undoubtedly retreat in time. Yin Yin took over the conversation once more. Very well, let us now examine the comprehensive view of the underwater relics captured by the archaeological team, said the host as the live broadcast transitioned. Yin Yin simultaneously shifted Chun Wen's connection to backstage mode, ensuring it would not be aired in the live room. Captain Chun, the renowned Zhang from the Fakyu lineage has yet to appear. What should we do? Yin Yin expressed her concern. Chun Wen hastily inquired, Teacher, is the Fakyu Zhang truly that formidable? Why do you place such unwavering trust in him? Lacking first-hand experience of the scene, Shenwan could not grasp Chun Wen's astonishment toward Zhang. Xiaowan, let me enlighten you. This fake Yu Zhang is likely privy to an abundance of information. This transcends the mere matter of an ancient tomb. He might even guide us further down and possesses expertise in numerous burial techniques. These are precisely the skills that our nation desperately requires. Therefore, it is imperative that you find a way to summon him for guidance. But it seems he is not watching the live stream, Shunwan remarked. Chunwen contemplated for a moment before stating, "Assist me in connecting to the live room." Yin Yin nodded, and soon Professor Chen's image appeared in the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received word that Professor Li and his team have delved hundreds of meters into the dark passage. However, they have yet to locate the endpoint. Currently, several soldiers responsible for safety are descending with ropes. They plan to secure the ropes before continuing their exploration. We hope to discover something significant this time. Additionally, is Mr. Zhang from the Fakeiyu lineage watching the live stream? If the gentleman is watching, I would appreciate your guidance. Is there truly danger within the hidden passage? The viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback by Chun Wen's words. It appears that the archaeological team has not been able to reach the esteemed expert. Indeed, the expert possesses an elusive nature. However, the expert had previously warned of the dangers lurking within the passage. Why doesn't the archaeological team exercise caution? You might not be aware, but the soldiers tasked with the archaeological team's security are well equipped, so they should be safe. Perhaps the expert is not fully informed about the soldiers' gear. That is indeed a possibility. Observing the continued silence in the live stream, Chunwen felt a pang of sorrow. Could it be that, due to Professor Li's reckless dissent and disregard for the sage's counsel, the sage has chosen to turn a blind eye to them? At that moment, Zhang Weishan had just completed a transaction with an antiquities dealer and was dragging the items into his shop. While taking a moment to enjoy tea, he noticed the content of the live stream and frowned. Such technical incompetence, coupled with disobedience, Professor Li is indeed remarkable. Zhang Weishan settled into his chair and promptly sent out some comments. There are swift undercurrents deep within the passage. It is best not to descend. Moreover, that is not the entrance to the ancient tomb. Going down would serve no purpose. The golden comments appeared, momentarily stunning the audience in the live stream. When they recognized the ID as belonging to the Zhang family of tomb raiders, excitement surged among them. Yet, upon reading the content, they wondered, is the depth of the passage truly perilous? After all, Professor Li and his team had ventured deep before, and it seemed they emerged unscathed. Master Zhang, is what you say true? Will Professor Li and his team be swept away by the hidden currents? Isn't it merely a subtle current? Indeed, I have heard that the ropes used by the archaeological team are of the highest quality and can bear significant weight. Right? If it's just a subtle current, it should be manageable. Perhaps the expert is simply unaware of the equipment used by the team. However, the expert mentioned that this hidden passage is not the entrance to an ancient tomb. Where could it possibly lead? I have no idea. Could the expert enlighten us? Where else could it lead? It seems this fellow is merely afraid that Professor Li might make significant discoveries that could expose his deceitful nature. In a live stream, some viewers continued to harbor doubts about Zhang Weishan. Observing this, Zhang remained unfazed and calmly stated, "The hidden passage leads into the mountain, where one may encounter certain creatures." He then proceeded to organize the antiques he had recently acquired, ignoring the ongoing chatter. He had expressed all that needed to be said. If they chose not to heed his warnings, there was little he could do. Such is human nature. Without experiencing hardship, one remains oblivious to the intentions of those who genuinely wish them well. In a live stream, countless netizens continued to request Zhang Weishan to elaborate on the nature of these creatures, yet he offered no further response. Professor Chun, it seems Mr. Zhang is once again away from his computer, Yin Yin remarked. Chunwen replied, he will not elaborate any further, based on his previous comments. This individual refrains from unnecessary verbosity. He has provided guidance, leaving the decision in our hands. Teacher, I believe what he said holds merit. Shunwan suddenly interjected. Please, share your thoughts. Teacher, consider this. Since the lake exhibits siphoning tides, it must be connected to a larger lake or an underground river. The hidden passage within the ancient tower could very well serve as the conduit, and Professor Li and his team might indeed encounter unforeseen currents. Furthermore, Mr. Zhang mentioned that there are monsters within the mountain. Although our warriors are fully equipped, how much strength can they truly exert underwater? If the ancient tomb lies within the waterway, the relics would have long since succumbed to decay. Thus, I believe he is correct. This hidden passage may not be the entrance to the ancient tomb. Chunwen nodded, thinking to herself that her student was indeed astute, aligning perfectly with her own thoughts. Xiaolu, connect me to Professor Li. Yes. The nearby student hurriedly went to make arrangements. Soon, the intercom system was established. Team Leader Chun, if you are here to persuade me, there is no need. We have already set up the safety lock and are preparing to descend. Upon hearing this, Chunwen quickly replied, Professor Li, I order you to return immediately. This hidden passage may not be a genuine entrance. This is an order. I am not jesting with you. Your reckless descent could lead to peril. However, after sending the message, there was a prolonged silence. Eventually, Professor Li's voice came through. Team Leader Chun, what did you say? The signal here is poor. I cannot hear you. I will contact you again once we reach a safe location. And then, the signal was completely lost. Teacher, Shenwan expressed her concern. Chunwen, exasperated, stomped her foot and exclaimed, that old Li, always defying orders. Chapter 6. The disappearance of Professor Li, the master of treasure hunting. Professor Chun, what are your thoughts on this situation? Yin inquired. After pondering for a moment, Chunwen replied, we must disseminate this information. Professor Li's refusal to heed our warnings is already excessive. If he is concealing anything from a certain esteemed individual, I fear we may provoke him. If his claims hold any truth, and should anything happen to Professor Li and the others, we might need to rely on his guidance for their rescue. It is imperative that he is informed of the latest developments. Indeed, Yin nodded, then returned to continue the live broadcast. Chunwen gazed at the serene lake and towering mountains outside the tent, praying for the safety of Professor Li and his companions. Although Professor Li could be quite obstinate and occasionally pretended to be oblivious, he was undeniably a rare talent in the field of archaeology. Should anything happen to him, it would constitute a tremendous loss for the archaeological community of our nation. Upon returning to the broadcasting room, Yin promptly communicated the latest information. Subsequently, she engaged in a discussion with Chunwen regarding their perspectives on the secret passage and Professor Li and Appo's direct entry into it. Chunwen remarked, I wholeheartedly concur with Mr. Zhang's perspective, though Professor Li may possess his own interpretations. Let us fervently hope for the safe return of Professor Li and his team, as the archaeological community of our great nation simply cannot endure the loss of any talent. Furthermore, I earnestly appeal to Mr. Zhang of the Fa Qiuzhang clan. If you truly excel in the art of tomb exploration, we would be immensely grateful for your assistance. Now, we shall temporarily conclude today's live broadcast, allowing everyone to continue appreciating the on-site documentation of the archaeological team's unsealing efforts. We will promptly inform you of any new developments from Professor Li's side. As Yin took over the conversation, the screen swiftly transitioned. Although the live stream had momentarily paused, the fervor within the chat room and online remained undiminished, particularly regarding the investigation of the IDFA Qiuzhang, which was progressing fervently. However, with the assistance of systematic intervention, it was evident that no results would materialize. Many were in a state of anticipation, holding a watchful attitude toward Zhang Weishan's assertions. Despite his previous claims being substantiated, they were merely informational references. This time, however, Professor Li had genuinely ventured into the secret passage, marking a tangible practical endeavor. Should Professor Li remain unharmed, the reputation that Zhang Weishan had cultivated might collapse in an instant, and he could even be branded a fraud. Conversely, if events unfolded as he had predicted, the outcome could present an entirely different scenario. Zhang Weishan sat on a small stool, meticulously sorting through the recently acquired antiques, unperturbed by the surrounding dilemmas. He had articulated his thoughts, and the consequences of disobedience were to be borne solely by those who chose to disregard his counsel. Suddenly, the system's voice resounded, cutting through the silence. Ding! The archaeological team has received a reward. The power of the god of tomb raiding has been integrated. As the announcement echoed, Zhang felt a surge of warmth in his right hand, particularly in his index and middle fingers. The next moment, an excruciating pain surged through him, nearly causing him to faint. Moments later, as the pain subsided, he astonishingly discovered that his 2 fingers had grown extraordinarily long. Is this the power of the god of tomb raiding? A thought crossed Zhang's mind, and he instinctively thrust his fingers toward a nearby antique shelf. With a resounding thud, a hole was punctured through the wooden panel of the shelf in an instant. Impressive. Truly, this is the signature skill of the god of tomb raiding. Zhang felt a rush of exhilaration. Yet, he pondered the appropriateness of obtaining the bloodline of the Qilin. His Qilin tattoo lacked the vital energy of the bloodline. Securing the Qilin bloodline reward sooner would undoubtedly elevate his own capabilities. Zhang had contemplated the possibility of personally exploring tombs. However, his lineage made it abundantly clear that he could not recklessly place himself in harm's way. As the last descendant of the Zhang family of tomb raiding, he bore the weighty responsibility of perpetuating the legacy of the god of tomb raiding. If he could not ensure absolute safety, he would rather remain in the shadows, offering guidance. For should he encounter misfortune, the lineage of the god of tomb raiding would face utter extinction. Thus, his safety was of paramount importance. As Zhang Weishan continued to sort through the antiques at the archaeological site in Benai, deep within the lake, Captain Qin, responsible for safeguarding the archaeological team, organized the personnel and briefed Professor Li on the current situation. Professor, these ropes are secured to the shelves outside the secret passage. There is absolutely no room for error. However, you must exercise caution when descending. Our team will go down first. Understood. Professor Li felt a surge of excitement within him. The shelves were substantial, rendering it impossible for anyone to fall into the passage. Even if there were indeed hidden currents below, the protection offered by the shelves would prevent them from being swept away. Without further delay, a few individuals proceeded, led by Captain Qin and another soldier, while Professor Li and his 3 students followed closely behind as they entered the secret passage. The passageway opened at the rear of the ancient building, resembling a vertical shaft. The water inside appeared eerily still, akin to a forbidden realm. However, Professor Li had conducted experiments with some floating objects and discovered a faint suction within the shaft, suggesting it was not a dead end. Teacher, the water in this shaft is so tranquil. It doesn't seem to connect to an underground river. It might merely link to the lake. The person in the live stream is likely a fraud. Xiao Wang, one must not speak so hastily. Some of the details shared by that individual align closely with our findings. It is possible that he possesses knowledge about certain matters, though there remains a significant gap between his interests and our expertise. Although we are professionals, we must not harbor hostility towards him. The archaeological stratigraphy of our great nation, Huaxia, is remarkable. If he truly has an affinity for archaeology, we should devise ways to nurture his interests. He may very well become one of us in the future. As for these suggestions, they are merely for consideration, for we are the experts here. At times, one must possess a spirit of adventure. Otherwise, how can we uncover the splendid histories that lie buried? You are right, Professor. The students have indeed been narrow-minded. As the two were conversing, Captain Qin suddenly interjected, Professor, we are about to enter an unknown area. Please secure the ropes. Everyone hurried to comply. Their ropes were all anchored to a thickened line, thereby preventing being swept away by the undercurrents. Captain Qin swam forward for another 10 minutes when he abruptly halted the group. A few individuals, peering through their underwater lamps, discerned a vertical lateral passage at the end of the dark tunnel. Observing the direction of the floating debris, it was evident that the entrance lay to the right. We found the entrance. This may lead to the ancient tomb, Professor Li exclaimed excitedly. Little Wang eagerly stated, Teacher, let me go in first, Captain Qin. Please protect the professor. With that, Little Wang reached out, attempting to enter. Captain Qin sensed something amiss with the passage and sought to intervene, but it was too late. Just as Little Wang's hand breached the darkness of the tunnel, a powerful undercurrent yanked his entire arm inside. This is not good. There are undercurrents here. Teacher, wait. Before Xiao Wang could finish his sentence, he he was abruptly swept into the undercurrent. Professor Lee and the others were momentarily taken aback. The ropes binding them together were suddenly yanked. The group resembled grasshoppers on a single string, all being pulled into the dark current in a swift motion. Almost simultaneously, the shelves at the entrance of the hidden passage were violently dragged towards it. Initially, it was thought that the shelves would get lodged at the entrance. However, the force of the undercurrent was overwhelming. In an instant, the shelves tethered by the ropes were completely dismantled. The ropes fell away, and the entire assembly vanished into the dark passage, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 7. The archaeological team, trapped in regret. Where is this? Is anyone still here? When Professor Lee awakened from his stupor, he found himself enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. He could only recall the swift currents beneath the dark passage, which had surged with such ferocity that they had barely comprehended their peril before colliding with the tunnel walls and losing consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he was utterly disoriented. "Captain, the professor is awake." A voice pierced the silence, followed by the sensation of someone removing the diving apparatus from his head. It was then that Professor Lee discerned the state of his helmet. It was shattered, riddled with countless fissures. Had it not been constructed from superior materials, it would have surely succumbed to leaks. "Professor, we are trapped." Captain Sheen hurried over to him. It was only then that Professor Lee noticed their surroundings. They were ensconced within a cavern. Captain Sheen urged the professor to compose himself and promptly conveyed the dire circumstances. Professor Lee soon grasped the gravity of their situation. They were ensnared in a sealed cave with no possible exit. "Professor, please accept my condolences." Xiao Wang. Professor Lee's body stiffened as he turned to gaze at Xiao Wang, who lay motionless on the ground. His complexion was ashen, a clear indication of drowning. Water continued to drip from a crack in his helmet, signifying the unfortunate fate that had befallen him. The helmet had fractured, and he had lost his life amidst the turbulent currents. He was only 23. Tears welled in Professor Lee's eyes, cascading down his cheeks uncontrollably. Although Xiao Wang was not Professor Lee's most accomplished student, his diligence made him the professor's favorite. Now, he had died under such mysterious circumstances, leaving them unaware of their whereabouts. Professor Lee felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly losing consciousness. Captain Sheen hurriedly pressed his fingers to the professor's pulse, urging him, "Professor, you must compose yourself. Others are relying on you to lead us out of here." With tears blurring his vision, Professor Lee glanced at the two other students and several soldiers nearby. After a prolonged silence of over 10 minutes, he finally regained his composure. "Captain Sheen, we must ensure Xiao Wang's body is brought out. But what exactly is happening here?" Captain Sheen nodded and replied, "We are equally in the dark. We all lost consciousness in the undercurrent and awoke here. We just regained consciousness 10 minutes ago. My team has scoured the area, but there is no exit whatsoever. It is exceedingly strange, and we have no idea how we arrived. Moreover, the signal here is extremely weak, and we are attempting to establish contact with the outside world." Upon hearing this, Professor Lee was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean there is no entrance and you don't know how we got here? This is utterly bizarre. Professor, it seems we might truly be trapped here. I just checked, and there are indeed no exits," said student Xiao Su, trembling with fear. The tales of the Zhang family regarding the undercurrent might be accurate. This is not the entrance to an ancient tomb. Are we going to perish here? Fortunately, classmate Xiao Zhang supported him. Otherwise, he might have collapsed onto the ground by now. "No, this is impossible. It defies logic," Professor Lee exclaimed. "Let's all calm down. Captain Sheen, I urge you to search meticulously for any possible exit." Captain Sheen shook his head. "It's impossible. We have scoured every inch, and all we find is stone. Professor, we must devise a way to notify the outside. We still have some explosives. A coordinated effort might yield a chance of escape." "Yes, indeed. We must find a way to reach the outside," Professor Lee responded, clearly in a state of panic. A dignified professor, yet he felt less capable than a mere online acquaintance. "Liagua, what gives you the right?" Professor Lee regretted his arrogance and slapped himself. "Your hubris has cost Xiao Wang dearly. Had you heeded others' advice, Xiao Wang wouldn't have." "Professor, please accept my condolences. We cannot bring the dead back to life. We must find a way out swiftly." Captain Sheen offered consolation. However, Professor Li's spirit was visibly diminished, rendering him unable to contribute further. Captain Qin, do you have any solutions? Student Xiao Su inquired eagerly. There are no alternatives left. We must rely on luck. Our signal has suddenly weakened, and the outside will surely notice. Now, we await to see if we can establish contact. Captain Qin replied. Yet, there was one detail he omitted. Their signal relied on the most advanced beta navigation system of Huaxia. The signal is remarkably stable, yet here it has inexplicably faltered. This suggests that they may be situated in a profoundly deep part of the mountain. It is likely that escaping will prove to be quite challenging. At this moment, at the lakeside campsite, Xiao Lu rushed over in a frenzy. Teacher, something terrible has happened. Professor Li and the other signal has suddenly weakened significantly, and we have lost contact with some of them. What? Chun Wen's expression instantly changed, and she hurriedly followed Xiao Lu to the technical department. Team Leader Chun, the signal from Professor Li and his team is very faint. We are increasing the power in hopes of re-establishing contact. A staff member reported the situation. Chun Wen's heart sank. Could it really be this serious? Had something truly gone wrong? What exactly had Professor Li and his team encountered in the dark current? Her heart raced. Contact has been established. Suddenly, a staff member exclaimed with excitement. Quick, ask for details. Chun Wen urged. The team member hurried to communicate, and within a minute, he reported Professor Li and the others are trapped in a cave with no exit. They have no idea how they got in. It's quite bizarre. The signal is emanating from within the mountain. They're hoping we can coordinate an effort to blast through the mountainside with explosives to free them. As he spoke, he marked the location on the screen. Upon seeing it, Chun Wen felt a wave of despair wash over her. The signal's location was distinctly deep within the mountain, making it utterly impossible to reach them with explosives in a short time. Moreover, should the mountain collapse, those who venture in for rescue would also be buried alive. Teacher, how astute is that sage? Exclaimed Xiao Lu, visibly agitated. Chun Wen nodded, her mind already racing with thoughts. Inform Professor Li and the others to remain on site. She commanded. Xiao Lu, urgently mobilize Yun Yun to scour the entire network for that sage. Spare no effort, for he surely possesses the knowledge to devise an escape. Furthermore, instruct the warriors outside to form a strike team. If we cannot establish contact with the sage, we must find another way to penetrate the mountain and rescue those trapped. Understood. The group hurriedly set about their tasks. At that moment, Chun Wen's heart sank to an unprecedented low. She acknowledged that her previous willingness to disregard Professor Li's orders and delve into the dark passage was born of a reckless sense of fortune. She had believed that the seasoned professor would emerge unscathed. However, it now appeared that she was mistaken. Every word spoken by that sage was proving true. In the face of reality, her earlier sense of invulnerability seemed nothing short of ludicrous. What had that sage also mentioned? That there were monsters within the mountain. Did that mean Professor Li and the others were? At this thought, Chun Wen could no longer remain still and promptly made her way towards the live broadcast tent. She resolved, I must find him, I must. At any cost, I will locate this Zhang of the Fa Chiu clan. Chapter 8. The Monster's Revelation. It must be said that the Beidou system of Huaxia is remarkably impressive. Just as Chun Wen arrived at the live streaming tent, she received notification that the technical department had made contact with Professor Li and others, and they could now view their live situation in real time. For safety precautions, those venturing down were equipped with live streaming devices, albeit kept turned off in normal circumstances. This measure was primarily to ensure communication in case of any unusual occurrences. Xiaoyan, quickly activate the live stream and have the technical department broadcast Professor Li and the others' footage. Yun Yun, who was in the midst of organizing materials, sensed Chun Wen's urgency and feared that something unfortunate had transpired again. Could it be that the predictions of that Zhang from the Fake Yu Zhang clan had come true once more? Who on earth is this individual? And how do they possess such profound knowledge of our circumstances? With a heart full of confusion, Yun Yun hastily opened the live streaming room. Soon, the footage of Professor Li and the others, trapped within the mountain, was transmitted live. In a show of sincerity, Chun Wen positioned herself directly in front of the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, Our archaeological team, led by Professor Li, is in peril and currently trapped within the mountains. I am uncertain if Mr. Zhang is present, but if you are, I implore you to provide guidance. The situation for Professor Li and his team is exceedingly dangerous. Xiao Wang has already made the ultimate sacrifice. If anyone knows this Mr. Zhang, please assist in contacting him. Our archaeological team is prepared to offer substantial remuneration. Thank you. The live stream erupted with activity. Goodness, could it be true? Has the Great One's predictions come to fruition once again? Kneeling in reverence, one could not help but wonder which formidable being had graced them with their presence, fervently seeking guidance from this divine entity. Oh, Great One, I vow to cease my disparaging remarks. I was in error. Please, reveal yourself. Yet, a sense of resignation lingered. I doubt the Great One will emerge now. Professor Chun, perhaps you should speak of Professor Li. The divine being has advised against descending further, yet he persists in his descent. Were I in his position, I too would be incensed. Surely, the divine being would not harbor such narrow-mindedness, came a retort. Alas, one cannot dismiss the situation so lightly. Although Professor Li and his colleagues are currently ensnared within the mountainside, Professor Chun has yet to clarify whether they have encountered hidden currents. Moreover, a certain Zhang has proclaimed the presence of monsters within the mountain. Where, pray tell, are these creatures? I see none. Indeed, it appears that the Great One's prophecy may not hold true this time, a voice lamented. Professor, Yin Yun murmured softly upon witnessing the unfolding events. Just as Professor Chun was about to elucidate, Professor Li unexpectedly bowed toward the live stream, then spoke earnestly. I've been informed by the technical team that our plight is being broadcast live. Although I cannot perceive the barrage of comments, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies to the friends watching on the other side of the lens. The current predicament is solely my fault. I bear full responsibility for the death of young Wang. Additionally, I extend my apologies to Mr. Zhang Xiao. My arrogance led me astray. You were indeed correct. We encountered hidden currents and succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, we found ourselves trapped here. Mr. Zhang, should you be watching the live stream, I implore you to assist these children. I am willing to shoulder all consequences. Please guide us on how to escape. They are but children. In that moment, the live stream fell into a profound silence. Those who previously doubted Zhang Weishan's prophecies have all been rendered speechless. Go ahead, keep on criticizing. What more can you possibly say? Indeed, it's all you keyboard warriors. If the master doesn't appear, it's solely your commotion. Yes, regarding the archaeological team situation, you keyboard warriors ought to bear some responsibility. Brother, I was wrong. I merely indulge in idle talk, but look for yourselves. There are truly no monsters where Professor Li and his team are. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished, as it seemed that Zhang Weishan had accurately foretold the events. Yet, how could it be that the cave harbored no monsters? That was indeed peculiar. Just then, a golden message ascended to the top of the chat. By splashing water on the wall, you will see, but be sure to prepare yourself psychologically. This golden message was, without a doubt, sent by Zhang Weishan. It was already 11:30. After a busy morning, he had only managed to classify a portion of the antiques. Typically, he would purchase lunch, as Shunwan would come down at noon sharp to eat. He preferred not to let the young lady spend money every time, so he always bought lunch in advance. Upon noticing that something was amiss in the live stream, he took the opportunity to send a message. Wow, the master truly lives up to his reputation, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, not stooping to engage with you keyboard warriors. I bow to the master. I knew he wouldn't abandon the archaeological team, but what does the master mean by this? Splashing water on the rock wall? Could it possibly create a passage? The esteemed individual likely meant to convey the notion that constant dripping wears away the stone. However, to suggest that water could penetrate the stone to such an extent that it would allow for the study of Professor Li's remains as antiquities is rather far-fetched. Pray tell, what does this truly mean? Chun Wen inquired, having naturally noticed Zhang Weishan's comments. She hastily urged, Old Li, Mr. Zhang has instructed you to douse the wall with water. Simply comply. Upon hearing this, Professor Li promptly directed his team to wet the wall. Within the cave, There was a shallow pool of water from which they filled containers to pour onto the surface. In less than 5 minutes, the entire wall was thoroughly soaked. Almost simultaneously, the hue of the wall began to shift. They observed that the surrounding walls manifested two distinct shades, with the deeper color subtly revealing shadowy figures. These silhouettes appeared eerily human, and there were far too many to count. These are indeed monsters, Chunwen reflected, realizing that the creatures spoken of by the Zhang family were, in fact, real. Teacher, we must devise a plan quickly. Those monsters seem to be approaching the surface of the rock. They may emerge at any moment. Young Su, gripped by fear, collapsed to the ground. Captain Sheen and his team swiftly readied their firearms, bracing themselves for an impending threat. Witnessing this scene, Chunwen felt an overwhelming sense of regret. How foolishly optimistic she had been. If only she had placed her trust in Mr. Zhang from the very beginning. She could have spared Professor Li and the others from such perilous circumstances. Professor Li was filled with regret, striking himself across the face. The viewers in the live stream were also witnessing the shadow on the rock face becoming increasingly distinct. One particular spot had become remarkably clear, and it seemed that it would not be long before something emerged. Great deity, please lend your guidance. Oh, great deity, save them. They are all dedicated to the archaeological pursuits of our nation. I beseech you, great deity. I can offer my apologies or compensation, whether in currency or in kind. And I too, great deity, I implore you to act. Mr. Zhang, I kindly request your assistance. Thank you. Even Chunwen bowed her head in earnest supplication. Zhang Weishan nearly spat out his tea in astonishment. The notion of corporeal compensation was not among his peculiar predilections. Nevertheless, the situation was indeed perilous, prompting him to set down his teacup and send a few messages into the chat. There are two types of creatures within a mountain. The one encountered by Professor Li and his team is relatively weak, so there's no need for excessive concern. Utilizing sonar detection equipment to scan the entire mountain will reveal the escape route. Additionally, those preparing for rescue outside should stock up on strong alkaline sprays and ensure proper personal protection. Chapter 9. Rewarding the Heavenly Eye. Is this weakness? The Great Master has sent another message. It turns out to be rather feeble. Startle me? If the Great Master deems it weak, then surely there is nothing to worry about. Yet, one must be cautious. The weakness referred to by the Great Master may not align with our understanding. That seems unlikely. The Great Master is probably evaluating based on Captain Sheen and his team's prowess. It's possible, but considering that Captain Sheen and his team are well equipped, there shouldn't be significant issues. The live chat continued to buzz with fervent discussions. Observing the lively atmosphere, Zhang Weishan rose to procure some snacks. Upon his return, he chanced upon Shun Wan descending the staircase. However, she appeared deeply troubled, her eyes fixated on her phone, likely preoccupied with concerns regarding the archaeological team. I brought lunch, your favorite sweet and sour shredded pork, Zhang Weishan announced as he placed the meal on the table. Shenwan offered a muted thank you, her gaze still averted from her feet. The stairs leading from the second floor were steep, and she inadvertently missed a step, tumbling down with a sudden cry. Zhang Weishan, startled, dashed forward and caught her just in time. Yet, the height of the stairs proved too much. As Shun Wan landed, her foot twisted awkwardly, accompanied by a faint sound of bone grating. She winced in pain, and by the time Zhang Weishan settled her onto a chair, her face had paled from the discomfort. Her ankle had already begun to swell ominously. Zhang Weishan hurriedly fetched the medicinal alcohol for bruises, applying it while inquiring if a visit to the hospital was necessary. He confessed his inability to perform massage or manipulation, feeling utterly helpless. No need, it's merely a sprain. However, the situation with the teachers is perilous, and I find it difficult to remain at ease. By the way, Zhang Weishan, since you're watching a live stream, do you have any idea what those monsters are? Zhang Weishan appeared somewhat troubled, reluctant to reveal his true identity. I apologize, I'm just overly concerned for the teachers. How could you possibly know? Nonetheless, I appreciate your assistance in saving me. Let us have a meal. Shun Wan managed to smile, allowing Zhang Weishan to support her to the table. She remained fixated on her phone, seemingly anxious about missing any updates from the live stream. Observing this, Zhang Weishan felt a sense of helplessness and returned to his seat, eating while watching the broadcast. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! The archaeological team's guidance has been successful. Congratulations on acquiring the celestial eye. As the system's announcement resonated, Zhang Weishan felt a sudden warmth in his eyes, and darkness enveloped him. Yet, when his vision regained clarity, he distinctly sensed that his sight had become considerably sharper. It was then that he comprehended the true nature of the celestial eye. This remarkable ability could discern various ancient artifacts and antiques, revealing their origins, histories, even their dynasties and values with just a single glance. This capability is of paramount importance for those who delve into tombs, particularly for archaeological teams who, after enduring numerous hardships to reach these sites, may find themselves unaware of what truly constitutes a precious artifact worthy of preservation. It is nothing short of a profound irony. Zhang Weishan is acutely aware that to elevate the legacy of the tomb robber's heavenly official, mere excavation skills are insufficient. One must also possess a wealth of relevant knowledge. The ability to discern the celestial eye effectively compensates for his deficiencies in the understanding of antiques. However, it is regrettable that he lacks the Qilin bloodline, a rare treasure seemingly difficult to acquire. Zhang Weishan pondered this in silence. At that moment, Shunwan suddenly seized Zhang Weishan's arm, her face etched with concern. Zhang Weishan, it's bad. The monster from Professor Li's location has appeared. Are you watching? Zhang Weishan was momentarily taken aback and turned his gaze towards the live stream. They were seated directly across from each other. Thus Shunwan could not see Zhang Weishan's computer. Otherwise, he might have logged out to conceal his identity. In the live stream, it was evident that many viewers were becoming agitated. Oh my, these monsters certainly know how to choose their moments, right as we're having lunch. Who isn't? I dashed over here before finishing my meal. Damn it, these monsters can't possibly be thinking of having lunch too, right? Let us hope Professor Li and his team are all right. They must hold on. Keep the faith. They'll surely be fine. The experts have stated that these monsters are relatively weak. Indeed, these creatures are comparatively feeble. It should be all right. The individuals in the live broadcast room were still fervently praying. However, in the next moment, the scene that unfolded before their eyes left them utterly astonished. Captain Sheen promptly commanded his teammates to open fire. Bullets, akin to tongues of flame, surged towards the creature that had emerged from the crust. Yet, the entity exhibited no fear of the gunfire. Many bullets passed cleanly through its body, merely causing it to stagger back a few steps before it lunged forward once more. Captain, this creature is impervious to bullets. Should we resort to bayonets? One team member exclaimed. Bring out the bayonets. Everyone aim for its head. Other creatures are about to emerge. We must devise a strategy to confront them, or we will be unable to withstand the external rescue efforts. Captain Sheen shouted. Understood. The team replied, swiftly complying. These individuals, dedicated to the archaeological endeavors of Huaxia, had been dispatched to safeguard the members of the excavation team. Each was a top-tier elite, exhibiting exceptional execution capabilities. The bullets altered their trajectory and simultaneously transformed the creature's head into a sieve, with streams of green liquid gushing forth. Nevertheless, the creature remained unfazed, charging towards him once again. The viewers in the live broadcast could not help but swallow hard, their hearts filled with trepidation. Some even commented in the chat, "Is this what you call weak, oh great one?" Even with their minds muddled, they're still alive. I previously mentioned that the concept of weakness as articulated by the master might not align with our understanding. If this truly qualifies as weakness, then I must be labeled as a mere weakling. What should we do, oh great one? Are you present? Indeed, what's to be done now? These firearms are ineffective against these entities. The viewers in the live stream were frantically searching for Zhang Weishan. Yet, Zhang Weishan remained composed, calmly enjoying his meal. If these troubles cannot be resolved, the archaeological team might as well return home. To continue guiding them would only lead to their detriment. At this moment, Shenwan had lost her appetite, anxiously fixated on her phone. Is there no sage present? What shall we do? Professor Li and the others might be in peril. Good heavens, Captain Sheen and his team have already resorted to using bayonets. This has indeed become a serious predicament. Are you there, wise one? "Oh great master, I implore your guidance," Shunwan hurriedly messaged in the live stream. However, she did not enjoy the privilege of attention, and her messages quickly vanished into the abyss. She contemplated calling Chunwan, but ultimately refrained. Chunwan was likely even more anxious than she was. She could not afford to burden her further. "Zhang Weishan, are you not the least bit concerned?" Chunwan suddenly turned to Zhang Weishan and inquired, noticing that he was still savoring the flavor of a marinated egg. It was as if the live stream was merely a film, and he seemed utterly unconcerned about the outcome. Chapter 10. The rescue team sets off. Molochuo refers to the mountain. Zhang Weishan, feeling somewhat awkward, finished his tea egg and remarked, "It should be fine, right? Captain Sheen and his team are well equipped. They will surely turn the tide." He pointed out, "Look, the creature's head is about to fall off. Once it drops, there will be no more trouble. Once the head falls off, there will be no issue." "How can you be so certain?" Shinwan inquired reflexively. "Well, isn't that what they say on television? It's how it's portrayed in zombie movies." Zhang Weishan replied, feeling embarrassed. Shinwan pondered for a moment and realized that he was indeed correct. Yet, could such cinematic cliches truly be trusted? She quickly glanced at the live stream, where Captain Sheen and his team were already engaged in a fierce struggle with the creature. The monster, having been battered by gunfire, was on the verge of disintegration. After a few soldiers pounced on it, it soon crumbled into a pile of rubble, its head completely destroyed. Seeing the outcome, Captain Sheen understood the situation and shouted, "It's the head. We need to take off its head. Once that's done, there will be no more trouble. Aim for the neck." "Understood, Captain." The soldiers responded promptly. However, almost simultaneously, Professor Lee shouted, "Captain Sheen, another one is about to emerge from this side." The atmosphere in the live stream grew tense once more. Nevertheless, Captain Sheen appeared to have been correct. Subsequently, they unleashed their full firepower, targeting the necks of the creatures. Within mere seconds, they dispatched one after another. As the monsters' heads fell, their combat effectiveness vanished entirely, leaving them lifeless on the ground. In less than 10 minutes, the creatures lurking within the walls were utterly vanquished. Shinwan, filled with excitement, grasped Zhang Weishan's hand and exclaimed, "You were right. Indeed. The heads of those monsters were their Achilles' heel." Perhaps the weakness the master referred to was precisely this. Only we failed to comprehend his meaning. The master is truly remarkable. It seems he possesses an extraordinary depth of knowledge. Zhang Weishan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, could only bow his head and continue eating. The viewers in the live stream collectively exhaled in relief. The master was correct. Striking at their heads indeed proved effective. "Exactly. I thought the master was jesting. I never imagined this was the implication." The master could be quite frustrating, never articulating clearly. What do you know? If the master explained everything, it would be as if he were to descend into the tomb himself. The point made above is valid. Why doesn't the archaeological team, simply invite the master to assist? I wonder, perhaps they have yet to establish contact with him. Or maybe he simply prefers not to come. That seems unlikely, considering the archaeological team's compensation. Who could refuse? That is hard to say, after all. This is the master we're talking about. Professor Lee and the others felt a temporary sense of safety. However, they still awaited rescue from the outside and were uncertain about the progress of the mountain detection by the archaeological team. After finishing their meal, Zhang Weishan and Shun Wan tidied up briefly. Due to her foot injury, Shun Wan decided to remain downstairs and asked Zhang Weishan to assist her in retrieving the computer. In the inner office, preparations for his thesis were underway, while Zhang Weishan had taken a brief respite for lunch. The subsequent tasks largely required no intervention from him, as he was also preoccupied with sorting antiques in the afternoon. Meanwhile, at the archaeological site in Benai, student Liu rushed over exclaiming, "Teacher, the results of the mountain detection will be available soon. Should we contact that esteemed figure for guidance?" Chunwen nodded, though a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Based on previous encounters, this esteemed individual had remained silent after offering advice, even during the monster attack on Captain Sheen and his team, choosing not to intervene. Perhaps he deemed it unnecessary to speak, or perhaps he wished to assess the capabilities of their archaeological team. Regardless, reaching out to such an elusive figure proved to be a formidable challenge. Indeed, despite Yun Yun's persistent calls on the live broadcast, no response came. Lu could only return in disappointment. Soon after, a staff member approached with the awaited report, exclaiming, "Team leader, the results are in." Chenwen glanced at the findings and instantly grasped Zhang Weishan's intentions regarding the comprehensive detection of the mountain. It appeared that the mountain's interior was riddled with numerous passages, intricately woven like a spider's web. Although these passages were complex, they could lead to the location where Professor Li and his colleagues were trapped. Astonishingly, the nearest passage to the exterior of the mountain was less than 2 meters deep, easily accessible with explosives. Chunwen merely glanced at the situation and promptly identified the most recent rescue route. Xiao Lu, eager to assist, instructed the soldiers outside to prepare for the rescue, emphasizing the necessity of bringing the strong alkali mentioned by that esteemed expert. Such substances might prove effective against those monstrous entities. Yes, teacher, but should we not await further guidance from that expert before we proceed? Xiao Lu expressed his concerns. However, Chunwen resolutely replied, "If every matter requires the intervention of the expert, we might as well resign collectively. That esteemed individual has already imparted the most crucial information. We must rely on ourselves for the rest." "Understood, teacher," Xiao Lu responded and hurried off to relay the message. The rescue team set out 3 minutes later. The live broadcast captured the entire rescue operation in real time. Following the designated route, coupled with breakthroughs from Captain Qin and his team, they anticipated a convergence in as little as half an hour. At that point, they would be able to emerge together. In her heart, Chunwen began to form a judgment about Zhang Weishan, sensing that he likely refrained from engaging in trivialities. However, he would respond to pertinent inquiries and crucial matters. If her assessment proved accurate, this esteemed individual was not aloof, but rather intent on conserving time. Such a knowledgeable person, who did not exhibit anger for their lack of obedience, indicated a broad-minded nature. Should he be recruited into the archaeological team, it could indeed become a significant asset to the field of archaeology. Contemplating this, Chunwen hurried to the live broadcast tent, instructing Yun Yun to activate the stream. Addressing the live audience, she inquired, "Mr. Zhang, are you present? In accordance with your instructions, the rescue team has already set forth. However, what exactly are these creatures? Might you enlighten me? We have conducted extensive investigations in the area and discovered that the locals seem to refer to these beings as Molochuo. I am uncertain if this is accurate. Do you have any knowledge of what this entity might be?" Observing Chun when personally seeking answers has evoked a sense of envy among those in the live stream. Indeed, it is remarkable that a figure of such stature would personally inquire. Who could disagree? Regrettably, I am at a loss. Otherwise, I would certainly provide the professor with an explanation. Does the expert possess insight into this matter? It is difficult to say. The expert has remained silent for quite some time. Could it be that they are also unaware? I find it implausible. Perhaps the expert simply prefers not to answer. Yet, who can truly fathom the thoughts of such a distinguished individual? Noticing the absence of any updates from Zhang Weishan in a live stream, Chunwen felt a tinge of disappointment. Could it be that she has misjudged the situation? Or perhaps the sage is indeed a sage, and she is utterly oblivious to their thoughts? Alternatively, could it be that the sage is not currently viewing the live stream? Her mind raced with possibilities, and she sensed that even if she were to personally extend an invitation, the sage might still decline to join the archaeological team. Yet, if she did not at least try, she would feel a lingering sense of regret. This opportunity is not merely for the archaeological team. It represents a significant moment for the entire field of archaeology. Such talent should not be so easily forsaken. Suddenly, as Chunwen was lost in her thoughts, a golden message illuminated the screen. Chapter 11. The invitation ignored, shocking the entire internet professor. "Look, the FHO Zhang clan has appeared," Yin Yin hurriedly reminded. "I knew the FHO Zhang clan wouldn't disregard us," Chunwen exclaimed, filled with excitement, but she was taken aback upon seeing Zhang Weishan's response. What does it mean that Miluo To refers to a mountain? Many in the live stream were equally perplexed. They had only heard Chun when mentioned Miluo Ta, which should pertain to those monsters. But what does it mean that Miluo Tuo is a mountain? Great deity, please enlighten us. What does it mean that Miluo Tuo is a mountain? Indeed, great deity, if Miluo Ta is a mountain, What then are those monsters? Are they the offspring of Miluo? How could that be? Can a mountain give birth? Have you watched too many horror films? What does the great deity mean? Professor Chun, can you comprehend this? At that moment, Chun Wen was equally bewildered, yet she inherently possessed more knowledge than the average person. When their archaeological team arrived, they conducted an in-depth investigation to understand the ancient tombs, delving into local customs and legends. According to ancient Miao records, there existed only the term Miluo Ta, without a clear indication that it referred to these monsters. Since they were unaware of the monsters residing within the mountain at that time, they cannot grasp the essence of Miluo Ta. After discovering the monsters, she assumed that Miluo Tuo referred to them. However, a single statement from the Fa Qiuzhang clan completely overturned this hypothesis. As Chun Wen gazed at the live stream, a bold conjecture suddenly dawned upon her. Mr. Zhang, when you mentioned Miluo, did you imply that those monsters are the offspring of the mountains? Oh, Professor Chun, I merely spoke offhandedly. Why would you take it to heart? Indeed, Professor, such a notion is implausible. How could a mountain possibly bear children? However, I believe the deity may possess deeper meanings. Chun Wen interjected, shaking her head. It is not entirely unfounded. During my excavation of an ancient tomb from the Warring States period, I encountered a peculiar phenomenon. A fish encased within stone. For reasons unknown, this creature had been trapped within the rock, surrounded by a pool of clear water, seemingly surviving without sustenance. If what the deity refers to as Miluo indeed signifies mountains, then it is entirely conceivable that the monsters within are the progeny of these great heights. Our nation, China, boasts a history that is both ancient and resplendent. Many treasures have been obscured due to archaeological gaps, buried deep within the currents of time. This is the very objective of us archaeologists, to restore and illuminate these brilliant fragments of history. Though I still struggle to comprehend how mountains could give rise to such entities, I am sincerely grateful to Mr. Zhang for his enlightening insights. With this, Chun Wen sensed an opportunity and earnestly declared her intentions. Mr. Zhang, I have an unusual request. On behalf of the archaeological team, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join us. You may stipulate any conditions you desire. Should you agree, the entire team will heed your command. We earnestly hope you will assist us in uncovering these buried civilizations of remarkable brilliance. I beseech you. Chun Wen spoke with utmost seriousness, even bowing slightly, embodying the very essence of decorum in her invitation. For any reasonable person, there exists no grounds for refusal. Setting aside Chun Wen's genuine sincerity, the compensation offered by the archaeological team is indeed substantial. In our nation, the field of archaeology faces a significant talent gap, and nearly every individual trained in this domain enjoys a commendable remuneration. While it may not quite match the rewards bestowed upon national treasures, the difference is marginal. Who among the ordinary populace would not yearn to join an archaeological team? Yet, the annual recruitment is rather scarce, primarily due to the arduous and perilous nature of the work, resulting in a limited number of participants. How extraordinary! Professor Chun has personally extended the invitation. What a remarkable figure. I am truly moved. If it were me, I would undoubtedly join without hesitation. You are swayed by the compensation, aren't you? This individual is no ordinary person, although I too believe he has no reason to decline. That may not be the case. Can we truly comprehend the thought processes of such an extraordinary individual? I'm already anticipating the appearance of this remarkable person. With such prowess, he must be quite handsome. Perhaps he is an elderly gentleman? Leave me alone. Absolutely impossible. Can you all stop arguing? Why hasn't the master appeared yet? Indeed, after Chun Wen extended her invitation, Fa Qiuzhang sure had not sent any further messages. Could it be that he hadn't seen it? Yet he had just responded to Professor Chen's question. Why then? Did he not reply? Professor, could it be that Fa Qiuzhang sure is also contemplating this? Perhaps we should allow him more time? Yun interjected. Chun Wen found this reasoning plausible, yet a sense of unease lingered in her heart. She could not bring herself to believe that he had overlooked the invitation. It was far more likely that he was unwilling to respond or to join the archaeological team. Individuals of remarkable skill often possess their own principles, and she felt no anger towards him. It was simply a lament that such an esteemed figure could not be drawn into the archaeological team. As time continued to pass, the audience in the live stream grew increasingly convinced that Professor Chen's invitation had been disregarded by FHO Zhangshi. Wow, the master's thoughts are truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, even ignoring an invitation from the archaeological team. I'm envious. I would eagerly pay to participate, yet they dismiss the invitation. How can there be such a disparity? The master is impressive. It must be that we lack vision. Surely, he has his own considerations. Indeed, it seems our perspective is limited. Ultimately, Chenwen found herself at a loss and could only express that if FHO Zhangshi wished to connect, he was welcome to do so at any time. The doors of the archaeological team would always remain open for him. Zhang Weishan, of course, had seen Professor Chen's invitation, and he indeed aspired to join the archaeological team at the forefront in the future. However, the time is not yet ripe. As mentioned before, he is exceedingly cautious about his life and must indeed be so. He does not perceive the present moment as a favorable opportunity. His strength remains insufficient, rendering it unnecessary to venture into the forefront at this juncture. He harbors no desire to decline nor to provide an immediate response. Thus he opts for silence. Zhang Weishan, while sorting through the antiques before him, contemplates the rewards that may soon follow. Once the rescue team retrieves Professor Li and the others, he can guide them through the proper entrance. At that time, he may also receive a reward. He wonders if it might be the bloodline of the Qilin. Lost in thought, Shunwan emerges from within, her face etched with confusion. What is this, Zhang Weishan? Did you see? The master actually disregarded my teacher's invitation. This is simply too regrettable. Yes, I noticed, Zhang Weishan replies. Xinwan takes a seat opposite him, rubbing her ankle, which has improved somewhat. While it is quite normal for the master to decline, I still feel a pang of regret. The archaeological divide in our Huaxia is so formidable. If we could secure the master's assistance, it would surely lead to a qualitative breakthrough. However, my teacher has also indicated that the more formidable the individual, the harder they are to invite. Alas, I wonder if the master will indeed join the archaeological team. Perhaps it is for the best that there is no response. I genuinely fear the master might outright refuse. Zhang Weishan, feeling somewhat helpless, notices Shun Wan has also begun to sort the antiques and deftly shifts the topic. You focus on your paper. I shall handle this work. Shun Wan pouted, expressing her feelings. How can one find the mood for such things? The rescue team has already departed, and they will soon rendezvous with Professor Li. I cannot possibly calm my mind to focus on writing my thesis. It will be better to assist you in organizing the antiques. I sincerely hope that Professor Li and the others are safe. Chapter 12. The revelations of the Zhang clan regarding mountain secrets. The task of sorting antiques is exceedingly laborious. Though it merely entails classification, it demands an acute eye for detail. Often, amidst what may appear to be a heap of worthless artifacts, a singular, extraordinary treasure may be concealed. According to Shun Wan, her father's fortune was made in such a manner. He subsequently ventured into this profession. At times, she questions whether her father merely exhausted a lifetime of luck to stumble upon that one valuable find. Otherwise, he wouldn't be confined to such a modest antique shop today. However, Zhang Weishan perceives matters differently. Although Shun, the shop owner, is an ordinary individual, his vision and character are profoundly elevated. Zhang believes that if Shun wished to expand his business, it would undoubtedly be feasible. This notion has been discussed between them, with Shun expressing that great success attracts attention, and that living a simple, honest life is preferable for true contentment. The amount one can earn in their lifetime is predetermined by fate. Thus, if one exhausts their fortune early, they may depart sooner. Therefore, one does not require excessive wealth. Enough to sustain oneself suffices. As the saying goes, life is akin to a few cups of wine. Those who finish first must leave first. Xinwan, being youthful, may not fully grasp her father's perspective. Nevertheless, she senses that her father's way of life is quite satisfactory, as it spares him from significant pressure. While organizing, she inquires of Zhang Weishan, "Do you think that esteemed individual will join the archaeological team? I truly cannot fathom a reason for him to decline." whether guiding from behind the scenes or assisting on-site. It amounts to the same. Given his remarkable abilities, my mentor would surely hesitate to allow him to engage in any perilous endeavors. Zhang Weishan, as a man yourself, if you were to refuse, what would your reason be? Zhang Weishan was taken aback. This question was indeed difficult to answer. Shaoan, I believe you need not worry excessively. That expert may simply be contemplating how to respond. Perhaps, on a certain day, he will reach out to the archaeological team directly. Shenwan nodded, finding some truth in this. Then I shall take your words as an omen of good fortune, and hope that this esteemed individual is merely in a state of contemplation. Otherwise, it would be truly regrettable, given his remarkable talents. He must also be quite handsome, I imagine. As she spoke, Shenwan wore a look of infatuation. Zhang Weishan felt quite awkward. It was the first time he had witnessed Shenwan, the campus belle, so enamored with a man. Shaoan, the time should be about right. The rescue team ought to have rendezvoused with Professor Li. You should attend to your tasks. I can manage this work myself. Shenwan, elated, quickly took out her phone and opened the live stream. You should join me in watching. There is no need to be so serious. We do not yet know when the next business opportunity will arise. Focus on the live stream and don't miss out. Zhang Weishan smiled, but remained silent. He initially intended to tidy up a bit, as there would be few opportunities for guidance before the archaeological team emerged. However, upon hearing Shenwan's next words, he was taken aback. Wonderful news. The rescue team and Captain Sheen have already met. They will be heading back the same way, and it will take no more than 15 minutes. Zhang Weishan quietly returned to his computer. He knew the opportunity for guidance had arrived. In a live broadcast, Yunyan was explaining the rescue situation. As you can see, the rescue team has met with Captain Sheen and will return along the same route, taking no more than 15 minutes. Let us pray for the safe return of the archaeological team and once again express our gratitude to Mr. Zhang for his guidance. Thank you. However, at that moment, several golden bullet comments suddenly appeared. We cannot return the same way. Use strong alkali to spray the walls and wait in place. Rescan the mountain. The detection map has an effective time of only half an hour. As soon as these two messages were sent, the live broadcast room erupted in chaos. Student Xiao Lu hurriedly relayed the news to Chunwen. Teacher, the expert Zhang has spoken again. He said the detection map is only valid for half an hour. We must rescan. But if we rescan, it will take at least 15 minutes to get results. What if Captain Qin? Chunwen, however, showed no hesitation. She understood that Zhang's words had to be heeded, lest the consequences become more troublesome. Have Captain Qin follow his instructions and simultaneously notify the technical department to urgently assess the mountain conditions. Understood. Xiao Lu rushed to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Captain Qin and his team, upon receiving the notification, were utterly bewildered. Student Xiao Su exclaimed, "What is going on? Why not just return the way we came? Why wait here? Who knows how many monsters are lurking around to toy with us?" Xiao Su, don't speak foolishly. There must be a reason why the expert said that. Professor Li, at this moment, was utterly convinced by Zhang's words. Teacher, I understand your faith in him. Yet we must also consider the practical circumstances, insisted Xiao Su. Captain Qin felt a sense of difficulty as well, and when the soldiers interjected, Captain, I will retrace our steps to investigate. If all is well, I shall inform you. If trouble arises, I will retreat. Very well, Captain Qin nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. The soldier promptly set off, while Captain Qin urged the others to swiftly apply strong alkali to the surrounding rock walls. Throughout their journey, they had discovered that the strong alkali proved far more effective than firearms, effectively deterring the monstrous entities from approaching. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, a flurry of comments erupted. What does this mean, Great One? I don't understand. Why not return the same way? Perhaps returning poses a danger. The Great One hasn't specified. Why concern ourselves with so much? Experience shows that following the Great One's guidance is wise. Indeed, there must be rationale behind the Great One's words. We must heed them. Shenwen also hurriedly sent a comment, but it was quickly drowned out. The live stream continuously updated with the latest developments. The soldier returned in a mere 3 minutes, breathless, exclaiming, Captain, it's dire. The path back is gone. It's all dead ends. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. and Xiao Su found it particularly incomprehensible. What does it mean when the path has vanished? How did you manage to enter? I struggle to articulate the sensation. It feels as though, upon our arrival, the route was swiftly sealed once more. This mountain might be alive. Upon hearing this, Captain Qin's expression darkened immediately. Relay my orders. Maintain vigilance and await the latest detection map. The words of that sage have proven unfailingly true. We must adhere to his guidance. Yes, at once. The group began to stand guard. Little Su, overwhelmed, plopped down onto the ground, utterly bewildered. He could scarcely comprehend the situation. Such an occurrence seemed utterly impossible, yet it had manifested. Just who was that sage? The audience in the live stream, similarly astonished, began to kneel in disbelief. Fortunately, 15 minutes is not an eternity. Soon, the results of the mountain's detection emerged. At the moment the results were revealed, everyone was left speechless. The entire mountain detection map was completely different from the last one. The locations of the passages had shifted, as if the previous routes had never existed. Chen Wen, upon seeing these results, understood why the Zhang family of tomb raiders claimed that the detection map was only valid for half an hour. Because within this mountain, the passages are subject to change. Xiao Lu quickly sent it over. Urge Captain Qin and the others to locate the nearest passage out. Yes. Chapter 13. The archaeological team of the yin-yang diagram escapes what on earth is happening with this mountain. I am uncertain, but it appears that the Zhang family of the Fakyu clan indicated that we cannot retrace our steps, possibly referring to this very situation. Captain, Team Leader Chen mentioned that the Fakyu Zhang clan has cautioned us. This detection diagram is only valid for half an hour, and we must act swiftly. Captain Qin and his team were astonished upon viewing the transmitted detection diagram. No one anticipated that the outcome suggested by the Fakyu Zhang clan would be such. The pathways within the mountain are capable of shifting. This is utterly inconceivable. Nonetheless, seasoned veterans like Captain Qin quickly discerned the latest route and commenced preparations for a breakout. Just as they detonated the entrance to the passage, a multitude of monstrous creatures surged forth. One soldier, caught off guard, was immediately knocked to the ground. Captain Qin urgently called for assistance while instructing Professor Li to lead the others into the passage and evacuate. The scene was sheer chaos. Viewers in the live stream were equally anxious for the team, seeing that they had discovered a new pathway. Zhang Weishan chose not to dwell on the situation further and resumed his work. Meanwhile, Shen Wan remained fixated on the mobile screen, her fists clenched in a display of tension, as though she were present at the scene. With the detection diagram's validity limited to half an hour, their escape should not be far off. Zhang Weishan contemplated the ancient artifacts scattered on the ground before him, speculating on the rewards this venture might yield. He hoped for the bloodline of the Qilin. The advantages of these rewards are profoundly understood by him. Particularly, the last gift of the Eye of Insight has significantly accelerated his ability to sort antiques. Were it not for Shen Wan's presence, he could have worked in even swifter pace for fear of being perceived as negligent. He could have completed the task in less than an hour. Indeed, barely 10 minutes had passed when the system's voice resonated. Ding! Archaeological team guidance successful. Reward of the yin-yang diagram has been integrated. The yin-yang diagram? What could this be? Zhang Weishan was momentarily taken aback, as an influx of information surged into his mind. Almost instantaneously, he comprehended the essence of this artifact. As the saying goes, from the Tao comes one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. The yin-yang diagram is the origin of the I Ching's Bagua from ancient times. All of nature embraces yin and bears yang. Though there are but two categories, they can delineate the pathways of the myriad principles of the universe. The so-called feng shui secrets of later generations actually stem from yin and yang. It is said that this diagram was possessed by the feng shui master Yuan Tiangang. This diagram, born anew, has been passed down through his lineage. In later epochs, the Fakyu Tianguan simplified it, leading to the creation of the Fakyu Tiantu. When it reached the hands of the Majin Shaowei, it was further distilled into the 16-character yin-yang feng shui secrets and the dragon-seeking technique. Strictly speaking, this yin-yang diagram is essentially the ancestor of feng shui. Its intrinsic elements of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, along with its divinatory techniques, are truly extraordinary. Although Zhang Weishan has assimilated the information regarding the yin-yang diagram, he finds many aspects of it rather perplexing, even to himself, despite its profound nature. This knowledge serves as a formidable tool for tomb exploration. Zhang Weishan feels a sense of satisfaction. However, the absence of the Qilin bloodline leaves him somewhat discontented. It is as if all preparations are in place, yet he awaits that final gust of favorable wind. Splendid. Zhang Weishan is elated. For Professor Li and the others have finally emerged. How wonderful! Suddenly, Shenwan leaped up in excitement. Yet, it appears she has forgotten about her injured ankle, and upon landing, she winced in pain. Nevertheless, her brow is adorned with joy. Indeed, Zhang Weishan nodded, acknowledging her enthusiasm. Shenwan, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "What is your reaction? The archaeological team has returned safely. Aren't you happy?" "I am happy, but they still haven't located the ancient tomb." Zhang Weishan replied casually. "Ah, that does seem to be the case." Shenwan immediately deflated. However, this archaeological expedition was perilous, and it may require some time to recuperate. One wonders what exactly the Zhang family ancient building is to have constructed such an impressive ancient tomb. Zhang Weishan, since you share the Zhang surname, do you know the origins of the Zhang family ancient building? Zhang Weishan shook his head. Shenwan seemed to realize that her inquiry was rather casual. After all, there are many people with the surname Zhang in the world. Even in the live stream, some remain unaware. Never mind. Now that the archaeological team is safe, I can rest easy. I shall go prepare my thesis. Tonight, please help me buy dinner. I will reimburse you. Shenwan said as she stood up, preparing to leave. Are you not going home tonight? Zhang Weishan was taken aback. Typically, Shenwan would return home to stay, and consequently, dinner would also be enjoyed there. What could have prompted such a change today? I can't go back with my foot like this. I might need to stay here for a couple of days. I apologize for the trouble. Shenwan replied. No worries. Just make sure to rest well. Zhang Weishan said while glancing at the clock. It was still early, so he resumed his work. The archaeological team indeed emerged, but the reality was far from what Shenwan had envisioned. When Captain Qin and the others escaped, they realized that Xiao Su was missing. Upon reviewing the live broadcast footage, they discovered that Xiao Su had been dragged away by a creature during the chaos. At that moment, no one had noticed the tumultuous scene. Only after they had emerged and conducted a head count did they realize that one person was unaccounted for. When Captain Qin and his team attempted to return to rescue him, they found that the passage had changed once again. Upon hearing this news, Professor Li fainted from grief. Out of 3 students and 1 professor, only he and 1 student emerged. The other 2 students remained forever within the mountain. This blow was immense for Professor Li and represented a significant loss for the archaeological community as a whole. When the news was made public, it deeply moved everyone in the live broadcast room. What peace there is in the passage of time is merely the result of others shouldering burdens for us. May the departed rest in peace. You are all heroes of the Huaxia nation. To those who have criticized Professor Li, please take a moment to pause. He has dedicated himself to the archaeological endeavors of our country. Indeed, even if Professor Li has made countless mistakes in the past, he has acknowledged his errors. Why must you continue to hold it against him? I only hope that the archaeological team will exercise caution on their next expedition and heed the counsel of the Zhang family of fake. I wholeheartedly agree. If we could receive guidance from the esteemed master, the outcomes would surely differ. We implore the esteemed master to return. We beseech the esteemed master for direction. The archaeological endeavors of Huaxia Nation require your expertise. Online, the call for the Zhang family of Feiqiu to re-emerge grows increasingly fervent. Regrettably, there has been no response. Ultimately, even Shenwan felt compelled to address the matter. Esteemed colleagues, I understand your sorrow for the sacrificed team members. However, this is not a justification for moral coercion. Mr. Zhang has already assisted us significantly. We cannot compel the archaeological team, nor can we impose. If Mr. Zhang is willing to guide us during the live broadcast, we should be profoundly grateful. Our archaeological work will pause for the night. Tomorrow, we shall reorganize our efforts. I hope that we may receive Mr. Zhang's guidance then. Once again, as long as Mr. Zhang is willing. The doors of the archaeological team will always be open to you. Chapter 14. The Decision of Professor Chun. The Titan, in response to the renewed invitations from the entire internet, including a personal appeal from Professor Chun, the Zhang family of Fakeyu remained resolutely silent. Many began to speculate that the Fakeyu Zhang clan might refrain from addressing such remarks, adhering to their customary practice of only intervening when absolutely necessary. With the archaeological team pausing their operations for a reorganization this evening, it seemed unlikely that Fakeyu Zhang would make an appearance anytime soon. Some even pondered whether this enigmatic Zhang might be an artificial intelligence developed by a clandestine national entity, given their remarkable composure. After all, the lucrative offers from the archaeological team would surely tempt all but a select few. At 6 in the evening, Zhang Weishan had finally completed the classification of most antiques. The remaining items were of negligible value, prompting him to pack them away for disposal. That night, Shen Wan chose not to leave. Zhang Weishan procured dinner, and the two shared a meal together. Shen Wan, having managed to adjust her mindset, prepared to work late on her thesis, hastily consuming a few bites before retreating to her tasks. Meanwhile, Zhang Weishan meticulously recorded the grades of the classified antiques before displaying them. This transaction was thus concluded. Before long, the clock struck 8. At the archaeological site, Chunwen instructed her student, Xiao Lu, to initiate a video conference within the confines of the tent. Apart from her, only Xiao Lu was permitted entry. All others were excluded. This meeting was destined to be the most prestigious gathering in the realm of archaeology. The participants consisted solely of Chun Wan and a few elderly gentlemen on the other side of the computer. Even Xiao Lu was unable to view the computer screen, standing by in readiness. Soon, the video conference was connected. On the other end, a bright office was visible, featuring an exceptionally large conference table capable of accommodating 20 individuals simultaneously. However, at that moment, only 3 figures occupied it, while behind them loomed piles of ancient texts and documents. This was evidently a substantial office space. Greetings, Professor Sun, Professor Mu, and esteemed teacher, Chinwen said with a serious demeanor. The 3 individuals on the computer screen were none other than the most influential figures in contemporary Huaxia: Professor Sun, Professor Mu, and Professor Chun. Among them, Chunwen was the proud protege of Professor Chun, while Professor Mu held the highest status among the trio. Xiaowen, we have heard about the situation on your end. Please share your arrangements, Professor Chun said, removing his glasses to wipe them before putting them back on. Chunwen nodded and promptly outlined her plans. The morale of the archaeological team was currently low, although Professor Li and others had returned safely. The death of Xiao Su had starkly highlighted their lack of understanding regarding the archaeological situation and their inadequate situational assessments. The overnight pause that Chunwen had previously announced was, in fact, intended to discuss forthcoming arrangements with these 3 eminent scholars. Based on the current circumstances, it appeared that the ancient tomb of Ba Nai might indeed be the Zhang family ancient tower. However, our detection equipment was unable to probe into the depths of the mountain. It is with great embarrassment that I admit our current understanding of this ancient tomb is shrouded in darkness. Thus, I have conceived an idea, the feasibility of which I am eager to discuss with the 3 esteemed seniors. Without further ado, Chunwen stated, I am prepared to announce that all forthcoming plans of the archaeological team will be conducted in accordance with the guidance of the Zhang family of tomb raiding. I believe he possesses profound knowledge of this site, and adhering to his advice may help us avert potential losses for the team. However, this may render the archaeological team somewhat inept. Therefore, you remain indecisive, do you not? Chun Lao chuckled. Being a mere student, I seek your enlightenment, esteemed teacher. Chunwen replied with a serious demeanor. Yet this time it was not Chen Lao who spoke, but rather Sun Lao, who interjected Xiaowen. We 3 old fellows have deliberated on this Zhang family of tomb raiding as well. Your reasoning holds merit, and we believe it prudent to follow your lead. As for the reputation and standing of the archaeological team, you need not fret. We shall not hold you accountable. Chunwen felt a sense of relief wash over her. In truth, she genuinely wished to proceed according to the Zhang family's guidance. Yet, the fear of public opinion loomed large. The archaeological team's credibility was at stake. If they were to act without direction, would it not imply that anyone could undertake this task? It was only upon receiving the affirmation from her 3 seniors that Chun Wen found the resolve to persist. Xiaowen, please do share your thoughts. At last, Mulao spoke up. The decision you have made indeed aligns perfectly with our desired outcome. The previous guidance from the Zhang family of FHO was merely a superficial beginning. If he is truly a master, the forthcoming expedition into the tomb will be the moment he reveals his genuine prowess. At that juncture, we may witness numerous archaeological techniques that we have yet to even hear of, which would be akin to a long-awaited blessing for our archaeological community. Missing such an opportunity could lead to a lifetime of regret. At this point, Old Mu sighed. The state of archaeology in the Huaxian nation is severely lacking, and our archaeological techniques are woefully outdated. Therefore, Xiaowen, you must remember that our profession has never been glamorous. It is solely about advancing the field of archaeology in Huaxia. Even if it means bearing some notoriety and controversy, what of it? The student understood. Chunwen nodded earnestly, her mind already made up. Now, do not worry too much. As long as the 3 of us are around, we will undoubtedly support you. Ultimately, let me reiterate, FHO Zhang is an extraordinary individual, and we must find a way to integrate him into our archaeological community. If he is willing, he could access the entirety of the resources and personnel within the archaeological realm, and we 3 would be no exception. Teacher, Chunwen exclaimed in surprise. Her eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of esteemed treatment must one receive to utter such words? These 3 before her are undoubtedly titans in the field of archaeology, even possessing dedicated bodyguards for their protection in Huaxia. The personal physician's round-the-clock vigilance is driven by the fear of their health deteriorating, which would signify an unparalleled loss to the field of archaeology. Yet, the fact that they express such sentiments regarding the elusive Zhang of the FHO clan is a testament to the immense regard they hold for this individual. Xiaowen, you cannot yet grasp the significance of this man to the archaeological community. Nevertheless, our collective judgment will prove accurate. Just wait until you embark on the excavation. Numerous archaeological techniques, hitherto unheard of, shall manifest, and these discoveries will be invaluable treasures for our field. In comparison, what do we 3 old men amount to? Chunwen nodded emphatically, her astonishment lingering. What manner of man is Zhang of the FHO clan, that he commands such respect for the triumvirate of archaeology? Who are you, and where do you reside? I must devise a means to locate you. I must. A resolute determination took root within Chunwen. After disconnecting the video call and removing her headphones, she turned to her colleague, Xiao Lu, and instructed, tomorrow at 8 in the morning, issue a public announcement detailing the current situation of the archaeological team. We shall search the entire internet for Mr. Zhang. Without his guidance, no one is permitted to descend into the tomb. Understood. Chapter 15. The archaeological team of Xinhuan seeks the Zhang clan of Feiqiu. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Zhang Weishan returned promptly from his run. In truth, he had not previously been in the habit of morning jogging. It was only after receiving certain rewards the day before that the idea had taken root. The transformation brought about by the Qilin tattoo was profound. Even though he had yet to acquire the blood of the Qilin, the enhancement was already distinctly palpable. He understood that if he wished to elevate the Feiqiu Tingguan lineage, it was inevitable that he would personally descend into tombs in the future. Thus, he embarked on a morning jogging regimen. Although it seemed somewhat belated, even the slightest preparation before battle is worthwhile. He relished the opportunity to engage in embellishments. Zhang Weishan, have you risen? Quickly check the news. The teacher has unexpectedly announced a cessation of all archaeological activities without the guidance of the deities. Zhang Weishan hurriedly got out of bed. Xinhuan's excited voice echoed from upstairs. She held the Feiqiu Zhang clan in high regard, making her reaction entirely reasonable at that moment. Ahem, I'm down here. I've purchased breakfast. Wash up and come down to eat. Zhang Weishan said awkwardly. You. Please wait a moment. Xinhuan seemed a bit embarrassed and took several minutes to finish her morning routine before descending. Upon seeing the breakfast Zhang Weishan had procured, a flush crept upon her fair cheeks. What is wrong? Are you unwell? Zhang Weishan inquired, puzzled. No, it's not that. I have a question for you, Shenwan said bashfully, nibbling on a bun. Do you wake up this early, every day? Zhang Weishan was perplexed by her words. However, he generally did rise not long after dawn, typically around 7:30. Today was an exception. He had awoken before 6. I mean, do you usually get up this early? Why would you want me to bring you breakfast? You don't seem like someone who is frugal. As Shun Wan spoke, her delicate face inadvertently flushed. At that moment, Zhang Weishan also came to a realization. Indeed, if he were to rise so early and still expect a young lady to bring him breakfast, it would seem rather ungracious, especially when he was not one to shy away from expenditure. There could only be one conclusion, which was evident to even the simplest of minds. He must have some interest in her. Ahem, don't overthink it. I only got up early today. Let us eat, Zhang Weishan said, feeling somewhat awkward. Upon hearing this, Shun Wan nodded, her complexion finally returning to normal. To be honest, although Zhang Weishan was undocumented, he was quite handsome. Shun Wan did not find him unappealing, but her thoughts were entirely consumed by archaeology and her papers. She had not truly considered anything beyond that. Seeing Zhang Weishan's calm demeanor made her think she might have been overreacting, so she dismissed her earlier speculations. After breakfast, she prepared to focus on her thesis. Last night's archaeological work had allowed for a night of rest, and this morning they awaited guidance from the experts before proceeding. Moreover, they had yet to find any trace of the ancient tomb. Thus, Shenwan felt that today might be relatively relaxed, and she was determined to make significant progress on her paper. After finishing his meal, Zhang Weishan tidied up and prepared to open for business. Business remained sluggish, and upon opening his computer, Zhang Weishan promptly logged into his account to check the status of the live streaming room. Perhaps today, he might have an opportunity to offer guidance to the archaeological team. As expected, the barrage of comments in the live stream was dominated by discussions surrounding the Zhang family of fake you. Where's the master? The archaeological team is still waiting. Indeed, it's uncertain when the master will come online. Who knows? The master could appear at any moment. The master is online. Quick, look. The master has arrived. Soon, a message appeared in the live stream. Zhang Weishan was taken aback upon seeing the ID, which unmistakably belonged to Shun Wan from the Archaeological University. How did she know he was online? Someone in the chat posed this very question. Wait, isn't that Wan's girlfriend? How did you know the master was here so accurately? Yeah, it seems like you spotted the master the moment he logged in. Impressive. Wan's girlfriend. Are you using some sort of cheat? I had a friend create a small program that automatically notifies me whenever the master logs in. No way you could do it like that. Aren't you afraid of getting a virus on your computer? If it's a friend I know, it's fine. I just worry about online acquaintances who might spread viruses. I didn't know that. Since they're friend from the live stream, it should be safe, right? Shunwan also felt a twinge of concern. I find myself in a dilemma. This esteemed individual has contributed immensely to the field of archaeology, and I am reluctant to miss the opportunity to absorb his insights. Yet, it seems that such a distinguished figure is unlikely to pay attention to us. Thus, I must resort to this rather audacious method. Zhang Weishan listened with a sense of helplessness, for the notification system in the live broadcast room requires mutual following. Only in this manner can one be alerted when the other comes online. Otherwise, popular streamers who do not follow others would be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of attention they receive. However, he had not followed Shenwan. She was the only one who had taken an interest in him. Noticing her eagerness to learn, Zhang Weishan pondered for a moment and then proceeded to click on Shun Wan's profile, choosing to follow her. This way, when he logged on, she would receive a notification. Little did Zhang Weishan know that this simple act elevated him to a VIP status, prompting an immediate barrage of comments in the chat. Zhang of the FHO clan has followed Archaeology University as Shenwan. As this news broke, the live stream erupted with excitement. Oh my, the great master has noticed. I suddenly feel as though Wan is drifting away from me. Surely not. Great master, have mercy. I have harbored a secret admiration for Wan for several years. You've lost your chance. The great master has surely taken note of Xiao Wan and is preparing to make his move. The great master is not so pedestrian as you. Zhang Weishan has followed me. Did you see that? How exhilarating. In the room, Shun Wan's voice rang out with enthusiasm. Zhang Weishan could only smile helplessly as he responded. Indeed, but perhaps you should consider uninstalling that app. Be wary of potential addiction. Understood. Shen Wan was quite elated. However, within mere seconds, a sudden exclamation echoed from within. Why has my computer screen gone black? Could it truly be infected with a virus? Zhang Weishan, do you comprehend computers? Come assist me. Zhang Weishan, feeling exasperated, realized that this improbable situation had indeed befallen him. It was quite absurd. Nevertheless, possessing some knowledge of computers, he rose and approached to investigate. Meanwhile, at the archaeological camp of Benai, a voice exclaimed, "Teacher, Mr. Zhang has logged in and is even following your student Chen Wan. You should still be online." Little Lu hurriedly relayed the message to Chen Wan. Overjoyed, Chen Wan promptly responded, "Have Yin Yin start the live stream." In less than a minute, Chen Wan appeared on the live broadcast. "Mr. Zhang, are you there? Our archaeological team is fully prepared. Yet we have made no progress regarding the entrance to this ancient tomb. We kindly request your guidance. Our archaeological team would be immensely grateful, and to demonstrate our sincerity, we shall offer you compensation for each piece of advice you provide." Mr. Zhang, are you there? Compensation? Wow, I can earn money while watching a live stream. I'm envious. So am I, but we are utterly unaware of the circumstances here. The master is indeed extraordinary. A VIP receives complimentary access and can even earn rewards. How enviable. Is the master present? Professor Chun is looking for you. Where's the master? Why has he vanished after following little Wan Wan? Chapter 16. The archaeological team's despair as Zhang Weishan makes his entrance at this moment. Zhang Weishan wore an expression of embarrassment as he gazed at Shen Wan's laptop. Well, I truly find myself at a loss here. I am not particularly adept at dealing with issues of this nature. How about this? I shall take your laptop to the repair shop, and you may utilize the office computer for the time being. However, regarding your thesis, that is of no concern, Shen Wan replied with a smile. I have diligently saved all my work on a USB drive, so I have taken precautions. Nevertheless, perhaps I should go myself, as the repair shop is conveniently nearby. Shen Wan felt a twinge of guilt for continually imposing on Zhang Weishan, despite him being a colleague of her father. After all, he was not her servant. He devoted his time and energy to managing the antique shop. Zhang Weishan chuckled lightly. It's perfectly fine. The shop isn't generating any income today anyway. Besides, your leg is still recovering. With that, he began to gather his belongings before heading out to log off from his account. Such information could not remain accessible. Otherwise, should Shen Wan come across it, it would be difficult to explain. Shen Wan quickly prepared her computer and brought it out. Zhang Weishan borrowed her bicycle and set off for the repair shop. Shen Wan felt a touch of embarrassment, but recalling that a renowned expert had recently taken an interest in her, she dismissed her concerns and hurried to use the office computer. However, upon starting it, she was taken aback. She discovered that the computers in the shop were astonishingly antiquated, with even the operating system being a rather ancient version of Windows 98. It is perplexing how this system perceives live broadcasts. Zhang Weishan is truly remarkable. Shen Wan, feeling speechless, hurriedly logged into the live stream while simultaneously opening her own thesis. Indeed, the entire chat room was fervently beseeching for the guidance of the revered Qiu Zhang. However, upon glancing at the screen, Shen Wan was taken aback to discover that the esteemed figure had abruptly gone offline. Oh, Xiao Wan Wan is online. Tell me, Xiao Wan Wan, where have you taken our esteemed master? Indeed, has our revered master been overworked? Quickly bring back the master, you little enchantress. Shen Wan was left utterly bewildered by the chaotic messages flooding the chat. Just then, she received a phone call from Chen Wan. Hello, teacher. What is the matter? Xiao Wan, I was just about to ask you. Why did Mr. Zhang follow you and then log off? Do you know each other? Chen Wan inquired anxiously over the phone. Teacher, how could that possibly be? If I were acquainted with such a luminary, I would certainly introduce you. This must be mere coincidence. My computer just got infected with a virus. Shen Wan hurriedly explained. Chen Wan, still skeptical, responded, well, you must understand the significance of Mr. Zhang to us. If you manage to contact him, be sure to obtain his contact details. Understood. Shen Wan promptly ended the call. Shen Wan gazed at her computer screen, utterly at a loss for words. She recognized that the live chat participants were merely engaging in frivolous banter for amusement. Even if she were to genuinely know the esteemed figure, few would believe her claims. Where has the esteemed expert truly gone? How could they have logged off alongside oneself? It is indeed perplexing. Ultimately, unable to fathom the situation any longer, she resolved to immerse herself in writing her own thesis. Meanwhile, within the live stream, the absence of the Fa Chiozhang clan was palpable. Consequently, Chunwen reluctantly announced that today would be a day of continued reflection, awaiting the emergence of the Fa Chiozhang clan before proceeding. The release of this news evidently incited dissatisfaction among numerous netizens, who vociferously questioned whether they were an archaeological team or if it was he who held that title. Did their work cease in his absence? Faced with such skepticism, Chunwen merely replied, "He possesses greater prowess than us. I cannot assure that my efforts will surpass his guidance." After that, she refrained from further comment. Just as old Mu remarked last night, there will always be voices of doubt. However, if you are certain of your correctness, do not yield easily. Persevere. For rewards will eventually manifest. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, as Chunwen concluded a segment of her thesis, Zhang Weishan finally returned. The computer had been repaired, and the technician advised against indiscriminately accepting files. Fortunately, she had uninstalled it early. Otherwise, that virus could have activated her camera, likely with the intent to invade her privacy. Is it that severe? I shall remember this. Chunwen responded, a shiver of apprehension coursing through her. In a live stream, where countless individuals called her their wife, she had chosen to disregard such remarks. Little did she know that some individuals, undeterred by mere words, might indeed take action. Thankfully, the expert had taken notice of her. Otherwise, she might have remained oblivious to someone encroaching upon her privacy. I apologize for the inconvenience. You haven't had a meal yet, have you? Allow me to treat you. Before Chunwen could finish her sentence, Zhang Weishan had already brought out the food. Just happened to be on the way. Well then, I shall treat you to dinner tonight. Chunwen replied with a smile, simultaneously taking her laptop. How is the live broadcast room faring? Zhang Weishan inquired as he settled down. The teachers are nearly in despair. The expert has not shown up all morning, and their archaeological work has come to a standstill. Moreover, they suspect that I have somehow caused the expert's absence. I feel utterly wronged. As she spoke, Chunwen pressed her palms together, raising her chopsticks in a gesture of supplication. Oh, great expert, please log in soon. I can barely bear this unjust blame any longer. Zhang Weishan shook his head in resignation and logged into his account. The two of them dined while monitoring the situation in the live broadcast room. To be frank, despair was pervasive in the current atmosphere of the broadcast. The archaeological team remained inactive, awaiting Zhang Weishan. However, he had yet to log in, and even Chunwen was uncertain how much longer she could endure. My goodness, are my prayers truly that effective? The expert has logged in, Chunwen suddenly exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, a message was sent out in the live broadcast room. A wave of viewers, already teetering on the edge of despair, erupted upon seeing Chunwen's message. No way, the expert really logged in. What on earth did you do to the expert, Xiao Wanwan? I beg for mercy, expert. I'm worried about your stamina. Expert, are you alright? Would you like some grilled kidneys to replenish your strength? Expert, Professor Chun and the others have been waiting for you for quite some time. Are you well? How absurd. The great master is not as despicable as you think. Chunwen exclaimed in frustration, sending a barrage of comments. However, her remarks did not stir much commotion. Meanwhile, Chunwen received news of Zhang Weishan's online presence. To be honest, she had been vigilantly stationed at the live broadcast tent. Upon seeing Zhang Weishan online, she hurriedly addressed him. Mr. Zhang, your arrival is most timely. Our archaeological team awaits your guidance. Could you perhaps shed light on the entrance to this ancient tomb? We are utterly at a loss, she continued. Must we venture inside the mountain itself? Chunwen voiced her queries in one breath. The others were apprehensive, fearing Zhang Weishan might once again remain silent and abruptly log off. They held their breath, fixated on the screen. The entrance is located on the side of the mountain. 1,000 meters to the right of the cave, he replied. Utilize the whirlwind shovel to excavate the dragon-scale thief's cave for 50 meters, and you will uncover the entrance. At last, 2 golden comets appeared. In that moment, nearly everyone was overwhelmed with joy tears of elation filling their eyes. Indeed, the master had not forsaken them. Although he had remained silent until now, he had extended his assistance. A method to locate the passage into the ancient tomb had been revealed. Xiaolu, quickly take note of this and proceed to search for the entrance. Also, bring the whirlwind shovel. Yes, but, teacher, what exactly is this dragon-scale thieves' cave? Xiaolu inquired, puzzled. Chunwen paused, realizing she too was unaware. Here it comes, she thought. As they mentioned, Mr. Zhang indeed possesses knowledge of archaeological techniques that even they are oblivious to. This dragon-scale thieves' cave is likely one of them. Chapter 17. What is the dragon-scale burglary hole of Yin and Yang? Filled with excitement, Chenwen was eager to inquire about the meaning of this dragon-scale burglary hole. While she was well aware of what a burglary hole entailed, she pondered whether this dragon-scale variant was indeed distinct from the ordinary ones. After a moment of reflection, Chenwen realized she had been somewhat hasty in her enthusiasm. The Fa Qiuzhang family owed them nothing, despite the archaeological team promising rewards. Yet, the Fa Qiuzhang family had not mentioned any such matters, clearly indicating that they were not motivated by material wealth. It was imperative not to take their guidance for granted, as that would be highly inappropriate. With this in mind, Chenwen adjusted her mindset and adopted a student-like demeanor, asking Mr. Zhang, "Is there any significance to this entrance? I would be grateful for your insights. Could it be that the previous passages through the mountains were mere illusions?" Her sincerity was palpable, leaving Zhang Weishan somewhat abashed. In truth, this entrance had been conceived by a previous author, yet was not to be regarded as an arbitrary insertion. This entrance held importance within the context of the five elements and feng shui. Zhang Weishan had not fully grasped this concept previously, but upon acquiring the yin-yang diagram, he was beginning to discern its underlying principles. Please provide me with an aerial view of the local mountain range. A golden barrage of comments illuminated the screen. Chunwen's heart raced with exhilaration as she urged the staff to send it forth. The viewers in the live broadcast also shared in her excitement. The esteemed expert is about to commence his elucidation. How does one record the screen? Does anyone know how to utilize the screen recording feature? It is prohibited to record in the official livestream room. Perhaps one could resort to filming with a mobile device. However, the resolution of mobile phones is inadequate. It might be best to take notes with pen and paper. Indeed, listening to the expert's live stream not only broadens one's horizons, but also enriches one's knowledge. Does Zhang Weishan have a pen? Shenwan unexpectedly dashed out of the room, visibly anxious, seemingly eager to take notes as well. Is this truly necessary? You are a distinguished student from the Archaeology Institute. Must you also jot things down? Zhang Weishan offered a pen, but Shenwan waved it away. You do not comprehend. This sage possesses an immense understanding of archaeological culture. In the vast ocean of knowledge, I am simply not on par with him. I must hasten to record this. By the way, you should pay close attention as well. This is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhang Weishan, feeling somewhat helpless, noticed that many in the livestream room were already on high alert. He could only reluctantly send out a few comments. This place intriguingly aligns with the principles of feng shui and the art of Qimen Duanjia. The Xingmen serves as the entry point. The passage within the mountain cannot lead to the ancient tomb. However, the circumstances here are peculiar. The Xingmen can only be opened once a month. Golden comments illuminated the screen, and everyone, including Chunwen, busily began to take notes, seemingly fearful of missing out. However, as they continued to write, they realized that Zhang Weishan's statements bore little substantive significance. Many had never even heard of Qimen Duanjia or the five elements theory. The gaps in archaeological knowledge in the Huaxiao nation are alarmingly profound, especially in the realm of feng shui. Even among archaeologists, few possess substantial knowledge. However, Chunwen was aware of some aspects, and she was astonished to discover that this Zhang of the Fa Qiu clan was well versed in the principles of the five elements and the Bagua. The teacher remarked how accurate this was, declaring that this remarkable individual was indeed extraordinary. Chunwen felt as though she had opened a portal to a new world. Fervently eager to learn more, she eagerly inquired, "Mr. Zhang, could you elucidate how the art of the five elements and the Qimen Duanjia intertwine with this aerial map? Regrettably, I must admit that we, as members of the archaeological team are rather ignorant in this regard, Zhang replied. I would appreciate your insights, Mr. Zhang. However, if it poses any inconvenience, please do not feel obliged, Chunwen said, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the multitude of her inquiries. Yet, Zhang Weishan was unfazed. Primarily, he was motivated by a desire to reward curiosity. Additionally, he bore the responsibility of promoting the Fa Qiu Tianguan profession and aspired for the archaeological field in China to flourish, thereby allowing for the selection and nurturing of promising talents. Nevertheless, addressing Chun Wen's question would not be a straightforward task. Zhang Weishan scrutinized the aerial map, contemplating how best to respond to her inquiry. Meanwhile, at the archaeological site, a sense of unease arose among the team. Teacher, do you think we are asking too many questions? Little Lu voiced his concern. I cannot be certain, but I feel that Mr. Zhang does not seem to possess an aloof demeanor, another replied. Chun Wen, too, felt a bead of sweat form in her palm. Torn between her eagerness to acquire knowledge and her anxiety about potentially irritating the Fa Qiuzhang clan, Yin Yun gazed at the live stream and remarked, Captain Chun, I believe there will be no issues. Based on the recent occurrences, Mr. Zhang does not strike me as a miserly individual. Let's exercise a bit more patience. Chun Wen nodded in agreement, sharing a similar sentiment. It was evident that this Zhang from the Fa Qiuzhang family possessed a demeanor that was cool on the outside, yet warm within. Suddenly, little Lu exclaimed with excitement. The esteemed teacher has spoken, but why is it a picture of Zhang? Almost simultaneously, everyone noticed a striking image amidst the golden stream of comments. Chun Wen hurriedly clicked on the image and discovered it was the aerial view of the mountain previously shared by the archaeological team. However, around the image, 8 directions were marked corresponding to the 8 doors: the open door, the rest door, the life door, the injury door, the poison door, the scenic door, the alarm door, and the death door. Among these 8, only the life door was distinctly labeled with the word entrance. Clearly, this was the answer provided by Zhang Weishan. What does this mean? I can't comprehend it at all, one commented. I am equally perplexed. What could the master possibly mean? Another added, this is too profound. I feel utterly foolish, lamented a third. Why am I so dim-witted? I wonder if Professor Chen understands this. Teacher, can you decipher this? Little Lu awkwardly inquired, as she was utterly baffled. However, a spark of understanding illuminated Chun Wen's eyes. I cannot grasp it entirely, but this is undoubtedly related to the ancient art of feng shui. Chun Wen knew that Mr. Mu, one of the 3 great masters of feng shui, had conducted extensive research over the years and should possess some insights on matter. However, upon examining the research material of Master Mu, it appears that it does not possess the intricate complexity of the Zhang clan of Feiqiu. Perhaps this Zhang from Feiqiu possesses a mastery of feng shui that surpasses even that of Master Mu, one of the 3 esteemed figures. This matter is beyond my capacity to contemplate. News will soon arrive from Master Mu. This Zhang of Feiqiu is undoubtedly a colossal treasure within the realm of archaeology. No, I must acquire more knowledge. Chun Wen thought to herself, urgently addressing Xiao Lu, you must find a way to document every single comment sent by Mr. Zhang. This will undoubtedly elevate our archaeological discipline by decades. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Understood, teacher. Xiao Lu hurriedly set about making arrangements. Chun Wen then composed herself and earnestly addressed the live stream, saying, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Zhang, for my lack of understanding. However, I am committed to diligent study and have dispatched a team to locate the entrance. There is one point I do not grasp. What exactly is this dragon scale tomb? How does it differ from a typical tomb? This is the first time I have encountered such a term. I must trouble you for clarification. I truly apologize. Zhang Weishan observed the live stream without displaying any impatience. On the contrary, he understood that the archaeological team would likely be equally unaware of the dragon scale tomb. For this type of tomb, aside from the Feiqiu Tianguan, no one else possesses knowledge of it. Not even the renowned tomb raiders would dare to engage with the dragon scale tomb. Chapter 18. The archaeological community discovers a treasure in the form of an extraordinary computer in the annals of the secret history of tomb raiding. There exists a peculiar account. The practices of the FHO and MO gene involve the establishment of tomb entrances through the art of theft, invariably initiating with the creation of a breach. This implies that whether one is a FA Qiu Tianguan or a MO gene Xiao Wei, entering a tomb necessitates the formation of a theft passage. Among these, the theft passages crafted by the MO gene Xiao Wei are particularly renowned within the realm of tomb raiding, earning admiration even from archaeologists. Some of these passages, though they may lie nearly 1,000 meters from the actual ancient tomb, are still able to reach the subterranean chambers with remarkable precision, attesting to their exceptional skill. However, while the public acknowledges the prowess of the MO gene Xiao Wei, they remain largely unaware that the art of breaching employed by the Fa Qiu Tianguan is even more exquisite. Historical texts reveal that the most adept among the MO gene Xiao Wei are referred to as Yulin passages, named for their resemblance to fish scales, allowing individuals to traverse without leaving a trace. In contrast, the Longlin passages of the Fa Qiu Tianguan are said to exhibit even greater ingenuity. It is rumored that these passages can glide seamlessly, akin to riding on the scales of a dragon, aided by the dragon's innate power. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the Longlin and Yulin passages are not vastly different. The techniques employed are fundamentally the same. The subsequent generations of MO gene Xiao Wei have prioritized efficiency, thus streamlining the process and transforming the Longlin into the Yulin. This alteration may also stem from issues of inheritance. As the superior of the MO gene Xiao Wei, the Fa Qiu Tianguan embodies the saying, "Teach a disciple, and the master may starve." It is conceivable that the Fa Qiu Tianguan deliberately withheld certain techniques. However, such matters remain unprovable. However, from this, one can perceive the formidable nature of the Dragon Scale Thief's Cave. Zhang Weishan organized his thoughts and sent out a few messages. When attacking the Thief's Cave, one must utilize the whirlwind shovel from the inside out, ensuring that each strike does not exceed 5 meters. The amount of soil carried by the whirlwind shovel must not exceed half. Additionally, it is essential to coat the whirlwind shovel with lard, with 3 shovelfuls dipped each time. This method is what leads to the Dragon Scale Thief's Cave. As these 3 golden messages were dispatched, the entire live stream, along with Chunwen, fell silent for a full minute. Clearly, they were all processing the implications of Zhang Weishan's words. Yet, for those in the live stream, these concepts felt distant and obscure. Many were utterly bewildered and did not even know what a whirlwind shovel was. Ultimately, the chat was filled with comments that bore little relevance to the discussion. Incredible. The master is amazing. I bow to the master. I completely don't understand, but it sounds so impressive. A true master indeed. I'm in awe. Chunwen could grasp the essence, though she had never witnessed the Dragon Scale Thief's Cave herself and was filled with anticipation. Xiao Lu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Teacher, we have been using the whirlwind shovel incorrectly all along. I never imagined it was used this way to attack the Thief's Cave. Enough talk. Once the team locates the site, let's begin our attempts. I am equally eager to see the Dragon Scale Thief's Cave." Chunwen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, wishing to witness it firsthand. However, the mere thought of having finally established contact with the Zhang clan of Feiqiu made her pause, if not for her inquisitive nature. No, today's harvest has already been plentiful, and one must not be overly greedy. Too much can lead to indigestion, she reminded herself. She realized, almost unconsciously, that she had become a student, eager to absorb as much knowledge as possible from the Zhang clan. Yet, she was astute enough to understand the importance of moderation. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your guidance. We shall certainly follow your instructions and swiftly locate the entrance," Chunwen said, promptly passing the conversation to Yun while she made her way to the site. Yun, uncertain of how to proceed, understood that retaining such a prominent figure was clearly unattainable. Thus, she resorted to discussing the most sensitive topics at hand to maintain the live stream's engagement and capture the attention of the Zhang clan. Regrettably, her efforts proved futile. Zhang Weishan rose from his chair to dust off the antiques. Many items in the shop had languished unsold for extended periods. However, as Shunwan had remarked, such goods might remain dormant for 3 years. Yet once they began to sell, they could sustain the shop for another 3 years without issue. Most of the inventory here was quite commendable. "Teacher, are you looking for me?" Zhang Weishan suddenly heard Shen Wan seemingly on the phone with Chun Wan from the back room. Hadn't she gone to the site? Why was she suddenly calling Shen Wan? Zhang Weishan found it peculiar. However, he soon heard Shen Wan calling out. "My teacher, Zhang Weishan, unexpectedly invited me to be a guest in the live broadcast room. Once I finish my tasks, I will treat you to dinner." "Oh, no worries," Zhang Weishan replied. Yet he was puzzled as to why Shen Wan was summoned to the live broadcast at such a moment. He did not dwell on it further, as his mind was still occupied with the numerous insights he had shared and the anticipation of his reward. Did he have to wait for the archaeological team to discover the population before receiving it? As he pondered this, Shen Wan's voice echoed in the live broadcast room. "Hello, everyone. I didn't expect to meet you at this hour." "Indeed, Shen Wan. We are all eager to hear your analysis on the Qimin Dunjia discussed by the esteemed Zhang family of the FHO. Furthermore, is the dragon scale tomb quite rare in archaeology?" Zhang Weishan was taken aback. It turned out the purpose was to maintain the excitement. With a resigned shake of his head, he brewed a cup of tea and settled into his chair to listen. After all, Shen Wan was a distinguished student from the Archaeology Academy, and given the severe discontinuity in China's archaeological field, gaining insight into the perspectives of these emerging scholars was indeed valuable. Shen Wan confessed, "To be honest, I feel quite embarrassed. We have no relevant materials regarding the 5 elements, Bagua, or Qimin Dunjia in our school. I once heard my teacher mention that the transmission of such feng shui knowledge had ceased long ago, which is why I completely understand the excitement my teacher felt upon hearing the great master speak of these arts. Of course, we deeply respect the master's personal choices and do not wish to pressure him into joining the archaeological team. We merely hope that he might occasionally offer us some guidance. Those of us in the archaeological field would be immensely grateful. As for the Dragon Scale Thief's Cave, I have never heard of it either, but perhaps I will have the fortune to broaden my horizons this time. Lastly, I would like to express that the insights shared by the master are a treasure for our entire archaeological community. We are truly thankful to Mr. Zhang for his guidance." "Thank you," Yin Yin responded with a smile. "Can you discern aspects from this feng shui diagram that ordinary people cannot perceive?" Shen Wan was taken aback and inwardly lamented. She had already stated her ignorance on the matter, so why did Yin Yin still inquire? Unbeknownst to her, Yin Yin felt equally perplexed, as she understood even less about these topics. However, one cannot allow the conversation to stagnate. What if the great master was still observing? Shen Wan's mind raced. She recognized her lack of understanding regarding these feng shui principles. Discussing them would surely expose her ignorance. Thus, she shifted her perspective, noticing that the photograph released by the Zhang clan seemed to possess some discrepancies. I do feel that something is indeed not quite right. I'm not entirely certain about this, but are there any computer experts in the live stream? Could you assist me in examining this image shared by the expert? It seems that there might be some discrepancies, as the computer interface appears rather peculiar. Chapter 19. A call for justice for the great god of Wen. 98. The peculiarities of the computer had escaped my notice until now. Indeed, I had been too engrossed in admiring the images shared by the esteemed individual. However, it seems that the computer itself possesses an oddity. The interface appears remarkably antiquated, evoking a sense of nostalgia. It is not merely old. It exudes a palpable sense of age. Is there anyone among us with experience in the computer industry who could shed some light on this? At this moment, the livestream audience found themselves engrossed in analyzing the image shared by Zhang Weishan. Zhang, perplexed by the attention his casual post garnered, rose to investigate. To his astonishment, he realized that the image he had shared encompassed the entirety of his computer screen. Just beneath the image, a toolbar was visible, which typically indicates the operating system in use, such as the iconic Windows 7 or Windows 10. Yet the office computer he employed was remarkably outdated, seemingly running on the archaic Windows 98 system. The live stream audience, not lacking in computer aficionados, quickly recognized the situation. Goodness, it appears that the Great One's computer is operating on Windows 98. Could it be that such an antiquated system still exists in this day and age? One exclaimed. Surely, Yuist, how could Windows 98 possibly support live streaming? Such an old system must be incapable of handling it. Another responded, "Indeed, and one must wonder, does such an aged computer not suffer from performance issues?" It is difficult to articulate, yet one could still view the live broadcast through patching, albeit with probable lag. Unless the esteemed individual's computer had undergone a hardware upgrade, while the system remained unchanged. This reasoning appears illogical. If the hardware had been replaced, the system's preservation would be improbable. Might one ponder if the esteemed individual's busyness in messaging is a consequence of the system's sluggishness? It seems plausible. We have perhaps been excessively demanding. Despite the considerable lag of the esteemed individual's computer, they still take the time to guide us, which is truly moving. I voice my concern for the esteemed individual. How can someone of such prowess still be using an inferior computer? I shall refrain from further commentary. I find it difficult to continue without offering my support to the esteemed individual. Indeed, if anyone were to provide me with such an outdated system, I would be utterly incensed. Zhang Weishan gazed at the barrage of comments in the live stream, utterly bewildered. He thought to himself, could it be that by merely sharing an image, they could discern so much? Yet, in truth, his computer was not particularly laggy. At least he found it quite functional. And it belonged to Boss Shun, having been in use since his arrival. Thus, he was somewhat perplexed as to why this computer functioned so smoothly for live streaming. As he pondered, Zhang Weishan noticed a flurry of notifications lighting up the live streaming platform. Upon inspection, he discovered that they were all GIFs from enthusiastic fans. In just a few brief minutes, the total amount of GIFs had astonishingly surpassed 100,000. There was even a substantial sum approaching 100,000 that had been directly transferred from the platform, purportedly as a reward from an archaeological team. Zhang Weishan smiled helplessly, unexpectedly finding himself in a rather fortunate financial position. However, he had grown accustomed to this computer and could hardly compare it to any other. Moreover, many of his accounts were recorded on this device. Unbeknownst to him, in the live broadcast room, Shunwan wore an expression of palpable embarrassment. She recalled that Zhang Weishan was using a computer operating on the antiquated Windows 98 system. Just as she had come to this realization, such an incident occurred, leaving her with an uncomfortable feeling. Her own laptop could purchase several new desktop computers. Although Zhang Weishan was merely a shop assistant, he was still using a Windows 98 computer. Her father was indeed quite unreliable. Lost in her thoughts, Shunwan felt increasingly uneasy. She resolved to find a way to replace the shop's computer after the broadcast. Zhang Weishan remained silent, and with no news from the archaeological team, Yin Yin had no choice but to conclude the broadcast, passing the live feed to the team on site. Zhang Weishan noticed that the archaeological team was now quite close to the entrance, merely finalizing their positioning. Shunwan rushed out from the back room. Zhang Weishan, let's make a trip to the computer market after this. I'll treat you to dinner. For what? Zhang Weishan was taken aback. To get you a new computer. This one is far too outdated. It's also an opportunity to upgrade the shop's equipment. It's a work-related issue, and I will cover the expense. Shunwan insisted. There is no need for that. This computer is still functional. Zhang Weishan replied, finding the idea cumbersome. Shunwan remarked, this computer is too outdated. It might fail any day now. We should consider replacing it. Let's go together shortly. Indicating her ankle, she signaled that the pain had diminished and she was able to walk. Zhang Weishan, unable to refuse her earnest invitation, agreed. Noticing that it was already 5:30 in the afternoon, the two decided to close the shop, have a meal, and then head to the computer market. Meanwhile, at the archaeological site in Benai, after an hour of searching, the excavation team finally located the entrance to the hidden passage that Zhang Weishan had marked. To one side, they indeed discovered a cave. Teacher, one of the team members, Mr. Zhang, said, we have arranged for people to begin digging a looter's tunnel. However, we haven't yet secured the pig fat. I have instructed them to expedite the process. Shall we start digging the tunnel in the meantime? Chinwen pondered for a moment before replying. Let's hold off for now. We must adhere to Mr. Zhang's instructions and use the whirlwind shovel to create the dragon-scale looter's tunnel. Since he insists on excavating the dragon-scale tunnel, there must be a valid reason. This is also an opportune moment for us to experiment with a new application of the whirlwind shovel. Xiao Lu nodded in agreement. The whirlwind shovel was a tool fortuitously discovered by the archaeological team 5 years ago within an ancient tomb, alongside the remains of a group of tomb raiders. It is believed to have been a favored instrument among ancient looting gangs. The archaeological stratum in the land of Huaxia is critically compromised. Hence, they remain indifferent to the tools used for tomb raiding. As long as it serves the purpose of archaeology, they are inclined to experiment. Initially, they perceived the whirlwind shovel merely as an implement for excavating illicit tunnels. However, upon encountering the recent revelations from Zhang Weishan, they discovered that this whirlwind shovel possessed alternative applications, of which they had been previously unaware. Lard was delivered after a quarter of an hour, and the frontline archaeologists wasted no time, immediately commencing their excavation. As they proceeded according to the guidance provided, the subterranean conditions began to yield astonishing feedback. It turned out that the soil layers underground became increasingly pliable the deeper they delved. Had they adhered to conventional tunneling methods, the excavation would have likely collapsed midway. Yet, employing Zhang Weishan's suggested technique, the tunnels not only remained intact, but also shimmered with radiant glimmers under the beam of their flashlights, resembling the scales of a dragon. Chunwen specifically instructed the staff at the forefront to capture photographs. The audience in the live stream, upon viewing images of the dragon-scale tunnels, was momentarily taken aback. Oh, what a sight this dragon-scale Thief's Cave is! It is simply breathtaking. One might not immediately recognize it as a thief's lair, as it resembles a work of art. I am in awe. The archaeological techniques of ancient times were remarkably advanced, and it is indeed a great pity that they have been lost to us. Who could argue otherwise? If it weren't for the expertise of the master, this would undoubtedly represent a significant loss for the archaeology community of our great nation. I am utterly enamored. The master is my idol, and no one else compares. Chapter 20. Mr. Mu's discovery at this moment. Chunwen held the photograph of the dragon-scale Thief's Cave, and she was utterly astonished. Professor, this photograph can only exhibit such an effect under a light source. Moreover, candlelight surpasses the illumination of a flashlight. Little Lu remarked from the side. Chunwen nodded, though a sense of confusion lingered within her. She realized that the appearance of the dragon-scale Thief's Cave seemed familiar, yet she could not recall where she had encountered it before. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that they had discovered the dragon-scale Thief's Cave. Otherwise, their chances of successfully locating the entrance would have been exceedingly slim. The soft soil made it nearly impossible to excavate a secure thief's tunnel. However, the dragon-scale Thief's Cave had indeed accomplished this feat. With each shovel plunged into the tunnel, a mark resembling scales emerged. Due to the process of soaking in lard, the entire cutting surface glistened with a sheen. The lard effectively adhered to the outer wall of the tunnel, preventing the soft earth from collapsing. Additionally, the scale-like structure formed by the shovel marks created a network reminiscent of dragon scales, ensuring the tunnel's safety. In the presence of a light source, the surface lard would also reflect light, resulting in the current resplendent ambience. Little Lu, how long until the tunnel is fully excavated? Chunwen became increasingly eager for the discoveries that awaited her upon entering the ancient tomb. It's been nearly an hour, Xiao Lu remarked. The almost 50-meter-long tunnel, excavated by thieves, had been worked on tirelessly for an entire hour, which was indeed swift considering their endeavor was archaeology, particularly involving the challenging dragon-scale tomb. Thus, their pace was naturally incomparable to that of ancient tomb raiders. After glancing at the time, Chunwen stated, "Yes, if we can break through tonight, we can arrange for the archaeological team to descend by tomorrow morning. It would be prudent to also contact Mr. Zhang. Once we enter the tomb, anything could occur. We must be thoroughly prepared." "Understood," Xiao Lu replied promptly, setting about the necessary arrangements. Just as Chunwen rose, she suddenly received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, she was momentarily taken aback. It was Elder Mu. Had Elder Mu also detected something amiss? "Hello, Xiaowen. Quickly send me that dragon pattern map," Elder Mu urged as soon as the call connected. "The dragon pattern map? Are you referring to the dragon scale tomb?" Chunwen inquired. "Yes, precisely. So that is what is called. How enlightening," Elder Mu exclaimed with palpable excitement. Chunwen quickly asked, "Elder Mu, do you know something?" "Yes. Join me for a video conference. I have much to discuss." Elder Mu replied before abruptly ending the call. Chen Wan, not daring to delay, hurried into the tent. Moments later, the video conference was established, and Elder Mu, holding freshly printed photographs, trembled with excitement. Old Mu, what have you discovered? Do enlighten us, urged Sun and Chun, eager for answers. Chun Wan, filled with anticipation, held her breath. Old Mu presented a photograph to the group, revealing the very layer of the dragon scales that Chun Wan had recently uncovered. When I first beheld this image, I was taken aback. Old Mu exclaimed. I hastily began to delve into my archives and realized I had encountered this before. He then produced an old black and white photograph, a remnant from his earlier explorations of an ancient tomb in Lushan. The image depicted a mural, showcasing several figures gathered around the colossal body of a dragon. Examine it closely. Does this not resemble a dragon? Old Mu urged, his excitement palpable. The others were perplexed by his implications. After a moment of composure, Old Mu continued. Initially, I believed it to be a dragon, but later I discerned that the actions of these individuals were inconsistent. Who would attempt to climb a dragon? This enigma eluded resolution until I saw the dragon scale layer. It dawned on me that they were not scaling a dragon. Rather, the dragon itself was a concealed entrance. They were climbing into a hidden passage. Hearing this, Chen remarked quickly, Old Mu, I recall that during your time in that tomb, you unearthed numerous clues, did you not? Old Mu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I discovered that each of those individuals bore a copper seal inscribed with the words Fa Qiu Tianguan. According to my investigation, the position of the Fa Qiu Tianguan may have existed in ancient times, specifically tasked with responsibilities pertaining to archaeology. This represents our esteemed predecessors. It is truly astonishing that the Dragon Scale Tomb can manifest once more in our world. Esteemed colleagues, now you comprehend the reason for my call to convene a video conference. The Zhang family of Fa Qiu is highly likely to be descendants of the Fa Qiu Tianguan. We must endeavor to locate him, for his worth surpasses that of the three of us combined. This undoubtedly constitutes an intangible cultural heritage of our archaeological community in China. The group fell into a state of astonishment upon hearing this revelation. Chen Wan felt her heart quiver with anticipation. She had initially believed that the Zhang family merely possessed knowledge of ancient tomb raiding techniques. However, she was taken aback to realize that their stature far exceeded her expectations. To be a descendant of the Fa Qiu Tianguan is indeed a remarkable distinction. Old Mu, are you suggesting that the Dragon Scale Tomb and the mysterious arts of Qi Min Dun Jia are merely trifles in comparison? Chen Wan inquired urgently. Indeed, while these techniques hold significant importance for us, the value of the Zhang family of Fa Qiu is monumental. We must locate him. We absolutely must. Old Mu declared with increasing fervor. Xiaowen, find a way for me to appear in the live broadcast tonight. I must personally invite him to join our archaeological community. Not to mention status, it would be a tremendous honor for the three of us to be his students. Old Mu's excitement grew with every word. Chen Wan was equally astounded. Old Mu, I will arrange it shortly, but this individual is unlike any ordinary person, so you must be mentally prepared. Rest assured, my dear elder, I am well aware that such distinguished individuals cannot be summoned with ease. However, we must make an attempt. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves filled with regret. Indeed, Chen Wan nodded. Subsequently, arrangements were made for tonight's live broadcast featuring Elder Mu. The three of them ended their video call, their hearts brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Weishan and Shen Wan had already indulged in a delightful meal and were now heading towards the computer mall. Zhang Weishan held little interest in purchasing a new computer. However, Shen Wan's persistent insistence left him no choice but to accompany her on this venture. To his surprise, she was quite resolute, promptly acquiring a high-spec computer. She claimed it would serve her well for an extended period, and the assembly alone would take a full 2 hours. With no other option, the two settled in the waiting area of the computer mall to patiently bide their time. Fortunately, it was still early, allowing them to wait without much concern. As soon as Shen Wan reached the waiting area, she activated her live stream and called out, Zhang Weishan, aren't you watching the live broadcast as well? Come on, give me a follow to boost my popularity. Zhang Weishan was taken aback and quickly responded, That might prove to be a challenge. I Haven and Oppos. T registered an account yet. Chapter 21. Reward for the grave digging chart invitation, yielding no results. Do you not have a registered account? Not to worry. I can create one for you right now, Shenwan declared as he swiftly utilized his mobile device to register Zhang Weishan. The registration process was straightforward. One merely needed to input a phone number to receive a verification code. However, upon entering Zhang Weishan's number, the prompt revealed, "This phone number is already registered. Please log in." Ah, Zhang Weishan, it seems your number has been registered by someone else. I hope it hasn't been compromised, Shenwan exclaimed anxiously. Perhaps. I will address this matter later, Zhang Weishan replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Noticing Shenwan's eagerness to assist him further, he deftly shifted the conversation. Let's not dwell on that. Let us check the live stream. Perhaps the archaeological team has already discovered the entrance. All right, you handle that while I take a look. Shenwan, equally curious about the live stream, hurriedly engaged with his phone. Zhang Weishan finally exhaled a sigh of relief, inwardly thinking he had nearly revealed too much. Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The archaeological team has successfully received guidance. The reward for the grave-digging chart has been integrated. Grave-digging chart? What is that? Zhang Weishan pondered, momentarily bewildered, wondering why it was not the Qilin bloodline. Furthermore, he had never heard of this grave-digging chart before. However, as the stream of information swiftly flooded his consciousness, he quickly grasped the purpose of this chart. As the name suggests, the grave-digging chart serves as a blueprint for the tools used in grave excavation. In ancient times, those who dug graves were often labeled as grave robbers. Yet numerous factions existed among them. For instance, figures such as the tomb robber, the gold finder, the mountain mover, and the unloading force are all adept in their respective trades of grave robbing. Yet the tools they wield are entirely distinct. The tomb robber and the gold finder excel in creating clandestine access points, while the mountain mover possesses the unique capability of manipulating the earth with remarkable skill. The unloading force is particularly renowned for their ability to detect subtle sounds and vibrations. Among them, it is said that the unloading force has devised a specialized tool known as the centipede ladder, specifically crafted for the art of tomb raiding. This compendium of grave robbing techniques serves as a veritable manual, detailing the methods and fabrication of various tools employed in this clandestine practice. Should this manuscript fall into the hands of an archaeological team, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy within the archaeological community. For the gaps in Chinese archaeological knowledge are profoundly significant. Many of the tools chronicled within this compendium, if simply presented, would astound and astonish the field. With such resources at hand, one could fabricate formidable implements for tomb exploration. Zhang Weishan pondered inwardly. Recent offerings had proven exceedingly practical. Yet he lamented the absence of the Kirin blood. Without this vital component, he remained somewhat apprehensive about personally descending into the tomb. Perhaps it would be wise to bide his time. Once the reward was secured, it was likely that the archaeological team would have made considerable progress. Dismissing further contemplation, Zhang Weishan approached the live broadcast to observe the current developments. Indeed, upon opening the stream, he found Shenwan exuberantly grasping his arm. Quick, look! The archaeological team has indeed discovered the entrance, but they have refrained from acting independently. The words of the great god resonate like a divine oracle. The instructors are still awaiting guidance from the master. Zhang Weishan nodded, reflecting that the archaeological team had finally begun to heed instructions and refrain from acting independently. However, upon following along, he realized that the figure in the live stream was evidently an elderly man. Who is this old gentleman? Zhang Weishan inquired. Shenwan was taken aback and gazed at Zhang Weishan, exclaiming, "Do you truly enjoy watching archaeological programs? You don't even recognize Old Mu?" "Not at all," Zhang Weishan replied, his expression tinged with embarrassment. He had only recently crossed over. Moreover, the official archaeological endeavors had only recently commenced, leaving him unaware of who this Old Mu was. "You're quite something. Let me inform you that Old Mu is one of the towering figures in our archaeological field." Shenwan continued passionately. "Alongside him is Old Chun, who happens to be my teacher's mentor. They are among the most formidable individuals in contemporary archaeology. Typically, They are elusive, seldom making appearances, yet here they are, gracing us with their presence in this live stream. As Shun Wan spoke, the voice of old Mu resonated through the live stream. Dear friends, my name is Mu Tianming, and I am one of the professors at the Archaeological Institute, currently responsible for the cultivation of talent in the field of archaeology. I believe many of you are already acquainted with me. My purpose for joining this live stream is to meet Mr. Zhang of the Zhang family, known for his contributions to the field. You might be wondering, have we not managed to contact Mr. Zhang previously? Indeed, this is the reality. Mr. Zhang, elusive as a dragon, I have come this time to represent the archaeological community and the Archaeological Institute to extend an invitation for Mr. Zhang to join us. Mr. Zhang may stipulate any conditions he desires. As long as it is feasible, we shall certainly comply. Mr. Zhang's profound mastery of archaeological techniques and knowledge commands our utmost admiration, and we earnestly implore him to offer us guidance, so that the archaeological endeavors of our great nation may once again flourish. Thank you. As Mu Lao spoke, he unexpectedly bowed deeply to the camera. Many in the live stream recognized him, and they were astonished to see Mu Lao personally appealing to recruit the esteemed Zhang. The audience was collectively taken aback. To have Mu Lao personally reach out for recruitment, what an extraordinary honor. This goes beyond mere envy. It borders on jealousy. Truly, the esteemed one deserves such treatment. It is simply remarkable. If I were in his position, I would certainly accept. Have you considered that Mu Lao's personal invitation is a testament to Mr. Zhang's formidable capabilities? Indeed, I wonder if the esteemed one will acquiesce. I feel uncertain. The last time, Team Leader Chen's invitation was disregarded by him. Yes, it seems unlikely that he will respond this time either. With Mu Lao personally intervening, could it be that the esteemed one would still decline? Shen Wan gazed at the live stream with concern. Zhang Weishan, do you think he will agree? Suddenly, Shen Wan turned to Zhang Weishan. Zhang Weishan was taken aback and scratched his head, responding, I suppose he won't, right? Why not? Shen Wan inquired urgently, sensing an inexplicable intuition that Zhang Weishan's response would likely mirror that of the Feiqiu Zhang family, perhaps due to their shared masculinity. I believe that the fact he has chosen to remain silent once indicates he has yet to formulate a suitable reply. The archaeological team's relentless pressure is indeed rather inappropriate, Zhang Weishan remarked. Shen Wan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this perspective. Yet she also understood the immense significance of the Feiqiu Zhang family to the archaeological team. She empathized with the sentiments of Chun Wan and Old Mu. The excitement in the live broadcast soared to unprecedented heights with Old Mu's appearance, even overshadowing the news that the archaeological team had successfully excavated the entrance. That very evening, the archaeological authorities announced that should this Feiqiu Zhang family member join the archaeological team or the academy, he would be bestowed with the title of honorary professor for life. This revelation captured the attention of various sectors, for the notion of an honorary professor for life is indeed quite remarkable. Old Mu and his companions had earned their accolades through a lifetime of hard work, while the Feiqiu Zhang family member garnered admiration merely through a few instructive insights. This underscores the critical importance of his recent guidance. The news continued to circulate throughout the night, yet the outcome was evident. The Feiqiu Zhang family member did not make an appearance. Ultimately, in a state of desperation, Old Mu had no choice but to report to the higher-ups, seeking assistance from relevant departments to locate this elusive Feiqiu Zhang family member. Though this may seem somewhat unscrupulous, he truly does not wish to miss the opportunity to encounter such an extraordinary individual, even if it means seeking forgiveness in the future. Chapter 22. The archaeological team sets off as the night passed in silence. The online discourse surrounding F.A. Qiuzhang burgeoned, with an abundance of speculation regarding his true identity. Many were fervently analyzing his words, particularly students from the field of archaeology, who appeared to be immensely eager for his insights. When Zhang Weishan awoke, the dawn had yet to break fully. Upon his return from a morning run, he was taken aback to find that Shun Wan had already set up the computer. You're back. I've got everything ready. Hurry and give it a try. Today is the day the archaeological team descends into the tomb, and I am determined to watch it with you. This large screen will surely enhance the experience, Shunwan exclaimed with a smile. Zhang Weishan hesitated, pondering how he could guide her while sharing the viewing experience. However, seeing Shunwan had already prepared her notebook, it was clear she was resolute. Resigned, he proceeded to install the necessary software on the computer. After a quick breakfast, it was nearly 9 o'clock. As Zhang Weishan opened the live stream, Shunwan, aware that he lacked an account, logged in using her own. She inquired about his account status. Zhang Weishan replied, "The appeal will take a few days. Let's first see what unfolds in the stream." This response served to deflect her curiosity. Once the live stream commenced, a cacophony of voices filled the room. "If FHO Zhang is present, please contact us at your earliest convenience. The archaeological team is fully equipped and awaits the guidance of the great FHO Zhang." "Great One, are you there?" Upon hearing the voice of Yun Yun, Shunwan surprisingly displayed a hint of displeasure for the first time. She gazed at the screen and murmured, "I feel that the teachers have perhaps gone too far. Although the FHO Zhang family is formidable, relying solely on them seems a tad excessive, does it not? While I understand the teachers are considering everyone's safety, it still feels somewhat amiss." Zhang Weishan smiled, taken aback by Shunwan's thoughts. Nevertheless, it was an unavoidable circumstance. The Zhang family's ancient tower was indeed perilous, and without their guidance, navigating it would be exceedingly challenging. However, in light of the current situation, the archaeological team appeared to be rather pretentious. They had discovered the theft tunnels, yet they insisted on receiving further instructions before proceeding. This was evidently inappropriate, as it was impractical for someone to oversee them at all times. Therefore, they needed to comprehend that certain judgments were theirs to make. Zhang Weishan picked up a cloth, disregarding the happenings in the live broadcast, and proceeded to wipe down the antique shelves. Meanwhile, in the live stream, countless netizens began to engage in fervent discussions. "Where's the master? Why hasn't he appeared yet?" Indeed, could it be that the master is neglecting the archaeological team? I believe not. But the team is indeed becoming a nuisance. Since they have located the entrance, why not descend? Exactly. It seems the master refrains from appearing simply to avoid answering such trivial inquiries. Yes, if I were in his position, I would also remain silent. They've been given the entrance. Must I guide them further? When will they learn to advance? The atmosphere was charged with uncertainty. What shall the teachers do? There is a significant amount of criticism directed at us online. Xiao Lu hastily conveyed the situation to Chunwan. Chunwan nodded, aware that such an outcome was inevitable. However, the circumstances surrounding Professor Li had deeply affected her. She was reluctant to expose her team to danger. "Teacher, do you not recall what you once taught us? If we have chosen this path, we must not fear sacrifice." Xiao Lu remarked, "I believe we are currently too timid. Without the guidance of that esteemed figure, we might still view sacrifice as an honor. Yet now, with his presence, the resolute determination I once saw in you seems to have diminished." Chunwan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of helplessness crossing her eyes. She recognized that she had indeed been significantly influenced by recent events. Taking a deep breath, she responded, "Yes, you are right. I have been overly cautious. In that case, instruct the archaeological team to prepare. If we have not received any guidance from FHO Zhang within an hour, we shall venture forth to investigate ourselves. Additionally, how is Professor Li faring?" Chunwan inquired. "Professor Li insists on going. After returning last night, no amount of persuasion has swayed him. Teacher, you cannot accompany him. The camp requires someone to oversee the situation. Perhaps you could have a word with him?" Chunwan nodded. The hours swiftly elapsed, and indeed, the archaeological team had yet to receive any guidance from FHO Zhang. Even Shunwan, growing somewhat bored, had resumed writing his paper. Initially, they had anticipated assistance from FHO Zhang, but to their surprise, the morning passed without any communication. Zhang Weishan finally managed to settle into his position. Upon witnessing the archaeological team embarking on their journey, a subtle smile finally graced his lips. Although the prospect of rewards for guidance was enticing, he maintained a firm moral compass. The primary purpose of his system's rewards was to elevate the archaeological standards of the entire nation. If he were merely to direct them like puppets, it would be far more gratifying to delve into the tomb himself. The archaeological team had now entered the burial passage. To Zhang Weishan's astonishment, the team leader was none other than Professor Li. It was only after glancing at the live stream's comments that he realized Professor Li had hurried back upon hearing that the team had discovered the entrance, insisting on personally descending to pay homage to his deceased students. The specifics of the journey are not to be elaborated upon. At present, the size of the archaeological team remained comparable to before. Leading the group was Professor Li, accompanied by his student Xiao Zhang, as well as Xiao Lu and another student of Professor Chun, Xiao Zhao. Meanwhile, on the soldiers' side, Captain Qin continued to lead, now supported by 2 additional soldiers. Professor Li, are you truly all right? Without the guidance of the Zhang clan's experienced tomb raiders, I cannot shake this unease, Captain Qin expressed. I am fine, though I share your apprehension. However, archaeology is our vocation, and I wholeheartedly support Team Leader Chen's approach. We cannot perpetually rely on others. We must endeavor ourselves. Professor Li replied. Indeed, Captain Qin nodded, signaling his companions to remain vigilant. The group traversed the tomb passage for nearly an hour. As they journeyed along, they discovered that the rocky walls of the passageway were teeming with an array of creatures, both large and small. Strangely, these monsters seemed oblivious to their presence, as if they were in a deep slumber, exhibiting no signs of awareness. Perhaps this was what the wise referred to as the threshold of life. Captain, there's a cave ahead. Suddenly, one of the team members in the lead called out. Captain Qin and the others immediately grew vigilant. Let us rest here for a moment. Old 4, Old 5, accompany me inside to investigate, Captain Qin commanded. However, just then, 2 lines of golden text unexpectedly appeared in the live stream. There are monsters inside the cave, a different type, severely deteriorated eyesight, highly sensitive to sound. Captain Qin, Mr. F.A. Qiu Zhang has spoken again, claiming there are monsters inside. Professor Li urged, noticing the alarming information. The team hesitated, unsure about proceeding directly. Yet, Captain Qin's mind raced with possibilities, and within moments, he devised a strategy to confront the potential threat. Old 4 and Old 5, maintain vigilance. Old 2, draw their attention. Everyone else, prepare your firepower. Understood. The sound of firearms being readied echoed through the ranks. Chapter 23. A different kind of monster. Captain Qin was overwhelmed with gratitude. What on earth does this other kind of monster look like? I have no idea, but the great deity has finally made an appearance. I always knew he would not abandon the archaeological team. Indeed, it seems the deity does not answer every question, as he desires the archaeological team to exercise its own judgment. Speaking of this monster, it appears to be stronger than the previous one, doesn't it? Wasn't it said that the last encounter the archaeological team had was with a weaker variant? Yes, look, Captain Qin and the others have begun to take action. The live broadcast room erupted with excitement. Meanwhile, at the scene, the second member had already picked up a climbing pick and was striking the wall vigorously. Captain Qin and his team were intently focused on the cave entrance. The entrance was exceedingly narrow, barely allowing one person to squeeze through. This created a natural defensive barrier. With sufficient firepower, they could surely turn any adversary into mere shreds, rendering even the mightiest of monsters unable to escape. As the second member continued to strike, a rustling sound soon echoed from within the cave. Before long, from the depths of the darkness at the cave's entrance emerged an extraordinarily massive and grotesque face. Captain Qin and his team were taken aback at the sight. The face bore no discernible features, merely a vague outline reminiscent of a human visage. Where the eyes should have been, there were instead 2 fleshy protrusions that could hardly be deemed eyes. Engage, Captain Qin commanded with a firm voice, and in that instant, everyone opened fire. The sound of incessant thuds resonated throughout the cavern. Each shot fired merely dug a deep pit, landing squarely upon the creature's head. Yet astonishingly, it exhibited no fear, extending a remarkably robust arm as if to drag the outsiders into its lair. Captain, the bullets are ineffective. Its hide is impervious, one soldier exclaimed. At that moment, Captain Qin understood well that their firearms were of large caliber, capable of tearing through the flesh of even the fiercest beasts. Yet against this entity, they seemed utterly futile. Second, prepare the explosives, he commanded. Yes. The second soldier hastily retrieved a block of explosives from his pack. They employed modular explosives that could be stacked to amplify their power. However, given the uncertainty of the cavern's conditions, they dared not use too many, opting instead for a mere 2 blocks bound together. The second soldier affixed a timer to one of them, ensuring that the timer's sound would attract the creature's attention. Indeed, once the explosives were set and thrown, the creature grasped them with its enormous hand, promptly shoving them into its maw without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, Captain Sheen immediately detonated the charges. In an instant, a muffled explosion echoed, illuminating the cavern with a brilliant flash, followed by a dense plume of smoke. The smoke lingered for over 10 minutes before Captain Sheen led his team into the cave to investigate. Upon entering the cavern, one is immediately struck by the vibrant green liquid splattered throughout the space. The creature lies on the ground, its form rendered almost indistinct, a gaping wound having been blasted open at its throat. It is evident that it has succumbed to its injuries. When Professor Lee and his students behold the grotesque sight, they cannot help but gasp in astonishment. It is colossal. Fortunate are they for the guidance of the esteemed master, for otherwise they would likely have faced dire consequences. Indeed, the master possesses remarkable prowess, as though he has traversed this very place before. Yet, young Zhao's words must be measured. A sage possesses methods beyond the ken of ordinary mortals. If he had truly visited this site, would he still need to guide us? Professor Lee promptly interjects to curtail their conversation. The audience in the live stream cannot contain their amusement. Can you believe young Zhao's audacity? If the master had been here, surely the authorities would have apprehended him. Exactly. Moreover, what Tomb Raider would dare emerge from such a place to offer guidance? That would be tantamount to courting death. I suspect the master has deduced the situation given his expertise in feng shui and the 8 trigrams. Indeed, I concur. Did not Professor Chen remark on the formidable nature of feng shui? Alas, few comprehend its intricacies. My anticipation grows for the day this master might venture into the tomb himself. It could very well elevate the entire archaeological endeavor in the land of Huaxia. I echo the sentiments of the previous speaker. Through this event, I can understand why even Old Mu wishes to personally invite the master to join us. With the master's guidance, delving into the tomb is akin to walking on level ground. The live broadcast was bustling with excitement, and, at the scene, Chunwen was equally exhilarated. The reappearance of the Zhang family from the Fa Qiu lineage indicated that they had not forsaken the archaeological team, which was of utmost significance. Teacher, the ground ahead is composed entirely of fine sand. We must set up a ladder to proceed, remarked Xiao Zhang, surveying the terrain. The entire cave was filled with fine sand. In ancient times, quicksand traps were notoriously difficult to navigate, as the granules were so fine that one could scarcely maintain footing, leading to potential entrapment. While one might excavate a sand channel outside to divert the grains, such a solution was evidently impractical within these confines. Fortunately, Captain Sheen and his team had brought along a collapsible ladder, which they swiftly erected against the opposing wall. Above them, a hole in the wall clearly marked the exit. Without delay, Captain Sheen signaled for the soldiers to ascend and assess the situation. Upon reaching the designated spot and confirming the absence of danger, the soldier beckoned the others to follow. Given Professor Lee's advanced age, it took nearly half an hour for everyone to cross. The audience in the live broadcast eagerly anticipated the unfolding journey. However, when Professor Lee and the others finally emerged from the cave, they were met with a spectacle that left them all in stunned silence. Before them lay a lateral passageway, one side plunging into an unfathomable abyss, while the other revealed an astonishing sight. Standing in the clearing was an ancient edifice, towering at least 20 to 30 meters high, exuding an aura of mystery and grandeur. The ancient tower stood enveloped in an eerie silence, as if it belonged to another realm entirely. Surrounding the tower was a vast circular space, nearly the size of a football field, a dimension that was truly astonishing. It was hard to fathom that in ancient times, there existed a group of individuals capable of constructing such a tower within the mountains. Professor Lee was the first to dash forward. Upon reaching the open ground before the ancient tower, he was so overwhelmed with excitement that he knelt down in reverence. The Zhang family's ancient tower. It is indeed an ancient structure. I cannot believe this mountain truly harbors such a tower. I am utterly awestruck. This last exclamation was clearly directed at the Zhang family. Captain Qin, upon witnessing the tower, let out a resigned sigh, reflecting, since I received this assignment. This is the first ancient tomb that I have found so effortlessly. Mr. Zhang, my heartfelt gratitude to you. Ever since joining the archaeological team in exploring ancient tombs, he had faced countless perils. Yet, to experience such an easy discovery of a tomb was truly unprecedented. It moved even this usually stern captain. For the more straightforward the search, the fewer the losses among his team. Each of them was his comrade, and he could not bear the thought of losing any. To say that he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the Zhang family would not be an exaggeration. Chapter 24. The Ancient Tower of the Zhang Family. Is your name a coincidence? Goodness, this ancient tower is truly astonishing. I am in awe. The Zhang family is incredible. This belongs to us. My surname is Zhang. I apologize for dragging down the Zhang family. I had no idea that their ancestors had such an ancient tower here. What is the origin of this Zhang family? To be able to construct such a magnificent ancient tower is simply remarkable. Although the esteemed expert's insights are indeed accurate, thus far, there seems to be no evidence to confirm that this is the Zhang family's ancient tower. You are merely a keyboard warrior. Can the esteemed expert's word be false? That may be true, but while the expert is certainly formidable, we should still seek evidence to ascertain whether this is indeed the Zhang family's ancient tower. At this moment, the live stream was filled with debates about the authenticity of the ancient tower belonging to the Zhang family. Professor Li, however, had already composed himself and led the group towards the ancient tower. The entire structure was remarkably well preserved. Although it was made of wood, there was inexplicably no sign of dampness in this location. The style of this ancient tower appears to be designed in the fashion of the ancient architect Lei. I have seen this style before. I cannot believe it has also been touched by his hand here. Professor Li exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Professor, I have never heard that Lei designed tombs. This must be yet another discovery that will astonish the nation. Everyone, please be cautious and do not damage even the slightest detail. This is a testament to our ancient history. Professor Li and his companions cautiously opened the ancient building's grand door and stepped inside. Upon entering, they were astonished to discover that the entire structure lacked any staircase. The floor was covered in a thick layer of dust, indicating that no one had visited in quite some time. The residences designed in the style of the illustrious Lei were typically characterized by their remarkable aesthetics. The staircase must be concealed, Professor Li exclaimed. The group nodded in agreement and promptly dispersed to search for it. However, their efforts yielded no results. Even Professor Li glanced at the live stream, but did not notice any reminders from the Zhang family of the exit. It was clear that if they remained silent, they had no intention of speaking up. Questioning them would prove futile. But without locating the staircase, what course of action could they take? Ultimately, Professor Li, out of options, conferred with Team Leader Chen. They decided to have Captain Qin and his team ascend to the second floor, using ropes for a closer inspection. Given that the first floor offered no substantial evidence to prove this was indeed the Zhang family's ancient building, they needed to explore the upper level. Captain Qin nodded in agreement, promptly securing the rope to the second floor railing and leading several soldiers upward. As the sights from the second floor were relayed back, the group was left in shock to see that it too had no doors. However, in the corridor, an astonishing number of palm-sized coffins were suspended. Upon witnessing this peculiar sight, even Professor Li appeared bewildered, admitting he had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Shall we take one down to examine it? Captain Qin inquired. Professor Li was just about to nod in assent. Suddenly, a golden inscription materialized in the live broadcast room. Proceed directly to the third floor. Your time is limited. The audience reacted with astonishment, questioning the urgency of the message. What does time is limited mean? One viewer pondered. Could there be danger lurking here? Another speculated. Surely, if there were a threat, the expert would have warned us, someone countered. Perhaps the expert intends to convey that while it is presently safe, the window of safety is fleeting. Observing the warning from the esteemed Zhang family, Professor Li quickly instructed Captain Qin to ascend to the third floor without delay. Armed with their previous experiences, they understood the necessity of heeding Zhang's words. Any hesitation could lead to regret. Captain Qin promptly climbed to the third floor, where they discovered the presence of doorways surrounding them, each leading to various rooms. Curiously, one door stood ajar. Professor Li, upon noticing this, grew anxious and urged Captain Qin to pull him up. The open door raised concerns about the potential intrusion of tomb raiders or the possibility of damage to the artifacts. He was eager to ascend and clarify these unsettling circumstances. Captain Qin and several soldiers swiftly hoisted Professor Li and his companions up, and together they made their way to the room in question. Upon arrival, they were shocked to find that a coffin within the room had been disturbed, its lid ajar, and more bewilderingly, the corpse that once lay within was nowhere to be found. Could it be that tomb raiders have indeed been here? One speculated. I can't say for certain. It's possible, but where else could the body have gone? Let us hear what Professor Li has to say. One of the individuals in the live stream expressed their concerns palpable. Professor Li, intently observing the situation within the coffin, remarked, "It is unlikely that we are dealing with grave robbers. The burial items remain intact, yet the body is missing. Perhaps there was never a body in this coffin to begin with? Given the vastness of this collective burial site, it is conceivable that others may have come to pay their respects. Thus, the presence of an empty coffin is not unusual. Quickly, let us search for any records that might elucidate the identity of this ancient tomb," he urged. The students promptly dispersed to investigate. Within minutes, Xiao Zhang discovered an engraved genealogy on the coffin lid, prominently displaying the surname Zhang. The names inscribed included Zhang Ruishan, Zhang Shengqing, Zhang Weiyue, and others, all belonging to the Zhang family. Upon witnessing this revelation, the viewers in the live stream began to trust the words of the Zhang family's ancestral discourse, realizing that this indeed was a Zhang family collective burial site. Professor Li, overwhelmed with emotion upon reviewing these findings, was on the verge of tears. This was undoubtedly a historic discovery. The existence of such a grand familial burial site in ancient times was a significant contribution to history. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruishan, seated before his computer, contemplated whether he should caution them. This was no place to linger. Just as he was deliberating, Shen Wan abruptly emerged from the room, her expression serious as she regarded him. "What is the matter?" Zhang Ruishan was taken aback, wondering if he had inadvertently revealed himself. "It cannot be. How could I possibly expose myself?" Yet, the expression on this girl's face clearly indicates that there is something amiss. Suddenly, Shen Wan spoke up. "Zhang Weishan, could it be that you are a descendant of the Zhang family tomb?" "What? Why would you say that?" Zhang Weishan responded, utterly bewildered by how the conversation had turned to him. Shen Wan pointed to her phone and said, "Look for yourself. The family tree of the Zhang clan includes names such as Zhang Weiyue and Zhang Weiqi. It appears they belong to the same generation. And since your name is Zhang Weishan, doesn't that make you a member of the Zhang family? I recall you mentioning that you have no memory of your past. Perhaps you have suffered from amnesia, which is why you do not remember." Zhang Weishan was left speechless. This was undoubtedly a coincidence. Moreover, the author of the ancient Zhang family novel had used his own name as a prototype for the creation. Who could he possibly reason with about this? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Weishan chuckled. "You must be mistaken. Take a look at the generation of Zhang Weiyue. They are all from ancient times. How could someone as young as I possibly belong to their generation? This is indeed a mere coincidence." Upon hearing this, Shen Wan glanced at the names and confirmed that Zhang Weiyue and others were indeed from a long-ago era. This suggested that there was likely no connection between them and the modern Zhang Weishan. One extraordinary coincidence this was. Shen Wan shook her head in resignation. Chapter 25. No reward. Zhang's reminder lingered in Shen Wan's mind, prompting him to reflect and realize that perhaps he had acted rather impulsively. The connection between Zhang Weishan and the Zhang family's ancient tower seemed highly improbable. The likelihood was as slim as winning the lottery's grand prize. Suddenly, as Shen Wan pondered, his phone rang. It was a text message from Yun Yun, signaling that it was time for her guest appearance in the live broadcast. I must attend to this. I will chat later, he announced before retreating to his room. Meanwhile, Zhang Weishan sat in his chair, perplexed. Why had the anticipated reward not yet arrived? Logically, it should have been forthcoming by now. Yet, the system remained silent, leaving him in a state of helplessness. With a resigned sigh, he rose to attend to his own tasks. Earlier that morning, Boss Shun had called, indicating he would return in a day or two. He instructed Zhang to prepare certain items, hinting that he might have procured something valuable that required restoration. Zhang Weishan understood well that Boss Shun's business focus had shifted away from the shop. Each time he ventured out, he returned with remarkable treasures. Once these items were sold, their profits could sustain him for several years. Hence, he felt no concern for the shop's affairs. It merely served as a place to unwind over a cup of tea. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed Shun Wan has once again graced us with his presence. Today, our streaming session will be halved in duration. As you may have noticed, our Professor Li has already led the team into the ancient Zhangjia Tower. In 10 minutes, our archaeological team too will embark on their journey as well, with the majority of the archaeologists set to enter the ancient structure for emergency excavations. Upon receiving the news, our live broadcast team is also preparing to enter the ancient tomb following Team 2's departure. This will be Yun Yun's first experience venturing into an ancient tomb, and she wishes to converse with Shun Wan regarding what precautions we, as novices, should observe when entering such a site. The sound of the live broadcast filled the room. Shun Wan smiled and replied, "In truth, there is nothing particularly alarming to note. The sole thing to bear in mind is to refrain from indiscriminately touching or tampering with items, especially within the tomb. Many mechanisms are rather inconspicuous and may pose dangers." Understood. We will certainly heed this advice. Furthermore, Shun Wan, what are your thoughts on Elder Mu personally inviting the esteemed Zhang family of tomb raiders? Well, Shun Wan pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. I believe that the Zhang family of tomb raiders is quite impressive, and I sincerely hope they join our archaeological team. Thus, I fully support Elder Mu's approach. One should seek talent regardless of status. Elder Mu is indeed a role model for us all. The excitement in the live broadcast surged with Shun Wan's participation. However, Zhang Weishan felt a sense of frustration, pondering why there were no rewards this time. Could it be that none would be granted? He found himself perplexed by the criteria the system employed for distributing rewards. However, I indeed offered little guidance this time, merely cautioning about the lurking dangers posed by monsters, perhaps not yet meeting the criteria for rewards. As time ticked away, news soon emerged within a live stream. The second archaeological team had safely arrived at the Zhangjia Ancient Tower. Consequently, nearly 80% of the archaeological personnel had reached the site. Next, it was time for Yun Yun and her team to enter the scene as well, in order to showcase the latest developments of the archaeological site to the audience. After a flurry of activity, Zhang Weishan finally settled before his computer to enjoy a cup of tea. At that moment, the live stream revealed Yun Yun holding a microphone, accompanied by a group of colleagues, as they ventured into the Dragon Scale Thief Cave. I feel so sorry for my dear Yun Yun. Although the Dragon Scale Thief Cave is stunning, it is rather cramped, one viewer commented. Indeed, this cave is so narrow that one can only crawl through, another echoed. After all, this is a man-made excavation. How spacious could it possibly be? A third added, seeing the barrage of comments in the live stream. Yun Yun chuckled. No need to worry about me, everyone. I learned from team leader Chan that these caves were intentionally widened a bit. Under normal circumstances, one would have to crawl. Highlighting how arduous the work was for the previous archaeologists, she continued, "We ought to extend our understanding to them. Those who choose this profession face numerous challenges." Yun Yun is absolutely right. Had it not been for the archaeological team's exploration, how could we admire such breathtaking scenery? Another viewer remarked, "Exactly. Go archaeological team. You are the best." The live stream was filled with mutual encouragement and positive energy. However, Zhang Weishan suddenly noticed a date reminder that had unexpectedly appeared in the lower right corner of his computer screen. It indicated today's fortune, auspicious for marriage and moving, but inauspicious for starting work or conducting funerals. The words belonging to Kuan caught his attention. These notifications were merely advertisements from software, and Zhang Weishan, well-versed in the intricacies of yin and yang, naturally dismissed them. Yet upon seeing belonging to Kuan, his expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly closed his eyes to calculate. Today, Kuan signified a change in circumstances. This meant that the situation would transform today. Life gates would replace death gates, and the path of the tomb was no longer viable. In a live streaming room, the audience continued to encourage one another until a golden bullet screen suddenly appeared. The live group should exit immediately, or it will be too late. Upon seeing this golden message, the viewers initially assumed it was a directive from the renowned Zhang family of Tomb Raiders. However, upon reading the content, they were left bewildered. Exit? The great deity Yun Yun is urging you to leave quickly. No way. Could there be danger in the tomb? That's impossible. Didn't the first and second archaeological teams enter without incident? I don't know, but surely the deity wouldn't jest. Yun Yun also noticed the reminder and felt perplexed. She found it hard to believe. After all, the first and second archaeological teams had ventured in without any issues. Why was there danger now? Just as she pondered this, the soldier responsible for clearing the path suddenly shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! The rock shell has cracked. Run back quickly. The monster has emerged." A few startled cries were followed by a tumultuous uproar. The live broadcast was so shaky that nothing could be discerned. The sounds of gunfire, curses, and the piercing screams of female staff reverberated in a chaotic symphony. The entire tomb passage was thrown into disarray. Zhang Weishan gazed at the screen, feeling a pang of guilt. He had never anticipated that today would be a day of upheaval. The entrance to life changes once a month. Yet he had not foreseen that today would be the day of alteration. Had he been more vigilant, perhaps such an incident could have been averted. Regrettably, it was too late for lamentations. He could only pray for the safe retreat of the live broadcast team. The live stream was interrupted for nearly half an hour, leaving those in the broadcast room in a state of anxious trepidation, flooding the chat with prayers for the team's safe return. Meanwhile, Yun Yun at the scene was utterly dazed. Having never encountered such a situation, when she peered through the crowd and glimpsed the grotesque, melted visages of the monsters ahead. Darkness enveloped her, and she fainted in terror. When she finally regained consciousness, an hour had passed. She hurriedly opened the live stream, discovering the viewers anxiously awaiting news of the outcome. After gathering information, she finally exhaled in relief. It turned out that the live broadcast team had not suffered catastrophic losses. They had mostly managed to escape, though 2 security personnel had sustained minor injuries and were already receiving treatment. Chapter 26. The Great One's Apology and the Support of Netizens' Warm Hearts. I wonder how Yun Yun's wife is doing. I am so worried. They will surely be fine. How could the heavens dare? The archaeological team has contributed so much to our Huaxian nation. How could such misfortune befall them? I firmly believe they will be all right. The Great One has already given us advance warning. I feel such sympathy for them. Why am I not studying archaeology? At this moment, the audience in the live stream continued to pray. After understanding the situation, Yun Yun promptly began her own broadcast, disregarding her somewhat disheveled appearance. Dear friends, we are safe. Thank you for your concern. We all emerged safely. The space inside the tomb was narrow, and the soldiers managed to repel those monsters with firepower. However, 2 soldiers were injured and have already been sent to the hospital. Their injuries are not serious. I must express my gratitude to Mr. Zhang for his guidance. Without him, we might have. As Yun Yun spoke, her eyes reddened. She was merely a beautiful host, unaccustomed to such harrowing experiences. The thought alone sent shivers down her spine. Had it not been for the advance warning from the Zhang family of the Fakyu lineage, they might have. The Great One is eternal. I adore him. The Great One has once again saved them. The Great One always appears when the archaeological team needs him the most. I feel a beacon of hope. Whoever can find a partner like the Great One is truly fortunate. The sense of security is unparalleled. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, Yun Yun said earnestly, and Zhang Weishan felt a twinge of shame. He is acutely aware that this time it was indeed his oversight, as he inadvertently overlooked the date of the change. Thus, when confronted with the gratitude of others, he feels somewhat undeserving of such accolades. By the way, Mr. Zhang, are you still there? I would like to inquire why both the first and second archaeological teams entered without incident, yet we encountered this predicament. Yun genuinely struggles to comprehend this and attempts to pose her question in the live broadcast. In truth, she is uncertain whether the renowned Zhang would deign to respond to her. However, her heart is filled with confusion, and she yearns for clarity. Today marks the date of the change. The entry has been altered, and consequently, this path is no longer viable. Those creatures will move towards their prey. The rupture of the rock shell serves as evidence of the shift in the entry. I must admit with a sense of shame that I overlooked the date, and I sincerely apologize. 3 golden pieces of commentary flooded the screen, instantly igniting a fervor among the audience in the live stream. Wow, the master actually apologized. I can't believe my eyes. The master's magnanimity is astounding. What is there to apologize for? Indeed, the master need not apologize. We support you. Support him? He just admitted to being inattentive to the date. If he had noticed, would anyone have been harmed? Who are these keyboard warriors? Get lost. Exactly. If others shared your perspective, why should the master assist the archaeological team? Damn it. It's these keyboard warriors that deter many experts from offering their assistance. Yes, the master is essentially an orphan. Ignore him. We stand by you. Indeed, we all support you. As Yun observed the reactions of the netizens, a warm sensation enveloped her heart, prompting her to exclaim, "Mr. Zhang, please do not take it to heart. Without your timely warning, we could have been oblivious to the consequences." She continued, "On behalf of the entire team, I would like to extend our gratitude to you. Additionally, thank you for your insightful responses. Lastly, may I inquire whether we should initiate a rescue operation or seek an alternative escape route for the archaeological team trapped within?" Zhang Weishan, seated in his chair, managed a wry smile. He had not anticipated the overwhelming support from the online community. Yet, truth be told, it did warm his heart. Zhang Weishan was not one to be swayed by flattery. He had already taken note of his missteps in this incident. While the netizens expressed their gratitude and support, he could not reciprocate that sentiment toward himself. He fully understood that even a minor error in an ancient tomb could lead to dire repercussions. Although the current situation was not catastrophic, it served as a crucial alert. Moving forward, he vowed to exercise greater caution. If he aspired to elevate the legacy of the Tomb Raiders, he must steadfastly avoid perilous situations. Furthermore, the members of the archaeological team were also someone's children. Thus, he needed to offer guidance with careful consideration. Upon seeing Yun's inquiry, Zhang Weishan responded with a few messages. The emergence of an escape route requires time. They are currently safe below. There is no need for concern. Thank you, great deity. May good fortune accompany you throughout your life. Yun expressed her excitement and engaged in a brief conversation with the netizens before concluding her broadcast. Her own state was not optimal, necessitating a period for readjustment, especially in light of the unexpected developments faced by the archaeological team. The live broadcast team found themselves unable to continue. However, it was fortunate that the archaeological team descending had live streaming equipment. Soon, the situation below was relayed to the broadcast room. At that moment, the archaeological team within the Zhang family ancient tower had commenced their excavation work, starting from the lowest levels and progressing upwards. Numerous artifacts began to emerge, with the first revelation confirming the identity of the ancient tomb as indeed belonging to the Zhang family ancient tower, a collective burial site for the Zhang clan. In addition to this, many burial items were unearthed, yet the reason behind the construction of such a tomb in this location remained elusive. This mystery, however, may gradually unfold with the passage of time. With the insights from the Zhang family excavation, Chenwen had not arranged for a rescue team to search for an exit. The current situation was rather delicate. Although the archaeological team was trapped within the Zhang family ancient tower, it also allowed them to thoroughly study and explore its secrets. They were effectively balancing two pursuits, hastily uncovering the mysteries of the tower while awaiting guidance from the divine. It was likely that when the divine communicated once more, it would signal their necessary departure, even though the excavation might not yet be concluded. Nevertheless, the experience gained from this endeavor would undoubtedly provide valuable insights and data for future excavations. Why had the rewards not yet arrived? Zhang Weishan sat in his chair, feeling quite helpless. Was the system malfunctioning? Why was the reward this delayed? Is it true that the rewards this time will be exceptionally generous? He cannot comprehend it. But such matters cannot be rushed. As noon approached, the archaeological team had already begun their break for lunch. Zhang Weishan also rose to purchase a meal. Meanwhile, at the site in Benai, Chanwen finally had the opportunity to relax. However, just as she settled down, a phone call abruptly came through. Upon answering, she was surprised to see it was Elder Mu calling. As soon as the call connected, Elder Mu said, "Xiaowen, hurry and join the video conference. We may need to alter our approach regarding the Fa Qiuzhang." Huh? All right. Chunwen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly prioritized the meeting over her meal and returned to the tent to initiate the live broadcast. As soon as the video connected, she heard Elder Mu's excited voice, "Xiaowen, we may have truly encountered the descendants of the legendary treasure hunters, the Mo Jin Xiao Wei, or Fa Qiu Tianguan. We cannot afford to sit idly by. We must take the initiative to seek out the Fa Qiu Zhang family. If our speculation is correct, locating them could elevate China's archaeological standards by 50 to even 100 years. Elder Mu, could you elaborate?" Chunwen, astonished, urgently inquired. Chapter 27. Taking the initiative to seek out the Master Mu Lao was quite exhilarated, especially since this discovery was made by Sun Lao, prompting him to gesture for Sun Lao to speak. Although all three of them were archaeology professors, their areas of expertise varied significantly. For instance, Mu Lao primarily focused on archaeological techniques, possessing profound knowledge of ancient excavation methods. This expertise enabled him to recognize the formidable nature of the Dragon Scale Theft Cave. In his youth, Sun Lao specialized in ancient scripts, but he later found this field too limiting and realized he was not particularly gifted in the study of ancient texts. Consequently, after attaining his professorship, he devoted himself to the exploration of ancient Chinese divination, the I Ching, and Feng Shui. Unfortunately, progress in this area has been scarce due to its rarity. As for Chun Lao, his personality inclined him towards the deciphering of ancient scripts, particularly those of ethnic minorities, in which he excelled remarkably. Recently, Sun Lao made a significant breakthrough while comparing Feng Shui principles. Xiaowen, Mu Lao had previously conjectured that the Dragon Scale Theft Cave mentioned by the Zhang family of the Fa Qiu might have been a site only the ancient Fa Qiu Tianguan could have excavated. This notion was merely a hypothesis until now. But in the past 2 days, Chun Lao has made substantial advancements in ancient scripts, allowing me to unravel a piece of ancient secrets. It turns out that Sun Lao discovered elements related to Feng Shui within a confidential document. It is said that in ancient times, both the Fa Qiu Tianguan and the Mo Jin Xiao Wei possessed a certain mystical ability. By relying on the principles of Feng Shui and celestial phenomena, they were capable of locating and defining burial sites with remarkable precision. The art of divining and locating graves, known as Feng Jin Ding Shui and Sun Long Dian Shui, is the exclusive expertise of the Fa Qiu Tianguan and the Mo Jin Xiao Wei in their quest for ancient tombs. Beyond this, no one else possesses such skills. Although Zhang of the Fa Qiu clan has not demonstrated the ability to locate dragons and graves, his profound mastery of Feng Shui is indeed unfathomable. Coupled with the evidence of the Dragon Scale Thief S tunnel, we suspect he may very well be a descendant of the ancient Fa Qiu Tianguan. Do you comprehend the significance of this? In Chun Wen's eyes, there gleamed a sense of anticipation. Old Sun, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "The records of the mysteries contain a saying, Fa Qiu seal and Mo Jin talismans. One seal can forge 100 talismans. Mo Jin can be extinguished, but Fa Qiu cannot perish. This implies that the destruction of a Fa Qiu seal can yield numerous Mo Jin talismans. While there may be an element of exaggeration within this, it undeniably highlights the extraordinary value of the Fa Qiu seal, far surpassing that of the Mo Jin talismans. Moreover, the assertion that Mo Jin can be extinguished, but Fa Qiu cannot perish directly underscores the significance of these two factions. It is said that the Fa Qiu Tianguan is the supreme leader of the Mo Jin Xiao Wei. Even if all the Mo Jin Xiao Wei were to be annihilated, as long as the Fa Qiu Tianguan exists, new Mo Jin Xiao Wei can be cultivated. This elucidates why it is stated That MO gene can be extinguished, but FA Chio cannot perish, as long as the FA Chio Tianguan remains. The MO gene Xiao Wei shall not face extinction. At this juncture, Old Sun swallowed hard and continued, "Little one, consider this. Setting aside the significance of feng shui and archaeological techniques to our great nation of Huaxia, the very origins of the Fa Qiuzhang clan hold immense importance. If indeed he is the Fa Qiu Tianguan, what does that signify? As long as he is willing to assist, our great nation of Huaxia can cultivate generations of tomb raiders." The tomb raider was an esteemed archaeological profession in ancient times, a predecessor of our field. If we can promote the art of tomb raiding, our archaeological endeavors in Huaxia will undoubtedly flourish and thrive. At this point, Chen Wen's heart raced with excitement. Although Elder Sun did not explicitly state it, she had already grasped the underlying significance. There was one more crucial aspect: the art of locating dragon veins and burial spots. Currently, our archaeological team often stumbles upon ancient tombs by sheer chance. For instance, the discovery of the Zhang family ancient tower was made by a detection team, and other tombs were unearthed through agricultural activities, construction, and foundation digging. While some were indeed discovered through our own explorations, the overall efficiency remains woefully inadequate. Given that Huaxia encompasses vast territories, searching inch by inch with a detection device would be an endless endeavor. However, if we were to master the skill of pinpointing burial sites, it would unquestionably accelerate the archaeological progress of our nation significantly. The implications of this advancement are immense and hardly require further elaboration. Elder Son, Professor Mu, please, tell me directly what you require of me, Chen Wen stated forthrightly. Professor Mu chuckled. After deliberation, we have concluded that the significance of this individual from the Zhang family has reached the highest level. We cannot afford to remain passive any longer, especially since the relevant authorities have been investigating for so long with little to show for it. All we know is that this person's IP address is in Shihu City, and I have heard that he seems to be particularly interested in your student, Shenwan. Shenwan seems to be located in Shihu City. While it may sound a bit frivolous, we sincerely hope that you can enlist Shenwan's assistance in this matter. Perhaps this young individual from the Fa Qiuzhang clan might appreciate a girl with Shenwan's vivacious personality. Of course, we are not suggesting she resort to leveraging her charms. We merely wish for her to help in the search. If Fa Qiuzhang is also a young person, conversing with them would likely prove to be more convenient than it would for us, wouldn't it? Shenwen nodded, indicating her agreement. She was familiar with Shenwan and held a deep admiration for this Fa Qiuzhang. Helping to locate him would indeed pose no issue. That's splendid. It is prudent to act promptly. Please notify her at once. Moreover, we are contemplating whether to guide this Fa Qiuzhang in honing his skills and compiling them into a manual for the students of the Archaeology Institute. What are your thoughts on this, Xiaowen? Mu Lao inquired. Shenwen was momentarily taken aback. Compile a guiding manual? Isn't that a bit excessive? However, upon reflection, it made sense. What Fa Qiuzhang has thus far revealed may only be the tip of the iceberg. In the future, he might unveil a wealth of knowledge, making this a unique opportunity for learning that should not be missed. I concur, Shenwen promptly affirmed. Excellent. Your agreement is reassuring. Now, proceed to arrange matters concerning Shenwan, Mu Lao declared, concluding the video conference. Shenwan, however, found herself in a state of lingering contemplation. The prospect of compiling an archaeological guide was unprecedented. It seemed that Fa Qiuzhang had garnered significant attention from the relevant authorities. What is this person's true identity? Shenwen pondered, feeling perplexed. However, recalling the matter at hand, she hastily reached out to Shenwan. Teacher, why do I feel as though you're coaxing me into betraying? When Shenwan received Shenwen's call, her face flushed crimson. Teacher Xiao Wan never insinuated such a thing, and besides, she is a woman. How could she be oblivious to your subtle intentions? If this Zhang of the Fa Qiu clan is indeed a strikingly handsome man, would you not be captivated? Moreover, the teacher merely requested your assistance in locating him. Not anything more. You have mutual interests. You could easily strike up a conversation with him and elucidate his significance in our archaeological community. As for whether you two may become something more, that ultimately hinges on your own disposition. Shenwan spoke with utmost seriousness. Yet, Shenwan's delicate face grew increasingly flushed. I understand, teacher. I will do my utmost. The teacher believes in you. Keep striving. Shenwan smiled and ended the call. Shenwan, however, remained momentarily stunned. What does this imply? Was she tasked with pursuing her idol? Perhaps a romantic encounter could indeed blossom. After all, who does not harbor affection for their idol? But what if he turns out to be an elderly man? The more Shenwan contemplated, the redder her cheeks became, and she could not resist pulling up Zhang of the FHO clan, sending him a private message. Is the esteemed one available? May I inquire about a question? Chapter 28. Rewarding the inquiry. Shenwan, in a moment of excitement, found herself at a loss for a more suitable topic and deemed it fitting to inquire about this subject. She sent a message, without harboring any expectations for a genuine response. After all, the archaeological team, along with Mr. Mu, had personally reached out to invite the other party to join their ranks. It was reasonable to assume that they had likewise sent private messages to the Zhang family of the fake you. Furthermore, the viewers in the live stream, as well as those who saw a potential opportunity, might have inundated fake you Zhang with requests for collaboration. It was likely that her message would merely be lost among the multitude. However, to her astonishment, scarcely a minute had passed when she received a reply. It was not an inquiry for guidance, but rather an invitation for a shared discussion. Shenwan was momentarily taken aback. She had yet to formulate a question. What should she do now? Should she pose a random question? Clearly, that would not suffice. To treat a figure of such stature with casual indifference might result in her being disregarded in the future. Yet, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, leaving her utterly unprepared to articulate her inquiry. Perhaps she could feign ignorance, pretend she had not seen the message? Indeed, that seemed a plausible strategy. After all, it was mealtime. She could simply act as if she had stepped away to dine, postponing her response until she could gather her thoughts. In that moment, Shenwan felt as though she had grasped the mindset of a luminary. Could it be that the esteemed individual had previously overlooked the archaeological team's invitation simply because they had not yet determined how to respond? Was Zhang Weishan perhaps correct? The esteemed individual has yet to decide whether to join the archaeological team. As she pondered, a delightful aroma of fish-flavored shredded pork wafted through the air. Zhang Weishan, have you purchased lunch? Shenwan inquired, already dashing outside. Yes, let us eat together. Zhang Weishan replied with a smile. An idea struck Shenwan. She could enlist Zhang Weishan's assistance. Thus, she hurried over, savoring her meal while recounting her task of locating the fake Yu Zhang family as entrusted by Chunwan. Finally, she asked, Zhang Weishan, could you help me analyze this? What questions should I pose to the esteemed individual? Should they be profound or rather straightforward? Zhang Weishan felt quite awkward upon hearing this. How could he respond? Should he merely pose questions for himself to answer? This girl certainly knew how to seek assistance. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Weishan suggested, I believe you should simply ask what you genuinely wish to know. Deliberately inquiring about intricate matters may only induce unnecessary tension. Shenwan nodded in agreement. Do you have any pertinent questions regarding this archaeological livestream? My mind feels chaotic, and I truly do not know what to ask. Zhang Weishan was taken aback, thinking that this girl was indeed presenting him with a conundrum. It seemed she was creating problems for herself out of sheer boredom. After some thought, he replied, perhaps you should hold off on asking for now. You can inquire when you encounter a problem later on. However, Shenwan worried, but would the esteemed individual think I am neglecting him? By the way, Shenwan suddenly interjected, I just remembered a question. May I inquire how the archaeological team managed to emerge? This query is quite pertinent to the current situation, and many netizens are eager to know. Yes, let's ask this. As she spoke, Shenwan took out her phone and sent the question. Zhang Weishan, feeling helpless, thought to himself that he could inform her right away. It was rather absurd to be sitting face-to-face, yet resorting to texting. Nonetheless, in order to conceal his identity, he continued to eat in silence. After a while, Shenwan gazed at her phone, and upon noticing the lack of a response, she resignedly began to eat as well. Once they finished their meal, Shenwan declared her intention to diligently write her thesis while awaiting a reply from the expert. Zhang Weishan, concerned that she might not receive a response, found himself unable to concentrate on his thesis throughout the day, and thus returned to his computer to send a reply. Where there is an entrance to an ancient tomb, there must also be an exit. There is no need for concern. Focus on your thesis. Upon sending this message, Shunwan immediately erupted with excitement. The esteemed Zhang Weishan has actually encouraged me to focus on my thesis. How'd he know? My goodness, the expert has urged me to write my thesis. I am utterly thrilled. Zhang Weishan felt a bit exasperated. Is it really that surprising? You're about to graduate, and the entire internet knows you're preparing your thesis. It's nothing extraordinary. Focus on your work, lest you risk not graduating. You're insufferable. I am just so excited that the expert has actually advised me to focus on my thesis. Please do not disturb me today. I must heed the expert's words and study diligently, Shenwan exclaimed with fervor. Zhang Weishan, however, could only respond with a look of bemusement. If Shenwan were to discover in the future that she is, in fact, a descendant of the Fa Qiuzhang clan, would she be so mortified that she would turn against herself? Zhang Weishan shook his head in resignation. Based on his understanding of Shenwan, he was certain she would not. This girl possesses a rather expansive mindset. Yet, why has the reward still not arrived? Could it be that the system is malfunctioning? Zhang Weishan leaned back in his chair, feeling quite speechless. Suddenly, at that moment, the notification sound chimed. Ding! The archaeological team has succeeded, and 2 FHO seals have been issued. 2 FHO seals? My goodness! Upon hearing this notification, Zhang Weishan's eyes widened in astonishment. He was well aware of the significance of the FHO seal, not needing to delve into the records of the FHO secret history for clarification, as this knowledge was passed down through his ancestors. Each FHO seal could forge 100 gold-seeking talismans. As long as the FHO heavenly officer endures, the lineage of the gold-seeking officers will never cease. It could be said that aside from his Qilin bloodline, Zhang Weishan holds the FHO seal in the highest regard. The significance of the FHO seal to him is akin to that of the gold-seeking talisman to the gold-seeking officers. Without a talisman, there is no gold-seeking. Without a seal, there is no FHO. This represents one's identity. A FHO heavenly officer without the FHO seal cannot be recognized as such. Similarly, can one still call themselves a gold-seeking officer without a gold-seeking talisman? Gazing at the 2 FHO seals that had materialized in his hand, each the size of a palm, he beheld the sturdy, ancient characters inscribed upon them. Heavenly officer bestows blessings. All is without taboo, which were indeed the hallmark of the FHO seal. Holding these 2 FHO seals, Zhang Weishan felt his heart tremble. With the seal of the Feiqiu in hand, what worries could there be regarding the revival of the Feiqiu lineage in the future? In a previous life, the Zhang family of Feiqiu did not merely lose the art of Feiqiu. The seal itself had long since faded into obscurity. The reason his grandfather, Zhang Sanlian, adorned himself with 3 talismans was to one day be able to destroy the talismans and recreate the Feiqiu seal. However, at that time, talismans were exceedingly rare, not to mention 100. Even 10 were scarcely found in the world. Ultimately, he was unable to forge the Feiqiu seal anew. Instead, to prevent the legacy of the tomb raiders from vanishing, he reluctantly took on disciples and passed down the 3 talismans. Zhang Weishan was acutely aware of these matters. Understanding fully the significance of the Feiqiu seal, he pondered the implications of possessing 2 Feiqiu seals. In haste, Zhang Weishan perused the records of the Feiqiu secret history. Upon reading, a wave of delight washed over him. The records reveal that the Feiqiu seal serves to suppress the undead. 1 seal can subdue, while 2 can annihilate. Upon reading this, Zhang Weishan mused that indeed, the divine artifact was truly remarkable. With these 2 Feiqiu seals in his possession, he could traverse ancient tombs with impunity, facing the Zongzi without fear. The rewards this time were indeed worthwhile, exceedingly enticing. Zhang Weishan thought he had mistaken the system for malfunctioning, only to discover it was preparing such formidable rewards. Chapter 29. The archaeological team's sternest warning throughout the entire afternoon. Zhang Weishan busied himself in the shop. It was rather peculiar, but a few foreign guests arrived in the latter part of the day. These individuals were likely part of a travel group, presumably there to broaden their horizons. Zhang Weishan paid them little heed, guiding them through a brief tour before sending them on their way. The remaining hours returned to the tranquil rhythm of days gone by. Zhang Weishan reclined in his chair, sipping tea while listening to the sounds emanating from the live stream. Shenwan had not emerged all afternoon. Perhaps the reputation of the esteemed deity had overwhelmed her. Remarkably, she had not even tuned into the live stream, engrossed instead in her academic writing. The live stream itself remained quite lively, despite the absence of the famed fake Yu Zhang clan. Two groups of the archaeological team had safely entered the Zhang family's ancient building, diligently engaged in excavation and preservation efforts. However, the pace of progress was undeniably sluggish. The ancient building of the Zhang family comprised 9 stories, a conclusion drawn after scanning the entire edifice. Yet, while the visible structure above ground featured only 8 levels, there was an additional subterranean layer. Due to the portable nature of the detection equipment, it lacked the potency of that found at the external base, thus rendering the investigation of the underground level somewhat inconclusive. Compared to the upper 8 stories of the Zhang family's ancient building, the lower level appeared lacking in allure. Most regarded it merely as the foundation. The first floor was devoid of any artifacts, but the second level began to reveal items of interest. As the team meticulously excavated the second layer, over an hour had elapsed. Moreover, this is a result of their urgent haste. Previously, the FHO Zhang clan had mentioned that their time was limited. Thus, Professor Li remained perpetually anxious, fearing that at any moment the FHO Zhang clan might demand their departure. Consequently, the entire archaeological process did not adhere to the customary gradual progression. Instead, it was imperative to thoroughly grasp the general conditions of the site. They retrieved several small coffins suspended in the corridor of the second floor. Upon opening them, they discovered that they contained nothing but severed fingers. Professor Li speculated that this might be a hand coffin, a term denoting coffins made to symbolize a person with fingers. In ancient times, when head pits were common, the significance of such hand coffins becomes evident. This ancient structure must be nearly 1,000 years old. Yet, the wear and erosion on these hand coffins suggest they are no more than a century old. The time of these individuals' demise likely coincided with a war of resistance. This serves as evidence, sufficiently proving that members of the Zhang family had indeed entered this place to conduct funeral rites. The allure of archaeology. This is the true enchantment of archaeology. As Professor Li excavated, he simultaneously provided explanations in the live stream. The audience in the stream was equally exhilarated. How incredible! The Zhang family is truly remarkable. Indeed, we must express our gratitude to these archaeologists. Without their efforts, we would not be able to appreciate such enigmatic historical truths. Yes, and to that great master. Without their guidance, the archaeological team would undoubtedly have suffered significant losses in reaching this location. Much appreciation. The atmosphere in the live stream was extraordinarily vibrant. Under the guidance of Professor Li, the archaeological team's progress has become a topic of frequent discussion. This time, 2 full teams have been dispatched, alongside Captain Qin and his soldiers responsible for safety, bringing the total number of participants to nearly 50. Given such a scale, the pace of excavation is naturally swift. Merely 3 hours later, the team had reached the 5th layer. At this moment, Shunwan finally emerged to take a breather. Holding her phone, she exclaimed, "How impressive! Professor Li and the team are already preparing to ascend to the 6th layer. At this rate, they might complete the entire ancient building by tonight. There are only 8 layers in total, so reaching the 6th means there are just 2 remaining above." Zhang Weishan sat silently in his chair, calculating the time left and deciding not to rush them out. As Shenwan took a seat beside him, her curiosity piqued. "Hey, what is this? Why are there so many of these things on the 6th layer?" she asked. "Zhang Weishan, have you seen anything like this?" Zhang Weishan, having worked as an assistant in his father's antique shop, had encountered numerous artifacts, yet Shenwan had never seen such clay pellets. Surely, the Zhang family did not have a tradition of crafting clay pellets, did they? Zhang Weishan also felt puzzled. He rose and returned to his position to observe the live stream. However, upon looking, his expression changed dramatically. There, on the ground of the excavation site's sixth layer, lay a plethora of small, round clay pellets, each no larger than a fingernail, lying scattered across the ground. The sheer number of them is astonishing. Fortunately, the members of the archaeological team do not suffer from acrophobia. Otherwise, the sight might have been utterly terrifying. These clay pellets are placed approximately every 5 centimeters, completely covering the sixth circular layer. At this moment, Professor Li, Xiao Zhao, and the soldier, Old Lu, have just arrived. Old Lu, being the first to ascend, leaned against the railing, unsure of the archaeological significance and not descending. Given his age, Professor Li took a bit longer, and by the time he reached the top, Xiao Zhao had already cautiously jumped down. Unfamiliar with the purpose of these clay pellets, he picked one up for closer inspection. Observing this, Professor Li cautioned him not to disturb anything until he had arrived to examine it thoroughly. With Old Lu's assistance, Professor Li was helped to the sixth layer, and together they began to investigate the nature of these clay pellets. Just then, Old Lu exclaimed, "Hey, Professor Li, look over there. The door of a room is open." Following Old Lu's gaze, they indeed spotted an open doorway less than 5 meters ahead. However, the inside was shrouded in darkness, obscuring their view of what lay within. Xiao Zhao quickly turned on his flashlight, and instantly they beheld an astonishing sight. Within that room stood a long table, upon which rested a scabbard. Indeed, it was a scabbard devoid of a blade. Only the scabbard lay there, and the group was momentarily taken aback, pondering the mystery of how a scabbard could be found in such a place. Where they wondered was the sword. At that moment, a dazzling golden barrage suddenly illuminated the live stream. Quickly leave the sixth level, and whatever you do, do not damage those corpse toad pills. The brilliance of the golden text was blinding. Instantly, the viewers began to murmur among themselves. Corpse toad pills? What are those? Oh my, could they possibly be those clay pellets? Are you serious, Great One? I used to mold plenty of clay pellets when I played with slingshots as a child. I always thought the Zhang family simply hunted birds. I never realized they were called corpse toad pills. I don't understand. By the way, what is a corpse toad? Is it oviparous? Most likely, otherwise, how could there be such a thing as corpse toad pills? Professor Li, upon seeing the barrage, felt a surge of anxiety. The warning from the Zhang clan was more severe than ever before. It was imperative to leave quickly. Clearly, these items were exceedingly perilous. Xiao Zhao, swiftly return that corpse toad pill. We must depart. Professor Li exclaimed. Xiao Zhao nodded, hastily bending down to place the corpse toad pill back. He was exceptionally cautious, his entire focus fixated on the pill in his hand, fearful of shattering it. He took the warning from the Zhang clan very seriously. However, so concentrated was he that once he returned the corpse toad pill, he instinctively turned to leave. Yet, as he shifted his foot, regret washed over him. With that step, a series of ominous crunches resounded as he inadvertently crushed an untold number of corpse toad pills beneath him. The sound echoed like a clap of thunder. It was all over. A voice suddenly emerged in Xiao Zhao's mind. Chapter 30. The Brave Sacrifice of the Fearsome Corpse Beetle Warrior, Old Lu Teacher. Xiao Zhao's face turned a ghastly shade of green. He had realized that he had crushed numerous corpse beetle eggs, and he was deeply apprehensive that calamity was about to ensue. Do not be afraid, Professor Li urged. Do you feel anything unusual? I don't feel anything. It's akin to stepping on an egg, Xiao Zhao replied. At that moment, he could not discern the situation beneath his feet, paralyzed with fear and unable to move. Observing this, the warrior Old Lu quickly interjected, Professor Li, you descend first. I shall rescue him. Absolutely not. Professor Li firmly rejected the notion. Having already lost his students, Xiao Su and Xiao Wang, he could not bear to witness Xiao Zhao meet a similar fate. He swallowed hard and took a deep breath. Everyone, remain calm. Although we have broken these so-called corpse beetle eggs, we are not in immediate danger. Xiao Zhao, listen to me. Slowly lift your foot. Let us assess the situation first. Heeding the instruction, Xiao Zhao cautiously raised his foot. To his astonishment, a vast pool of crimson liquid appeared beneath him. Among it lay the mangled remains of two red insects, resembling dung beetles, crushed underfoot. The liquid was seeping from their bodies. Seeing this, Professor Lee exhaled in relief. It's all right. The insects are dead. You must hurry. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone simultaneously witnessed a new insect emerging from beneath the corpses of the two beetles. The creature, enveloped in a pitch-black hue, began to transform into a vivid crimson as it emerged. Two pairs of wings gradually unfurled upon its back. In an instant, it soared directly onto Xiao Zhao and Appo's shoe. In the past, Xiao Zhao would have been unperturbed. After all, it was merely an insect. However, having recently witnessed the foreboding warning from the Zhang family of the FHO, he understood that this insect could indeed be deadly. Alarmed, he acted without hesitation, instinctively delivering a kick to dislodge the creature. To his astonishment, the insect took flight, its wings propelling it straight toward his face. In a moment of panic, Xiao Zhao clapped his hands together, and surprisingly, he struck true. The insect, still acclimating to its newfound ability to fly, was sent hurtling backward by his blow. "Teacher, I hit it!" Xiao Zhao exclaimed, his excitement barely contained, but before he could finish his sentence, the expressions of Professor Lee and the others shifted dramatically. Xiao Zhao's hand, which had just made contact with the insect, began to glow a fierce red. Simultaneously, an acrid, pungent odor wafted through the air. Frozen in terror, Xiao Zhao forgot to scream as he watched in horror as his palm transformed into a fiery crimson, the colors spreading relentlessly across his body. By the time realization dawned upon him, he could only emit a heart-wrenching cry. In the next moment, his entire being seemed to dissolve like a candle, melting away instantaneously. Not even a trace of bone remained. Professor Lee watched in disbelief as Xiao Zhao was reduced to a mere puddle of clear liquid, with only his garments left behind on the ground. Professor Lee suddenly felt a darkness envelop him, and he fainted. Fortunately, the soldier known as Old Lu reacted swiftly, supporting him and quickly securing him to a rope for descent. "What happened, Old Lu?" Captain Qin inquired, having heard the commotion below. Old Lu briefly recounted the situation, revealing that Xiao Zhao had sacrificed himself. "First, we must secure Professor Lee. The 6th level is incredibly perilous. Everyone stay alert." With that, Old Lu prepared to descend. However, upon glancing back, he was struck with dread. The crimson insect that Xiao Zhao had repelled was hurtling towards him once more. "Captain!" Old Lu shouted, unable to free his hands. Captain Qin, recognizing the urgency, swiftly grasped the firearm slung across his chest. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out, 2 precise shots fired. These soldiers were seasoned in battle, and Captain Qin, a former Special Forces operative, was renowned for his marksmanship, capable of hitting a target from great distances without fail. The bullets struck the red insect, reducing it to shreds. Seeing this, Old Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Quickly come down," Captain Qin urged. Old Lu nodded and prepared to descend along the rope. Yet at that moment, a series of cracking sounds echoed ominously from the 6th level. Old Lu focused intently, his heart sinking. Every corpse ball on the 6th level was developing fissures, threatening to shatter completely. Just one insect had nearly claimed the lives of the 3 of them. Should the creatures on the 6th level emerge, it would not merely be their 50-member archaeological team at risk. Even if 500 or 5,000 individuals were present, they would likely prove insufficient against such a threat. "Captain, what shall we do?" cried the 6th member. At that moment, Captain Qin was equally bewildered. What options remained? Escape? The entrance had vanished. Where could they possibly flee? With 50 individuals, even if they sought refuge in a room, it would be remarkable if half of them survived. Is the Great Master present? We beseech your guidance. Captain Qin's mind raced as he addressed the camera. At this juncture, it seemed that only the Zhang family of the Phagia could possibly rescue them. "Great Master, are you there? This is dire. If you do not arrive soon, our archaeological team will face total annihilation. We earnestly request your assistance. Great Master, you are like a father to me. Are you there? Father, please save them. Grandfather, grandfather, I am your grandson. Please take notice of me." The viewers in the live stream were now frantic. their words tumbling over one another. Shenwan's heart raced in her throat. At that moment, Shenwan clutched her sleeve tightly, her eyes reddening. It was not that Zhang Weishan had neglected to offer advice. He too was contemplating solutions. The ancient Zhang family building was fraught with intricate mechanisms. The higher they ascended, the more complex the traps became. Figuring out how to dismantle these defenses was no trivial matter. Otherwise, he would have provided a solution at the first opportunity. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Weishan. He hurriedly composed a message with fluidity. With no path to retreat, rotate the rooms scabbard counterclockwise by 90 degrees. Hurry! The simple 2 lines of text served as a lifeline. Once dispatched, silence enveloped the room, with everyone fixated on the live stream. Captain Qin, upon noticing the barrage of comments, turned his gaze to the soldier, Lao Lu. At that moment, he was the only one capable of acting. The others were too far below. It was too late for them to ascend. Seeing this, Lao Lu's eyes reddened instantly. He rendered a military salute to Captain Qin and declared, "Captain, please take good care of my mother." Without a moment's hesitation, he flipped over and dashed up to the 6th floor, racing towards the room with unyielding determination. At that juncture, he paid no heed to whether he would crush the corpse beetles beneath his feet. After all, most of those insects would perish regardless. His sole objective was to trigger the mechanism and ensure the safety of the others. He deemed his life a worthy sacrifice. With a single breath, Lao Lu had reached the forefront. Without uttering another word, he unsheathed his blade and began to turn. The sound of clanking chains echoed ominously. Almost simultaneously, everyone witnessed the corpse beetles on the 6th floor breaking open, with countless tiny creatures struggling to escape. Each one rapidly transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Should they take to the air, all would be lost. Yet, at this critical juncture, the very floor of the 6th level suddenly flipped, burying the corpse beetles along with the emerging insects beneath the surface. They vanished entirely. Lao Lu cautiously tested the floor, discovering it to be remarkably solid, revealing no signs of a hidden trapdoor mechanism. Chapter 31. The return of Boss Shun to the 8-fold bronze tower. The majority of the audience in the livestream remained undeterred by the recent perilous events. Instead, they found themselves filled with admiration for the valiant soldiers and archaeologists. Indeed, archaeology often entails sacrifice. Yet, so many individuals continue to step forward. Without their contributions, how could the splendid history of our nation ever be resurrected? Professor Li soon regained consciousness, though tears streamed down his face, clearly indicating that he had been profoundly affected. All eyes were upon him, and those present hesitated, unsure of how to offer their comfort. Captain Qin merely placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, opting for silence. Zhang Weishan observed the quiet live stream with a sense of resignation. This was precisely why he preferred not to descend into the tombs himself. The dangers lurking within ancient crypts are manifold. It is not merely one's prowess that guarantees safety. A single misstep can lead to an untimely demise. As the old adage warns, even the most skilled swimmers can drown. Zhang Weishan understood all too well that he must never venture into the tombs lightly. Once one has departed from this world, how can the lineage of the Fakyu, Tianguan, continue to flourish? Alas, Zhang Weishan sighed and sent out another message. "My condolences. Tomorrow at 9, I shall guide you on your departure." Having said this, he ceased to observe the live stream and rose to stand at the entrance of the shop. Gazing at the bustling traffic and the hurried pedestrians outside, he hoped it might alleviate his heavy heart. Shen Wan, observing Zhang Weishan in such a state, felt a pang of discomfort herself. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Weishan was indeed a descendant of the Fakyu Zhang clan. Seeing him like this, she mistakenly believed he mourned the loss of young Zhao. Thus, she spoke up to offer comfort. "Zhang Weishan, there is no need for such sorrow. In fact, during our time at the Archaeological Institute, we participated in a vivid practical session. The instructor once posed a question to us. After graduation, would you prefer to work on the front lines of archaeology or in an office setting? This inquiry, however, was somewhat misguided. Whether on the front lines or in an office, as long as one is devoted to the advancement of archaeology, it is commendable. Yet, in a nation like Huaxia, where there is a significant gap in archaeological endeavors, opting for an office position right after graduation is of little benefit to the field. Everyone understands this. However, it is also acknowledged that choosing to work on the front lines entails the constant risk of sacrifice. Still, many individuals opt for that path, Shenwan continued. In truth, from the moment we made our choice, we were aware that one day we might face sacrifice. Yet, we did not waver. This is the destiny of those devoted to archaeology. The archaeological stratigraphy of the Huaxian nation cannot simply be mended by casual searches. The teacher has stated that it requires the dedicated efforts and sacrifices of generations of archaeologists to unearth the truths buried within. For the noble pursuit of archaeology, one may die honorably. After Shenwan uttered these words, she fell silent, lost in her thoughts. Zhang Weishan refrained from responding, acknowledging the gravity of the topic. However, as he observed the crowd, his attention was suddenly captured by the figure of a portly man. This individual appeared to be in his early 40s, sporting hair of a length that was neither too long nor too short, slightly surpassing that of the average man, adorned with numerous wooden bead bracelets. It was evident that he frequented the antique market. He moved with vigor, exchanging greetings with the shopkeepers around him. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Weishan was taken aback. Wasn't that his boss, Mr. Shun? He had returned. Xiaowan, your father is back. Zhang Weishan exclaimed. What? My dad is back. Shenwan responded, surprised. It had been nearly half a month since she had last seen him, and she was relieved to learn of his return. Shenwan's father was deeply immersed in the world of antiques, often disappearing for 10 days or more at a time. He frequently traversed remote villages and antique markets. Though his absences rendered him somewhat neglectful of home life, he consistently returned with remarkable treasures. While Shenwan occasionally felt that he was neglecting the family, she understood that he was genuinely passionate about antiques, and given his age, she allowed him the freedom to pursue his interests. Mr. Shin soon arrived at the shop, and upon seeing Zhang Weishan, he spoke immediately. My dear boy, it has been but a few days since our last meeting, yet your demeanor has transformed remarkably. You appear much more seasoned. Come, quickly close the shop. Today we shall not conduct any business. I have something splendid to show you. Have you prepared the items I requested last time? Zhang Weishan nodded and promptly shut the door to the shop, retrieving the tools he had diligently prepared. These implements were specifically designed for the meticulous cleaning of antiques, a complete set. Boss Shun illuminated the shop's interior to its fullest brightness and, with utmost care, extracted a silk-wrapped bundle from within his garments. Curious, Shenwan approached, inquiring, Father, what is it that has you in such a rush, neglecting even your precious daughter? What could possibly interest you? Perhaps when you bring home a boyfriend, I shall take a look. Having graduated from university, it was a source of exasperation for her that she had yet to find a partner. What good are those silver bangles in my collection if no one wears them? You must hurry and bless me with a chubby grandson. You, how utterly vexatious. Shenwan's cheeks flushed with indignation. Nevertheless, she had anticipated such marital pressure upon her graduation. It was the universal plight of parents. In high school, they admonished her against dating. During university, they urged her to find a partner. Upon graduation, they seemed eager for her to return with children in tow. Shenwan chose to abandon that line of conversation, her curiosity piqued by the object in her father's hands. Boss Shin delicately unraveled the silk, revealing yet another layer of cotton stuffing. Once the cotton was removed, the true item was finally unveiled. Zhang Weishan observed intently. Boss Shun has surprisingly returned with a small tower, merely the size of an adult's palm. It is broad at the base and tapers to a point. Crafted from bronze, it features 8 prominent hooks atop its pinnacle, suggesting it once held something, though those items are now absent. With a smile, Boss Shin inquired, Do the two of you know what this is? I have no idea, replied Shenwan. Well, remember this. It is known as the 8-layer bronze tower, a relic from the mid-Tang dynasty. Just by observing the craftsmanship, one can discern its exceptional quality. As he spoke, Boss Shun turned to Zhang Weishan and Shenwan, saying, Shenwan, you are not permitted to speak. Zhang Weishan, I would like you to share your thoughts and demonstrate whether you have been diligent during your time at the shop and if you have truly applied yourself. When I brought you here, I emphasize the importance of ambition. One cannot simply wait for fate to unfold. Now, enlighten me with your insights. Shen Wan, a distinguished student from an archaeology university, was keen to discern Zhang Weishan's progress. In the past, Zhang Weishan may not have been able to articulate much, but now, after merely a glance at the object, Zhang Weishan's mind was as clear as crystal. He smiled and said, "This is indeed an artifact from the Tang dynasty. However, it is peculiar. I sense that it underwent modification during the late Tang period. Therefore, while its craftsmanship and material suggest it originates from the mid-Tang dynasty, its overall value likely exceeds that assessment." Chapter 32. The universe within the tower. Shen Wan was captivated. Please continue." A look of satisfaction gleamed in Boss Shen's eyes. Meanwhile, Shen Wan stood in astonishment, pondering internally how he had failed to notice that this artifact had undergone processing during the late Tang dynasty. What led him to discern this? While records of Buddhism in Huaxia are sparse, they do exist, largely attributed to the prosperity of the Tang era. The Tang dynasty marked the zenith of Buddhist influence, particularly during the early and middle periods, when the religion flourished alongside an abundance of Buddhist artifacts. However, by the late Tang period, the nation faced internal strife and external threats. Emperor Wuzong sought to reverse the tide, necessitating both manpower and substantial wealth. At that time, Buddhism owned vast tracts of land, which were exempt from taxation, rendering it a target for suppression. This marked the onset of Buddhism's decline at the end of the Tang dynasty. Consequently, the proliferation of Buddhist relics dwindled significantly during that era. The 8-tiered bronze pagoda brought back by Boss Shen was likely crafted during the early to mid-Tang period. Zhang Weishan remarked, "Judging by its patina, this artifact appears to be from the early Tang era. However, if you observe the base of the pagoda, you'll notice a subtle difference in color compared to the body. Thus, I deduce that the base was likely added during the mid or even late Tang period." Boss Shen was uncertain whether my assessment was accurate. Indeed, he clapped his hands in approval. "You've done well, my boy. It seems I did not misjudge you after all. Bringing you back was indeed a correct choice." Shen Wan inquired, perplexed. "Father, that does not necessarily indicate that it has undergone processing. Preserving the environment is one aspect. If the bronze pagoda's body and base exist in disparate environments, say, the base buried underground while the body remains above, it could also lead to such a color discrepancy." The shopkeeper, Shen, chuckled at her words. "You make a valid point, but this highlights the distinction between theoretical knowledge and practical experience. Do not underestimate Zhang Weishan. Despite his late entry into this field, the lad possesses a sharp intellect. I often say you should engage with him more in the shop, and you would benefit from it. Look closely," Shen continued, lifting the octagonal bronze pagoda and pointing to the junction of the base and the body. "There is a conspicuous gap here. Historically, casting such structures demands a seamless execution. How could there be a crack? Moreover, this fissure does not appear to be naturally occurring. It must have been added later. Now do you understand why I encourage you to visit the shop more frequently? There is indeed a disparity between theory and practice. Although you are a distinguished student from the Archaeology Academy, when it comes to an actual archaeological site, you might find yourself less perceptive than Zhang Weishan. Thus, there is still much for you to learn." Shen Wan nodded, not being narrow-minded. Acknowledging her own shortcomings, she silently committed to self-improvement, an admirable trait. "Zhang Weishan, where did you acquire this knowledge?" "I am utterly unaware," Shen Wan inquired. Zhang Weishan wore an expression of awkwardness, as this was dictated by the system. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. "These are some obscure notes left by Boss Shen. I have perused most of them. Indeed, quite satisfactory." Boss Shen nodded in approval. "Let us set that aside for now. These matters rely on keen observation and must be accumulated over time. Now let us discuss the secrets of the 8-fold bronze tower. I acquired it from an elderly farmer's household. I suspect that there is something extraordinary within this tower, yet I remain uncertain about how to unlock it. Thus, I intend to study it for a few days. If any of you have ideas, feel free to share. Let us pool our wisdom." Shen Wan gazed at the bronze tower, shaking her head in resignation. She, too, was at a loss as to how to open it. However, given the advancements in technology, it could be subjected to X-ray examination. Perhaps it would yield some insights. Yet Boss Shen shook his head, saying no. These antiques are exceedingly delicate. If they were to be damaged during the examination, It would be a tremendous loss. Observing this, Zhang Weishan chuckled. Boss Shun, how about I give it a try? I sensed that the peculiarities of this tower might correlate with some of the records in the documentation. Oh, what level of confidence do you have? Boss Shun inquired eagerly. It's a 50-50 chance, Zhang Weishan replied. Boss Shun nodded, contemplating for a moment before stating, then you may attempt it. But you must explain the principles behind your approach. If anything seems amiss, we shall cease. All right, Zhang Weishan agreed, taking hold of the bronze tower and beginning to speak. I observe that the body of this bronze tower is intricately engraved with landscapes, flora, and fauna. Though seemingly chaotic, it subtly embodies the profound principles of geomancy, where mountains reside within waters and fish dwell amidst the peaks. Beside the fish, insects thrive, while birds perch nearby, each element contributing to the intricate cycle of yin and yang. This intricate configuration is often referred to as the circulating nine-turn dragon. In essence, it corresponds to 9 distinct nodes, each of which, when aligned in sequence, can be unlocked. As he spoke, he began to rotate the base and body of the tower. With each turn, a mechanical click resonated through the air. Both Mr. Shun and Shun Wan were left in astonishment. Mr. Shun marveled at Zhang Weishan's rapid progress, while Shun Wan was taken aback by his apparent understanding of geomancy. Observing his demeanor and composure, a name surfaced in her mind, the Feikyu Zhang clan. She could not fathom why she felt such a striking resemblance between Zhang Weishan and the Feikyu Zhang clan, as if their essence and mannerisms were indistinguishable. Yet, she had never encountered a member of the Feikyu Zhang clan. Could it be that Zhang Weishan's elucidation of geomancy evoked this connection? Xinwan recognized that she might be overthinking. Yet one thing was certain. Zhang Weishan was likely a self-taught prodigy, for his expertise in geomancy appeared quite commendable. If he could be recommended to the archaeological team, he might prove to be an invaluable asset. His presence could indeed have a positive impact on the archaeological community. Moreover, given his talents, remaining here as a mere assistant seemed a disservice to his potential. The archaeological field is currently in a transitional phase, and any gifted individual would be welcomed with open arms. Even if Zhang Weishan is a latecomer, it matters not. It must be said that at this moment, Shun Wan was utterly captivated by Zhang Weishan's abilities. As Shun Wan pondered, Zhang Weishan had already progressed to the 9th attempt. With a sharp click, the mechanism activated. To his astonishment, the base and body of the 8-layered bronze tower indeed separated. Zhang Weishan carefully extracted the base, and the onlookers beheld a bronze bell, roughly the size of a thumb, resting atop it. The bell featured 6 corners, each adorned with a smaller bell, which were evidently mere ornaments and would not produce sound. Inside the larger bell, however, lay a dark substance, seemingly sealed with either clay or black wax. Upon seeing this bell, Shun, the proprietor, exclaimed in wonder, "Ah, this is indeed peculiar. How could there be a bell within the tower? Moreover, it is sealed, and I have never encountered such a design before. Zhang Weishan, do you recognize it?" At this moment, Shun's perception of Zhang Weishan had transformed, prompting him to inquire unconsciously. Zhang Weishan remained silent, for upon his first glance at the bell, he had already recognized it. This object was unmistakably a hexagonal bronze bell. How could such an item be found within the tower? Chapter 33. The origin of the hexagonal bronze bell and the reward of the black gold ancient sword. As Shun Wan observed Zhang Weishan deep in thought, she interjected. Buddhist towers have historically served the purpose of sealing or storing Buddhist relics. Do you not agree? However, it seems that these relics are typically housed at the pinnacle of the tower. It is highly probable that this is primarily intended to suppress the hexagonal bronze bell, as evidenced by its sealing. Mr. Shin nodded in agreement, sensing a similar intuition. Yet, he remained uncertain about the true origin of the bell. Having perused numerous archaeological texts, he had never encountered an artifact such as this. The intricate patterns adorning it were entirely unfamiliar. Had he been able to identify these designs, he might have discerned the bell's provenance. Suddenly, Zhang Weishan spoke. "This bell cannot be opened. It poses a great danger." "What do you mean? What do you know?" Mr. Shin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Shin Wan, taken aback, realized she could only speculate thus far, unable to ascertain the age of the hexagonal bronze bell. Zhang Weishan's statement, however, clearly indicated his awareness of certain facts. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Weishan replied, "This hexagonal bronze bell dates back to before the Warring States period. There is likely an issue within. As Xiaowan stated, this object is sealed and suppressed by the eightfold bronze tower. Mr. Shun, it is best to refrain from tampering with this bell. It should either be surrendered or buried." Upon hearing this, Mr. Shun pondered thoughtfully and remarked, "Zhang Weishan, you are well acquainted with my character. I am not one to be driven solely by avarice. Speak plainly. If your assertions hold true, then surrendering or burying it may indeed be the prudent course of action. However, at the very least, grant me a reason." Zhang Weishan exclaimed, "I have never encountered such a pattern before. Do you not recall the last time you were still at the shop, when a customer brought in a dragon-patterned gold goblet for sale? You hesitated to accept it, declaring it a priceless relic from the Warring States period, and warned that possession of it, if acquired through dubious means, could lead to capital punishment. Examine this closely. The material of this hexagonal bell predates that dragon goblet." Boss Shun was taken aback and hurriedly picked up the bell for a closer inspection. With each moment of scrutiny, his astonishment grew. The dragon-patterned goblet had been presented by a rather dubious individual, and sensing the man's questionable background, he had refrained from acquiring it due to its exorbitant value, fearing it might attract trouble. Now, upon Zhang Weishan's mention and his thorough examination, he discovered that the material of the hexagonal bell was indeed older than that of the dragon goblet. Swallowing hard, Boss Shun gasped, "Goodness, I completely overlooked this detail. Zhang Weishan, you truly impress me. This hexagonal bell is likely extraordinary. I shall report it at once." Moreover, Xiaowan's assertion seems to hold weight. This hexagonal bell, suppressed by an octagonal bronze pagoda, must indeed harbor some secrets. As purveyors of antiques, it is prudent for us to heed such matters. Yet, Zhang Weishan, you have truly opened my eyes. I never anticipated such rapid progress from you in just a few short days. Alas, my shop is rather modest, and I fear I cannot offer you a grander platform. Xiaowan, perhaps you could inquire with your teacher. If the archaeological team is in need of personnel, you might recommend Zhang Weishan. Upon hearing that his father shared the same sentiment, Shun Wan eagerly nodded. "I think so too. I shall inquire shortly." Zhang Weishan, feeling somewhat awkward, quickly added, "Boss Shun, to be honest, I prefer." But Boss Shun interrupted him. "Young people ought to embrace the vibrancy of youth. The life I lead in this establishment is meant for the elderly. Furthermore, my dear one will inevitably join the archaeological team. As a father, how can I not be concerned? If you do join the team, you must ensure the safety of my daughter. Do you understand?" Zhang Weishan felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that Boss Shun was actually considering his daughter's well-being. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it made sense. Boss Shun, though sharp-tongued, possessed a heart of gold. What he expressed might stem from a desire not to see someone remain a mere assistant for a lifetime. Boss Shun then gathered the hexagonal copper bell and the 8-tiered bronze pagoda, subsequently asking Shan Wan if she wished to return home for a family gathering that evening. Shan Wan nodded in agreement. Boss Shun then invited Zhang Weishan to join them, and he did not decline. In the past, Boss Shun had always welcomed him into his home, thus treating him as part of the family. If there ever came a day when he would accompany Shan Wan on an archaeological expedition, he indeed had to protect her, lest he betray Boss Shun's kindness. The three of them promptly closed the shop and set off. However, just as they arrived at Shan Wan's doorstep, a voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Weishan's mind. Ding! Successfully directed to the archaeological team. Reward. The black gold ancient sword has been issued. The black gold ancient sword? Upon hearing that sound, Zhang Weishan was taken aback, thinking to himself that it was ill-timed for a reward, especially one so substantial. Based on previous experiences, rewards typically manifested directly in one's hands. How could he possibly explain a knife suddenly appearing in his grasp? As Zhang Weishan contemplated his predicament, a voice suddenly resonated. Ding! Detection of outsiders surrounding the host. Reward items have been temporarily stored within the system space, and the host may retrieve them at any time. Additionally, other reward items may also be placed into the system space. As the voice echoed, Zhang Weishan felt a new expanse emerge in his mind. A black ancient knife floated within it, alongside the previously acquired Feiqiu seal. Startled, Zhang Weishan exhaled in relief, recalling the information about the black gold ancient knife. The black gold ancient knife was the weapon of Zhang Qiling from a novel in his past life. Zhang Weishan understood well that the term black gold ancient knife was merely a rebranding. Its true name was Feiqiu Tiandao, an item associated with the Feiqiu Tian official. However, this artifact was not possessed by all Feiqiu Tian officials, but belonged solely to the first-generation Feiqiu Tian official. It was a gift from the ancient corpse of Cao Cao. In the past, Cao Cao had established a unit for the purpose of excavating treasures from ancient tombs to fund his military, with the tokens being the Feiqiu seal and the Moking talismans. The Feiqiu Tiandao served as the insignia for the leader of the Feiqiu Tian officials. It was said to be forged from a meteorite iron, capable of slicing through steel as if it were mud, and could vanquish countless forms of zombies, making it a revered relic. However, as the esteemed Fa Chiotian Guan gradually declined, the whereabouts of the Fa Chiotian Dao became unknown. In the previous life, the author resorted to using the Heijin ancient blade as a substitute. Little did I expect to actually possess the Fa Chiotian Dao. With this artifact, my future endeavors in tomb exploration will undoubtedly be significantly bolstered. After enjoying dinner at the Shun family's abode and engaging in pleasant conversation, it was already past 9 in the evening. Zhang Weishan needed to return to his shop for rest. Yet unexpectedly, Shunwan decided to accompany him back. This indicated that the following morning, the illustrious Zhang Deshun of the Fa Qiuzhang clan would provide guidance to the archaeological team before their departure. She could not afford to miss it and must catch the live broadcast. Moreover, her thesis had reached a pivotal point, necessitating an early rise for writing. Thus, that evening, the two returned to the shop. Zhang Weishan, being of upright character, naturally instilled trust in Shun, who merely cautioned them not to divulge any details regarding the 8th layer of the bronze pagoda, as he was still contemplating whether to sell it. Upon returning to the shop, they each retired to their respective rooms for rest. Once in his chamber, Zhang Weishan retrieved the Heijin ancient blade, allowing himself a moment to appreciate its weighty, chilling presence. It truly was a remarkable sword. He then glanced at the live broadcast, noting that the archaeological team continued their tireless excavation, albeit hesitating to venture into the 7th layer. Reassured, he turned in for the night. However, early the next morning, before he could rise, Shun Wan's voice rang out. Zhang Weishan, hurry up. It's already 7. In just 2 hours, the master will be providing his insights. I'm going to start the computer. Chapter 34. Zhang Weishan's identity exposed. Zhang Weishan found himself bewildered. What did she mean by turning on the computer first? Was she planning to watch the archaeological team's live broadcast together with him? Did she not have her own computer? He was puzzled. However, Zhang Weishan soon lost his sleepiness and got up to freshen up. By the time he descended the stairs, half an hour had passed. To his surprise, Shunwan had already returned with breakfast, urging Zhang Weishan to eat it while it was still warm. Without giving it much thought, he sat down beside her, munching on a bun, while casually inquiring about her choice of workspace. Why not watch it upstairs? He asked. Shunwan opened her laptop and replied, Oh, don't mention it. I forgot to charge my phone last night. This morning I got up at 6 specifically to write my paper for a while. I was afraid that if I closed the interface, I would lose my inspiration. Besides, watching it with this newly configured computer and you creates a better atmosphere. I wonder how the expert will guide Professor Li and the others today. You must have heard, right? The entire internet is buzzing about how Professor Li and his team will manage to exit. The entrance to the living door has vanished. Could it be that the expert will find another way out? Shunwan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she spoke. Zhang Weishan felt helpless. In truth, he also did not possess absolute certainty regarding the search for the living door. The living door changes every month, but it does not necessarily mean that just because the last day of the month has passed, it will certainly appear the next day. It is not as straightforward as a mechanism. Such transitions are rarely that simple. The transformation of the living door is likely to be a gradual process. In any given month, There may only be a few days when the opportunity for emergence presents itself. Yet, Zhang Weishan is aware of a route that can lead him out, so he remains unperturbed. As he speaks, Shenwan has already launched the live streaming application. However, upon encountering the interface that pops up, Shenwan is momentarily taken aback. Zhang Weishan, your account has been reinstated? Why didn't you inform me? Zhang Weishan is momentarily stunned, rising to take a look, and his expression darkens. He is still unfamiliar with this newly configured computer and is astonished to find that the login interface of the live streaming software retains the account credentials he had entered just the day before. It must be one of those quick login features. If he were to click login, his identity would surely be. As Zhang Weishan contemplates this, Shenwan has already pressed the login button, exclaiming, "You didn't tell me your appeal was successful. Quick, follow me now." Zhang Weishan is left speechless. Almost simultaneously, the software successfully logs him in. At the very top of the application, beside the profile picture, his name stands out prominently. F.A. Qiuzhang Shi. Shenwan also notices this name, and her entire demeanor freezes in astonishment. Her eyes widen in disbelief, clearly not expecting to see those familiar four characters. Zhang Weishan is equally taken aback, thinking to himself how, despite his caution, he has still been exposed. This revelation is rather hasty, wouldn't you agree? That little one. Allow me to explain. Zhang Weishan begins to clarify, but Shenwan turns to him, her face a mask of shock. You're a deity? Zhang Weishan found himself at a loss for words. He did not consider himself a deity. He merely imparted some insights he had gathered. How others chose to address him was inconsequential. To refer to oneself as a deity would be an affront to his modesty. As he pondered how to clarify the situation, suddenly, Shenwan burst into laughter. She looked at Zhang Weishan and remarked, "You appear quite startled. I never expected you to be a fan of the deity as well. Sharing the same name. Over the past few days, I've noticed several people in the live stream have changed their usernames, adopting monikers like F.A. Qiu Wang Clan and F.A. Qiu Zhao Clan. Yet here you are, choosing F.A. Qiu Zhang Clan, identical to the deity. It is quite a coincidence, considering you also share the surname Zhang. Well, I initially intended to ask you to follow me, but with your name mirroring the deity's, that might pose a problem. When the deity goes live, I want to be able to distinguish between you and him. I shall change my account now." Shenwan, lost in her own thoughts, swiftly dismissed Zhang Weishan's account and replaced it with her own. Zhang Weishan, bewildered, observed her actions in disbelief. He thought to himself, I haven't said anything at all. How did this misunderstanding arise? Or is it that the disparity between myself and the deity in Shenwan's mind is so vast that she believes I, too, am an admirer of a deity? Hence my deliberate choice of name? At this moment, such considerations seemed trivial. As long as his identity remained concealed and Shenwan did not entertain any suspicions. That was what mattered most. Zhang Weishan breathed a sigh of relief. This early morning had truly been terrifying. Shenwan had just logged back into his account, and upon entering the live broadcast room, Zhang Weishan realized that the archaeological team had not rested for an entire night. Moreover, it appeared they had nearly excavated everything beneath the 7th layer. However, due to the tragic demise of Xiao Zhao the previous day, no one dared to venture into the 8th layer. Shenwan, having connections with the staff of the live broadcast room, chatted briefly and gleaned the progress of the archaeological team from last night. What should we do, Zhang Weishan? The staff mentioned that there are disagreements within the archaeological team. With less than an hour remaining until the expert's departure, could they be in danger? Zhang Weishan hurriedly inquired about the situation. Shenwan shared the details with him and urged him to review the discussions in the live broadcast room. It turned out that since the archaeological team entered the Zhang family ancient tower yesterday, their excavations had not ceased for even a moment. The rewards had been exceedingly fruitful. They had unearthed the family genealogy of a Zhang clan, inscribed on a coffin board, along with numerous burial artifacts belonging to the Zhang family. Most notably, many of these artifacts included exquisite prayer beads from Tibet. Although these items may not carry as much information in an archaeological context as ancient scripts or scrolls, each string of prayer beads is worth its weight in gold. The stories they encapsulate are profound enough to provoke considerable contemplation from future generations. The excavation of the Zhang family ancient tower holds significant importance for both the archaeological team and the broader field of archaeology. As they gazed upon the final 2 layers, which remained undiscovered, the urgency of the departure time set by the great master loomed ever closer. A faction among them began to waver, resolutely insisting on exploring the last 2 layers. They lamented that once they exited, the prospect of re-entering would be shrouded in uncertainty, potentially taking an indeterminate length of time. Such a scenario would undoubtedly be a profound regret. Conversely, Professor Lee maintained that they should prioritize exiting, asserting that their discoveries thus far were already significant. The perils of the 6th layer were undeniable, and the dangers of the 7th and 8th layers would likely be even greater. He was determined to prevent further sacrifices. This discourse had persisted since its inception, and numerous viewers in the live stream were actively engaging in the conversation. I believe the risks are manageable. Despite the dangers encountered since yesterday, they have primarily been above the 6th layer, and with due caution, we should be fine. Indeed, and given the great master's exceptional prowess, why not guide us to explore the 7th and 8th layers before departing? How could we possibly fathom the great master's intentions? Perhaps there are compelling reasons that render the last 2 layers off-limits for exploration. I think it wise to heed the great master's counsel. We should refrain from recklessness to avoid calamity. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. In my view, you are far too obedient. The great master is human too. Does he not make mistakes? Exactly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should we exit now, we might regret it for the rest of our lives. Chapter 35. The archaeological team's intrusion into the 7th level and Zhang's descent. You people, how quickly you forget the pain after the wound is healed. How many times has the master warned against reckless wandering? Isn't it always your disobedience that leads to calamity? Now you come here to stir up trouble. It is not you keyboard warriors who risk your lives. Who are you addressing from above? Do archaeologists fear sacrifice? If you fear death, perhaps you should reconsider your pursuit of archaeology. While archaeology may entail sacrifice, it does not justify senseless losses. The live stream had split into 2 factions, embroiled in heated debate. It was indeed challenging to ascertain who was right or wrong. Ultimately, everyone was concerned for the future of archaeology. However, a consensus on whether to explore the 7th and 8th levels remained elusive. Zhang Weishan observed the live stream, showing no inclination to intervene. The hour for departure was still distant, and he understood well that if these individuals continued to disregard his counsel, the number of those who would survive the ordeal would likely diminish. Speaking up now would only draw him into the fray of this dispute. Within the Zhang family's ancient tower, Professor Lee had already directed the majority of the archaeological team to begin packing their belongings in preparation for departure. Yet, one young man clad in a jacket approached, his expression earnest. "Professor Lee, I implore you to seriously consider my proposal. Our resources are ample. Leaving now would be a waste of time, as many secrets remain unraveled here." The youth speaking is named Jia, a seasoned member of the archaeological team. Although he is not currently a student of Professor Lee, he is deeply committed to archaeology. After graduating, he chose to remain with the team, occasionally lecturing at the Archaeology Academy. It is said that he is preparing to apply for a professorship in the future, potentially becoming a figure akin to Professor Lee. Among those reluctant to leave, he is one of the most steadfast. "Jia, we have only half an hour left." Professor Lee's conviction in the words of the renowned Zhang of the FHO family is evident, showing no hesitation. Jia, however, remains unconvinced. "Professor Lee, I acknowledge the prowess of Zhang, but he has always operated from the shadows. The excavation work must rely on us. Furthermore, is there anyone more familiar with this site than we are? While I believe Zhang's advice should be heeded, I do not think it warrants such solemnity. Perhaps I could compromise. I could ascend to the 7th level for a brief inspection 10 minutes before our time is up. Consider it. Professor Lee, can you truly find peace of mind without completing this work? I merely intend to gather additional information for future excavations. I assure you, if any issues arise, I will return immediately. What do you think?" Jia speaks with earnestness, clearly reluctant to concede to the notion of leaving without further exploration. However, Professor Li remained resolutely opposed. Upon witnessing this, Ajia, somewhat incensed, exclaimed, "Professor Li, I understand that you are deeply pained by the loss of a few students. But are we not all prepared to dedicate our lives to the noble cause of archaeology? You cannot treat our field in this manner." Professor Li retorted angrily. "What do you understand? Do you think my concern is solely for my students? I am anguished for human lives. Those individuals are the future talents of the archaeological community. Are you not aware that our field is facing a critical juncture?" It was evident that Professor Li was also agitated. Yet, as the saying goes, a kind word is hard to deliver to a ghost intent on dying. At that moment, Professor Li could not sway Ajia. Ajia gazed at Professor Li and resolutely declared, "I must ascend to the 7th level. I require these final 10 minutes. This is my bottom line. You cannot protect us forever. We must eventually take that step ourselves." With that, Ajia ceased his discourse and turned to prepare. Zhang Weishan, observing the scene before him, felt a sense of helplessness. He recalled someone once telling him, "The human heart is the most difficult to fathom. Although the pursuit of archaeology is noble, who can guarantee that one approaches it without ulterior motives?" Professor Li likely considered the safety of the entire archaeological team, yet for Ajia, perhaps merely glimpsing the 7th level held paramount importance. This might significantly influence his prospects of attaining the title of professor upon his return. This may explain why, throughout the ages, the profession of tomb raiding has been rife with treachery amongst comrades. After all, the human heart is a labyrinth. Who can truly fathom the innermost thoughts of their companions? Shen Wan gazed at the live stream, an unusual silence enveloping him, his brow furrowed with concern, lost in contemplation. Ajia, on the other hand, appeared resolute in his intentions. After a brief pause, Professor Li called over his student, Xiao Zhang. Among the few students who accompanied Professor Li this time, Xiao Zhang was the sole survivor, rendering the situation particularly devastating for him. However, given his advanced age, he found himself somewhat lacking in the vigor required to venture into the 7th layer once more. "Teacher," Xiao Zhang regarded Professor Li with a calm demeanor. "In a moment, you will accompany Ajia to investigate. I trust your composure surpasses his. Ensure your safety," Professor Li said, patting Xiao Zhang's shoulder. Xiao Zhang nodded, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. Relieved, Shen Wan exhaled softly. With Professor Li entrusting Xiao Zhang to accompany Ajia, the likelihood of complications seemed minimal. Even if difficulties arose, they would gain insight into the 7th layer's circumstances. Zhang Weishan expressed his surprise. "Oh, is Xiao Zhang quite formidable?" He had encountered Xiao Zhang a few times before. During the last expedition to the submerged Zhang family mansion, he had been present as well. Remarkably, he was the only one among Professor Li's numerous students to have emerged unscathed. Yet, Zhang Weishan had not paid him much attention until now. Upon hearing Shen Wan's words, it appeared that this Xiao Zhang was somewhat extraordinary. Shen Wan nodded and elaborated, stating that Xiao Zhang was indeed different from others. He was not a student of the Archaeology Institute. Rather, he was a local whom Professor Li had met during a business trip years ago. Subsequently, Professor Li took him under his wing as a student. Remarkably, it was only in the past 2 years that he had acquired knowledge about archaeology. Nevertheless, when this individual is mentioned, many harbor suspicions that he may have originated from a background of tomb raiding. Yet, he has no recollection of his past, and the field of archaeology does not dismiss those with such origins. As long as they contribute to the discipline, they are considered comrades, which is why he was welcomed into the archaeological community. At this point, Shen Wan felt she had not fully captured Xiao Zhang's uniqueness and pondered how best to articulate it. "I cannot quite articulate it, but Xiao Zhang is truly exceptional. Professor Li, who has long been in the field, has faced numerous dangers. Regardless of the peril, whenever Xiao Zhang is part of a team, even if his comrades perish, he always emerges unscathed. From my perspective as a woman, he seems to possess an innate aura that instills a profound sense of safety. Regrettably, his background remains a mystery." Zhang Weishan, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, subconsciously paying closer attention to this Xiao Zhang. He realized that if he wished to elevate the art of tomb raiding in the future, relying solely on his own efforts would be insufficient. Therefore, he would be keen to nurture any promising talents he encountered. Xiao Zhang could indeed benefit from observing more closely. Chapter 36. The imitation of the ghost seal reveals a mysterious creature as time inexorably passed. With merely 10 minutes remaining until 9 o'clock, a Jia finally set forth. Without further ado, Xiao Zhang promptly followed suit, and together they ascended towards the 7th level. Upon noticing Xiao Zhang's approach, a Jia felt a sense of triumph, for it indicated that at least Professor Li had yielded to some extent. However, he was also acutely aware that the words of the Zhang family of tomb raiders held a certain wisdom. Hence, he resolved to exercise caution, intending merely to survey the situation on the 7th level before retreating. This strategy would not only allow him to make a commendable showing, but also safeguard him from potential pitfalls. His intentions were rather straightforward: to present himself as a noble champion of archaeological pursuits, thereby enhancing his credentials for future professorial evaluations. The ropes had long been prepared, and Captain Qin personally escorted the two of them upwards, assuming the responsibility of vigilance. Should any irregularities arise, he would ensure their descent. The 7th level was considerably elevated, and it took them a full 2 minutes to reach its height. A Jia led the way, with Xiao Zhang closely behind, and soon they both leapt onto the 7th floor. At that moment, the entire scene of the 7th level was simultaneously broadcasted to the live audience. Countless viewers watched with bated breath, wary of potential traps, drawing upon their experiences from the 6th level. Upon their arrival, the peculiar sight of the 7th level struck them as odd, for it was filled with numerous large crates, mirroring the layout of the levels below. The rooms were arranged in a sequence, each adorned with 2 boxes flanking the entrance of every door. Each box measured approximately 1.5 meters in width and depth, presenting a square form. There were no signs of tampering, leaving one to wonder what secrets lay within. Mirroring the layout of the 6th floor, there was a similarly open door in this area. Inside, a long table was present, yet instead of a scabbard, it bore a plate upon which rested an object reminiscent of a jade seal. Its true nature remained obscured. A Jia hastily retrieved his binoculars for a closer inspection. To the astonishment of the onlookers, it indeed appeared to be a jade seal. However, to be precise, it could only be referred to as a seal. The object was sizable, comparable to the head of an infant. It was square in shape, intricately carved with numerous small demonic faces. Rather than exuding the grandeur and imperial might associated with a national jade seal, it emitted a chilling presence, akin to a ghostly seal. This revelation sent a shiver through a Jia's heart. While seals of this nature are not uncommon in history, with nearly every dynasty's ruler possessing one, their discovery in archaeological endeavors remains exceedingly rare. Capturing clear images of this ghostly seal would undoubtedly represent a monumental breakthrough for the field of archaeology. With this thought in mind, a Jia promptly stowed away his binoculars and made his way toward the open door. The 7th floor was almost devoid of any other features. Apart from the large boxes positioned at the entrance, everything else seemed to have vanished. It did not appear to have any mechanisms at first glance. A Jia took 2 tentative steps and, finding nothing amiss, proceeded towards the grand door. Xiao Zhang, observing this, hurriedly cautioned him to slow down while also following closely behind. Captain Qin did not ascend to the 7th floor. Instead, he hovered in mid-air, vigilantly surveying the surroundings of the 7th level. A Jia moved swiftly, with Xiao Zhang closely trailing him. In just a few strides, they entered the room and approached the table. Alongside them, the appearance of the ghostly seal on the table gradually became clearer. The audience in the live broadcast was utterly astonished. Shen Wan, upon catching sight of the ghostly seal, exclaimed in awe, This is the ghostly seal. Legend has it that in ancient times, the king of Lu possessed the ability to summon ghostly soldiers, and he held such a seal in his hand. However, it appeared that this particular ghostly seal was a replica. Zhang Weishan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was a counterfeit. Moreover, it seemed that the ghostly seal could not be lifted, as it was likely integrated with the tray below. Nevertheless, the exquisite craftsmanship was sufficient to attest to its value. The audience in the live broadcast erupted with excitement, exclaiming, Wow, the intricacy of this carving is astonishing. is truly a work of divine artistry. Indeed, this discovery is utterly astonishing. While the sage's words hold considerable truth, Ajia's unwavering determination has indeed yielded rewards. Remarkably, it has been proven that one cannot blindly heed the wisdom of the sage. I see you all are beginning to show off again. When danger approaches, do not come crying for the sage's guidance. What danger could possibly arise? We have approached so closely without incident. What more could threaten us? If I were the sage, I would merely observe your demise. A congregation of keyboard warriors. The live chat erupted into chaos once more. However, at that moment, Ajia was filled with exhilaration. With this artifact in hand, his chances of attaining a professorship were virtually assured. As he contemplated this, he prepared to lift the ghostly seal to take it away. Although he recognized it as a replica, the exquisite craftsmanship was undeniable. Moreover, it had been discovered within the ancient Zhang family's tower. Once taken outside, this ghostly seal could undoubtedly become a prized possession of any museum. We must leave, Xiao Zhang urged from his side. Ajia nodded and reached for the ghostly seal. However, upon grasping it, he realized that it was indeed fused with the tray beneath it. As he lifted it, the entire tray came up with it. Almost simultaneously, the sound of mechanisms clicking into place echoed ominously, resembling the foreboding toll of fate. Terrified, Ajia and Xiao Zhang turned to flee. Ajia was unwilling to abandon the ghostly seal and clutched the tray as he ran. Just as they burst from the room, they suddenly heard Captain Qin shout, "Run! Don't look back!" Upon hearing the words, the two individuals sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly ran towards Captain Qin. However, at that moment, they heard the unmistakable sound of wooden planks being opened behind them. It was evident that the large wooden crates positioned at the entrance had been breached. Simultaneously, a fierce gust of wind swept through from behind. Ajia, startled, instinctively turned around. Yet, upon doing so, he froze in terror at the sight before him. A ghastly, pale face was inexplicably pressed against his back. The visage was so ashen it appeared to have been smeared with flour, and the hair was exceedingly long, nearly obscuring the body entirely. Before Ajia could utter a cry of alarm, his vision abruptly darkened as he was enveloped by countless strands of hair. Xiao Zhang. He heard Captain Qin's furious roar in his ear, confirming that Xiao Zhang had also fallen victim. Meanwhile, the live stream fell into an eerie silence. As everyone witnessed the unfolding horror, all the wooden crates on the 7th floor had sprung open, revealing a multitude of ghastly faces and an abundance of hair protruding from each. It was unclear whether these entities were human or spectral, yet they surged towards Captain Qin in a chaotic frenzy. Captain Qin fired 2 shots, sending the closest 2 creatures hurtling away. However, upon glancing back at Ajia and Xiao Zhang, his expression shifted in horror. The 2 were ensnared in a tangle of hair, with Ajia rolling towards the crate, completely engulfed. Only Xiao Zhang remained standing in place, yet his body was covered in hair. The live streaming room was enveloped in silence for nearly half a minute before someone finally sent a message. Serves him right. He shouldn't have sought guidance from the master. Exactly, if one doesn't court disaster, one won't face dire consequences. He truly deserves this fate. Chapter 37. The Forbidden Fate of Little Zhang. It cannot be said that way, if not for Ajia and Little Zhang's audacious venture. Would we have been able to witness such exquisite ghostly seals? You can keep your bravado. After all, it is not you who is facing death. Indeed, and it seems that the issue cannot be resolved with just a single loss of life. A bunch of keyboard warriors, if you have a nerve, don't plead for the divine to intervene. If I were a deity, I would be too indifferent to guide you. The live broadcast room was in uproar. At this moment, Shun Wan clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the screen. Captain Qin had no time to descend. If he left, Little Zhang and Ajia would truly be without hope. Moreover, someone was needed above to assess the situation. Captain Qin shouted, "Everyone cover me." Yes, the group of soldiers below fully loaded their firearms, their eyes scanning the vicinity of the 7th level. Should any ghostly figure attempt to approach Captain Qin, they would immediately open fire. However, despite their fierce firepower, Captain Qin could not draw closer to the corridor of the 7th level. At that moment, a Jiao was being dragged into one of the large wooden crates, the lid snapping shut instantly. Yet, little Zhang stood still, motionless in place, leaving everyone bewildered. Brufasoli, witnessing this, felt darkness envelop him, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. In his desperation, tears streamed down his face as he scolded the disobedient youth, lamenting the harm caused to the archaeological team. He hurriedly glanced at the live camera, seeking salvation, desperately pleading for Mr. Zhang to save us. Thank you, Professor Li uttered as he unexpectedly knelt down. The viewers in the live stream watched in helplessness. To be honest, they felt a deep sympathy for Professor Li. Yet, they remained perplexed about the bizarre situation unfolding before them, and they could not help but inquire if the master was present. They sought guidance from the master, asking, "What on earth is this?" "This is AJNP. Retreat immediately, for they cannot be killed." Finally, the golden message from the Zhang clan appeared. Upon reading it, everyone was bewildered. JNP? What is AJNP? Countless minds were flooded with this query. Who knows what AJNP is? God knows. Perhaps it's a type of old woman. How ridiculous. No old woman has hair this long. She is transformed into a hair spirit. The master hasn't indicated how to deal with it either. As the crowd continued their discussion, another golden message flickered in the live stream. If we hold the first layer, they will soon retreat. Upon seeing this news, everyone rejoiced. Xinhuan's face was filled with excitement, yet she pondered aloud. Will these JNP withdraw on their own? Why? Zhang Weishan pretended not to hear, his focus firmly on the live stream. These JNP were not to be feared. According to his calculations, the self-defense mechanism of the Zhang family's ancient building should activate soon, prompting the JNP to withdraw. At that moment, however, he was more concerned about why Jia and Xiao Zhang were both ensnared by the JNP. However, Jia had already been dragged back into the large box. Only Xiao Zhang remained motionless at his original spot. What was he experiencing at that moment? As he pondered, a sudden commotion arose from his direction. The strands of hair that had merely entangled Xiao Zhang suddenly unraveled, revealing him. To everyone's astonishment, his shirt was torn to shreds, exposing his remarkably strong shoulders. Yet, his complexion was ashen, indicating his dire condition. "Xiao Zhang, come back quickly," Captain Qin shouted. Xiao Zhang, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly ran towards Captain Qin. Together, they grasped the rope and slid downward. It was evident that Jia was beyond salvation. With so many vengeful spirits, unless they could eliminate them all, attempting to enter the lair of these spirits would surely demand an even greater toll. Moreover, the soldiers discovered that their firearms were utterly ineffective against these entities. The spirits' hair, akin to mounds of sponge, absorbed every bullet that struck them. As soon as the two landed on the ground, the vengeful spirits from the 7th level began to pursue them, with some already having ascended to the 4th level. Clearly, they were not yet ready to concede defeat. At that moment, there was no time for anyone to contemplate why Xiao Zhang had miraculously survived. All eyes were glued to the live stream, pleading for the deity to illuminate a path forward. Yet, the anticipated guidance from the Zhang family of tomb raiders remained conspicuously absent. Captain Qin, accompanied by his team, tirelessly impeded the advance of the forbidden women. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 9:09. Suddenly, as the clock struck exactly 9:10, a deep, resonant sound echoed throughout the ancient Zhang family building. Almost simultaneously, both the live stream audience and those present were astonished to witness the forbidden women retreating in a frenzy. As if startled, scrambling back to the 7th floor. One by one, they obediently returned to their large wooden boxes. However, Jia did not emerge again, clearly having met a tragic end. Captain Qin and Xiao Zhang swiftly descended to the ground. Xiao Zhang appeared pale, yet he was unharmed. The unexpected retreat of the forbidden women filled the group with excitement. Nonetheless, they understood that the women had likely abandoned their lethal pursuit upon hearing the ominous sound. But what did that sound signify? Silence enveloped the room as they all stared at the live stream, clearly awaiting guidance from the expert. Xinhuan, too, clenched his fists tightly, seemingly anxious not to miss any words from the Zhang family of the Qiu clan. Meanwhile, Zhang Weishan was oblivious to the situation at hand. He had noticed that Xiao Zhang's tattered clothing revealed lines etched faintly across his back, enigmatic and incomplete, with certain areas obscured, rendering it quite peculiar. He was captivated by the sight when, all of a sudden, Shun Wan exclaimed in alarm. How could it possibly be a strong alkaline mist? Where's the master? If he doesn't appear soon, Professor Li and the others will perish. Upon hearing Shun Wan's exclamation, Zhang Weishan finally registered the gravity of the situation. Realizing he had momentarily forgotten this critical detail, he hurriedly turned his attention to the live stream. Before his eyes, a multitude of mist had descended upon the room. This was indeed the Zhang family's defensive mechanism. Strong alkaline mist. If even a moment's delay occurred, it was likely that Professor Li and his companions would meet their demise. Zhang Weishan dared not linger. He swiftly dispatched several messages in the live chat. Hasten to the second pillar on the left. There is an exit on it. Follow my instructions. Strike the reliefs in the order of 1, 3, 5, 6, and 4, with 3, 5, 7, and 2 strikes respectively. Hurry. There won't be time if you delay. Professor Li at the scene had already begun to cough violently. Without hesitation, the group rushed toward the designated location. Captain Qin, guided by Zhang Weishan's directions, began to execute the plan with remarkable efficiency, quickly locating the corresponding reliefs and commencing the necessary strikes. Chapter 38. The Reward of the Underworld. Is the deity jesting? Is there truly an entrance within this pillar? I too harbor doubts. Surely, the deity's words cannot be mere folly. Though I wish to refrain from skepticism, the slenderness of this pillar is quite alarming. Deity, please do not jest. Could there genuinely be an exit within this column? The viewers in the live stream collectively regarded the idea as implausible. Even Shun Wan found it hard to believe, for the pillar was exceedingly thin, merely the width of a single shoulder. While such a column may appear substantial, the notion of an exit concealed within it seemed utterly absurd. Yet, at that moment, apart from the guidance of the esteemed Zhang clan, they found themselves devoid of superior alternatives. Retracing their steps was certainly not an option. They were left with no choice but to heed the words of the Zhang clan. For every prior statement he had made had proven accurate. Professor Li, is there truly an exit inside? Several members of the archaeological team inquired anxiously. They could feel a fiery sensation in their throats, a consequence of inhaling the caustic mist. If they delayed any longer, even if they managed to escape, it would be of no avail. I trust in the Zhang clan. He would not deceive us. One of them exclaimed. Quickly, cover Xiao Zhang with clothing. His skin must not be exposed, or the caustic mist shall corrode it. The others nodded and hurriedly draped clothing over Xiao Zhang. Meanwhile, Captain Qin had already followed Zhang Weishan's instructions and struck the entire pillar with a series of blows. As he finally descended, the crowd beheld a remarkable transformation of the pillar before them. The entire structure rotated, revealing a fissure from which an entrance emerged, surprisingly accessible from the side. To their astonishment, the interior of the pillar was hollow, embedded with iron spikes that one could traverse by crawling downwards. This was the gateway to the basement level, a beacon of hope, a testament to the extraordinary prowess of the deity. They need not face demise. The group was overwhelmed with excitement. Captain Qin promptly organized the operation, dispatching a team of soldiers to scout ahead, followed by Professor Li and the archaeologists, who descended one by one. Captain Qin and several soldiers brought up the rear. The combined force of nearly 50 individuals, comprising both archaeologists and soldiers, descended at a sluggish pace. Fortunately, Captain Qin's team was equipped with combat-grade gas masks, allowing them to endure the harsh conditions. Otherwise, they might have succumbed to the corrosive mist of the caustic waters before they could even begin their descent. It took the entire group a full 10 minutes to enter the fissure of the pillar. When Captain Qin was the last to descend, he discovered the basement level to be exceedingly rudimentary, merely a chamber constructed of stone, potentially the original communal burial site of the Zhang family's ancient edifice. Yet, this sanctuary was free from the oppressive mist, rendering it relatively safe. Professor Li assessed the team, relieved to find that everyone was unharmed. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the live-streaming audience, prompting an outpouring of emotional appreciation from viewers. I am deeply grateful to the esteemed master. I am truly in awe of him. How dare anyone disregard the master's words in the future? I would not hesitate to confront them. I wholeheartedly agree. It is always the master who comes to our rescue. Why are you all so disobedient? I propose that we should have the master lead us personally next time, as this would mitigate our losses. While I concur, is it truly feasible for the master to attend? At this point, silence fell over the live stream. Even the esteemed Professor Mu from the Archaeological Institute personally extended an invitation, yet there were no results. What more can we expect from us, the online community? Clearly, wishing for the master to take charge is not something that can be achieved through mere requests. If the master is unwilling to emerge, no amount of pleading will suffice. Suddenly, Shunwan interjected in the live chat. Let us not be so harsh. We are already immensely grateful for the master's guidance. Everyone has their own choices. We should not impose upon him. Wanwan is right. We cannot engage in moral coercion. Indeed, the master has already done more than enough. We are grateful to the master. We bow in reverence. Zhang Weishan, of course, noticed these comments. Yet he maintained his stance that the time was not right. Observing a slight relaxation in the atmosphere, he sent out a message. Let us take a 5-minute break. But we must depart swiftly. There are perilous alkaline mist traps ahead. After sending the message, he rose to go to the restroom. The viewers in the live stream, upon reading this, felt their previously relaxed mood tighten once more. Master, please do not say such things. There is still danger lurking. The esteemed master, please elucidate. Are you still present? The archaeological team is truly facing immense difficulties. My heart aches for them. Professor Lee, persevere. You shall undoubtedly emerge safely. Shunwan had initially breathed a sigh of relief, yet upon seeing Zhang Weishan's words, her anxiety surged once more. Hurry, be cautious not to miss the master's guidance. Seeing Zhang Weishan heading toward the restroom, Shunwan called out. She couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Weishan appeared utterly unfazed. Yet, he did not seem to be a person of indifferent temperament. Could it be that his courage surpassed that of ordinary men? Thus, he remained unperturbed in such a tense situation. Shunwan was baffled. Zhang Weishan, however, was oblivious to her thoughts. He was acutely aware that the archaeological team faced a pressing timeline. They needed to exit swiftly. Otherwise, the perilous alkaline mist traps would claim their lives. Yet, Zhang Weishan's mind lingered on another matter, the rewards from the system. Following his guidance, he pondered what rewards awaited him. He had noticed that since the archaeological team arrived at the Zhang family ancient tower, the rewards had significantly improved from the black gold ancient blade to the fake U seal. What would this occasion bestow? Indeed, the system did not disappoint him. As he stepped into the restroom, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Successful guidance of the archaeological team. Reward. The whisper of the underworld has been integrated. The whisper of the underworld? Zhang Weishan was taken aback, pondering what this entailed. The whisper of the underworld. Why had he never encountered such a term before? However, as a torrent of information swiftly flooded his mind, he grasped the essence of what the so-called whispers of the underworld entailed. The chronicles of the tomb offered no accounts of this enigmatic language. Yet the whispers themselves bore a record, elucidating that it served as a means of communication between the realms of the living and the dead. In simpler terms, it enabled one to comprehend the utterances of deceased beings and zombies. Reflecting on this newfound ability, Zhang Weishan felt a tinge of resignation. Having presumed that such a skill was non-existent in the tomb raiding techniques passed down by Liu, he recalled that in a novel from his previous life, the author had woven this ability into the narrative to accentuate the protagonist's formidable prowess, rendering it a mere fabrication. To his astonishment, the system had bestowed this ability upon him. This revelation, albeit peculiar, proved to be quite advantageous. Despite its cryptic name, the so-called whispers of the underworld or corpse language was fundamentally rooted in the capacity to communicate through the biological electric signals emitted by zombies at the moment of their resurrection. The essence of this communication lay within the realm of bioelectric exchanges. However, given the scarcity of zongzi in the Zhang family's ancient tower, the practical application of this ability seemed limited. Nevertheless, should he venture into a tomb in the future, this skill would undoubtedly be invaluable. Glimpsing at the time, He noted that nearly 5 minutes had passed, prompting him to turn and exit the restroom. The path ahead for the archaeological team remained perilous. Chapter 39. Ingeniously unraveling the mystery of the self-formed stone. Underground level of the Zhang family ancient tower. Captain Qin, accompanied by his soldiers, conducted a thorough survey of the surrounding area. They discovered that this tomb chamber was remarkably small. Although they were not archaeologists, their frequent excursions with Professors Li and Chun had afforded them considerable insight. It was indeed their first encounter with a burial site of such diminutive proportions. Professor, this place is rather peculiar. Can you discern anything from it? I need to arrange for a proper response on my end, Captain Qin inquired, harboring an unease about the unusual circumstances. Professor Li surveyed the surroundings with a discerning gaze before responding. This locale is relatively untroubled, as it is fundamentally a collective burial site in the form of an ancient tower. Such architectural designs are rare. However, the presence of a pagoda suggests a conventional layout. This ancient tower likely conceals a vertical burial site. A vertical burial site, as the name implies, consists of graves that are stacked upon one another. This type of burial is commonly found in the ancestral graves of smaller families, where the remains of elder ancestors are interred deeper, while later generations are laid to rest at shallower depths. This practice often results from the fact that ancestral tombs may have remained undisturbed for many years, leading to deteriorating conditions below. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, one would typically refrain from disturbing the mounds of their forebears. It is probable that beneath this Zhang family ancient tower lie the ancient graves of some of the most venerable members of the Zhang lineage. Subsequently, the later descendants erected the Zhang family ancient tower as a collective burial site above them. Professor Li gestured toward a stone door ahead, indicating its significance. We are likely situated in the antechamber. Beyond the stone door may lie the main hall. Such a layered burial chamber is not likely to contain many rooms, yet its depth is quite profound. It is regrettable that Mr. Zhang has urged us to leave promptly. Otherwise, there are numerous areas within this ancient tomb that remain unexplored. We shall have to await future opportunities to return. Captain Qin nodded, noting that if there are only 2 chambers, his burden would be somewhat alleviated. The viewers in the live stream were quick to express their admiration. Professor Li truly deserves his title. Without your elucidation, we would be utterly oblivious. Indeed, after all, they are a professional archaeological team. Professor Li, considering your extensive knowledge of this place, why not simply open the stone door? Yes, if you could open it directly, we wouldn't waste time when the expert arrives. Exactly, I concur. Professor Li observed the discussions in the live stream, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. Captain Qin, puzzled, inquired, Professor, is there a dilemma? Professor Li gestured dismissively, stating, this stone door is likely a self-closing mechanism. Such a contrivance is remarkably intricate. Once sealed, it is exceedingly difficult to open from the outside. It is said that in ancient times, there were extraordinary individuals capable of unlocking it. Yet our archaeological techniques in China have suffered significant setbacks. Regrettably, in the past, we have resorted to explosives to breach such self-closing stones. Captain Qin, upon hearing this, quickly grasped the implications and responded accordingly. Professor, this is not feasible. The space here is far too confined. Even if the explosives are meticulously calibrated, the noise would be unbearable. This place is akin to a sealed chamber. Once we employ explosives, our eardrums are bound to rupture. That would be quite troublesome. I fear we may need Mr. Zhang's guidance, Professor Li lamented. The gap in archaeological technology in Huaxia is profoundly significant. To dismantle a mechanism involving the self-initiating stone with finesse is not as straightforward as it seems. At that moment, Zhang Weishan returned and witnessed this scene, feeling equally helpless. The archaeological techniques of Huaxia have repeatedly challenged his understanding. Yet, upon reflection, it makes sense. In ancient times, unraveling the mysteries of the self-initiating stone was the forte of the renowned Fakyu Tianguan and the Moken Xiaoyi. Unfortunately, these 2 sects have been extinguished in Huaxia, leaving no legacy behind, which is quite understandable. As Zhang Weishan pondered, Shenwan glanced at the computer, expressing her frustration. My teacher once mentioned that although explosives can indeed breach the self-initiating stone, it would severely damage the other artifacts within the ancient tomb. The design of the self-initiating stone was a directive from the laborers of yore, and attempting to dismantle it with finesse is exceedingly challenging. Challenging? Perhaps it is encapsulated in that saying. What is difficult for some is not so for others, Zhang Weishan replied with a smile. Can you do it? Shenwan quickly turned to Zhang Weishan. He hesitated for a moment, realizing he nearly let slip too much, and quickly corrected himself, saying, I believe it is not insurmountable. If granted time for research, I may discover a solution. However, it appears that the moment has arrived. The master is expected to emerge and provide guidance. Upon hearing that the master was about to make an appearance, Shenwan hastily turned back to the computer. Almost simultaneously, several golden comments began to flood the live broadcast. Prepare a hook and an additional support, as illustrated, to unlock the faucet stone. Image. 2 comments appeared, the latter prominently displaying a rudimentary hand-drawn diagram. This drawing, created on a mobile device, was evidently quite rough. Nonetheless, the message conveyed by the illustration was exceedingly clear. Professor Li and the viewers in the live stream merely glanced at the content of the image and instantly understood how to decipher it. Impressive. Truly remarkable. Mr. Zhang's expertise makes me feel humbled. Professor Li was so exhilarated that he nearly knelt down to pay his respects. The viewers in the live stream were equally stirred. The master is incredible. Even the illustration has been shared. Wow, I can comprehend this diagram. It's astonishing. The master is indeed extraordinary. This single image has resolved the archaeological team's dilemma, and they have now acquired the means to unlock the faucet stone. Indeed, this is an immense treasure for the field of archaeology. Unbeknownst to Zhang Weishan, the excitement was not confined to the live stream. Even far away at the scene, Chunwen received a phone call from old Mu. Xiaowen, did you see the ingenious method he devised to unravel the mechanism of the faucet stone? This undoubtedly marks yet another significant breakthrough in the archaeological techniques of our esteemed Huaxian nation. Must I expound upon the importance of this individual to our archaeological community? It is imperative that Xiaowan exerts every effort to locate this elusive Zhang of the Feiqiu lineage. Enough said. The method for deciphering the mechanisms of the stone must surely be recorded in our archaeological guidebook. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Although Chun remained silent, she grasped the weight of Mu Lao's regard for this Feiqiu Zhang. Yet, the individual remains unwilling to reveal himself. Can Xiaowan truly find him? Chun was uncertain. Meanwhile, at the archaeological site, Professor Li and Captain Qin had already begun coordinating preparations for the tools necessary to unravel the mystery of the stone. In fact, the diagram sent by Zhang Weishan was a remarkably straightforward line drawing, yet it elucidated the principles behind the stone and Appo's mechanism with clarity. Furthermore, it meticulously detailed the method for its resolution. The so-called stone, in essence, is merely a pillar positioned at an angle at the entrance, designed to facilitate the opening of the stone door. While it may sound challenging, the actual process of breaking it is not difficult at all. As Zhang Weishan previously stated, what is difficult for the unskilled becomes effortless for the adept. Chapter 40. The coffin blocks the path. The whisper of the underworld reveals its power. The so-called self-placing stone is, in essence, a stone pillar that is slanted to secure the stone door behind it. The door is designed as a double opening model. Thus, the self-placing stone is necessarily modest in size. At the point where the two doors come together, there are also grooves on either side. The self-placing stone fits snugly into these grooves, with the stone pressing firmly against them. A stone pillar with a width no greater than that of a palm suffices to prop open the two doors. Moreover, it is customary to set additional mechanisms behind the self-placing stone. Consequently, if one were to blast the stone door open with explosives, triggering these mechanisms, even if no harm befell a person, numerous artifacts within the ancient tomb would be irreparably damaged. This further underscores the significance of skillfully overcoming the self-placing stone. To master this challenge, two essential tools are required. The first is a support object, and the second is an implement known as a crooked nail. The support could be a wooden board or any other object that could be inserted through the crack of the door to prop the stone pillar behind it. The ingenuity lies in the second tool, the crooked nail. If one relies solely on the support to elevate the stone pillar, it would inevitably topple, triggering the mechanisms. To avoid such a calamity, the crooked nail becomes indispensable. This tool serves to secure the support object, preventing it from falling over. It can be made of wire or any other slender material. Taking wire as an example, one would form a loop at the front end and then compress it flat. This loop can then be vertically inserted through the door crack and rotated 90 degrees to perfectly latch onto the stone pillar. Thus, by utilizing a support to pry open the stone door could be easily accessed without toppling the stone pillar. This was the method of resolution, not to be underestimated. Following the approach proposed by Zhang Weishan, Captain Qin and Professor Li swiftly prepared the necessary tools. Subsequently, the two collaborated, and in no time, the stone was pried open. Several students hurriedly pushed the stone door aside. Indeed, it was accomplished effortlessly, without any trouble. The live chat erupted in cheers. Impressive. The master is truly remarkable. Incredible. The master is astounding. There's no denying it. Otherwise, how could they be a master? 66,666. The expressions of joy were evident on the faces of Professor Li and others present. Shunwan, seated before her computer, was equally exhilarated. As she gazed at the screen, a sudden message appeared. The master is amazing. I wonder what kind of person they are to possess such knowledge. Could they truly be an old man? Are you particularly concerned about their age? Zhang Weishan inquired with a chuckle while sipping his tea. Not really, but as a girl, I do hope my idol is somewhat handsome. Shunwan replied, her cheeks flushing. However, amidst their conversation, an unsettling screeching sound abruptly erupted from the open stone door. Both turned to investigate, realizing that the noise emanated from within the doorway. It was a disconcerting sound that sent shivers down their spines, reminiscent of something clawing at wood. Alert! Captain Qin shouted, sensing the impending danger. Simultaneously, a flare was hurled into the tomb ahead. Upon striking the ground, it erupted into a brilliant white light, illuminating the entire chamber. The tomb revealed itself as a square space, with a pitch-black coffin conspicuously placed in the center. Behind the coffin on the opposing wall, there appeared to be an exit. At that moment, the sound of scratching emanated from within the coffin. The onlookers even noticed the coffin lid tremble, as if it could be dislodged at any moment. Quickly, move swiftly, Captain Qin urged. The exit lay just beyond the coffin, and if they acted with sufficient speed, they should be able to escape without issue. Moreover, with their firepower providing cover, they were hopeful for a safe passage. Yet, Captain Qin felt a shadow of dread lingering in his mind. Before embarking on this archaeological expedition at the Zhang family ancient building, he had participated in another dig near Pingnan, where they had encountered a zombie. Once resurrected, that creature proved impervious to blades and bullets, claiming several lives before they ultimately dispatched it with explosives. Conventional weaponry had been utterly ineffective against such horrors. Now, witnessing the commotion, he was desperate to get everyone out. If whatever was inside that coffin were to emerge in this confined space, they could very well meet their demise. However, aside from Professor Li and a few seasoned archaeologists, many students were paralyzed with fear at the sight of the coffin and the unsettling sounds, rooted to the spot and unable to move. For a moment, no one rushed forward. Captain Qin, witnessing the situation, intended to speak and persuade. However, at that instant, a golden barrage suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Do not approach the coffin, or something will go awry. Everyone retreat to the stone door. Upon seeing this golden barrage, Professor Li and the others felt as though they had grasped a lifeline. They hurriedly retreated to the position of the stone door. Captain Qin, meanwhile, positioned his team in front of the archaeological team, ready to shield them should anything sinister emerge from the coffin. At this moment, everyone had retreated to the entrance of the stone door, yet the unsettling noises emanating from the coffin persisted. The sound of nails scraping against the coffin lid drilled into their minds, evoking a profound discomfort. Nevertheless, compared to when they had previously sought to approach, the noise had diminished significantly. Professor Li, glancing at the live broadcast, whispered, Mr. Zhang, what should we do next? Yes, great one, what comes next? We can't just linger here indefinitely. Are you still with us? Great One? Surely, the Great One, ISN, team missing at such a critical time? Come on, don't jump to conclusions. The Great One wouldn't play around like this. Perhaps he is devising a plan. Indeed, let us remain patient. The Great One might be strategizing. At that moment, Shun Wan anxiously clutched her cup, too apprehensive to take a sip, fearing that any disturbance in the live broadcast might herald unforeseen changes. Yet, she sensed that Zhang Weishan was seemingly absent from behind her. Upon glancing over, I was nearly rendered speechless. There lay Zhang Weishan, reclining in an armchair, eyes closed in apparent repose. How utterly unperturbed he seemed. Shun Wan mused. One could not fathom the workings of Zhang Weishan's mind. In such a tense moment, he appeared completely unfazed. Little did he know, Zhang Weishan was not truly resting. Rather, he was intently listening to the sounds emanating from the coffin. After receiving the language of the underworld, he had developed an acute sensitivity to the disturbances within these coffins. It was as though he could comprehend the thoughts of the restless spirits inside. Especially moments ago, upon hearing a noise from within, he immediately sensed a surge of information flooding his mind. The spirit appeared agitated for reasons he had yet to discern. In this moment of feigned tranquility, he was actually engaged in a meticulous examination of what had caused such unrest. The language of the underworld is a form of communication facilitated by bioelectric signals. The spirit's discontent manifested through these very signals. After a brief period of focus, a revelation illuminated his understanding. He grasped the essence of the spirit's turmoil. Simultaneously, he made a startling discovery and hurriedly sent 2 messages in the livestream chat. Chapter 41. Has the Great One erred in communicating with the dead? Everyone, step forward in succession before the coffin. Whoever can provoke the greatest reaction from what lies within shall have the privilege to draw blood and anoint the coffin, thus gaining passage. There is no other way. As soon as these 3 messages were broadcast, a wave of bewilderment washed over the crowd. Draw blood? Approach? Great One, are you jesting? Goodness, is this not courting disaster? How can we approach as if we are recognizing our kin? What if it transforms into a corpse? Great One, let us not indulge in such folly. Perhaps we should allow Captain Sheen to suppress the situation instead. Indeed, Great One, you must be joking. The viewers in the live stream were incredulous about Zhang Weishan's words. The corpse within the coffin seemed on the verge of transformation. To draw near now would surely be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. However, Shun Wan furrowed her brow and remarked, "Do you truly believe the Great One would jest? I am convinced he possesses his own rationale. To refrain from this course of action may pose an even greater threat. Indeed, I concur. The Great One has never deceived us." Precisely. Without the Great One's guidance, would the archaeological team have reached this point? Soon, voices of agreement echoed in the live stream. While some expressed their belief, others remained skeptical. Meanwhile, on-site, Captain Sheen and Professor Lee exchanged apprehensive glances upon hearing Zhang Weishan's pronouncement. Professor Lee, a steadfast believer in the Zhang family of tomb raiders, found the proposed solution rather peculiar. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Mr. Zhang, could you elaborate on your reasoning? My heart is indeed heavy. Mr. Zhang, could you kindly enlighten us on the reason?" Captain Sheen inquired earnestly. Yet, deep down, they harbored little hope, for the Zhang family of the Fakio lineage had always been reticent in addressing such inquiries. They merely offer guidance, leaving it to individuals to either heed or disregard their counsel, for ultimately, it was a personal choice. To their astonishment, this time, the Fakio Zhang family actually responded. The golden barrage of messages soon illuminated the screen again. The corpse within this coffin succumbed to the poison of the dead. Your arrival has agitated the poison within him, and he can no longer suppress it. This corpse is likely an ancestor of the Zhang family. He senses that someone among you can help him subdue this poison. Thus, he implores your assistance, for should the poison erupt, none of you will escape. The Fakio Zhang family elucidated with remarkable clarity. However, the onlookers found themselves utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. Great sage, have you perhaps indulged a bit too much? How did you deduce all of this? Indeed, it feels as though you are weaving a tale of your own. Wait, the sage was silent for quite some time, Could it be he was communicating with this Zongzi? Goodness, how absurd. The sage wasn't even present. Any communication could only be one-sided listening. Listening? And you believe he could comprehend the sound of nails scratching the coffin? What do you take the sage for? Professor Lee gazed at the live stream, utterly confounded. Mr. Zhang, were you truly communicating with the deceased just now? He felt a sense of childishness upon posing the question. How could this possibly be true? Yet, the subsequent response from Zhang Qiusha profoundly reshaped his understanding. The corpse poison is indicated by the presence of a green liquid beneath the coffin. This signifies the infiltration of poison into the marrow. Moreover, this is not merely a form of communication. The noise is generated by the biological electricity emitted by the zombie. With sufficient experience, one will naturally comprehend its intentions. You must assist him, or none shall escape. Time is of the essence, so commence without delay. After dispatching these 3 messages, regardless of the inquiries from the viewers in the live stream and Professor Lee, Zhang Weishan chose not to respond. He had conveyed all that was necessary. The rest was now in their hands. To be candid, Zhang Weishan harbored a lingering question himself. How did this Zongzi know that among Professor Lee's group, there existed someone capable of countering the poison? And who might that individual be? His curiosity was piqued. It seems the master is quite serious. But this matter is rather ludicrous, is it not? This is precisely the distinction between the master and us. His comprehension exists in the stratosphere. I believe it is wiser to heed the master's advice. After all, trying poses no harm and is preferable to a reckless intrusion. Indeed, I too think it worth a try. The majority of the viewers in the live stream lean towards following Zhang Qiusha's approach, given the countless prior experiences. Listening to Zhang Qiusha's words was undoubtedly the right choice. Professor Lee, what is your perspective? Inquired Captain Sheen. He had no voice in the matter, as he lacked knowledge regarding archaeology. Perhaps the methods proposed by the Zhang family were indeed correct? Professor Lee pondered for a moment and remarked, "What does the ancient saying go? Trust those you employ, and do not employ those you doubt." Mr. Zhang's guidance throughout this journey has been evident to all of us. We should not harbor suspicions, as it may dishearten him. Without hesitation, he boldly approached the coffin. The others, witnessing his courage, grew increasingly tense. Captain Sheen ordered everyone to load their weapons, ensuring Professor Lee and Appo's safety at all costs if any issues arose. At that moment, the entire live stream and those present were engulfed in palpable tension, each person fixated on the coffin, fearing that whatever lay within might spring forth to cause harm. Professor Lee swallowed hard and cautiously approached the coffin. However, there was no discernible change within. The stillness remained unaffected by his presence, neither intensifying nor diminishing, as if it had no awareness of his arrival. Upon realizing that all was well, Professor Lee finally exhaled in relief and quickly retreated, signaling for the next person to proceed. Empowered by his experience, the subsequent individuals mustered their courage and stepped forward, each taking their turn. With nearly 50 members in their team, the process inevitably took time. During this interval, everyone could scarcely blink, their eyes wide open in anticipation. Soon, the archaeological team had each taken their turn, yet the atmosphere within the coffin remained unchanged. Captain Sheen, upon witnessing the situation, could only summon the soldiers to begin their attempts one by one. The number of soldiers was fewer than that of the archaeological team, and in less than 5 minutes, the trials were completed. At this juncture, only Captain Sheen was left. He beckoned to the others to maintain their composure and made his way toward the coffin. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon reaching the coffin, it remained utterly unchanged. The crowd was left in disbelief. What could this mean? Had the words of the divine failed? Oh no, there's no reaction at all. Could it be that the divine has made a mistake this time? I told you, even the divine is human. Errors are inevitable. You just refuse to believe. Indeed, it must be a mistake on the divine's part. I suggest we charge ahead without hesitation. Yes, let us hurry. The longer we delay, the more troublesome it becomes, the viewers in the live stream urged. However, seated before her computer, Shunwan suddenly discerned an issue. She hurriedly sent a message in the live stream chat. Wait, Professor Lee, you've overlooked someone. Xiao Zhang hasn't tried yet. Professor Lee, did you see that? Fearing that Professor Li might miss her message, Xinwan quickly sent a private note to Yun. Since Yun had been attentively watching the live stream, upon receiving Xinwan's message, she promptly alerted everyone in the chat. Professor Li, you've forgotten someone. Your student Xiao Zhang hasn't attempted yet. Chapter 42. Xiao Zhang's bloodletting reveals a Qilin tattoo. At this moment, Professor Li was on the verge of despair when he suddenly heard Yun's voice, causing him to pause in astonishment. Indeed, Xiao Zhang has yet to try. Xiao Zhang, how are you faring? Professor Li hurriedly approached him. Earlier, Xiao Zhang had sustained injuries on the 7th level, leaving him quite feeble. Moreover, the subsequent exposure to the strong alkaline mist in the drum tower, especially since he was upper body bare, had a significant impact on him. Even after someone draped a garment over him, his upper body bore the severe burns from the caustic mist, rendering his skin a fiery red. Thus, he had remained at the back of the group until now. Whereupon they stopped, he leaned against the wall to rest. Only upon hearing the call did he manage to stand up with some effort. Xiao Zhang, are you all right? Professor Li inquired anxiously. He was the only surviving student among those he had brought along. Each time he laid eyes on Xiao Zhang, memories of his deceased students flooded back, and tears brimmed in his eyes. Teacher, I am fine. I shall give it a try. Xiao Zhang replied, his voice somewhat frail. He then made his way towards the coffin, step by step. At this moment, everyone else had already attempted their turn, so as he approached, a tense silence enveloped the group, all eyes fixated on him. They were eager to see if he was indeed the one the deity had spoken of, capable of aiding the spirit trapped within the coffin. Xiao Zhang soon reached the coffin's front. However, the commotion within the coffin remained unchanged, and upon witnessing this outcome, disappointment washed over the crowd. At the same time, a thought emerged. Could it be that the deity had truly erred this time? But is that even possible? Suddenly, when everyone was engulfed in despair, the commotion from within the coffin intensified violently. The entire coffin seemed as though it would be forcefully breached by the entity contained within. A series of piercing cries erupted from the coffin. Xiao Zhang, quickly, use your blood, Professor Li exclaimed, sensing the urgency. The instructions from the Zhang family of the Fakyu had been quite clear. As long as they could identify the individual capable of eliciting abnormal behavior from the coffin, a bloodletting would suffice. Although Xiao Zhang was uncertain of the rationale behind it, he nonetheless drew his dagger, enduring the pain as he sliced open his fingertip, allowing a few drops of blood to fall onto the coffin. To everyone's astonishment, they witnessed the blood seeping into the coffin, vanishing without a trace. Remarkably, the turmoil within the coffin gradually subsided, as if the zombie inside had returned to slumber. All present were left in a state of bewilderment, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Meanwhile, a multitude of viewers in the live stream collectively entered a mode of contrition. O divine being, I was wrong. I kneel before you. O deity, please accept my humility. I should not have doubted you. Damn it, you keyboard warriors, fluctuating between belief and skepticism. Can't you exercise some independent judgment? Indeed, with your indecisive nature, you are nothing but a fair-weather friend. Indeed, if you were at the archaeological site, I would not come to your aid even in death. Time and again, it has been proven that those who do not believe in the divine are nothing but fools. What on earth is the principle behind this? At this moment, Xinwan was communicating with Chun when over the phone. Yet, Chun was equally perplexed and unable to elucidate the matter at hand. After all, the ability to calm a zombie with a mere drop of an individual's blood was a concept she had never encountered before. Xiaowan, do not fret. Elder Mu and the others must have seen this. Their vast experience may provide some insight. I will inform you as soon as I receive any news. With that, Chunwen ended the call. Xinwan sat before the computer, her mind racing in confusion. Meanwhile, just after Chunwen hung up, a call from Elder Mu came through. Elder Mu, Xiaowen, you must think of a way to ensure Xiao Zhang's safety. Once he emerges, he should be directly invited into the Archaeological Institute. His background is not a concern. This individual may very well become a successor in our archaeological community. As soon as the call connected, Elder Mu spoke with great fervor. Elder Mu, but Xiao Zhang. Chunwen was still bewildered. He may possess the rare, special constitution mentioned in legends. I once read in a compendium that among ancient archaeological workers, many not only had exceptional abilities, but also possessed unique bloodlines, essentially individuals who had been immersed in medicinal substances since childhood. Their blood exhibits a restraining effect on the entities within the ancient tomb. Of course, we are still not entirely acquainted with Xiao Zhang's condition. This is merely a preliminary hypothesis. However, if it proves to be true, his significance to the field of archaeology would be second only to that of the illustrious Zhang family. You must ensure his safety. Oh, Chunwen promptly acknowledged. Yet she felt a twinge of difficulty within her heart. Being absent from the front lines, how could she possibly safeguard him? Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, the archaeological team should be able to traverse the coffin's burial chamber without incident. With the guidance of a Zhang family, the exit should not pose a challenge. Once Xiao Zhang emerges, she would simply escort him back to the Archaeological Institute. Yet, the so-called special constitution mentioned by Old Mu seemed rather enigmatic to her. It might merely refer to an unusual blood type, perhaps something akin to the exceedingly rare Rh-negative blood. Of course, these matters will require thorough investigation once Xiao Zhang is out. Discussing them now feels rather premature. Accompanied by the escort of the warriors, the archaeological team swiftly navigated through the pitch-black chamber of the coffin. Indeed, after Xiao Zhang's blood was applied, the coffin displayed no further anomalies. This revelation caused many to regard Xiao Zhang with newfound respect, as they had not anticipated such an effect from his blood. To be frank, Zhang Weishan, seated before his computer, also felt a sense of bewilderment. He pondered the true origins of this Xiao Zhang. As the archaeological team and the warriors moved through the chamber, they soon encountered a larger cavern ahead. Within the cavern, there lies an enormous stone bed, yet it remains unoccupied. Beside this stone bed flows an underground river, which astonishingly forms a stream within the tomb chamber. The stream measures nearly 3 meters in width, with a depth reaching up to the calves. Regrettably, the path ends here. Captain Qin can only instruct the team to rest in place, awaiting guidance from the Zhang family of the Feiqiu clan. Observing the surrounding circumstances, Zhang Weishan's mind is as clear as a mirror. Just as he prepares to advise the archaeological team to depart, an unexpected exclamation echoes from the live broadcast. Who is that? Xiao Zhang. What is that on you? You have a tattoo? How come we've never seen it before? The camera swiftly shifts to Xiao Zhang. Indeed, the audience is astonished to discover a tattoo adorning Xiao Zhang's back. The tattoo only partially reveals its design, leaving the lower section obscured. The onlookers are left puzzled, unable to discern its meaning. However, upon a mere glance, Zhang Weishan is momentarily taken aback. While others remain oblivious, he recognizes the tattoo with utmost clarity. The tattoo on Xiao Zhang's body is unmistakably the Kirin tattoo, identical to the reward he himself had received. Yet at this moment, the Kirin tattoo on Xiao Zhang has yet to fully manifest. Chapter 43. The reward of the Kirin bloodline and the Kirin tattoo. The Kirin tattoo, unlike ordinary tattoos, manifests under specific conditions, such as elevated body temperature or heated blood. The sudden emergence of a Kirin tattoo on Xiao Zhang's body, particularly in such an irregular pattern, likely resulted from the incident involving caustic mist in the Zhang family's ancient tower. No one understands the significance of the Kirin tattoo better than Zhang Weishan. The secret history of the Feiqiu records that the original Feiqiu, celestial official, and the tomb robber were distinguished not merely by the golden symbols and Feiqiu seals. When Cao Cao established the inaugural Feiqiu, celestial official and tomb robber, he adorned the Feiqiu, celestial officials with tattoos to differentiate the two roles. The initial tattoo depicted a fearsome beast, a creature entirely fabricated by Cao Cao, with no basis in legend. As the Feiqiu, celestial officials evolved, the design of this beast began to change, ultimately being replaced by the Kirin, thus giving rise to the Kirin tattoo. Consequently, the Kirin tattoo became one of the emblems of the Feiqiu, celestial official. However, as the Feiqiu, celestial officials declined and dispersed across the nation, their totems also began to evolve. Some individuals preserved the Kirin tattoo, while others incorporated various elements, resulting in the creation of the Qiangqi tattoo. despite their striking resemblance. The two tattoos can be indistinguishable to the untrained eye. Regrettably, both forms of tattoos failed to endure, ultimately vanishing into the annals of history. The late-stage Fa Qiu Tianguan bore no tattooed characteristics. However, Zhang Weishan's great-grandfather once imparted a saying: the authentic Fa Qiu Tianguan must inevitably possess either a qilin or a qiongqi tattoo. Should one encounter an individual adorned with such tattoos in the future, it is imperative to find a way to bestow upon them the Fa Qiu legacy. To elevate the craft of Fa Qiu Tianguan, the presence of a genuine practitioner is essential. In comparison to those naturally bestowed with qilin tattoos, others fall short. Zhang Weishan never anticipated that upon his arrival in this new realm, he would meet someone who possessed a qilin tattoo. This individual is undoubtedly a promising candidate for the Fa Qiu profession. Should he succeed in imparting the legacy to him, it would contribute significantly to the Fa Qiu lineage, preventing its complete extinction upon his demise. Yet, upon reflection, Zhang Weishan understood that no matter how promising a candidate may be, they remain merely a seedling. He was fortunate to have the assistance of the system, which facilitated his rapid advancement. However, for young Zhang, achieving the level of Fa Qiu Tianguan would likely require a considerable journey ahead, fraught with challenges and obstacles. Such a promising talent must not be allowed to wither prematurely. For the first time, Zhang Weishan found himself contemplating the desire to be present at the scene. Encountering such a remarkable candidate is a rare occurrence he does not wish to miss. Yet, he is also aware that haste is unwise and careful deliberation is necessary. Zhang Weishan, what kind of tattoo is that? Being a male, do you know? Shenwan interjected with a screenshot and approached Zhang Weishan. Zhang Weishan glanced at it and replied, "It might be a qilin, or perhaps a qiongqi. They bear a striking resemblance." Qilin and qiongqi? It does seem plausible. Let me investigate, Shenwan exclaimed, returning to search online. Meanwhile, Zhang Weishan observed the live stream. In the chat room, a multitude of netizens were also engaged in a discussion about the tattoo adorning Xiaozhang's body. Wow, that tattoo is absolutely stunning. Where did you get it done? Indeed, it seldom reveals such an impressive display. I wish to get one too. Huh, who doesn't love showing off? Please share the location. By the way, what sort of tattoo is it? Why is it only partially visible? I have no idea. It resembles an ancient mythical beast. Perhaps a special tattoo technique is employed, rendering it less visible most of the time. An ancient mythical beast? I must say, that sounds rather masculine. At that moment, Professor Li interjected, interrupting the curious crowd. There is nothing extraordinary about it. Xiaozhang is not a student from the Archaeology Institute, and I discovered it among the ethnic minorities. Perhaps there is a local tradition of tattooing? There is no need for such astonishment. Finding an exit should be our priority. The crowd nodded in agreement and commenced their search for an exit. However, while it was easy to mention, locating one proved exceedingly challenging. After a prolonged search, they found little. Ultimately, they placed their hopes on the Zhang clan of the Fa Qiu. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Weishan had no intention of taking action. First, the members of the archaeological team, having journeyed tirelessly, now find themselves in need of a brief respite, for the path ahead promises to be even more perilous. Second, he awaits his reward. Xiaozhang's discovery had been a serendipitous stroke of fortune, and he is eager to learn what rewards the system shall bestow this time. Indeed, his thoughts had scarcely settled when the system's voice resounded with an announcement. Ding! The archaeological team's success has been recognized, and the reward of the qilin bloodline has been integrated. The very mention of the qilin bloodline ignited a spark of joy within Zhang Weishan. After such a long wait, he had finally summoned the qilin bloodline. With its aid, his prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. He felt the fervor of his blood surging and sensed the harmonious fusion between the qilin tattoo and his essence. It was as if boundless power had awakened within him, stirring a desire to unleash a powerful punch against the wall to release the intensity of his newfound strength. Is this the effect of the integration of the qilin bloodline and the qilin tattoo? No wonder those who bear the qilin tattoo are deemed the most formidable of the Tomb Raiders. A smile graced Zhang Weishan's lips, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Nearly 10 minutes passed before he gradually calmed from this exhilarating sensation, as the effects of the Qilin blood and tattoo integration began to subside. Rising to his feet, he stretched to gauge the strength coursing through him, before finally directing his attention to the live broadcast. Noticing his peculiar behavior, Shenwan inquired, "What are you up to?" "How peculiar it is. The esteemed expert has remained silent for almost 10 minutes. One wonders what occupies his attention." Zhang Weishan chuckled softly, but refrained from responding, returning directly to his designated spot. Having received his reward, the archaeological team was also nearing the end of their rest. It was time to continue guiding them onward. At the excavation site, Professor Li was endeavoring to reassure everyone. "Do not panic. Mr. Zhang has never abandoned us. He may simply be preoccupied with pressing matters, but he will surely arrive shortly." Just then, as if to affirm his words, two golden messages flashed in the live stream. "The passage is in the water. Once outside, remain in place and do not touch anything." Upon seeing these two golden messages, Captain Qin immediately led two soldiers into the creek to investigate. Within a minute, Captain Qin rushed back, exclaiming, "There is a pool in the creek. We must dive through it. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall venture ahead to scout the path." "Very well." Professor Li nodded, confident that the Zhang family of tomb raiders would not forsake them. However, it was also the case that the Zhang family had warned them to refrain from touching anything once they exited the passage. Could there be danger beyond the passage? Many shared Professor Li's concerns, and apprehension began to spread among them. They feared what peril might lie beyond the passage. That morning, the archaeological team had encountered an abundance of dangers. Even Shenwan couldn't help but express her worry, murmuring to herself, "What other dangers could there possibly be? This ancestral mansion is replete with an abundance of intricate mechanisms, isn't it?" Chapter 44. The seriousness of submitting cultural relics in the early hours of the morning. The first tragedy struck with Aegea's sacrifice. Subsequently, the group encountered the perilous mist of strong, alkaline water, a mechanism almost certain to be lethal. Soon after, they faced the threat of Zhongzi, finally finding refuge in a secure location. Yet, to their dismay, Zhang of the Feiqiu reminded them that dangers still lurked outside. Frankly, at this juncture, Professor Li and the others were teetering on the brink of despair, perplexed as to why the path to safety seemed more treacherous than their entrance. This ancient Zhang family tower felt akin to a prison, permitting entry but forbidding exit. Shenwan sat before her computer, striving to compose herself, aware that today's archaeological endeavors were likely to entail numerous challenges. The ordeal was far from over. As noon approached, Zhang Weishan remained unhurried in guiding the archaeological team's departure. If his conjectures were accurate, once the team traversed the submerged passage, they would encounter yet another mechanism, one that would require time to decipher. Once that mechanism was activated, the threat of the alkaline mist would diminish significantly. However, this remained an ideal scenario. The actual circumstances could only be assessed after the entire team had successfully passed through. Originally, Zhang Weishan had planned to wait until he had guided them through the next mechanism before he ventured out to procure lunch. Unexpectedly, Shun's father arrived at the shop. "Father, what brings you here?" Shenwan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "What? Is it not permissible for me to visit my own shop? You two are watching the archaeological live broadcast? This program appears quite remarkable. The Zhang family of the FHCO is indeed impressive, yet I lament not being acquainted with such remarkable individuals." Boss Shun chuckled as he took a seat. Zhang Weishan, listening nearby, felt a sense of awkwardness. It seemed that Boss Shun had matters at hand. After sitting, he retrieved a piece of paper and a palm-sized brocade box from his pocket. "What is this?" Shenwan inquired with curiosity. However, Boss Shun rebuffed her hand, stating, "Do not touch. Inside lies a hexagonal bell. Zhang Weishan, come here." Zhang Weishan was taken aback, pondering whether Boss Shun had a change of heart and intended to surrender the hexagonal bell. After careful consideration, he acknowledged the truth in her words. "Although this item is precious, it is akin to a hot potato. As you have observed, The situation in our country is such that the archaeological community is striving to revive archaeological techniques. In the future, we are bound to unearth more ancient artifacts. This item predates the Warring States period, and should it become public knowledge, it would be challenging to explain. Thus, it is prudent to surrender it promptly, allowing us to garner a reputation for voluntarily returning cultural relics. Zhang Weishan, you must set off now. I have penned ample reasoning on the paper to facilitate our explanation. Attend to this matter without delay. Zhang Weishan nodded, realizing he had indeed surmised correctly. Surrendering artifacts is not merely a matter of delivering them to the appropriate authorities. The staff of the Cultural Relics Bureau will require a thorough inquiry, documenting how and where the item was discovered, as well as the individuals present at the time. The process was exceedingly cumbersome. Otherwise, Boss Shen would not have sent his assistant to run errands. Zhang Weishan picked up his phone, took the brocade box and papers, and set off. Along the way, he reviewed the script written by Boss Shen, noting that he had ample time. As for the archaeological team, the schedule was still quite lenient. If he moved swiftly, he could submit the artifacts and enjoy lunch while providing guidance to them. With this thought in mind, Zhang Weishan hastened towards the Cultural Relics office. The distance was not great. He arrived within 5 minutes on his bicycle. However, while the journey was not troublesome, the real complications began upon arrival. Name, gender, address. The staff interrogated Zhang Weishan as if conducting a household registration check. Fortunately, submitting artifacts did not require a household investigation. Otherwise, it would have revealed Zhang Weishan as an unregistered individual. He began to respond according to the script he had prepared in advance. Luckily, it was nearing lunchtime, and the staff seemed eager to finish their shifts. The process had been significantly streamlined compared to before, allowing him to complete all formalities swiftly. Finally, she smiled at Zhang Weishan and said, "Mr. Zhang, I will now test the phone number you provided. This will facilitate contact should there be any rewards or follow-up matters." Zhang Weishan, feeling hungry and wishing to conclude the affair promptly, nodded in agreement. The staff quickly made a call, and upon hearing his phone ring, she nodded in satisfaction. "Good day, Mr. Zhang. My surname is Ding. You may call me Xiao Ding. You can save my phone number, and feel free to contact me regarding any other artifacts." Zhang Weishan glanced at the name tag of the individual before him, which read Ding Sile, and casually updated the contact details. After leaving the Cultural Relics Bureau, Zhang Weishan informed Boss Shen that the matter had been resolved. In a good mood, Boss Shen instructed him to take care of his own lunch. As he and Shen, one had already begun their meal. Zhang Weishan nodded and entered a nearby restaurant to order some food. He had spent nearly 40 minutes in this endeavor. Considering the archaeological team, they should have arrived by now. Opening his phone to check the live stream, he indeed saw Captain Sheen coordinating the final group of individuals through the secret passage. The archaeological team was quite large, comprising nearly 50 individuals, and not everyone possessed proficient swimming skills, which caused some delays. Meanwhile, at the Cultural Relics Bureau, Ding Sao was also wrapping up for the day. After packaging the artifacts submitted by Zhang Weishan, she hurried to the cafeteria. At this hour, the leaders were likely enjoying their meals there as well. It wasn't that the cafeteria food was particularly delectable. The main allure was that it was free. Upon entering, she noticed a crowd of colleagues gathered around, engrossed in the archaeological live stream. The program had become immensely popular, especially with the behind-the-scenes commentary provided by the renowned Zhang family, which had undoubtedly captivated many single women of a certain age. "Hey, Xiaoding, come quick. The archaeological team has accomplished so much this morning. It has been utterly thrilling." One of her colleagues called out. "All right, the leader is also present. I have something to discuss with you." Ding Sile spotted the leader, a middle-aged man in his 30s, and hurried over. "Leader, I have received an artifact this morning, submitted by a young man." Ding Sile quickly recounted the incident of the artifact submission. The leader and the surrounding colleagues were momentarily taken aback. It is well known that in their line of work, encountering a submission of artifacts is a rarity, often going an entire year without such an occurrence. Thus, for Ding Sile to have received one was indeed remarkable. "Oh, let us see what it is." The male leader's interest was piqued. Furthermore, he needed to register and authenticate it, hence he felt compelled to inquire. It is a small bell, exuding a sense of antiquity. Ding Sil produced the artifact. The crowd gathered around for a closer inspection, all expressing their amazement. Despite its diminutive size, its craftsmanship and intricate patterns were evidently extraordinary. The leader, visibly pleased, remarked, "It appears to be genuine. I shall take it for authentication this afternoon. You all should learn from Xiao Ding." However, the name of the artifact remains unknown. The bell shape is indeed quite rare, which the leader found amusing. Just then, a gasp erupted from the live broadcast. "Teachers, look here. How come there are so many bells?" Ding Sil and the others, upon hearing the mention of bells, quickly turned their attention to the screen. Yet, after merely a glance at the live feed, everyone was left in stunned silence. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, a bell appeared in the live broadcast room, strikingly similar to the one in Ding Sil's hand. It was over. Two words suddenly sprang to the leader's mind. Almost simultaneously, he hastily rose and said, "Xiao Ding, come with me to the office. The situation is quite serious now." Chapter 45. The return of the hexagonal copper bell. Shun Wan was taken aback. "This has nothing to do with me." Upon arriving at the office, Ding Sil was nearly paralyzed with fear. To think that while collecting antiques, he had stumbled upon something akin to what was featured in the archaeological team's live broadcast. Should this information be disclosed, it could potentially implicate him with antiquities traffickers. Do not fret. This matter does not concern you. Moreover, refrain from alarming the individual who submitted the artifacts. He insisted, "I must consult my superior and simultaneously notify the Archaeological Institute. If this artifact proves authentic, the individual who submitted it will undoubtedly be scrutinized. By the way, does the documentation he provided specify how he acquired it?" Ding Sil hurriedly rummaged through the papers and soon discovered the answer. It states that it was obtained from an elderly farmer. Very well. Keep the details of this antique acquisition to yourself. Ensure that those who witnessed it in the cafeteria do not speak of it. We must expedite its delivery to the Archaeological Appraisal Institution. I will contact the higher authorities to inform the Archaeological Institute." Ding Sil exclaimed. Understood. This was the first time Ding Sil observed his superior in such a state of agitation. He promptly abandoned his lunch to head to the Artifact Appraisal Institution. However, both the appraisal and communication with higher authorities required time, making it difficult to keep track of everything. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Zhang Weishan, halfway through his meal, noticed the archaeological team had traversed the secret passage. Just as he prepared to guide them, his phone flashed and then abruptly powered off. This left him utterly speechless. He had forgotten to charge it the previous night. However, the hour was still early, so he resolved to have a meal first, intending to offer guidance upon his return. As long as the archaeological team refrained from recklessness, safety was assured. At that moment in the shop, both Shen Wan and the shopkeeper were utterly taken aback upon seeing the bell in the live broadcast. "Father, are you certain that bell was not stolen from here?" Shen Wan gazed at her father, her face a portrait of astonishment. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am no thief, and as an archaeology student, how could I bring disgrace upon myself by engaging in such activities?" The shopkeeper hastily clarified. This item was indeed acquired from an elderly farmer, and it was not even found in the vicinity of the archaeological team's site. Shen Wan had merely inquired out of curiosity, naturally trusting her father. Yet, how had the archaeological team encountered such an object? She recalled Zhang Weishan's warning about its potential dangers. "Shen Wan, should we not inform the archaeological team? This item is perilous. Zhang Weishan mentioned its dangers previously," the shopkeeper urged. Shen Wan bit her lip and replied, "But who would believe me? What if I claim it was your assistant who said so?" The shopkeeper paused, acknowledging the truth in her words. If Shen Wan were to speak up, perhaps some would listen, but as for an assistant from the shop, their words held little weight. The archaeological team would be skeptical regardless. "I shall discuss it with my professor later. After all, I intended to recommend Zhang Weishan to him last time. This might very well present an opportunity," Shen Wan declared. "Regardless of the circumstances, it is essential to issue a reminder. What if the archaeological team encounters danger? I wonder if the esteemed expert will offer any words of caution." As Shen Wan glanced at the avatar of the Zhang family from the Fake Yu clan, which was grayed out, he pondered the whereabouts of the expert and why he had not yet returned. Shunwan resolved that after the meal, he would discuss this matter with Chunwan. Meanwhile, at the archaeological site, a group emerged from the waterway, their garments thoroughly soaked. They busily wrung out the water from their clothes. A few among them, swift in their movements, had already tidied up and proceeded to inspect the bell array blocking their path. The space they occupied appeared to be approximately 6 or 7 meters wide, and, judging by the depth, likely around 10 meters. Below lay a sizable pool of water, with a bridge spanning less than half a meter above it. On the opposite side, the exit could be faintly discerned. Yet within this cavern, threads crisscrossed in every direction, each adorned with countless bells. The bells hung silently, yet their sheer number sent shivers down the spine of those who beheld them. It seemed that merely brushing against one of the threads would trigger a cacophony from the multitude of bells. "Professor, could these bells signify the danger the expert mentioned?" Captain Chin inquired. Professor Lee was uncertain, but acknowledged that there was nothing else present. "I cannot say for sure, but since Mr. Zhang has warned us, let us refrain from proceeding recklessly. We shall rest here and await further guidance from Mr. Zhang," Professor Lee insisted, unwilling to witness any sacrifices among his team. However, the members of the archaeological team gazed at the bells with great curiosity. One by one, they gathered closer to observe. Professor Lee hastily called out, "Do not touch anything. Be cautious, as there may be danger." The individuals nodded in agreement, refraining from contact, merely observing the bells from short distance. Soon, one student exclaimed, "Hey teacher, these bells appear to be artifacts as well. The craftsmanship is remarkably exquisite, and they seem to be quite ancient." Upon hearing this, Professor Lee was momentarily taken aback and approached to inspect them. After a brief pause, he exclaimed, "Indeed, the patterns on these bells are unlike anything I have ever seen. Yet, the material resembles bronze, but is not pure bronze. It seems to be an alloy of low purity. Such materials likely predate the Warring States period. As far as I know, the bronze artifact from that era possess a higher purity than these bells." He cautioned everyone, refrain from touching them. Be careful not to cause any damage. If these are indeed relics from before the Warring States period, it would undoubtedly be a monumental discovery. The crowd nodded in agreement, and the viewers in the live stream were equally stirred. Before the Warring States? Goodness, that period is already quite distant. How far back must that be? Indeed, is there anyone well-versed in history who can enlighten us? As a student of history, I must say that records prior to the Warring States period are exceedingly scarce. However, the Warring States era is undeniably a fascinating epoch. I recall that the Archaeological Institute has a saying, "Ancient tombs from the Warring States period are renowned for yielding artifacts of extraordinary significance." Indeed, I am affiliated with the Archaeological Institute, and this phrase can be found in our school's literature. It is worth noting that these are not genuine divine relics, but rather, the antiquities from the Warring States period are so precious that it would not be an exaggeration to deem them national treasures. My goodness, if the relics from the Warring States period are considered national treasures, then those from before this era must surely be the very epitome of national treasures. Astonishing. Yet, I remain perplexed as to the purpose of this bell. The discussion in the live stream was fervent. Meanwhile, Shun Wan and Boss Shun exchanged a glance, both immensely astonished. Professor Lee's recent remarks resonated strikingly with Zhang Weishan's assertions, as he too had indicated that this object predates the Warring States period. With Professor Lee echoing this sentiment, it appears that Zhang Weishan's claims were entirely accurate. Zhang Weishan is remarkably impressive. Could he truly be a prodigy in archaeology? I must swiftly inform my instructor. Shun Wan felt a surge of astonishment. She recognized that this was a pivotal moment. If Zhang Weishan truly is a self-taught genius, he must be recommended to the archaeological team. To let such talent slip away would represent a tremendous loss for the field of archaeology. Chapter 46. A recommendation for Zhang Weishan Xiao Wan. Why are you calling at this moment? On the other end of the line, Chunwan was quite surprised. The archaeological team was currently in peril, and Shunwan's call was indeed unexpected. "Teacher, there is something I must discuss with you. My father has a worker named Zhang Weishan, a self-taught individual with remarkable expertise in the appreciation of ancient artifacts. I have been looking for an opportunity to recommend him, but the right moment never arose. Just now, you must have seen the hexagonal bell that the archaeological team discovered. My father had previously brought one back, and Zhang Weishan recognized it as highly dangerous. Moreover, the information he provided aligns perfectly with what Professor Li just mentioned. I believe we cannot overlook such a talent. Therefore, I wish to recommend him to join the archaeological team. Shunwan expressed her thoughts in one breath. Shunwan nodded, fully aware of Shunwan's character. If this Zhang Weishan lacked genuine skill, even with strong connections, Shunwan would not extend her assistance. This indicated that Zhang Weishan might indeed possess real abilities. I understand. Xiao Wan, once I finish my current obligations, I will meet with this Zhang Weishan. By the way, since you assert that he is so capable, having mentioned how to unravel the mystery of this bell, Mr. Zhang has yet to come online, and I am genuinely concerned about the safety of the archaeological team. He did not mention that. The teacher is back. I shall go and inquire right away. Do not hang up. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Shunwan rushed out with her phone in hand, just in time to see Zhang Weishan returning. Zhang Weishan, did you watch the live stream? The archaeological team has encountered that bell. However, my phone has run out of battery. What is their current situation? Zhang Weishan casually inquired while plugging his phone into a charger. They have not moved recklessly. Zhang Weishan, are you not knowledgeable about this hexagonal bell? Do you know how to decipher it? Shunwan eagerly asked. Zhang Weishan pondered for a moment and replied, it is quite simple. One either requires water or must shatter it. Shunwan was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Weishan's response to be so straightforward. On the phone, Shunwan expressed her dissatisfaction with Zhang Weishan's explanation. Xiao Wan, perhaps he is merely proficient in antique appreciation. I have heard that there is an antique exhibition in Shihu City recently. You could take him to have a look. In truth, we are also in need of individuals skilled in antique appraisal. Shunwan nodded, understanding that Shunwan was not entirely pleased with Zhang Weishan's answer. Nevertheless, she had witnessed Zhang Weishan's expertise in antique appreciation firsthand. I shall take my leave to rest. Boss, Xiao Wan, you may continue to observe. Zhang Weishan stated as he ascended the stairs. The archaeological team had waited long enough. He needed to provide guidance swiftly, lest complications arise later. Shunwan nodded, appearing somewhat disheartened. Zhang Weishan's capabilities had been witnessed by her, and she was truly reluctant to let such talent go to waste. As Shunwan pondered this, she was suddenly startled by Captain Qin's exclamation from the livestream. Professor, Mr. Zhang has logged in. The master has finally arrived. I've waited so long that the flowers have wilted. What shall we do next, master? Indeed, master, the entire internet awaits your guidance. Shunwan composed herself, fixating on the live stream, fearful of missing any comments from the renowned Fa Qiuzhang clan. Soon enough, several golden comments appeared. However, upon reading their content, Shunwan, along with Boss Shun and Chun when present at the scene, were momentarily taken aback. The golden comments read, there are two methods. The opposite wall has a mechanism. Finding a way to trigger, it will cause water to fill the entire cave, allowing for an exit. Secondly, breaking all the hexagonal bronze bells can also lead to an escape. I recommend the second option. This. Shunwan was instantly dumbfounded. Boss Shun beside her was equally stunned, exclaiming, isn't this exactly what Zhang Weishan suggested? No, I must call the teacher. Shunwan was completely astonished, never expecting that the solutions proposed by Fa Qiuzhang would align so closely with Zhang Weishan's. Could it be that Zhang Weishan is indeed Fa Qiuzhang? But how could that be? Yet Zhang Weishan had indeed confirmed it. Shunwan could only attribute this coincidence to Zhang Weishan's considerable skills. Just as she was about to make the call, Chunwan had already dialed in. Teacher, Xiao Wan, please elaborate on the situation regarding Zhang Weishan. Why does he claim to be similar to Mr. Zhang? On the other end of the line, Chunwan sounded quite anxious. Shunwan hurriedly recounted Zhang Weishan's circumstances, concluding, Teacher, Zhang Weishan is truly remarkable. His analyses are akin to those of the famed Zhang family of Feiqiu. This speaks volumes about his capabilities. You instructed me to locate the Feiqiu Zhang family. Yet that individual is elusive, akin to a dragon that is rarely sighted. Zhang Weishan is indeed a promising talent. We cannot overlook him. I understand the significance of Zhang Weishan. I will immediately inform Mr. Mu and the others, urging them to send someone to meet him. However, Xiaoan, you are aware of the pivotal role the Feiqiu Zhang family plays in our archaeological community. Therefore, we must not relax our search for him. Indeed, Shenhua nodded. She felt a surge of joy knowing that her teacher valued Zhang Weishan. After all, given Zhang Weishan's talents, it would be a tremendous loss if he did not join the archaeological team. After ending the call, Shenhua exchanged a glance with her father, and they promptly rushed upstairs to summon Zhang Weishan, who was resting in bed. Zhang Weishan looked at them in confusion. Boss Xiaoan, what brings you here? Speak. How is your method similar to that of the Feiqiu Zhang family? Shen, the boss, directly inquired. Indeed, did you just watch the live stream? Shenhua added. Zhang Weishan, feeling helpless, replied, I did. It must be a coincidence. After all, with something like a bell, one can only harm others by producing sound. Submerging or smashing it is indeed the most effective method. Both Shenhua and Boss Shen were momentarily taken aback by the revelation. Indeed, this was the simplest and most efficient approach. How had they not considered it before? I had thought you were merely a descendant of the famed Zhang family. Nevertheless, you are quite remarkable in your own right. By the way, I have already recommended you to my teacher. The Archaeological Institute should be sending someone to meet you soon. You must exert yourself and strive to join the archaeological team. Shenhua said with a smile. There is no need for that. I prefer my current way of life. Zhang Weishan replied with a hint of resignation. Meeting them won't change anything, and given your exceptional ability to appraise ancient artifacts, being merely an assistant would be a disservice to your talents. Precisely, you should not decline. If you achieve success, it would reflect well on me as your employer. Boss Shun chuckled as well. Zhang Weishan shook his head in resignation and chose not to elaborate further. His ambition was to promote the illustrious legacy of the Tian Guan lineage, and whether or not he entered the Archaeological Institute was of little consequence to him. Chapter 47. The archaeological team reluctantly destroys the bell to draw Zhang Weishan's attention in the live stream. A fervent discussion erupted among the viewers. Did the flood submerge everything? Wouldn't the archaeologists be gasping for air too? Indeed, that passage was quite short, some nearly suffocated. If this area were filled with water, many might not make it through. Exactly. No wonder the expert recommended the second option. I too lean towards the second option, but if we shatter these bells, won't we damage these artifacts? Alas, that is indeed the case. The audience expressed their concern for these cultural relics. After all, they had endured so much to be discovered. Even the mere thought of using firearms made the viewers uneasy. How much more would it affect the on-site scholars, like Professor Li and his colleagues? Professor, this is absolutely unacceptable. These bells are also artifacts. Once shattered, restoration is impossible. Yes, Professor, what harm could these bells possibly inflict upon us? Although Mr. Zhang has been an exceptional guide, is there truly no better solution for these relics? As anticipated, some members of the archaeological team vehemently opposed this course of action. They were, after all, dedicated to uncovering the treasures and rich history buried within the tomb. Faced with the prospect of destroying these artifacts, their hearts were heavy with reluctance. Dear colleagues, I share your sentiments, but artifacts are inanimate. Humans are alive. Only by safeguarding the foundation of our archaeological endeavors can we ensure a brighter future. These bells. Professor, these bells date back to before the Warring States period. Artifacts from that era are hailed as national treasures. The value of these bells is undoubtedly even greater, and it is imperative that they remain unharmed. Indeed, Professor, you must ponder this deeply. The members of the archaeological team urged fervently. Yet, Professor Li found himself at a loss. Who would dare disregard the words of the Zhang family? Even he endorsed the second approach. Clearly, the suggestion to have the archaeological team submerge and escape was met with little optimism from Mr. Zhang. Professor Li understood well that not all members of the archaeological team were proficient swimmers. The peril of having so many individuals dive was immense, and it could potentially lead to even greater loss of life. In comparison, shattering these bells seemed the most prudent course of action. Captain Sheen, do you possess a more viable solution? Professor Li inquired. However, Captain Sheen had no better alternative, shaking his head in response. No, I just assessed the situation, Mr. Zhang mentioned that the mechanism on the opposite bank is quite intricate. It seems triggering it would be exceedingly difficult. Relying on water as a means appears to be hopeless. Fortunately, we have ample ammunition, so the second method is feasible. This is truly inappropriate. Upon hearing Captain Sheen's words, the archaeological team felt an even deeper sense of despair. Alas, for the sake of the archaeological community, we must make a choice. Captain Sheen, proceed. Professor Lee sighed, no longer hesitating. Had there been any alternative, he would not have resorted to such measures. Yet, presently, no other options remain. Professor, you must exercise due caution. Mr. Zhang's assertions, while not unfounded, must also be weighed with human fallibility. Who can genuinely ascertain the peril posed by these bells? Indeed, Professor Lee, this is truly. A few archaeologists are fervently attempting to dissuade him. However, Professor Lee, with a mere wave of his hand, signaled Captain Sheen to proceed without a moment's hesitation. Prepare. Captain Sheen wasted no breath. With a call, several soldiers swiftly chambered their firearms, aiming at the bells before them. Fire. At the command, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Bullets, akin to fiery tongues, shattered the countless hexagonal bronze bells into fragments. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast room, multitudes of viewers expressed their heartfelt sorrow. What a pity! These are artifacts predating the Warring States period. Indeed, it breaks the heart of every observer. I find it excessively hasty. Surely, there must have been a compromise, like preserving half while destroying the other half. If only an expert were present, they would surely assert that these bells are highly dangerous. Danger? Huh, I failed to see it. I wonder how the experts arrived at their conclusions. Doubts began to surface in the live chat regarding Zhang Weishan's guidance. Nevertheless, Zhang Weishan, unconcerned, reclined in his bed, resting. Meanwhile, at the camp outside the archaeological site, Chunwen felt a sense of relief as the archaeological team continued to follow the guidance of the Zhang family. She took out her phone and called Old Mu. Is there something the matter, Xiaowen? Old Mu inquired as soon as the call connected. Yes, Old Mu, I would like to introduce someone to you. His name is Zhang Weishan, an employee of Xiaowan's father. He seems quite proficient in the appraisal of ancient artifacts. Chunwen hurriedly explained. However, Old Mu was taken aback by her words. What did you say? His name is Zhang Weishan? Is that so? Chunwen was momentarily stunned. Yet, Old Mu fell silent for a moment before responding. Xiaowen, I just received a call from the Cultural Relics Department. This morning, a young man named Zhang Weishan submitted an artifact, a bell, to be precise. Do you know anything about his character? Chunwen was taken aback. She realized that the artifact submitted was remarkably similar to one discovered in the live stream. This was a serious matter and could potentially lead to an investigation. However, since Shan Wan was her student and, according to her, Zhang Weishan was her father's employee, it was highly likely that the artifact truly belonged to Zhang Weishan. Old Mu, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Zhang Weishan is an employee of Xiaowan's father, who is engaged in the antique business. Therefore, this artifact may have been found by Xiaowan's father, with Zhang Weishan merely acting as the one to submit it. Xiaowan mentioned that Zhang Weishan is exceptionally talented and a rare find. Mr. Mu, we cannot afford to lose talented individuals. You are aware of this, and I believe it is imperative to send someone to meet with Zhang Weishan. Mr. Mu nodded, fully cognizant of the situation. The archaeological field is in desperate need of talent at this moment. It would be exceedingly unscientific to cast aspersions on someone merely because they have submitted an artifact that coincidentally resembles one discovered by the archaeological team. Furthermore, Zhang Weishan may very well be a prodigy in archaeology. Regardless, he has certainly captured my attention. I shall promptly dispatch someone to meet him. If he is indeed a talent, we will certainly welcome him into our ranks. As for the legitimacy of his submission, rest assured that inquiries will be made. By the way, is Xiao Zhang safe? You must ensure his safe return. Mr. Mu reminded. Do not worry. The Zhang family of the FHO has already issued a warning. Moreover, I must inform you that Zhang Weishan had proposed a method to deal with the bell before his association with the Zhang family of the FHO. This aligns perfectly with their approach, which is why I ardently advocate for Zhang Weishan. Mr. Mu, This individual may be exceptionally formidable. We must treasure our talents. Indeed, I understand, and I will make arrangements promptly. With that, Mr. Mu concluded the call. First, there was the Zhang family of the FHO. And now another Zhang Weishan has emerged. It seems the archaeological field is poised for a renaissance. Mr. Mu felt a surge of excitement and hastened to have his team investigate Zhang Weishan's background. Chapter 48. The team's overconfidence leads to a crisis across the internet at this moment. It was midday. Although the weather had begun to cool, the lingering autumn heat stubbornly persisted. Many individuals had already started to prepare for their afternoon rest. However, the situation in the archaeologists' live stream captivated countless hearts, rendering their midday respite utterly futile. After clarifying the circumstances, Shun Wan and the proprietor returned to the first floor to continue watching the broadcast. The father and daughter occasionally indulged in casual conversation, which made Zhang Weishan feel somewhat out of place. Thus, he reclined on his bed, watching the stream while ready to offer guidance at any moment. At this juncture, the archaeologist's predicament was far from optimistic. Although they had traversed through the cave of the hexagonal bronze bell, they still faced a significant vertical drop to the surface. The immense weight of the mountain loomed above them. To escape, they needed to exit the confines of the mountain itself in order to return to the surface swiftly. Emerging from within the mountain would not only consume more time, but also subject them to the perilous creatures lurking inside. Fortunately, the archaeologists had yet to encounter any immediate dangers. The passage ahead was both narrow and lengthy, and the team had been walking for nearly half an hour without a break, leaving them utterly fatigued. Yet, Professor Lee understood that every additional minute spent in this ancient tomb increased their peril. It was better to muster their strength and push forward. He urged everyone to grit their teeth and persevere just a little longer. Captain Sheen and his team were relatively well off, as they all had military backgrounds and thus possessed greater physical strength compared to the archaeologists. However, after walking for a while, Captain Sheen suddenly sensed something amiss. Professor Lee, do you hear any sounds? It seems like there are voices conversing around us. Voices? Professor Lee replied, taken aback. It could be the team members. Their fatigue hasn't silenced their chatter. Pay them no mind. Captain Sheen nodded in agreement. The voices sounded indistinct and incomprehensible, and he was disinclined to focus on them. He warned the others to remain vigilant and continued on their way. Yet, merely 2 minutes later, a soldier spoke up. Captain Sheen, I believe I've heard that sound too. It seems to be coming from behind us. Yes, I heard it as well. Others chimed in, and soon several soldiers acknowledged the peculiar noise. The atmosphere within the group grew eerie as unease settled among them. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, what sound? I can't hear anything. Me neither. That can't be. I heard the archaeological team use the most advanced broadcasting equipment available. The audio recording devices were crafted at great expense. Logically, they should be able to hear us in the broadcast room. Could it be that my volume is too low? Everyone, try turning up your volume. Zhang Weishan observed these comments and found them quite puzzling. This stretch of road should pose no danger. Why then does a peculiar sound resonate? Moreover, those who have received the Qilin tattoo and the Qilin bloodline have experienced a remarkable enhancement in their physical capabilities. While it may not be accurate to claim they possess the gift of extraordinary hearing, their sensitivity to sound has certainly increased significantly. At this moment, indeed, there is no Suddenly, Zhang Weishan's expression changed. He too heard a faint, muffled sound emanating from the live broadcast, akin to someone whispering beneath the covers, speaking directly into one's ear. He could discern that someone was speaking, yet the words eluded clarity. Intrigued, Zhang Weishan concentrated intently on the sound. However, the more he focused, the more indistinct it became, rendering it utterly incomprehensible. Gradually, he closed his eyes, seeking to listen more closely. Yet, as he did so, a jolt coursed through his body, accompanied by an intense heat radiating from his back. In an instant, Zhang Weishan was jolted awake, realizing that cold sweat had erupted on his forehead, while an unbearable heat enveloped his back. He hastily rose, shedding his shirt and gazing into the mirror, taken aback. The Qilin tattoo on his back had inexplicably manifested. He had engaged in no vigorous activity. How could the Qilin tattoo have appeared? Moreover, it appeared to be ablaze with a fierce flame, truly extraordinary. Could it be? Suddenly, a possibility dawned on Zhang Weishan. The Qilin tattoo and the Qilin bloodline are potent weapons against malevolent forces. The Qilin tattoo manifested spontaneously, and the blood within him surged with fervor. It was evident that he had encountered a malevolent entity. How could he possibly encounter such a thing in an antique shop? Could it be the sound from the live stream? Zhang Weishan was taken aback and hastily reached for his phone. His expression shifted dramatically. The live stream was enveloped in an eerie silence. Not only was the host, Yun Yun, absent, but even the typically bombastic barrage of comments was conspicuously missing. Strangely, the viewer count had not diminished at all, indicating that those who were watching remained engaged, yet none dared to comment at that moment. The professors, including Professor Li, appeared entranced, seated motionless with their necks elongated in anticipation. Their demeanor resembled that of individuals awaiting a grim fate. Witnessing this, Zhang Weishan and Appo's heart sank with understanding. Something had undoubtedly gone awry. This incident was undoubtedly linked to the hexagonal bronze bell, likely brought forth by someone from the archaeological team. The number of people involved was likely minimal, which explained why the possession process had gone unnoticed until it was too late. Realizing this, Zhang Weishan and Appo's countenance turned exceedingly grim. While others may have been oblivious, he was acutely aware of the bell's formidable power, comparable to that of a cursed artifact. It was likely that all viewers of the live stream had fallen victim to its influence. Otherwise, the atmosphere would not be so profoundly silent. If this situation continued to unfold, it would transcend the fate of merely one or two individuals. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Weishan hurried to observe Xiao Zhang's situation in the live broadcast room. In such circumstances, assistance from others was futile. The only recourse lay with those present at the scene to obliterate the bell. Otherwise, none would escape unscathed. Xiao Zhang bore a Qilin tattoo, indicative of a natural aptitude for tomb raiding and treasure hunting. Alas, he was still a blank slate, and it remained uncertain how he fared at that moment. If anyone in the archaeological team could maintain their composure, it would undoubtedly be him. Indeed, Zhang Weishan soon beheld Xiao Zhang, who was clutching his head, his entire being trembling. In stark contrast to the bizarre demeanor of the others, he appeared relatively normal. Nonetheless, the situation was evidently dire. Without hesitation, Zhang Weishan dispatched 2 messages into the chat. Instantly, golden words illuminated the vast expanse of the live stream. Xiao Zhang, someone in your team possesses the bell. Locate it and destroy it. Otherwise, death is inevitable. As these golden messages were sent, it seemed that someone's broadcasting equipment at the archaeological site emitted a golden glow, presumably reflecting the brilliance of the messages. Fortunately, the archaeological team was fortunate. Xiao Zhang was drawn to the radiant light. His face contorted in agony, his eyes bloodshot. He appeared to suffer greatly, yet he nodded affirmatively, beginning to search each team member. Observing this, Zhang Weishan realized that further delay was unacceptable and promptly urged, focus on searching the archaeological team members. Xiao Zhang nodded and then sprinted towards the team member station at the back. Chapter 49. Xiao Zhang and Appo's urgent task. The archaeological team and Appo's perilous situation. The reason for Xiao Zhang to focus on investigating the members of the archaeological team is quite evident. Among these individuals, Captain Sheen and his fellow soldiers would undoubtedly refrain from the act of secretly hoarding the hexagonal bronze bells. This is beyond dispute. For soldiers, military orders are paramount. The commands of their leader are akin to divine decrees, and they would scorn such petty thievery. Although Professor Li is notoriously obstinate, after the tragic demise of several students, he has come to wholly believe in the words of Fa Qiuzhang. Moreover, as a professor, should he truly wish to safeguard the hexagonal bells, he would certainly voice his intentions and consult with Fa Qiuzhang. He would never engage in clandestine hoarding. Thus, the only individuals with a plausible motive are the archaeological team members. Previously, they had vehemently opposed the idea of damaging the bells, considering them invaluable artifacts. Hence, it is conceivable that someone might view the preservation of these treasures as an imperative, leading them to secretly hide a hexagonal bronze bell. Just as Zhang Weishan concluded his commentary, he heard a series of thuds from the first floor, indicating that Shun Wan and Boss Shun had also fallen victim to the chaos. Without regard for the state of the live broadcast, Zhang Weishan immediately rushed downstairs. Indeed, upon arrival, he found Boss Shun gripping Shun Wan by the throat, as if they shared an irreconcilable vendetta. Shun Wan's face had turned crimson, clearly struggling for breath. Zhang Weishan intervened, forcefully separating the two. At this moment, his strength surpassed that required to handle both the father and daughter. Even if 5 Shun bosses were present, it would be a trivial matter. Yet, these two individuals appeared to be afflicted by a condition akin to soul detachment. Despite their separation, their predicament showed no signs of improvement. Observing this, Zhang Weishan hastily seized the cooling oil from the table, typically employed for pest control. He uncapped the bottle and applied a dab to the tips of their noses, immediately releasing a refreshing and stimulating aroma that roused them from their stupor. The secret history of the tomb robbers records that soul detachment bears resemblance to the technique of luminous energy. Both employ specific wavelengths of light and sound to induce a hypnotic state. Furthermore, the ancient records indicate that tomb raiders, such as the illustrious Fakyu Tingguan, possessed an object known as the Northern Emperor's mysterious pearl. This item, resembling a candy-coated bean in size and shape, emits a pungent odor when a pinch is taken near the nostrils, proving remarkably effective in invigorating the mind and dispelling both soul detachment and luminous energy effects. However, Zhang Weishan did not possess such an artifact. Moreover, with Shun Wan and Boss Shin absent from the scene, the cooling oil and Oppo's refreshing properties and aroma suffice to elicit a response. Were this to occur in an archaeological context, the efficacy might be diminished, as the spectral disturbances there would likely be more pronounced. Though Shun Wan and Boss Shun regained consciousness, they remained stationary, their gazes vacant, indicating they required additional time to fully regain their senses. Nonetheless, the situation appeared to have improved. Zhang Weishan then turned his attention to the computer, where it became evident that within the archaeological team's vicinity, Xiao Zhang had indeed extracted a sealed bag from one of the team members, which contained a hexagonal bronze bell. The hexagonal copper bell, devoid of any external force, astonishingly resonated incessantly. At this moment, Xiao Zhang was plagued by a splitting headache. Discarding it onto the ground, he crushed it underfoot, rendering it into a mere heap of fragments. The copper of the bell had already weakened significantly. It could not withstand Xiao Zhang's forceful stomp, shattering into pieces. However, concurrently, the haunting sounds that had gripped the air abruptly ceased. Behind him, Shun Wan and Boss Shun both trembled simultaneously, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of bewilderment. Little did they know at that very instant, viewers across the nation and even globally who were tuned into the live broadcast felt a jolt coursing through their bodies, as if awakening from a vivid dream. Zhang Weishan, how did you come down? Shun Wan clutched his neck, appearing somewhat pained. Yes. What has happened? It felt like a dream. What did you come down? Zhang Weishan. I have no recollection at all. Zhang Weishan gazed at them, unsure of how to respond, and ultimately pointed towards the live broadcast. You can see for yourselves. At that moment, in the live stream, some viewers had begun to recover, and a flurry of comments flooded in. What just happened? I don't know. It felt like I was dreaming. Damn, I was so scared I nearly wet myself. I saw a female ghost trying to kiss me. Are you sure it wasn't a male ghost? Stop joking. Someone here committed suicide. Oh my, there is someone here too? And they were just watching the live stream. My goodness, what on earth is happening? I can hardly bear to watch the live stream. Have you all noticed how the archaeologists are lying on the ground? I am uncertain. Did you see the barrage that the expert just posted? It seems that something has gone awry. Someone mentioned the comments from the Zhang family of Fakyu, and instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the two shimmering comments that continued to glow with a golden light. Xiao Zhang, someone in your team has brought a bell. Find it and destroy it. Otherwise, death is certain. Could it be that the archaeologists are in this predicament because of that bell? Heavens, we aren't affected too, are we? Is that even a question? Of course we are. Who on earth is so foolish? The expert has clearly stated that the bell is perilous. Why would they bring it secretly? Damn it, I nearly faced dire consequences because of this. That is not the crux of the matter. The issue is that someone has already lost their life due to their reckless actions. We must identify this individual. Yes, hold them accountable. The chat room was instantly filled with denunciations. Meanwhile, Shun Wan and Boss Shun were also coming to grips with the situation. They exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend. Have we also fallen victim? What exactly is the spell? Why is it so formidable? Shun Wan rubbed his neck and remarked, by the way, Zhang Wei Shan, did I exhibit any peculiar behavior earlier? Why is my neck so sore? Zhang Wei Shan hesitated, thinking it best not to reveal the truth, to spare Boss Shun from self-reproach. It must be noted that the previous incident was merely an unconscious act. It is not entirely his fault. The shop had recently upgraded its computer system, and the surveillance equipment had yet to be adjusted. Thus, Zhang Weishan waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "You accidentally bumped into it. It's nothing serious. If you're feeling dizzy, apply some cooling balm to your temples. It should alleviate the discomfort. As for other matters, let's wait and see. This situation is likely to escalate significantly." Shenhua nodded, as Boss Shun had already taken out his phone to search online. The members of the archaeological team in the live broadcast room did not regain their composure until 10 minutes had passed. However, upon awakening, they all appeared pallid, utterly oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Professor Li, upon seeing the reminders from the Zhang family in the live chat, realized that something was amiss. He instructed everyone to rest in place, deeming it at least a safe refuge until they could clarify the situation. Only then could they decide whether the archaeological team should proceed further. In truth, the tumult surrounding this incident was merely in its infancy. Although the archaeological team had narrowly escaped disaster, videos began to surface online. These clips depicted the bizarre behaviors exhibited by viewers of the live stream who had fallen victim to the soul detachment technique. Within 10 minutes of being posted, these videos skyrocketed to the top of trending topics, even surpassing the viewership of the official live broadcast. In an instant, they ignited a fervent response across society. Chapter 50. The situation escalates as Mr. Mu steps forward to clarify it is essential to recognize that archaeology is fundamentally an endeavor aimed at uncovering the splendid history of the Huaxia nation. The vast community of internet users has shown considerable support for archaeological initiatives, often contributing ideas during live broadcasts. Some compassionate individuals have even donated money and goods, demonstrating their unwavering commitment to the field of archaeology. However, a recent archaeological live stream has unexpectedly ignited a crisis across the internet, culminating in tragic fatalities linked to the broadcast content. This predicament is far from trivial. The archaeological team paused their progress for an entire afternoon. Fortunately, the passage remained secure for the time being. Nevertheless, throughout that afternoon, nearly everyone in the Huaxia nation engaged in fervent discussions regarding the appropriateness of this archaeological live stream. According to the latest statistics, the number of people who directly succumbed to the consequences of this broadcast has reached a staggering 13. What does this signify? 13 families now teeter on the brink of devastation due to a single archaeological program. Moreover, the number of individuals injured, like Shenwan, is even greater. In a matter of moments, discussions regarding the potential cancellation of archaeological live streams have intensified across the internet. A segment of the public argues that they are merely ordinary citizens who do not wish to be disturbed by the unearthing of buried histories. They implore that archaeological broadcasts cease to intrude upon their lives. Conversely, another faction contends that archaeology remains a vital pursuit for the Huaxia nation in its quest for a resplendent past. They advocate for the public and Oppo's right to be informed and call upon everyone to approach the issue with rationality. The fervent debate online continues to escalate. The entire situation has indeed attracted the attention of the higher echelons. The esteemed Mu and his associates, revered figures in the archaeological realm, have been summoned for discussions. Nevertheless, the nation places considerable importance on the field of archaeology. With Mu's assurances, the prospect of archaeological live streaming has been preserved. However, the archaeological community must implement significant changes. Mu even expressed his willingness to personally address the issue and offer an apology. Shenwen's phone call came through. Upon learning of these developments, she felt a deep sense of remorse. As the team leader, it was disheartening that Mu had to step forward to apologize after the incident. She felt a pang of unease. Xiao Wen, do not take this too much to heart. This indeed reflects a shortcoming within our archaeological community. However, I have consulted with relevant experts, and this issue is not insurmountable. As for the apology, it is only natural to apologize when mistakes are made. Shenwen replied, Mu, perhaps we should consider shutting down the live stream for now. It is, after all, preposterous. Mu interjected forcefully. If we cease the live stream, how shall we establish contact with the Fa Qiuzhang clan? I understand your concerns, but you must also recognize the significance of the Fa Qiuzhang clan to our archaeological field. To say that this individual determines the future prosperity or decline of our discipline would not be an exaggeration. As the old adage goes, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their will, strengthen their bones, subject their body to hunger, and expose them to hardship, thereby sharpening their resolve and enhancing their capabilities. The path to reviving archaeology is fraught with challenges. If we falter at the first sign of adversity, what hope do we have? Who shall unveil the illustrious history of the Huaxiao nation? Xiaowen, you must comprehend that the revival of archaeology in the future will be the greatest consolation for our generation. Do you understand? At this juncture, Mr. Mu sighed. Through this incident, we have truly witnessed the formidable prowess of the Fakyu Zhang clan. Everyone who watched the live stream fell victim, yet he remained unscathed. He even took the time to caution Xiao Zhang, which is a testament to his remarkable ability. Of course, Xiao Zhang is also quite exceptional. Both are rare talents. We must not give up. The phone conversation was brief, and Mr. Mu soon ended the call. He still needed to prepare for a public apology, which was not merely a formality, but a heartfelt endeavor. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Mr. Mu appeared punctually in the archaeological live broadcast room. His demeanor was grave, tinged with a hint of regret. First and foremost, I must apologize to everyone. Due to our negligence, some individuals have unfortunately suffered, he stated. I express my deepest regrets, and on behalf of all my colleagues in the archaeological community, I extend my sincerest apologies. As Mr. Mu bowed deeply, the audience in the live stream, moved by the words of this venerable elder, a towering figure in the field of archaeology, could not help but be touched. Furthermore, I believe everyone is already aware that our archaeological live stream will not be considered for closure. Mr. Zhang, from the renowned Fa Qiuzhang clan, has shunned fame and fortune, and to this day, we have yet to locate him. The live stream is our sole means of communication with him, hence we truly cannot shut it down. However, we have devised a solution in collaboration with the relevant platforms. Moving forward, the audio from the live stream will be processed before being presented to the public. This measure will also help prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future. Additionally, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support of our archaeological endeavors. It is sincerely appreciated. Shortly, we will disclose the entire sequence of events surrounding this incident, ensuring complete transparency and inviting scrutiny from the broader community. In conclusion, I would like to extend another invitation to Mr. Zhang through the live stream, hoping he might consider joining our Archaeological Institute. Mr. Zhang, we genuinely need you at our institute. Should you find it convenient, please feel free to reach out to me at any time. We are prepared to offer you the utmost benefits and compensation. Thank you very much. Mr. Mu's words resonated with sincerity, moving everyone present in the live stream. After all these years, he continues to strive for the advancement of the archaeological field. Who among us finds this easy? Following the conclusion of the live stream, all information regarding the incident was thoroughly examined. The public gradually came to understand the entirety of the situation. Shenwan sat before his computer, meticulously reviewing the details. At last, he grasped the general circumstances, which stemmed from a member of the archaeological team who wished to prevent the destruction of these precious artifacts. Thus, a hexagonal copper bell was secretly concealed. Subsequently, this bell began to emit a peculiar sound, ensnaring all who heard it. Eventually, the guidance of the renowned Fa Qiuzhang emerged. At this juncture, Shenwan felt a profound gratitude towards Fhu Zhang. Had it not been for this individual's timely intervention, the situation could have spiraled into chaos. It is worth noting that Zhang Weishan also exhibited remarkable resilience, seemingly unaffected by the sound. As Shenwan contemplated this, her phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, she was startled to find it was her teacher, Shenwan, calling. "What's the matter, teacher?" Shenwan inquired. "Xiaowan, are you all right?" Shenwan asked through the line. "I am fine. It was Zhang Weishan who saved us." "Zhang Weishan? Him again. The more you speak of him, the more intrigued I become. By the way, Xiaowan, have you made any progress in locating Fhu Zhang?" Shenwan queried. Shenwan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Well, I still have no leads. He is as elusive as a divine dragon, and I haven't been in touch with him for several days." You must exert yourself. As you have witnessed, Fhu Zhang was seemingly unaffected by that sound. You must indeed be an extraordinary individual. You must strive diligently." Shenwan nodded, her heart wavering as to whether she should disclose that Zhang Weishan also appeared unaffected. After some contemplation, she chose to remain silent, for she could not ascertain when Zhang Weishan had regained his composure. Perhaps it was the scent of the cooling oil that roused him from his stupor. Therefore, let us refrain from discussing this matter for the time being, Chunwen continued. "By the way, Xiaowan, is that Zhang Weishan truly as formidable as you claim? What is expertise in antique appraisal?" Chapter 51 Professor Chen's desire to visit rewards delivered late at night. Quite impressive, but I have only met AMO once. Therefore, I cannot ascertain his expertise regarding other artifacts. Shenwan remarked, sticking out her tongue. Indeed, Zhang Weishan had only exhibited his prowess once with the hexagonal bronze bell, leaving her somewhat uncertain. "Well, when you have a moment, take him to the museum in Shihu City. There's an antique exhibition happening soon. Let him explore the depths of it. If he truly is a connoisseur, once matters here settle, I shall personally visit you in Shihu City. I must pay my respects to this Zhang Weishan. Teacher, you jest. We, being juniors, could never impose upon you to make a visit." Shenwan hurriedly replied, "Additionally, my thesis is nearly complete. Once you are free, I shall bring him to see you." "That sounds reasonable, but we must first assess his capabilities. If he is indeed remarkable, then a visit is warranted. In our field, age is irrelevant. Only skill matters," Shenwan stated. Shenwan nodded with a smile and subsequently ended the call. Although the teacher's words held merit, Shenwan resolved that it was inappropriate for an elder to visit. Regardless of Zhang Weishan's prowess in antique appraisal, he was still a youth, and such actions would not be suitable. However, this matter required discussion with Zhang Weishan. She could not decide on his behalf. Contemplating this, Shenwan decided to seek out Zhang Weishan. He was currently in the midst of his evening routine, clearly preparing for sleep. "Is there something you need?" Upon seeing Shenwan approach, Zhang Weishan inquired. "There are two matters at hand. First, when did you regain consciousness?" Zhang Weishan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Shenwan was referring to events from midday, and replied with a smile, "After awakening, I noticed something was amiss with you all and descended. Did you not watch the live stream at noon?" Shenwan responded with surprise. "I did, but I fell asleep." Zhang Weishan chuckled. "I see. Well, the second matter is this. In a couple of days, accompany me to the museum. My teacher is quite intrigued by your expertise in antique appraisal. However, I am uncertain of your true capabilities. Allow me to gauge them." "What?" Zhang Weishan was taken aback, thinking to himself that this girl was being rather straightforward about it. How could one assess one's skills after being informed so directly? "You are far too honest. You've already told me. How can I gauge your abilities now? Besides, I have no interest in your teacher, so please spare me the trouble." "Please don't," Shenwan implored hastily. "Zhang Weishan, you genuinely have no idea how challenging the field of archaeology is nowadays. Many individuals in the live stream are sacrificing so much for archaeology. They truly face great hardships. I understand your preference for a tranquil life, but at worst, I could persuade my teacher to make accommodations for you. You need not take a regular position. If the archaeological team requires your insight, you can assist us in that capacity. We really need talents like you in the archaeological community." Dressed in her adorable bunny pajamas, Shenwan's playful demeanor was almost irresistible to any man. "All right, enough of this." Zhang Weishan felt a surge of internal turmoil and waved his hand in response. That could work. I still have time for consultations. As for the museum, I am quite eager to experience it. Let's plan to go another day. Agreed. It's a deal. With that, Shenwan left with a smile. Zhang Weishan shook his head in resignation. He indeed had no interest in joining the archaeological team. However, consultations were a different matter entirely. This could aid in enhancing the archaeological techniques of Huaxia, which would also benefit his own lofty ambitions. Thus, there was no reason to decline. Regarding the museum visit, he wished to test the prowess of his celestial discerning eye. The items in antique shops were far too limited, consisting mostly of trivial artifacts, lacking the precious and even national treasure-level items found in museums. A museum visit would provide an excellent opportunity to gauge the true extent of his discerning abilities. Nonetheless, this matter was not urgent. The priority was to establish the archaeological team, as their prolonged entrapment in the ancient tomb was exceedingly perilous. Upon returning home and lying in bed, Zhang Weishan felt somewhat disheartened, as the system's rewards had yet again eluded him. Others seemed to receive their system rewards promptly and effectively, while his own system appeared notoriously unreliable, failing even to deliver rewards on time. It was rather disconcerting. Yet, he pondered whether the system was concocting something extraordinary this time. He could only wonder what it might entail. With these thoughts, Zhang Weishan gradually drifted into an uneasy slumber, uncertain if it was influenced by the ghostly sounds he encountered earlier that afternoon. Ding! Suddenly, a voice echoed within Zhang Weishan's mind, startling him. Upon waking, he couldn't help but curse aloud. What the hell? At 3 a.m, rewards are being issued. Zhang Weishan found himself at a loss for words. However, just then, the urge to relieve himself struck him, so he decided to heed the system's notification while heading to the restroom. Ding! The archaeological team's guidance has been successful. The record of 10,000 insects has been integrated. The system's voice resonated, and an influx of information surged into Zhang Weishan's consciousness. Still somewhat drowsy, he sat on the bed, lost in thought for a while before he began to explore the contents of the record of 10,000 insects. To his astonishment, the record detailed an array of rare and venomous insects and substances found in the world. Among them were formidable creatures such as the ice of the poor god and the infinite karma fireworm. There were even entries on the corpse toad king, and due to his past life experiences, Zhang Weishan was already familiar with some of these. What thrilled him the most was that the record contained numerous insects he had never encountered before, nor even heard of, such as the headless ghost worm, the bloodthirsty centipede, and the colorful hummingbird. Each entry was accompanied by annotations highlighting the extraordinary nature of these insects. The ancient tombs were typically buried deep and hidden away, with some constructed in desolate mountains and old forests. The dangers within, aside from traps set by the tomb's owner, included these venomous creatures and substances. With a record of 10,000 insects in hand, Zhang Weishan felt as if he had been granted wings, emboldening him for the challenges ahead. In the future, to lead a team into the tombs by oneself would indeed provide a sense of security. Receiving this reward late at night brought him a certain comfort. He casually glanced at the live stream and noticed that everyone else was resting, with only a few warriors taking turns to keep watch. Not giving it much thought, he returned to bed to continue his slumber. However, unbeknownst to him, a critical situation was quietly unfolding at the archaeological site. Since the incident that occurred yesterday afternoon, the archaeological team had been stationed in place to recuperate. For the sake of safety, Captain Sheen had taken it upon himself to use picks to break away some stones from the rock wall, erecting a stone barrier on either side of the passage. This practice stemmed from their military training in trench digging, as they understood the necessity of not exposing themselves directly to the outside. The stone wall stood only about 1.5 meters high, insufficient to completely block the passage, yet it allowed for both offense and defense. Everyone rested within the confines of the stone wall. The soldiers were divided into groups of 3 for the night watch. Under normal circumstances, 2 would suffice, 1 on each side. However, due to the earlier incident, the archaeologist who had secretly kept a hexagonal bronze bell was on the brink of a mental breakdown. Fearing that he might act irrationally, Captain Sheen had deliberately assigned an extra person to keep an eye on him, to prevent any suicidal tendencies. After all, the weight of having caused the deaths of 13 individuals due to his own folly, leading to Old Moo's personal apology and casting doubt across the entire archaeological community, was a psychological burden that not many could bear. The individual responsible for overseeing the archaeologist checks on his condition once every hour. At this moment, the time has arrived. Chapter 52. The archaeological team attacked in the dead of night. Old 3. What do you think that bell actually is? Inquired Old 7 as he approached the archaeologist. Old 3, who was on guard nearby, responded, I have no idea, but our willpower is quite strong, yet we couldn't withstand it. My grandfather once told me that our nation possesses an air of mystery. I never thought much of it back then. Now, it appears the ancients truly did not deceive me. Enough of that. Old 3, you're quoting idioms now. Old 7 chuckled, but I can't help but wonder what was inside that bell. Didn't Xiao Zhang say he trampled it? We haven't seen it since we regained consciousness. Perhaps he discarded it. After all, keeping such a malevolent object would only cause worry, Old 3 replied. Old 7 nodded, not dwelling on it further. By this time, they had arrived at their destination. He crouched down to assess the condition of the archaeologist. The man was sleeping, and Old 7 felt reluctant to wake him. All he needed was to ensure he was all right. However, upon closer inspection, Old 7 furrowed his brow. He noticed that the archaeologist's complexion was flushed, as if he were running a high fever. He quickly raised his hand to feel the man's forehead, which indeed felt exceedingly hot. In haste, he rummaged through his backpack for some medication and a few cooling patches, essential supplies for such situations. He applied one of the cooling patches to the archaeologist's forehead and prepared to place a couple more on his palms and soles before administering the medication. However, as he raised the other person's palm, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The individual's forehead was exceedingly hot, indicative of a fever. Typically, a person with a fever would also have warm palms and soles. Yet, to his astonishment, when he touched the other's hand, it was chillingly cold, frigid to the point of being alarming. It was not merely a low body temperature. It was akin to placing one's hand in a refrigerator and withdrawing it. This was a scenario he had never encountered before. He initially assumed that the coldness was a result of the person's hand being exposed to the evening chill. Hastily, he removed the person's shoes, eager to ascertain the temperature of their feet. However, as he lifted the individual's leg, the archaeologist unexpectedly slipped down from the wall due to an awkward angle, landing headfirst on the ground. Under ordinary circumstances, even a sick person would rouse from such a fall. Yet, the archaeologist remained unresponsive, eyes tightly shut, as if entirely oblivious to his surroundings. Old 3, come here quickly, Old 7 called out, sensing something was amiss. Captain Sheen, who had been lightly dozing nearby, was also stirred awake. Just as Old 3 rushed over, Old 7 suddenly gestured for him to stay back. Almost simultaneously, they both caught sight of a pair of blood-red eyes gleaming in the darkness behind the archaeologist's neck. Eyes so crimson they resembled two freshly spilled droplets of blood. Strangely diminutive, they were no larger than grains of rice, and the distance between them was unervingly narrow. It signifies that those were not human eyes at all, but rather the eyes of some creature. Retreat, Lao Chi shouted, hastily attempting to withdraw. Yet at that very moment, the pair of crimson eyes flickered and lunged towards Lao Chi's neck with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. Lao Chi sought to evade, but it was too late. In that critical instant, two gunshots rang out. Blood splattered onto Lao Chi's helmet, and a decayed entity fell to the ground. It was Captain Sheen, roused from his slumber, who had swiftly aimed at the unfolding peril. In that dire moment, two shots had saved Lao Chi's life. He managed to force a smile, glancing at the fallen creature, only to discover it was a red snake, leading to an awkward remark. The leader is. However, before Lao Chi could finish his sentence, a sudden flash of red light surged from behind an archaeological team member, swiftly sinking its fangs into Lao Chi's neck. The collar of his uniform was notably high, a feature of their combat attire. The venomous serpent bit into his collar, and Lao Chi, recovering from the shock, seized the snake and hurled it away. Upon inspecting his collar, he saw it had been shredded. Fortunately, the thickness of the collar had spared his skin from the serpent's fangs. Nonetheless, the venom lingered, leaving him with an unbearable itch on his neck. Everyone gather around. Lao Chi, you must take care of this, Captain Sheen commanded. Old Seven hurriedly moved aside to address the situation himself. The snake in damp, Oppo's venom was evidently potent. Although it had not pierced the skin, prolonged exposure would surely take its toll on the flesh of his neck. Captain Sheen's urgent shout roused the soldiers from their slumber, awakening even Professor Lee and several members of the archaeological team. Yet, as they gathered and surveyed the scene, a collective gasp escaped their lips. To their horror, 2 soldiers and 4 archaeologists lay motionless on the ground, clearly beyond salvation. "Shit, get up, 12-17, cried several comrades, their voices thick with anguish as they noticed the pallor of their friends' faces. The wounds on their necks, marked by snake bites, had turned a ghastly shade of purple, evidence of death's cruel embrace. "Captain," the eyes of the soldiers brimmed with tears. These were their brothers in arms, silently claimed by a stealthy adversary. What manner of venomous serpent could accomplish such a fate? "Stay calm, everyone. We must cover each other and allow Professor Lee and the others to retreat first," Captain Sheen commanded resolutely. Yes, the soldiers, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, leveled their weapons at the venomous serpents that dared to approach. Yet despair weighed heavily on Professor Lee and his team. Where could they possibly flee? They had scarcely taken 2 steps when one soldier cried out, "Captain, we have no way forward. The path ahead is swarming with snakes." Captain Sheen turned to find the ground ahead besieged by a myriad of red-eyed serpents, their presence a harbinger of doom. What could Captain Sheen possibly do now? Professor Lee was now in a state of panic. Captain Sheen's mind was racing, and he quickly devised a makeshift plan. Everyone would remove their clothing to block the stone wall, with half of the soldiers providing cover, while the rest worked to erect a barrier, sealing both sides. Indeed, there was no hesitation among the group, even though this decision was far from optimal. Time was of the essence, and no one dared to delay. The soldiers and the remaining archaeologists sprang into action, swiftly piling up the stone walls on either side of the passage. They shed their outer garments and stuffed them into the gaps. After nearly half an hour of frantic labor, they managed to completely seal the openings. However, during this ordeal, 2 more archaeologists and 1 soldier lost their lives. Exhausted, the group collapsed onto the ground, their eyes bloodshot. Who could have anticipated an attack by venomous snakes on such a night? Professor Lee, overwhelmed with grief, opened a live streaming channel and implored, "Mr. Zhang, are you there? Mr. Zhang, please, we need your help." His voice echoed in the streaming room, yet there was no response. Captain Sheen patted Professor Lee, urging him to remain calm, while he glanced at the live stream with a sense of despair. "Mr. Zhang is not online, Professor. Please stop calling out. Let us try to establish contact with the outside and see if Team Leader Chun has any solutions." Chapter 53. The joint efforts of the 2 departments are in dire straits, while Professor Lee and his colleagues were striving to establish contact with the outside world. Chun Wen had already received notification and hurriedly made her way to the live broadcast studio. At that moment, the live stream was still ongoing. Although there were relatively fewer viewers at night, the recent perilous experience of the archaeological team spread rapidly, drawing an increasing number of participants to the chat. "What is going on? What happened to the archaeological team at this late hour? Yeah, I had just settled down for the night. How did things go awry? Can someone enlighten us on the situation?" The newcomers to the chat could not help but inquire. Chun Wen, however, paid little attention to the barrage of comments. She was focused on the information being relayed by the staff on duty, while simultaneously establishing contact with Professor Lee. "Hello, is this you, Team Leader Chun?" Professor Lee's voice brimmed with urgency upon hearing Chun Wen's greeting. "Professor Lee, are you safe? What is the status of the archaeological team?" Chun Wen inquired anxiously. "Rest assured, we are temporarily secure, as Captain Sheen and his team are here. However, you must devise a plan quickly. We are trapped, and the snakes we encountered are of an unknown species. They strike with lethal swiftness, rendering our escape impossible. Please think of something from your end, and it would be prudent to reach out to the biology department for effective countermeasures. With the absence of the Fa Chiozhang clan, our situation is exceedingly critical," Professor Lee urged, his concern palpable. He was not one to shy away from danger. But what the archaeological team members? They are all invaluable talents in the field of archaeology. The loss of even one is a significant blow to the discipline. Yet now, nearly 10 members of the archaeological team have tragically perished. As a professor, how could he not feel profound sorrow? Professor Chun, rest assured, I will find a solution swiftly. You all must hold on. Chun 1, known for her decisive nature, immediately instructed the staff to send over the photographs of the venomous snake. Afterwards, she proceeded to contact the Archaeological Institute. It is often said that good news travels slowly, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Despite it being night, the incident concerning the archaeological team had rapidly circulated, reaching a wide audience. In less than half an hour, the live stream's popularity surged to about 70 to 80% of its daytime peak. Countless netizens erupted with fervor, engaging in animated discussions within the live chat. What kind of venomous snake is that? Why didn't the expert warn us beforehand? The expert seems to be offline. Perhaps they didn't anticipate the presence of such snakes. What do you mean by that? Are you questioning the expert's judgment? Regardless, the Zhang family of the fake you did indeed fail to provide a warning this time. But we can't blame the expert entirely. They had previously advised against touching the bell, yet the archaeological team disregarded it. Exactly, the expert is human too. They might only know that the bell is dangerous, unaware that it would attract venomous snakes. I can end oppose. Stand you keyboard warriors. If you have the ability, why not offer your guidance instead? Right, without being present, you criticize others. The expert is human and needs rest, okay? The atmosphere in the live stream grew even more animated. Meanwhile, Chunwen had successfully reached Mr. Mu on the phone. Both Elder Sun and Elder Chun must have already retired for the night. Given the urgency of the situation, he refrained from disturbing them and went directly to Elder Mu. Elder Mu maintained good relations with the biological community, thus facilitating a swifter resolution. Shaowen, I'm already aware of the situation. Please send me the photographs. As soon as the call connected, Elder Mu's voice resonated through. Chunwen was momentarily taken aback. Elder Mu, you haven't retired? Retire? With such events unfolding, how can we possibly rest? Elder Sun and your teacher are also awake. We are diligently working to communicate with the biological sector. Simultaneously, we are investigating the particulars of this snake. However, it appears we must await input from the biological community, as there seems to be no record of such a snake in our archaeological archives. Elder Mu's tone conveyed a sense of pessimism. Elder Mu, are there any preliminary measures we can prepare to buy them some time? After all, Before Chun-Wen could finish her thought, she was interrupted by Elder Mu. I inquired, and Professor Gao mentioned that we could try using Realgar first. But how could the archaeological team possibly carry Realgar? We are out of options now. Snakes have always been averse to Realgar. Yet, how could the archaeological team bring such a substance? There is Realgar available in the village at the foot of the mountain, but that is too distant to resolve our immediate predicament. Professor Gao, a towering figure in the biological community, was once a classmate of Elder Mu. However, he later discovered that his true interest lay in biology and subsequently changed his career path to pursue research in that field. To my surprise, significant progress has been made in the realm of biology. However, Chunwen was puzzled. The use of Realgar to repel snakes could only be deemed a remedial measure. Was it possible that Professor Gao had yet to ascertain the true nature of this serpent? Chunwen directly inquired, to which Old Mu sighed, the likelihood is quite high. I have shared the photographs he sent me with him, yet there has been no response thus far. It is likely they do not recognize it either. Moments ago, while conversing, Old Mu had already forwarded the images provided by Chun-Wen to Professor Gao. Yet, several minutes had elapsed without any reply, indicating a degree of difficulty on their part. Shaowen, I shall inquire further about the situation. You, too, should contemplate a solution. Time is of the essence. We cannot place all our hopes on old Gao. If you have any suggestions, do not hesitate to share. The safety of the archaeological team must take precedence. Understood. Chunwen nodded. Subsequently, Old Mu ended the call. Given the urgency of the matter, he wasted no time and promptly contacted Professor Gao. However, as soon as the call connected, Professor Gao sighed. Old Mu, I fear I may be of no assistance this time. I have only encountered such a creature once. And that was merely in an ancient text. There are no accurate records pertaining to this venomous snake. The name red-scaled snake is one we have coined ourselves. The more old Mu listened, the more helpless he felt, realizing that his fears were likely to materialize. Is there truly no reference or method to guide us? Old Mu could not help but ask. Upon hearing this, Old Gao's tone became markedly serious. Old Mu, you must understand that this is a matter of life and death. This is the first time I have encountered such a venomous serpent. The images and live feeds you sent depict a creature that moves with lightning speed and possesses a toxicity that is unprecedented. I cannot speak lightly on this. It is a matter that could cost lives. Old Mu fell into silence upon hearing this. He was well aware of Old Gao's character. If he knew something, he would readily admit it, and if he did not, he would not feign knowledge. This was true in everyday matters, but even more so now, when lives were at stake. He was particularly reluctant to make any reckless statements, for a suggestion he deemed plausible could potentially endanger the entire archaeological team. That would not merely be a mistake. It would be tantamount to murder. Yet the archaeological team found themselves in a perilous situation, while both the biological and archaeological fields were at a loss for solutions. What were they to do? Suddenly, just as Old Mu was feeling overwhelmed, the phone rang. It was Chunwen calling again. Xiaowen, what is it? Old Mu asked hastily. Chunwen, equally anxious, replied, Old Mu, I've thought of someone. We still have no idea what kind of snake this is. The FHO Zhang family must know, but we can't get in touch with them. What do you think of Zhang Weishan? He seems quite knowledgeable about archaeological appreciation. Perhaps he is familiar with this venomous serpent as well? Chapter 54. In a moment of desperation, Chunwen resolutely approaches Zhang Weishan's residence. Zhang Weishan? Upon hearing this, Old Mu appeared momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chunwen would bring up Zhang Weishan at such a critical juncture. To be candid, the influence of this individual on him was rather minimal. He merely sensed that Zhang possessed some degree of expertise in the appraisal of cultural relics. In comparison to the renowned Feiqiu Zhang clan, he seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. Understanding that Old Mu might perceive her suggestion as frivolous, Chunwen hastened to elucidate. Old Mu, we find ourselves devoid of alternatives at the moment. This Zhang Weishan, as Little One has described, is quite formidable. Little One is my student, and I am well acquainted with her character. Therefore, why not attempt to consult him as a last resort? Who knows, he might possess a solution. Old Mu, upon hearing her words, nodded thoughtfully. Very well, give it a try. But if this approach proves to be excessively absurd, it must be dismissed. I shall also seek additional information in the meantime. Understood. Chunwen nodded, refraining from further elaboration. The two promptly concluded their call. The situation was dire. Every minute the archaeological team spent within the ancient tomb posed a significant threat. Should they fail to devise a solution, their only recourse might be to fortify their defenses. Every life preserved was a victory. The personnel at the base were unable to provide assistance, leaving them with no choice but to await the dawn when perhaps the Feiqiu Zhang clan could offer a glimmer of hope. In the face of such adversity, seeking out Zhang Weishan appeared to be an unconventional yet viable course of action. Without delay, Chunwen dialed Shunwan's number. When Shunwan awoke, she felt somewhat disoriented. Teacher, is Zhang Weishan beside you? Or could you possibly give him a call? Chunwen's voice trembled with urgency over the phone. What has happened to the teacher? Shunwan inquired anxiously, her senses sharpening. There's been an incident with the archaeological team. We urgently need your assistance. Can you reach Zhang Weishan? Chunwen briefly explained the situation to Shunwan. The news of the archaeological team encountering trouble startled her, prompting her to leap from her bed. How could this happen? Please do not worry. I will call him right away. Shunwan exclaimed as she hurried out of her room and knocked on Zhang Weishan's door. The sudden, frantic knocking in the middle of the night startled Zhang Weishan. However, upon recognizing Shunwan's voice, he sighed in relief. What are you doing awake at this hour? He called out. Just open the door. I have something urgent to discuss. Shunwan shouted from outside. What is it? I'm not even dressed. Zhang Weishan replied, feeling embarrassed. He had washed his clothes the night before and was only in his shorts. Putting on a full outfit now seemed too cumbersome. Please just open the door. It is truly important. If you don't open it soon, I may have to do it myself, Shenwan insisted. Hey, Zhang Weishan exclaimed, startled, as he realized Shenwan possessed a key. Many of the antiques were stored in the safe beneath his bed, necessitating someone to keep watch over them. Thus, a spare key was provided. However, Shenwan was not a person prone to recklessness. To forcefully intrude into one's own room in the dead of night undoubtedly indicated a serious issue. Pondering over this, Zhang Weishan hurriedly donned his clothes. Yet, as he had barely managed to put on his shirt, the door was abruptly flung open from the outside. What on earth is going on? I haven't even finished getting dressed, Zhang Weishan exclaimed, utterly confounded, retreating beneath the covers. I'm so sorry for the urgent matter. I truly am in a hurry. Please, take a look at this snake and see if you recognize it. Is there any way to deal with it, even if it's just to scare it away? Shenwan handed over his phone, revealing a striking image. The picture depicted a formidable red snake, its scales resembling iron armor. The creature's sleek form was devoid of any extraneous features, unmistakably a species known for its swiftness. Upon the first glance, Zhang Weishan instantly recognized it. This particular snake was recorded in the compendium of insects, known as the red venomous snake. Its vibrant crimson hue and potent venom rendered it one of the most dangerous serpents alongside a few others, such as the coxcomb snake and the black-scaled monster snake. The coxcomb snake is renowned for its ability to mimic human speech, while the black-scaled monster snake is noted for its extraordinary speed. In contrast, the red venomous snake possesses a venom that is particularly fierce, each species exhibiting its unique strengths. Historical accounts suggest that encountering a coxcomb snake or a black-scaled snake could lead to dire consequences, but to encounter a red venomous snake is to face certain doom. The essence of the text conveys that these venomous snakes are indeed terrifying entities. For an ordinary person who encounters them, the likelihood of survival is virtually non-existent. However, the crimson viper is exceedingly rare, thus very few individuals have laid eyes upon it. Zhang Weishan, noticing Zhang Weishan's silence, Shenwan hastily interjected. It was only then that Zhang Weishan regained his senses, his countenance darkening as he remarked, "This is the crimson viper. Why do you suddenly inquire about such a creature?" Shenwan had intruded into his chamber in the dead of night, immediately broaching the topic of the crimson viper. This prompted memories of the archaeological team to resurface. It was indeed the archaeological team that had encountered this peril. Do you possess any means to combat these venomous serpents? The FHO Zhang family remains unreachable, and many lives have already been lost within the archaeological team. If we do not devise a solution, we may soon face dire consequences. As Shenwan spoke, tears welled in her eyes. The archaeological field is already bereft of talent, and the plight of the team only deepened her sorrow. Zhang Weishan nodded, realizing that indeed, the archaeological team had encountered calamity. However, he had not anticipated the presence of the Crimson Viper within the Zhang family's ancient edifice. The situation within the Zhang family's ancient building is fraught with complexity, and the extent of the dangers concealed within remains uncertain, even to Zhang Weishan. In comparison to naturally occurring wonders, the Zhang family's ancient building represents the pinnacle of human ingenuity. Its level of peril is ineffably profound. I possess some knowledge of this snake. It exhibits behaviors akin to that of the black-scaled serpent. Intense light causes them to feel uneasy. We could experiment with a strong light source. If we need to create a barrier, we can artificially produce a source of illumination. Shenwan nodded, her eyes brimming with tears of excitement. "Teacher, did you hear that?" she exclaimed as she hastily picked up the phone. "I heard it. I will arrange it right away. Please convey my thanks to him." In a state of urgency, Chanwen promptly hung up the call, though she genuinely wished to have a meaningful conversation with Zhang Weishan. The venomous snake, whose name even Gao was unaware of, was something Zhang Weishan was familiar with, along with methods to combat it. Such profound knowledge compelled Shen Wan to regard Zhang Weishan with newfound respect. However, whether these methods would prove effective remained uncertain for the time being. After hanging up, Shenwan finally exhaled in relief, wiping her slightly reddened eyes. "Thank you," she said. Zhang Weishan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. But could you refrain from being so flustered next time? I sometimes prefer to sleep in the nude." "Huh?" Shenwan was taken aback. only then realizing that Zhang Weishan was still curled up in his blankets. This made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. It was quite inappropriate for a young woman to intrude upon a man's room in the dead of night, evoking a feeling akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. Fortunately, Zhang Weishan was a man of integrity. I should be going now. You can check the live broadcast. The situation with the archaeological team is quite dire. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. Shenwan's face was still crimson as she hurriedly exited. Zhang Weishan shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself, I've shared the methods. What further danger could there be? The archaeological team is not comprised of children. They will surely get through the night safely. Chapter 55. The archaeological team's verification method. No snake dares to enter. As for Chun-Wan, upon obtaining the method, she promptly called Old Mu, Zhang Weishan, and Appos. As solutions seemed to be delivered with utmost confidence, yet their understanding of him remained limited. Given the gravity of the situation, Chun-Wan knew she must exercise caution. What has happened to Xiaowen? Old Mu inquired as soon as the call connected. Old Mu has a solution. Zhang Weishan mentioned that it is the red viper, and that intense light can be effective against it. The archaeological team is equipped with flares and cold flames, which should be sufficient to handle it. However, Chun-Wan felt a twinge of doubt. The venom of this snake was so potent. Could it truly be repelled by mere light? That seemed overly simplistic. Do you have any leads on your end, Old Mu? Chun-Wan tentatively asked. None. Old Gao is genuinely at a loss. Here's what we'll do. You should inform the archaeological team to try it out. Having a method is better than having none. I'll speak with Old Gao again to see what he thinks. Understood. Chun-Wan nodded, and they both set off to act on their respective tasks. Old Mu immediately called Professor Gao. Upon hearing the news from Old Mu, Professor Gao was momentarily taken aback. So, this snake is called the Red Viper. How apt. But at this point, does a name truly matter? I need to ascertain whether intense light is effective against these venomous creatures, Old Mu stated, cutting straight to the chase. Professor Gao responded thoughtfully. The likelihood is quite substantial. Snakes possess poor eyesight and rely primarily on a mechanism akin to infrared sensing to capture their prey. Our research has revealed that certain species of snakes, which dwell underground for extended periods, have experienced a significant degradation of their visual capabilities. Intense light can initially release a considerable amount of energy, thereby disorienting these venomous serpents. Furthermore, bright light stimulates the sensitive visual nerves of snakes, instilling a sense of fear within them. However, given the varying habits of different snake species, the efficacy of this method remains uncertain until it is personally tested. By the way, Old Mu, who informed you of this approach? That individual seems quite knowledgeable about biology and is familiar with the red viper. Could they be well-versed in biological studies? Upon hearing this, Old Mu comprehended the implication of Old Gao's inquiry. He promptly replied, No, do not speculate on anything. This information was sourced entirely by me, without any external guidance. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall terminate this call. With that, Old Mu ended the conversation. The biological realm is teeming with talent, vastly surpassing that of the archaeological field. Old Gao, too, places immense value on expertise. Should he discover that the identification of this snake was made by Zhang Weishan and that the strategy originated from him, it is likely he would rush over the following day to recruit him. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from discussing this matter further. At the archaeological site, Chun-Wan hurriedly relayed the method to Professor Li and the others at the forefront. At this moment, nearly an hour had elapsed since the incident occurred. This hour had been an excruciating ordeal for them. Although they risked blocking the passages in front and behind, the stones were merely hewn from the walls and were utterly incomparable to those produced in a brick factory, with gaps so numerous they left one speechless. Despite the collective effort to seal these crevices with clothing, venomous snakes occasionally slithered through, dislodging the makeshift barriers of fabric or stone. It is well known that these serpents strike with lethal precision, constantly lurking outside for an opportunity to inflict harm. This unsettling reality has left the group on edge, with no room for complacency, for as the saying goes, it is not the thief's act that instills fear, but rather the thief's intent. Since the archaeological team entered the ancient tomb, they have endured numerous trials, pushing many to the brink of mental exhaustion. Should they fail to devise a means to repel the snakes, it is likely that someone will soon falter. Captain, there's news from Team Leader Chun. They have found a solution. Suddenly, one of the soldiers responsible for communications exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, the group felt a renewed surge of hope. Captain Chin urged, "Speak quickly." The soldier hurriedly relayed the proposed solution, but as the words left his lips, the team exchanged incredulous glances. Clearly, they were taken aback by the suggestion. Who concocted this plan? Is this some sort of jest? One voiced, incredulous. Can mere light dispel such formidable snakes? This is absurd. Another added, who even devised this idea? It would have been better left unspoken. Enough. Professor Li interjecta starly. Having a plan is better than having none at all. Captain Chin, what are your thoughts? Professor Li inquired, gazing at Captain Chin. After a moment of contemplation, Captain Chin articulated his perspective. Professor, I believe it is prudent for us to refrain from venturing outside. Although the reliability of this method remains uncertain, we can still attempt it without exposing ourselves to danger. Consider this. Since Team Leader Chun has shared this information with us, it indicates she still deems it valuable. Presently, we lack alternative strategies, so it is worth a try. Very well. We possess an abundance of illumination flares and cold pyrotechnics. Please share your plan, Professor Li urged eagerly. Captain Chin and Appo's idea was, in essence, quite straightforward. There was no necessity for them to risk their safety by testing the efficacy of this method outdoors. Instead, they could ascertain its validity within their makeshift defensive structure. The archaeological team was equipped with a variety of paints, predominantly white, as many artifacts they excavated bore distinctive markings indicative of their dynastic origins. Consequently, these relics would be meticulously preserved and marked with white paint on their packaging or containers, serving as a means of identification that indicated their provenance. For those artifacts that remained undeciphered, such as ancient scrolls, alternative paints would be employed, awaiting further investigation upon their return. The white paint was particularly suitable for reflecting light. Captain Chin's approach was remarkably simple. He located a fissure in the wall and applied white paint around the opening. Subsequently, he illuminated it with a flashlight and removed the clothing that had been obstructing the crack. Two soldiers stood guard nearby, ensuring their safety. As long as this method proves effective, the venomous snakes will undoubtedly refrain from entering. The white paint reflects light, enhancing its brightness. If the snakes dare not approach, it will serve as ample evidence of the viability of this approach. Should they venture inside, there would be sufficient time to address any ensuing troubles. Professor Li clapped his hands in approval. Indeed, a seasoned warrior, this method is truly reliable. The other archaeologists cast curious glances in his direction, their hearts gripped by tension. Even those in the live stream could not help but break into a cold sweat. Who conceived of this method? Can it really work? I have no idea, but it seems we have no other options. I have an unsettling feeling about this. It's a pity the expert is absent, for surely they would have a solution. Indeed, I wonder where the expert has gone. The expert might still be asleep, alas. Wait, venomous snakes! Someone suddenly exclaimed. At that moment, Captain Chin and his team also caught sight of it. Beyond the crevice, two crimson eyes had lit up. The snake was evidently lurking just outside. Everyone, stay alert. Captain Chin whispered urgently, simultaneously loading his gun, prepared to fire at the first sign of danger. However, the snake lingered outside for quite some time. It did not dare to enter. Eventually, with a swift movement, it vanished from sight. The spectators were momentarily taken aback. The previously skeptical archaeologists were now filled with exhilaration. This method had indeed proven effective. The venomous snake was too intimidated to enter. Chapter 56. Zhang Weishan's striking resemblance to the deity? The emergence of the Zhang clan of tomb raiders proves fruitful. Captain Chin was equally exhilarated, while Professor Li and his colleagues were overwhelmed with excitement. The viewers in the live stream could not help but share their enthusiasm upon witnessing the scene. Incredible! This approach truly works. It was indeed suggested by that esteemed individual. I wonder, perhaps it pertains to the biological sciences? I have heard that the fields of archaeology and biology maintain a strong rapport. Precisely. With assistance from the biological sciences, this task is surely a breeze. Indeed, finally, the archaeological team is assured of their safety. Without delay, Captain Sheen urged everyone to remain vigilant and commenced the application of white paint across the entire wall. With several hours still remaining until dawn, it was impractical to remain on guard indefinitely. A poor night's rest could jeopardize their chances of escaping the next day. After a flurry of activity lasting several minutes, they successfully coated the wall with white paint and sealed the gaps with clothing. Subsequently, Captain Sheen assigned a few soldiers to take turns keeping watch, before instructing the archaeological team to take advantage of the time to rest. By dawn, the deity might very well make an appearance, and they must seize the opportunity to depart with vigor. The situation in the live stream finally stabilized. Meanwhile, within the base, Chunwon breathed a sigh of relief. She took out her phone and called Old Moo. He was also watching the live broadcast, and upon answering the call, he expressed his admiration repeatedly. Zhang Weishan's strategy was indeed commendable. It appeared that this individual possessed considerable prowess. Old Moo, I truly wish to discuss this matter with you. It appears that Zhang Weishan possesses not only commendable skills in antique appraisal, but also demonstrates remarkable talents in other domains. I am eager to find an opportunity to meet this individual, Chunwon remarked. Upon hearing this, Old Moo nodded and replied, Indeed, we must arrange a meeting, and I shall also attend. Huh? You too, Old Moo? Chunwon exclaimed in disbelief. Given Old Moo's esteemed status, acknowledging Zhang Weishan's capabilities is already a considerable compliment. Only someone like the enigmatic Zhang family, known for their uncanny talents, would warrant such a personal invitation. Yet, for an obscure figure like Zhang Weishan, is it truly necessary? Old Moo chuckled and said, Shaowun, you failed to grasp that what our archaeological field desperately lacks at present is talent. The events of this evening will undoubtedly circulate by tomorrow morning. That old Gao is quite the opportunist. He would not let this slip by. I must personally make an appearance. Otherwise, if old Gao gets there first, it would be a significant loss for our archaeological community. Is that so? Then you must act swiftly. Chunwon replied with a smile. She was somewhat familiar with Professor Gao, having heard that he values talent immensely. There were tales of him becoming infatuated with a young individual who exhibited exceptional aptitude in biological studies, yet the person was pursuing a career in dance. He persistently pursued her for an entire month, insisting that a man should not dance and that studying biology would be far more advantageous. Ultimately, he managed to lure her away, leading to a confrontation between the dance academy's instructors and him, yet he remained unyielding. Old Moo, having encountered such shamelessness before, could only shake his head. If one does not take action, it is likely that the talented Zhang Weishan will gravitate towards the School of Biology. Although opinions on Gao Lao's methods vary, under his leadership, the biological community has indeed witnessed an influx of remarkable talent in recent years, which has left Mu Lao feeling quite envious. Thus, upon encountering Zhang Weishan, a descendant of the famed Fa Qiuzhang clan, he is determined not to let this opportunity slip away. With that thought, Mu Lao inquired Shaowun, Do you not feel that Zhang Weishan bears a striking resemblance to the Fa Qiuzhang clan? There is an uncanny similarity. Why did Mu Lao express such a sentiment? Chunwon was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Mu Lao to have such an impression. After a brief contemplation, Mu Lao tapped the table and remarked, Both are exceptionally erudite, possessing knowledge that even eludes us. How is it that two individuals of such remarkable archaeological prowess have suddenly emerged in this world? Moreover, I have recently instructed the relevant departments to investigate their backgrounds, and there are indeed numerous similarities between them, such as their residence in Shihu City. However, the Fa Qiuzhang clan remains shrouded in mystery, with no precise location available. It is one thing to lack information on the Fa Qiuzhang clan, but it is perplexing that Zhang Weishan is also an undocumented individual. This compels one to ponder further. Chunwon, upon hearing this, was also somewhat astonished. However, she felt that the probability of Zhang Weishan and the Fa Qiuzhang clan being the same person was exceedingly low, comparable to winning a lottery jackpot. Furthermore, if Zhang Weishan were indeed the Fa Qiuzhang, it would be implausible for Chunwon, who spends time with him daily, to be completely oblivious to this fact. Upon observing Chun Wen's silence, Mr. Mu chuckled. Haha, this is merely my conjecture and should not be taken too seriously. Nevertheless, both of these individuals are quite formidable. The Zhang family from Feiqiu is exceedingly challenging to persuade. We must ensure that we secure Zhang Weishan. Once the archaeological team emerges from their current expedition, we must make it a priority to meet with Zhang Weishan. Chun Wen nodded in agreement, sharing similar sentiments. The Zhang family's ancient tower was perilously dangerous. Discovering everything in one go would prove to be quite difficult. Moreover, to speak frankly, the artifacts within this ancient structure hold little significance for the archaeological community. Their excavations primarily aim to uncover historical gaps and enhance archaeological methodologies. While the Zhang family's ancient tower is indeed breathtaking, it pales in comparison to the substantial importance of tombs belonging to kings and nobles. Thus, Chun Wen contemplated temporarily setting aside the excavation of the Zhang family's ancient tower, believing that a more mature understanding of archaeological techniques in the future would facilitate the process significantly. Meanwhile, Zhang Weishan found it impossible to drift into slumber. Lying in bed, he listened to the excited voices of Shun Wan from the adjacent room, inferring that the archaeological team was likely unharmed. He even heard Shun Wan's exuberant footsteps as he rushed out of his room, seemingly eager to share the good news. However, upon reaching the door, he refrained from knocking and retreated, perhaps concerned that Zhang Weishan had already settled down for the night. Zhang Weishan merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. The night passed in tranquil silence. The following morning, upon rising, Zhang Weishan discovered Shun Wan seated in the living room, engrossed in a live broadcast. He inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be working on your thesis?" Shun Wan, with a smile, replied, "I have already completed it. I couldn't sleep last night, so I took the opportunity to write. After several days of diligent effort, my thesis is finally finished. Now, I simply await the chance to present it to my professor. By the way, when shall we visit the museum?" "Well, let's wait until we have some free time," Zhang Weishan responded. "There's no rush regarding the museum. Our primary concern now is to address the issues with the archaeological team." With this thought, Zhang Weishan settled down to enjoy his breakfast while simultaneously logging into the live stream on his phone. However, as soon as he entered the live stream, Shun Wan exclaimed excitedly, "The Great Master is online. The Great Master is online. Zhang Weishan, come quickly and see." Zhang Weishan felt a wave of embarrassment, thinking it was unnecessary to make such a fuss over merely checking in on the stream. Yet, upon glancing at the live chat, he soon realized that Shun Wan was not the only one filled with enthusiasm. The chat was inundated with messages. "The Great Master has finally arrived. Great Master, I have waited so long for you. Promise me you won't disappear for such a long time again. Great Master. Great Master, please assist the archaeological team. They have encountered a venomous snake." "Indeed. Have you ever seen that kind of venomous snake, Great Master?" The barrage of questions was dizzying in its abundance. Chapter 57. Zhang Weishan's explosive online presence. As Zhang Weishan observed the barrage of comments, he chose not to respond. He had addressed the queries the previous night, rendering any further discourse unnecessary. Moreover, the situation of the archaeological team had stabilized, alleviating the need for his input at this moment. Meanwhile, at the archaeological site, both Professor Li and Shun Wen outside had received notifications regarding the online presence of the esteemed Zhang. Even Elder Mu had taken to his post early in front of the live stream, eager to witness whether Zhang would offer further insights today. Given the considerable losses the archaeological team had already endured, any further delay could exacerbate their predicament. "Captain Shun, you've seen that the expert has logged on. Perhaps we should inquire about our next steps?" Professor Li suggested discreetly to Chun Wen. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Wen replied, "I would advise against it. I doubt he will respond, as Zhang is not one to engage in superfluous dialogue. Your inquiries during the live sessions are crucial. I shall pose any unrelated questions myself." Professor Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, past experiences indicated that Zhang often refrained from unnecessary conversation. To approach him with queries about the nature of the serpents or how to tackle them would likely yield no response. The events of the previous evening had made their way across the internet, and undoubtedly, Zhang was already aware of them. Thus, posing such questions would only serve to diminish their standing in his eyes. After discussing their thoughts, Professor Li and Chun conferred briefly with Captain Qin. The archaeological team then commenced the organization of their equipment, preparing to embark once more. Meanwhile, Chun urged Yun to open a live streaming session, confronting the camera to voice her lingering doubts. Mr. Zhang, are you there? I have several inquiries I wish to pose to you. Last night, we received information indicating that this venomous serpent is known as the Red Viper, and it is averse to bright lights. We tested this theory, and it appears to be effective. This suggestion was provided by a friend of ours. I wonder what your thoughts on this are. Chun felt a tumult of anxiety within her, fearing that the Zhang family of Feiqiu might overlook her questions, which would leave her in a rather awkward position. Nevertheless, in her quest to ascertain the reliability of Zhang Weishan's method, she decided to take the plunge. Should the Feiqiu Zhang family endorse Zhang Weishan's approach, it would substantiate his capabilities significantly. Wait, last night's method was proposed by someone else. Impressive. Who is this friend? Indeed, the individual who suggested this must be quite formidable. I too am curious about their identity. I assumed it was a renowned expert as proposition. The expert was offline last night, so it's certainly ISNTM. Then who could it be? The viewers in the live stream were left in astonishment. Yet the Feiqiu Zhang family remained silent. Chunwen's unease only intensified. Suddenly, a golden comment appeared, silencing the entire live stream as everyone's attention was drawn to this singular golden message, which contained but a simple statement. He is correct. This seemingly simple statement appeared to seal Zhang Weishan's capabilities with a mark of approval. All of Chun-Wen's doubts and speculations evaporated in an instant. The fact that Zhang Weishan's prowess had garnered the recognition of Feiqiu Zhang was indeed a testament to everything. Wow, the master actually said he was right. Who is this person? I have no idea. Even Professor Chen isn't saying anything. Is it a joke that he can't reveal it? Perhaps the archaeological community needs to keep this person confidential. Impressive. First a master, and now an enigmatic figure emerges. The field of archaeology is truly brimming with talent. While observing the chat in the live stream, Chun suddenly conceived a bold idea. She directly inquired, Mr. Zhang, do you know that person? She refrained from mentioning a name, as Elder Mu was concerned about being outpaced by Elder Gao. Moreover, Chun believed that, under normal circumstances, experts would have a mutual appreciation for one another. It was entirely possible that the Feiqiu Zhang family and Zhang Weishan were friends. Thus, she felt that her question would be understood by Feiqiu Zhang. However, the viewers in the live stream were oblivious to this context. Upon seeing her question, they began to inquire, who is he? Yes, Professor Chun, do enlighten us. Who is he? Professor, this is rather uninteresting. Are you afraid to say the name? Yet, Chun merely gazed at the live stream, ignoring the barrage of comments. The golden barrage of comments ceased to appear, clearly indicating that Feiqiu Zhang was unwilling to respond to the question. This left Chun quite exasperated. Little did anyone anticipate that, at that moment, suddenly, a barrage of comments erupted in the live broadcast. Chun, you and that old fool Mu are truly excessive. How could you conceal such a promising talent as Zhang Weishan from me? Fortunately, I am quick on my feet. Is it not Zhang Weishan? I have already uncovered the truth. The archaeological community is indeed far too narrow-minded. Unlike me, we shall all rely on our own merits. Upon reading these 3 comments, Chun was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she soon realized that it must be Professor Gao from the School of Biology. Mu had indeed spoken the truth. This Professor Gao had already discovered that it was Zhang Weishan who guided them. His actions were astonishingly swift. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chun promptly ended the broadcast to contact old Mu. Meanwhile, the live chat was in an uproar. Zhang Weishan? Who is Zhang Weishan? No way. I don't know him. Could it be the method he provided last night? Impressive. That name sounds formidable. I know Zhang Weishan. I work at the Cultural Heritage Bureau. He even came to submit artifacts a couple of days ago. What a coincidence. Beauty, do tell, is he handsome? Right? Is he an old man? Nonsense. He is quite handsome. The key is he has a great physique. Wow, Zhang Weishan has gained the recognition of a master. That is incredible. Zhang Weishan, you are now in the limelight. Beside her, Shunwen also exclaimed in surprise. She had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to this extent. Now, it seemed that even the esteemed Professor Gao from the biological sciences had taken notice of him. I must say, true talent will eventually shine. It is a pity that you are so underappreciated here. Nevertheless, I still hope you will join the field of archaeology to assist me. By the way, what are your thoughts on this? Shenwan inquired. Zhang Weishan sighed with resignation and replied, "Let into Oppos. Let's discuss it later. I have no interest in biology." "Oh, that in Oppos. That's good." Shenwan smiled and added, "In that case, I shall take you to meet my teacher when the time comes. You mustn't be arrogant. Although you are now renowned, we, as juniors, must take the initiative to visit our seniors, understand?" Zhang Weishan, though reluctant, nodded in agreement. To be honest, he also wished to visit the Zhang family ancient tower in person. However, he had not considered the prospect of descending into the tomb. The secrets and perils of the Zhang family ancient tower were equally daunting. He certainly did not wish for his first venture into a tomb to be in such a treacherous location. Shenwan remained excited for a considerable time, with the live stream buzzing about who exactly Zhang Weishan was. However, this lively atmosphere was soon captivated by a golden message in the chat. "There is a fork ahead. Keep to the left." The entire live stream fell silent at the sight of this golden message, followed by an outpouring of enthusiastic comments. The master has finally given guidance. The archaeological team has hope. Go for it, Professor Lee. You're not far from the exit. Keep it up. With the master here, everything will be fine. Let's go. All the best. Chapter 58. Shadows of Despair. The archaeological team found themselves captivated by the name Zhang Weishan and the affirmations surrounding the Zhang lineage. It was then they realized that the team had already begun their escape. They were meticulously dismantling the rocky wall leading outward, discovering that several venomous red snakes remained outside. However, under the guidance of the eminent Zhang, Captain Qin and his soldiers displayed newfound confidence. They promptly hurled a cold flame into the fray. As the cold flame ignited, the remaining red snakes swiftly vanished from sight. For added safety, each member coated their skin with white paint as a precaution against any potential ambush from the lurking snakes. "Let's proceed." Captain Qin urged his team forward. With Zhang's direction, they approached a fork in the path, where taking the left route likely led to their exit. Excitement surged among the team members as they recalled their harrowing experiences over the past days, now realizing they were on the brink of escape. Their hearts were a tumult of emotions. They would not forget that many comrades had tragically been unable to leave, forever entombed in this place. Leading the way, Captain Qin guided the group for approximately 10 minutes until they encountered the anticipated fork. Strangely, it was not a typical T-junction, but rather two parallel passages stretching ahead, separated by a rocky barrier. The left passage appeared somewhat dim, while the right side was relatively illuminated. If it were not for the guidance of the esteemed Zhang family, they might have been inclined to take the right passage. However, under the direction of the Great Master, the group naturally proceeded into the left passage without objection. The corridor was similar to the previous one, yet significantly narrower, imparting a sensation akin to traversing a tunnel, which was quite oppressive. Nevertheless, the thought of emerging into the open air allowed everyone to muster the fortitude to persevere. Meanwhile, at the base, Chunwen had already placed a call to Elder Mu, updating him on the situation in the live broadcast room. In fact, Elder Mu was already aware of the events, having seen that Elder Gao had revealed the name of Zhang Weishan. However, he appeared to have anticipated this, exhibiting no undue surprise. "Elder Mu, aren't an amp, Oppos, to you the least bit worried?" Chunwen inquired, puzzled. Elder Mu chuckled in response. "There is nothing to worry about. Old Gao has inadvertently made a misstep. We have never heard of the Zhang Weishan before, suggesting he is likely a person of little ambition. By disclosing his name, Old Gao may have inadvertently touched upon a sensitive matter for him. Thus, the situation may actually be in our favor." Chunwen nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. "By the way, Elder Mu, my student Shenwan mentioned that she could bring Zhang Weishan to meet me. What are your thoughts on that?" Upon hearing this, Elder Mu was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, "That would be splendid. It will likely take Old Gao several days to reach Shihu City. If Shenwan brings Zhang Weishan to the archaeological site, It would leave old Gao with nothing but a wild goose chase. Moreover, at the archaeological site, we shall have a better opportunity to assess the capabilities of Zhang Weishan. Once the time is confirmed, do inform me, and I shall join you. However, Mu Lao, this location is exceedingly remote. I fear for your well-being. Chunwen expressed her concerns. Yet, Mu Lao remained resolute, responding earnestly, no matter, as the ancient saying goes. 3 visits to the thatched cottage for the sake of a talent. Today, for the sake of one exceptional individual, my health is of little consequence. Chunwen found herself unable to dissuade Mu Lao and ultimately acquiesced. At that moment, Mu Lao suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! How has the archaeological team encountered such a creature again?" In a live broadcast, the archaeological team had come to a halt. They had been walking for a substantial 20 minutes, yet the shadows within the surrounding rock walls had multiplied ominously. Initially, the group had not taken notice, but now, upon realization, the shadows on either side of the rock walls had become too numerous to count. "What shall we do, Captain?" one of the soldiers inquired. "Do not panic. The path indicated by Mr. Zhang must hold significance. We shall proceed." Captain Qin expressed unwavering trust in Fa Qiuzhang. However, the archaeologists nearby began to stir with unease. "Captain Qin, but can this passage be traversed?" Indeed, with so many specters already present, advancing further may lead to trouble. Moreover, were these apparitions here from the beginning, or have they gathered since our arrival? What worries the crowd is that if these apparitions have gathered later, their speed must be astonishing. The archaeological team might have been surrounded by these phantoms even before they could venture out. Captain Qin, perplexed by the situation, decided to let the archaeologists rest while he returned with his team to investigate. After a brief period, he returned, noting that there were no apparitions on the way back. These entities likely remained in that very spot. Moreover, we have been here for some time, and there are no signs that these specters intend to emerge. The path indicated by the divine guide is undoubtedly reliable. We shall continue our journey. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt considerably reassured. However, the road ahead grew increasingly desolate. In less than 5 minutes, the apparitions within the surrounding rock walls multiplied exponentially. Initially, one could discern the forms of the apparitions, but gradually, the entities crowded so closely that only their heads were visible. The scene resembled a wall crammed with innumerable heads peering out. Countless figures densely packed within the walls gazed at them. Not only the archaeologists present, but even many viewers in the live stream found it unbearable due to their fear of crowded spaces. "My goodness, what on earth is this? I simply cannot bear to watch. Please notify me when the archaeological team passes through here. Is there truly no better route? Oh, divine guide?" The divine guide is indeed formidable. I feel immense sympathy for the archaeologists. I worry they may suffer a mental breakdown. Watching the lively discussions in the chat, Shunwan felt a tightening in his heart. She instinctively turned to Zhang Weishan and asked, "Zhang Weishan, is there any danger on this path? I can't shake the feeling that something will happen to the archaeological team." Zhang Weishan replied with a calm demeanor. "The guidance from the skilled tomb raider should not be mistaken. These phantoms may not pose any real threat. My greater concern lies with the mental state of the archaeological team. Should anyone succumb to anxiety, it could lead to serious trouble." Shunwan nodded, biting her lip, her own worries escalating to an extreme. However, Zhang Weishan's words seemed to ignite a spark amidst the dry straw. No sooner had he spoken than a furious shout erupted from the live stream. "Damn it! I can't take this anymore. I refuse to walk this path. I'm going insane." One of the archaeologists, overwhelmed by the immense psychological pressure, completely broke down. It was hardly surprising, given the frightening abundance of phantoms within this corridor. To make matters worse, another passage ran parallel to this one, with an intersection every 100 meters or so. The immense pressure of having a potential escape route proved too much for this archaeologist to bear. After sprinting a few dozen meters, he dashed into the corridor on the right. Captain Qin, noticing this, urgently exclaimed, "Hurry and catch up to him. Be cautious. That passage may be problematic." "Understood." Several soldiers, not daring to delay, hurriedly pursued him. Professor Li did his utmost to reassure everyone and quickly followed as well. However, upon reaching the scene, They discovered that the archaeologist was standing in the right side corridor, a look of sheer delight on his face. Upon seeing the others approach, he exclaimed with excitement, "Professor Chin, Captain, how splendid this path is! Why must we venture down that way? Even the great ones are human. Could they not err? Come, take a look for yourselves." Chapter 59. The archaeological team enters a perilous realm. Xiao Wu meets his untimely demise upon witnessing this scene. Shunwan felt a chill settle in her heart. She had only just concluded a discussion with Zhang Weishan regarding this matter, and now, unexpectedly, it had come to pass. Yet, upon reflection, it was not surprising. Although Zhang Weishan was not present, he possessed an uncanny ability to perceive the inner workings of each individual's mind. The archaeological team had suffered a series of casualties. Were it not for the prior guidance of the Zhang family of tomb raiders, along with the reassurances of Professor Li and Captain Chin, the atmosphere of panic would have undoubtedly enveloped everyone. After enduring so much, they were finally on the brink of escape, only to find the path ahead fraught with terror. It was only natural that some would succumb to the overwhelming psychological strain and falter. The viewers in the live stream could not contain their astonishment. "It's over. Why isn't this person heeding the words of the master?" Indeed, ignoring the master's advice brings imminent misfortune. "Professor Li, please do not proceed. Why should the others concern themselves with him?" "Exactly. Isn't this leading the entire archaeological team in peril? Wait, how come that person is unharmed?" "Yes, and Captain Chin and the others seem fine as well." This is perplexing. The master's words were not mistaken. The tone in the live stream swiftly shifted as the viewers observed that Captain Chin and Professor Li had also pursued the individual. Much like the earlier figure, they stood in the right corridor, unharmed. Moreover, this passage was even more illuminated, with the surrounding rock walls seemingly adorned with reflective crystals. The light shone brightly, its refracted rays illuminating a distance of 7 or 8 meters. In the darkness of the ancient tomb, such a radiant environment undoubtedly alleviated significant psychological pressure. "Look, this place seems fine," exclaimed the archaeologist who had arrived first. "That is not permissible. Mr. Zhang instructed us to take the left path." "Do you doubt his words?" Professor Li rebuked. Many in Professor Li's live stream firmly believed in the words of the renowned Zhang family of tomb raiders. After all, although there were skeptics, they were ultimately proven wrong. Thus, even if they did not comprehend the reasons behind it, they preferred to trust the Zhang family. "Xiao Wu, Professor Li is correct. We will be able to exit shortly, so let us not complicate matters further," urged two soldiers. Yet Xiao Wu was resolute, declaring, "I refuse to go. The right path poses no issues. Why must we traverse such a frightening passage? Moreover, these two corridors run parallel, with connecting points every 100 meters. Is it not possible for the dangers on the left to encroach upon the right? Mr. Zhang may be formidable, but he is not present, and even if we encounter danger, we can always run back." Xiao Wu's words echoed the sentiments of many archaeologists present. They were not veterans, in fact. Most were students from archaeology programs. They were all fresh graduates embarking on their internships, their mental fortitude considerably lacking. Observing that the path ahead appeared to be much more navigable, they found themselves reluctant to return. "Professor Li, what Xiao Wu suggested makes sense," one of them remarked. "Indeed, shall we not venture down this way first? We can always retreat if danger arises." Professor Li attempted to dissuade them, yet Xiao Wu had already moved forward. "If you do not believe me, allow me to scout ahead. I am eager to uncover what peril lurks here. What sort of absurdity is this? With one path fraught with danger and another seemingly safe?" "Xiao Wu, come back," Professor Li called out, but Xiao Wu paid no heed. Captain Chin, left with no choice, prepared to retrieve him. However, Xiao Wu, in a fit of fervor, exclaimed, "You are committing an act of murder. If I continue down that road, I shall surely lose my sanity. You may inquire with others if you doubt my words." The expressions of the other archaeology students darkened in response, clearly in tacit agreement with Xiao Wu and Appo's assertion. This predicament left Professor Li in a difficult position. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu pressed onward. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Soon, a few students, seeing that Xiao Wu was unharmed, could not restrain themselves. "Professor, While we hold Mr. Zhang in high regard, even deities may occasionally doze. This path seems genuinely devoid of peril. Should we not give it a try? With that, he joined Xiao Wu. Once this initial step was taken, any attempts to deter them were rendered futile. As individuals began to proceed one after another, Professor Li sighed inwardly. Captain Qin, however, gently patted him, indicating that he should not dwell on it too much, as his well-being was of utmost importance. Such is the nature of people. Let's go. We must at least follow along, for in case of an emergency, we may be able to render assistance. Captain Qin remarked. Reluctantly, one could only choose to take the path on the left. Meanwhile, within the live stream, numerous viewers began to voice their opinions. Could the esteemed expert truly be mistaken? Surely not. Previously, those who expressed doubt were ultimately proven wrong. Yet I believe that individual has a point. Even deities must occasionally doze. Nonsense. The expert is not dozing now. Sigh. I merely hope the archaeological team remains unharmed. Otherwise, they will have brought it upon themselves. Who could argue with that? Hark! I see that you possess an overly submissive disposition. Although F.A. Qiuzhang has been correct on several occasions, he is not omniscient. Indeed, I too suspect he might have erred. You keyboard warriors, if I were the expert, I would certainly disregard you. If you possess the courage, bear the consequences yourselves. Alas, but you are not. The live stream erupted into chaos. Zhang Weishan, observing the movements of the archaeological team, realized that these individuals were still unable to overcome their internal struggles. He had said all that needed to be said. Since his words had fallen on deaf ears, he would naturally refrain from further discourse. Such was the indifference of his character. Zhang Weishan, do you think the archaeological team might be in danger? Shenwan suddenly inquired. Zhang Weishan paused, then smiled. Perhaps. The esteemed expert has indicated such, yet they refused to heed his warning. Shenwan bit her lip, feeling helpless. This matter was beyond her control. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast room, the audience was in a frenzy, while Xiao Wu at the archaeological site felt a sense of pride. Suddenly, Captain Qin exclaimed, "This is not right. He nearly walked 100 meters, yet there's no passage." The others became flustered upon hearing this. Indeed, they had almost covered 100 meters. How could there be no return to the passage on the left? Xiao Wu, leading the way, scoffed. What is there to worry about? Isn't it right ahead? With that, he proceeded forward. The others hurried to follow, and soon discovered that less than 10 meters ahead lay a passage. However, this passage turned out to be a crossroads, with two routes leading forward and to the right. Fortunately, there was indeed an exit leading to the left passage, which relieved the group. Xiao Wu reached the crossroads and pointed to the exit, saying, "See, there's nothing to worry about. It's evident that people will." Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed through the passage. Captain Qin and Oppo's expression changed instantly. Xiao Wu, get back. Yet before the others could react, a massive rock tumbled down from the left, swiftly blocking the left passage. In an instant, Xiao Wu had vanished, leaving only a pool of blood behind. It seemed he had been crushed into a pulp. Professor Li was momentarily blinded by darkness, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness upon witnessing the scene. Fortunately, Captain Qin was there to support him, preventing him from falling. However, at that moment, Professor Li's legs grew weak, rendering him unable to stand. Chapter 60. The whole network blames F.A. Qiuzhang for his recklessness. Captain. The expressions of several soldiers shifted dramatically upon witnessing the scene. However, Captain Qin, being a seasoned veteran, quickly reassured them. Do not panic. Professor Li is unharmed, merely affected by a surge of emotions. You must return and assess whether the route we took is still passable. There is something amiss here. It will be prudent to continue down the left passage. Understood. The two soldiers hastened back to investigate. Yet, within a mere 3 minutes before they could return, a resounding roar echoed throughout the vicinity, one that everyone present, including those in the live stream, recognized all too well. It was the same ominous sound that heralded the incident with Xiao Wu. What should we do, Captain Qin? Please think of something, cried the trembling archaeologists, their faces pale with terror. Some, gripped by fear, collapsed to the ground, unable to articulate their distress. Seeing their panic, Captain Qin admonished them. Why are you so flustered? Professor Lee is a man of considerable experience. He remains composed, yet you young ones cannot withstand the pressure. The soldiers were left speechless, yearning to voice their thoughts. It was evident that Professor Lee was not unafraid. Rather, he was still grappling with the shock of Xiao Wu's demise. Just as the discussion unfolded, the soldier who had gone to investigate finally relayed a warning. "Captain, take cover. A stone is hurtling towards us. Quickly, take cover." Upon hearing the voices of the two soldiers, a heavy dread settled in the hearts of nearly everyone present. They realized that there was truly no escape this time. The trap had indeed befallen them. A few soldiers, possessing resilient spirits, managed to maintain their composure. However, the archaeology students were utterly consumed by despair, with some frantically attempting to flee. Yet, ahead lay a colossal boulder blocking their path, while behind them, another stone was descending. It was a dire situation, akin to being trapped with no way out. In the live stream, countless viewers erupted in outrage. How could this happen? They deserve it, truly. Indeed, but what do Professor Lee, Captain Sheen, and those soldiers have to do with this? Damn it, I sympathize with Captain Sheen. Those foolish experts insisted on going right despite the warnings. This is infuriating. If I were an expert, I certainly wouldn't rescue these fools. Enough said. The expert hasn't even spoken yet. It seems they are also frustrated. I believe the expert should disregard them. If they refuse to listen, that foolish Wu deserves his fate. Yet they drag down Captain Sheen and the others. Exactly, why should these soldiers bear the brunt? They are faced with such disobedient individuals, which is truly infuriating. The fury in the live stream continued to escalate. Even the host, Yun Yun, found herself at a loss for words. Defending the archaeology team would undoubtedly make her the target of public ire. Yet, the tense situation remained unchanged. Shunwan observed the unfolding events in the live stream, her anxiety mounting like ants on a hot pan. Though she understood that the archaeological team's predicament was of their own making, she could not shake the fear that should the stone truly descend upon them, the consequences would be far graver than the loss of mere dozens of lives. It would obliterate the entire realm of archaeology. Such a catastrophic incident could incite widespread aversion towards the archaeological community nationwide, potentially leading to its utter demise. Zhang Weishan, do you possess any viable solutions? In a moment of desperation, Shunwan inquired. Even if I did, it would be futile. By the time you make your call, it would be too late, replied Zhang Weishan nonchalantly, rising to stretch his limbs. Seizing the opportunity, while Shunwan was distracted, he discreetly retrieved his mobile phone. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast room, the bickering had ceased, as nearly everyone was acutely aware of the increasingly ominous sound of the boulder, which was clearly drawing nearer to the archaeological team. Although Professor Lee was unable to rise, his face was streaked with tears of regret, filled with sorrow for having harbored any semblance of hope. How could he have ignored the warnings from the Zhang family of FHO, leading to such a dire situation? Professor, is Mr. Zhang abandoning us? Indeed. Why hasn't the master emerged yet? The master is rather petty. Isn't? Surely, he wouldn't forsake us. Several archaeology students exclaimed. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing these remarks, erupted in outrage. Damn it, you never listened when it was calm. And now you expect the master to come to your rescue? Go find your mother. The discussion in the live stream continued unabated. Suddenly, a golden message emerged amidst the barrage of comments, capturing the attention of countless viewers. Blast the lower left corner of the stone. There may still be a glimmer of hope. This golden message was indeed sent by the illustrious Zhang family of the Fake Yu clan. Upon seeing this, Captain Sheen and his team felt as though they had stumbled upon a treasure. Captain Sheen immediately shouted, "Quickly, the master has provided guidance. Everyone, act swiftly and take cover." A soldier who was returning exclaimed, "Captain, we have laid explosives on our way back. They should serve as a deterrent." Captain Sheen nodded in approval, realizing that this offered an even greater chance of survival. He promptly instructed the soldiers to escort the archaeological team to safety. Then, using micro-explosives, he detonated the lower left corner of the stone. This area led to an underground passage, and they dared not use large quantities of explosives. A complete collapse of the passage would render even a celestial being powerless to intervene, thus necessitating the use of these smaller charges. At this moment, everyone comprehended the intention of the great deity. They were acutely aware that if they could create a pit, there was hope for survival. Captain Sheen was diligently working against the clock. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, a multitude of viewers were incensed. "I am utterly infuriated. Only the great deity possesses such magnanimity. Otherwise, if it were me, I would disregard you all. I assent it because he's a great deity. I acknowledge no one but him. Damn it, I cannot bear the injustice done to the great deity. It's fortunate that the great deity holds no grudges. Oh, I am truly enraged. The one who just claimed the great deity is petty has yet to meet their end." Observing the heated discussions in the live chat, Yun promptly diverted the topic. Although the archaeological team did not adhere to the great deity's guidance, the circumstances within the ancient tomb are ever-changing. We are immensely grateful for the great deity's assistance, which he provided without bearing grudges. We are truly thankful. Upon hearing Yun and Oppo's words, the viewers gradually calmed their fury. Although some members of the archaeological team were somewhat disappointing, Captain Sheen and his warriors proved to be remarkably capable. Soon, a tremendous noise echoed throughout the passageway. Clearly, the explosives set by Captain Sheen and the two soldiers had begun to detonate one after another. Instantly, the live broadcast room was filled with the thunderous sound of explosions and a cloud of dust. However, amidst the distant haze, they distinctly observed a colossal stone shadow advancing toward them. Chapter 61. The warning of the monster deity. The passageway was rather narrow, and both the massive stone that had previously rolled out to crush Xiao Wu and the one currently charging from a distance were nearly spherical in shape. Such objects are not commonly found in ancient tomb traps, yet they are not entirely absent either. Having received the rewards from the secret history of tomb raiding, Zhang Weishan possessed a keen understanding of these ancient mechanisms. However, while the secret history documented numerous instances, it did not elucidate their underlying principles. Zhang Weishan recognized that these devices belonged to the category of the Hive Mountain's locking mechanisms, bearing a striking resemblance to the techniques of the Mo family. Nevertheless, the Mo family's mechanisms leaned more towards familial and martial applications, whereas the Hive Mountain's devices were specifically tailored for ancient tombs. It is said that throughout the ages, every tomb raiding official possessed a manual known as the Record of Ingenious Mechanisms. This tome was an essential companion for each official, detailing the operational methods of myriad traps within ancient tombs, as well as various rare artifacts associated with tomb raiding. Whenever two tomb raiding officials encountered one another, an exchange of this manual was inevitable, allowing each to share insights into the mechanisms they had recently encountered. This practice undoubtedly enriched their collective knowledge of the traps and devices within the tombs. However, as the ranks of the tomb raiding officials dwindled over time, nearly all copies of the Record of Ingenious Mechanisms were ultimately buried alongside their owners. Zhang Weishan had not received the manual as a reward. Thus, he could only deduce that the current mechanism resembled a stone formation, yet he remained oblivious to its operational principles. His adaptability is remarkable. Although the underlying principles remain elusive, structures like Stonehenge posed insurmountable challenges in ancient times. Yet in the modern era, aided by explosives, such enigmas can be unraveled with relative ease. Bang! Bang! With two resounding explosions, the dust within the passage thickened considerably, accompanied by the ominous sound of trembling ground. Nevertheless, the gathered individuals understood that this was the result of the two warriors who had previously laid explosives along their path. The stones rolling towards them had undoubtedly been detonated, though the outcome remained uncertain. Captain Sheen hastily gestured for several soldiers to inspect the space created by the explosion. Upon arrival, he could not suppress his joy. The massive stone blocking the intersection had a substantial portion blown away from its lower left corner, and the wall bore a deep cavity where the explosion had occurred. Although the area was not vast, it could accommodate several dozen individuals, albeit in a rather cramped manner, which was unavoidable. Observing this, Captain Sheen, without hesitation, called for his team to hurry over. He promptly shouldered Professor Lee and, along with several soldiers, surged into the opening. The archaeological team, having been eagerly anticipating this moment, rushed forward upon hearing the life-threatening sound of the rolling stone. Just then, another thunderous boom echoed through the air, signaling the activation of the second explosive point set by the soldiers. At this juncture, their defensive measures had been entirely expended, leaving their fate to the whims of fate. It was uncertain how many times that immense stone had been blasted. What might the situation be now? A group of individuals huddled within a crater created by an explosion, quietly awaiting the judgment of fate. Regardless of the outcome, they have exerted every effort possible. At this moment, they can only resign themselves to the will of the heavens. The viewers in the live broadcast room have fallen silent. Whether the archaeological team had previously disobeyed orders or not has become irrelevant. The paramount concern now is survival. Bang! Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, with each passing second an agonizing ordeal. Suddenly, a tremendous crashing sound reverberated. The soldier standing at the edge of the deep pit felt a powerful gust of wind rush toward him, followed by a flurry of dust. Relieved to find himself unharmed, he instinctively shone his flashlight in the direction of the noise. What he beheld caused him to catch his breath in shock. The path before him had been entirely obstructed by a massive boulder. Although this colossal stone had been detonated twice by their explosives, it remained largely intact, appearing remarkably whole. The collision of two giant rocks had effectively sealed off the entire passage. While they were temporarily safe at that moment, it was evident that retracing their steps was no longer an option. The soldier hurriedly reported the situation to Captain Sheen. Although Captain Sheen felt the weight of the predicament, he breathed a sigh of relief, for at least for now, everyone was safe. A few soldiers examined their flashlights, checking their conditions. Fortunately, there were no casualties this time. Everyone had safely retreated into the cave, yet they found themselves trapped within its confines. How would they find a way out? Professor, perhaps we should consult Mr. Zhang? Captain Sheen ventured to suggest. At this moment, Professor Li's spirits had lifted somewhat. Though he remained unable to stand, his mind had regained clarity. He glanced at the live stream, noticing that some individuals were vocally supporting the Zhang family, which caused his cheeks to redden with embarrassment. He felt too ashamed to inquire further. Never mind. If Mr. Zhang wishes to offer guidance, he will do so on his own accord. I cannot bear to ask. Let us see if we can excavate a passageway back to the left corridor. The archaeology students, upon hearing this, contemplated offering their counsel, but the intensity of Professor Li's gaze deterred them from speaking. Had it not been for their insistence on supporting Xiao Wu's perspective, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Captain Sheen, being an outsider to the archaeological team, felt equally hesitant to voice any thoughts. He promptly instructed his team to retrieve shovels, preparing to test the feasibility of digging a passage out. The corridors on either side were parallel, with connecting points every 100 meters, and the thickness of the walls was not particularly substantial. Moreover, they had just created a deep pit, suggesting that they were not far from the left corridor. Captain Sheen and his team began to excavate toward the left, only to discover that the rock layers of the wall leading to that corridor were astonishingly fragile. With a single stroke of the shovel, a considerable section was effortlessly excavated, the sensation akin to digging into soft earth. Hope flickered in the eyes of several soldiers, and Captain Sheen was equally exhilarated, urging them onward. Hurry, let us break through and advance. The soldiers responded affirmatively, unleashing their full might. Given the current pace and depth of excavation, it seemed they would breach the wall in no more than 3 minutes. However, to their astonishment, the wall exhibited an unexpected phenomenon. The deeper they dug, the softer it became. Initially reminiscent of soft soil, by the end it felt as if they were excavating jelly. There was no need for force. The rock layers yielded effortlessly. Captain, we have a problem. Water is flowing within the wall. Suddenly, one soldier exclaimed. Captain Sheen paused, taken aback, and rushed forward to investigate. Indeed, he discovered a dark green liquid seeping from the rock face. Though minimal, it suggested the presence of water within the wall. As the group pondered this development, a golden comment illuminated the live stream. You have unearthed a creature. Exercise caution. This ominous warning, unmistakably from the renowned Zhang family of treasure hunters, prompted Captain Sheen to react swiftly. "Arm yourselves. Open fire," he commanded. In response, the soldiers swiftly readied their weapons and unleashed a barrage at the wall, the bullets shattering the rocky surface in a chaotic display. Chapter 62. The perilous escape route. In such close proximity, several firearms were aimed and ready. The bullets swiftly chipped away at the rocky layers, sending fragments cascading to the ground. Ultimately, a green shadow emerged from the crumbling rock, utterly shattered, collapsing like stone upon the earth. What Captain Sheen and his team did not anticipate was that, alongside the apparition of this figure, a passageway materialized in the very spot it had occupied. This passage was a labyrinthine network, forming a concealed space within the walls. The group was momentarily bewildered, and in the silence, no one knew how to proceed. However, Captain Sheen was acutely aware of the implications. This passage likely mirrored the perilous situation they had previously encountered when trapped. They could not afford to linger. Otherwise, an influx of monstrous entities might overwhelm them. "Let's move quickly," he urged. "We must press forward and clear the passageway, even if we have to shoot our way through." "Understood." The soldiers charged into the passage with determination, followed closely by Professor Lee and a few archaeology students. The passage was short, barely 5 meters long. It was obstructed by a solid wall at its end. Captain Sheen ran his hand along the surface of the wall, and a realization dawned upon him. The structure before him was entirely distinct from the interior. The stone felt as resilient as jade under his touch. The exterior felt even more rigid and frigid, composed of celestial star rock. This situation had been previously understood by them. Initially, when the Zhang family of the Fakyu designated their entry point, the archaeological team had utilized detectors to probe the entire mountain. A layer of celestial star rock enveloped the mountain's exterior, seemingly preventing these creatures from departing the mountain. No wonder the deity had instructed them to take the left path. Although that area was rife with spectral beings, the protective celestial star rock rendered those apparitions unable to emerge. Instead, driven by fear, they had inadvertently ventured into the right passage, resulting in their current entrapment. However, upon recognizing this issue, the solution appeared straightforward. Captain Sheen hastily summoned his team, and with vigor, they struck the wall repeatedly. Remarkably, they managed to breach the celestial star rock barrier. Consequently, the previous passageway was revealed. Upon sighting the exit, a wave of exhilaration swept through the group. At last, they had returned to the safe passage indicated by the deity. Many among them silently vowed that, even if it meant facing death, they would never stray from this path again. They had encountered no troubles while on a route advised by the deity. It was their own recklessness that had led to their plight. If such occurrences were to happen even a couple more times, the archaeological team would surely face a complete ruin. This is utterly infuriating. If they continue to disregard the wise words of the master, they truly deserve to be annihilated. Indeed, though the master may not hold grudges, we are all witnessing this. Absolutely. Let us see if they will heed our warnings in the future. The participants in a live stream expressed their sentiments, causing the archaeology students present to hang their heads in embarrassment, reluctant to watch the broadcast. Captain Sheen offered a calm smile and said nothing further. With Professor Lee on his back, he was the first to exit, followed by several soldiers and then the students of the archaeological team. Finally, 2 soldiers brought up the rear. The sizable group swiftly made their way through a significant portion of the passage. However, no one anticipated that at that very moment, a sudden cry erupted from within the crowd that had yet to exit the corridor. "Old 8, be careful. Old 7, save me." Following the exclamations was a barrage of gunfire. The other soldiers attempted to rush in to assist, but the archaeologists were trying to exit, preventing any of the soldiers from entering. Fortunately, most had managed to escape just in time. After a tense 10 seconds, once everyone had emerged, the soldiers hurriedly dashed inside. Yet upon their arrival, their hearts sank. Within the rocky layers, Old 8 had vanished without a trace, while Old 7 was covered in blood, gun in hand, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Old 8, Old 7 bellowed, ready to charge in to rescue his comrade. The other soldiers raised their weapons, prepared to follow suit. After all, he was their fellow warrior. They could not abandon him so easily. However, who could have foreseen that at that very moment, a voice echoed from the passageway, exclaiming, "Run! I'm beyond salvation. Quickly go." Following this, they heard the unmistakable sound of metal sliding, a sound they were all too familiar with. The unmistakable noise of the pin being pulled from a portable explosive device. Lao Ba was prepared to self-detonate. Lao Ba! The eyes of all the soldiers turned crimson. Yet, they dared not linger. One by one, they surged toward the passage. Almost simultaneously, a desperate cry resonated from within the corridor. "Damn it! If you want to take me down, you'll perish alongside me. Captain, go!" As the voice faded, a violent explosion erupted. Several soldiers were swept away by the force of the blast. Captain Sheen's eyes too filled with tears, but as the leader, he could not allow others to take risks. He gathered a few soldiers, but before he could utter a word, the entire passageway's rock formations began to fracture. Lao Ba's explosion was devastating. Perhaps due to its depth, it had shattered the very layers of Tianqing rock. There were too many monsters within, should they emerge. The soldiers would be engulfed in an instant. "Move!" Captain Sheen shouted, his eyes ablaze. The soldiers could only wipe away their tears and hasten forward. Yet, Lao Ba would remain forever in that place. In later discussions, they would learn that, at that moment, Lao Ba had been ambushed from behind by two monsters, leaving a gaping wound in his abdomen. Whenever Old Seven reflects upon this incident, he can only blame himself for his negligence. The warriors escorted the archaeological team forward with great determination. They soon dashed beyond the reach of the fissures. However, the sounds emanating from behind grew increasingly intense. It was evident that the wall could no longer withstand the sheer number of creatures within. A collapse seemed imminent. At that moment, at the forefront, the passageway had reached its terminus, revealing a stone door. Captain Sheen, unwilling to linger, commanded, "Divide into two teams. Those with ample ammunition will guard the rear, while the others proceed to blast open the door." Yes, the team promptly split into two factions. Captain Sheen personally led his squad to secure the rear, with rows of firearms aimed at the passage behind them. Should those monsters dare to approach, they would certainly face dire consequences. Meanwhile, the other group hastened to set explosives in preparation to breach the door. Just then, Professor Lee interjected, "There is no need to blast the stone door. It can be opened by activating a mechanism over there." This revelation was indeed a stroke of fortune. A soldier quickly activated the mechanism, and the stone door swung open instantly. "Captain Sheen, the door is open. Quickly, let's move," a soldier urged. A throng of individuals hurriedly retreated inside. Almost simultaneously, the rock layers behind them collapsed entirely. The wailing of infants erupted like a chorus of malevolent spirits. Just as Captain Sheen and the others had barely entered the stone door, several creatures emerged from the passageway behind. "Open fire," Captain Sheen commanded, and the bullets surged forth like a torrent of fire. The foremost monsters were instantaneously reduced to mere fragments. However, the sheer number behind them was overwhelming, obscuring any view of the end. One of the warriors shouted, "Captain, it's impossible to defeat them all. We should detonate this place to block their advance." Chapter 63. The Supreme Being has logged off. The most incredible reward. Captain Sheen nodded. He had already discerned that the walls beyond this stone door were composed of celestial star rock. This indicated that as long as those monsters were obstructed, they would be utterly unable to advance. It seemed this place might indeed be the destination indicated by the Supreme Being. Once they entered through the stone door, they could be close to an exit. Captain Sheen hastily summoned his team to prepare for the detonation. The explosives had already been strategically placed, and now it only awaited his command. The group retreated to a safe distance, and Captain Sheen issued the order to blow it up. With a resounding bang, a tremendous noise erupted from behind as debris cascaded down, effectively sealing off the entire passageway. Upon seeing the monsters trapped within, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the protection bestowed upon them. They had, at long last, escaped with their lives. "Let us rest here for 10 minutes before we venture forth to scout the way ahead," Captain Sheen panted. The others nodded in agreement. However, Professor Lee hurried off to check the live stream. At that moment, the discussions in the chat had shifted, rather than lamenting their plight. Viewers were now expressing admiration for the Supreme Being. Had it not been for the Supreme Being's guidance, the archaeological team might have suffered total annihilation at the Stone Circle. Professor Lee felt a profound sense of guilt. Despite having the Supreme Being and Appo's counsel, how had they still incurred such losses? This left him feeling utterly ashamed. He perceived himself as a failure in his role as a professor. Alas, why is the Supreme Being logged off? I indeed went offline, and my name has turned gray. Could it be that the esteemed expert is still displeased? How could that be? If they were angry, they would not have offered guidance in the first place. Perhaps it is a matter of pride? Now that the archaeological team is temporarily safe, the expert has chosen to go offline. I wonder, what will become of the archaeological team? The final commentator struck a chord. What indeed will happen to them? Professor Lee and his colleagues exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of despair. Could it be that the expert truly no longer cares for their plight? Reflecting on their past actions, it is only reasonable that the expert would choose to distance themselves. Professor, do not overthink it. You must rest when it is most needed. Moreover, I believe that Mr. Zhang is not the sort of person to abandon us. Captain Sheen patted Professor Lee on the shoulder, as he too had nearly finished resting. He then signaled the soldiers to scout ahead. If all is well, they would continue their journey. Meanwhile, at the archaeological team's camp, student Liu hurried over, brimming with excitement. Teacher, we have just obtained the results from the latest scans. Upon seeing the results chart, Chunwin's spirits lifted immediately. They rushed to disseminate the information, urging the archaeological team to act swiftly. Yes, Liu dashed into the live-streaming tent. In the antique shop, Zhang Weishan rose and approached the entrance. Gazing out at the warm sunlight, he felt a deep sense of melancholy, mixed with a hint of frustration. Despite having made 3 transactions that morning, it was now nearly noon, and he had yet to receive a single reward. This made him inevitably ponder what grand scheme the system was concocting this time. Could it be that he was to receive a reward akin to a glitch in reality? While he was lost in thought, the system's voice suddenly echoed through the air. Ding! The archaeological team has successfully escaped danger. Reward. Evolution of Constitution. Acquired everlasting Constitution, now integrated. As the system's announcement resonated, Zhang Weishan was momentarily taken aback. Everlasting Constitution? Does that not imply he would possess an inexhaustible lifespan? My word, this is undoubtedly the most extraordinary reward imaginable. With this boon, even if he chose to remain at home instead of venturing into tombs, as long as suitable disciples were cultivated, he could gradually nurture a multitude of renowned treasure hunters and tomb raiders. This is truly the finest reward for revitalizing the legacy of the treasure hunters. However, he soon regained his composure. While that path was indeed viable, if he refrained from exploring tombs, would not those he taught merely be engaging in idle speculation? Whenever they inquired, Master, have you ever entered a tomb? How would Zhang Weishan respond? I have not, but I have observed. Such a statement would lack any persuasive power. Lost in contemplation, he suddenly felt a surge of vitality coursing through his veins, accompanied by a sharp pain in his back. The sensation was so intense that he had to bend over and brace himself against a nearby shelf. What could have triggered a reaction from the Qilin tattoo and Qilin blood? Zhang Weishan wondered, perplexed. Yet, as the pain from his blood and the tattoo on his back gradually subsided, he realized that his constitution seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Could it be that this everlasting constitution is, in fact, the fusion of the Qilin tattoo and Qilin blood? Zhang Weishan was puzzled. It seemed to be undeniably true. These matters were of little consequence, as long as the so-called ageless physique was indeed sufficient. What's the matter with you? Are you feeling unwell? Shenwan inquired, noticing Zhang Weishan's demeanor, prompting her to rise hurriedly. No, it's just that I'm hungry. Zhang Weishan waved his hand dismissively. By the way, haven't you always wanted to visit the museum? The weather is splendid today. Let's go in the afternoon. But the archaeological team has yet to emerge, and online reports indicate that the deity has logged off in anger. What will happen to the archaeological team next? Shenwan expressed her concern. Zhang Weishan smiled and asked, what is your perspective? Shenwan bit her lip in contemplation. I believe the deity is not a petty person, yet I cannot fathom why he would log off now. Zhang Weishan, You are a man. Why not provide some analysis? With a helpless shake of his head, Zhang Weishan replied, although I am indeed a man. The thoughts of each man, apart from topics concerning women, often diverge. I suspect that perhaps there is no longer a necessity for guidance. In simpler terms, the archaeological team is safe. Safe? Xinwan pondered, though her face still bore traces of worry. At that moment, a picture was posted in the live broadcast room, a notably official release of the latest detection map. Upon seeing this map, Xinwan was instantly taken aback. She realized that the map displayed the precise location of the archaeological team. Furthermore, the direction they were advancing toward distinctly led into a ravine beyond the mountain. The archaeological team has truly emerged. Zhang Weishan, you are remarkably impressive, having made yet another accurate analysis. I'm absolutely elated. I shall treat everyone to lunch. And in the afternoon, we will visit the museum. Xinwan exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Weishan smiled, but did not respond. Naturally, he welcomed the invitation to dine. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, countless netizens began to express their excitement. I told you the master is not that kind of person. How could he abandon the archaeological team? The master is indeed extraordinary. He must have known the team was safe, which is why he logged off. The master is phenomenal, forever in my heart. I am genuinely in awe. I sincerely hope the authorities can locate the master as soon as possible. Yes, on behalf of countless women, I implore to meet the master. The live broadcast room buzzed with fervor. When Captain Sheen and the others saw these messages, they were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down their faces. After enduring so much, they were finally about to be free. Not a single member of the team complained of fatigue. Each one pressed on tirelessly. After an hour, they caught sight of a glimmer of light. The group rushed towards it in excitement, only to discover they had exited the cave and emerged into a mountain valley. Gazing up at the bright blue sky and the warm sun, many were moved to tears, weeping like children. Even Captain Sheen, a stalwart man of iron will, could not help but have tears welling in his eyes. Silently, he removed his helmet and turned to look back at the cave behind them. The other soldiers mirrored his actions. As Captain Sheen rendered a salute, all the soldiers donned solemn expressions, imbued with profound sorrow. They paid the highest tribute to those who sacrificed their lives in the pursuit of archaeology. The members of the archaeological team also rose, bowing their heads in silence, mourning for their comrades who would forever remain here. Chapter 64. The museum exhibit is all a facade. Thank you all for your support. Our archaeological live broadcast will be on hiatus for a while. However, the channel will continue to replay this thrilling journey. The live program will resume once the archaeological team has organized the artifacts. Here, Yin Yin would like to present a delightful surprise. The archaeological team has invited the nation's foremost ancient artifact appraisal expert, Professor Su Tian. Professor Su will personally lead his team to the excavation site, providing immediate insights in the artifacts unearthed from the ancient tower. Please pay attention to the announcements in the live stream. Thank you for watching and goodbye. Hey, Yin Yin, are you leaving already? Yes, dear, just wait a moment. I haven't had my fill yet. You shameless lot. Yin Yin is my wife. Hold on. I only want Xiao Wan Wan. By the way, where's our Wan Wan? Who knows? Maybe she has been whisked away by a deity. A deity? Does that mean I stand no chance? The live stream concluded amidst laughter and chatter. Only then did Shun Wan turn off the computer, sighing as he prepared to take Zhang Weishan out for dinner and visit the museum in the afternoon. Yet, Zhang Weishan stared at the computer, somewhat lost in thought. The atmosphere of the live stream had shifted too rapidly. After enduring so much, both the archaeological team and the warrior group had suffered significant losses. The archaeological team, in particular, had sustained severe damage. Yet, it seemed as if the joyous ambience of the live stream had, in a mere instant, erased all memory of these hardships. One cannot help but feel a pang of melancholy. Although the mention of those who have sacrificed themselves evokes solemnity, the shift in atmosphere inevitably chills the hearts of those very individuals. This sentiment elucidates why Zhang Weishan is reluctant to hastily descend into the grave. Even though his popularity is currently soaring, revealing his identity might attract even greater scrutiny. Yet, what purpose would that serve? Would he rush to his demise? proclaiming before the end, "I am a descendant of the esteemed Feikyu Tianguan. We, the Feikyu Tianguan, hold great prowess, and I aspire to elevate this vocation." Such a notion is nothing short of absurd. Perhaps some may remember the term Feikyu Tianguan, but it is likely to fade from memory as swiftly as a fleeting meal. Thus, he understands that in order to truly honor the legacy of Feikyu Tianguan, he must ensure his own survival. Once life departs, all opportunities vanish. "What are you thinking?" Shenwan suddenly inquired. Zhang Weishan snapped back to reality, smiling and shaking his head, indicating that he was fine. "Do not dwell on it. Casualties are an inevitable aspect of archaeological expeditions." Shenwan, discerning Zhang Weishan's thoughts, continued, "I have heard from my teacher that whenever an archaeological team is formed, the members sign a life-and-death agreement. Such matters are commonplace for those in the field. This is precisely why my father has always been opposed to my working on-site in archaeology." Zhang Weishan nodded. Understanding a father's instinct to shield his daughter from peril is entirely justifiable. "Let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us proceed to lunch," Shenwan cheerfully suggested. Zhang Weishan nodded in agreement, and the two promptly departed from the antique shop. They chose a dining establishment located near the museum, both having no particular culinary preferences. Anything palatable would suffice. During their meal, Shenwan inquired, "By the way, Zhang Weishan, when do you think we should visit the archaeological site? From what I gather, the professors are unlikely to consider excavating anytime soon. The recent setbacks faced by the archaeological team have been significant, and it seems that the decision to explore the ancient tomb within this old building is still up for discussion. The immediate task at hand will likely involve categorizing the artifacts. So, when shall we make our way to the site?" Shenwan had previously mentioned this matter. Zhang Weishan indeed harbored a desire to experience the atmosphere of an archaeological dig. Since the team would not be descending into the tombs for the time being, he would not be receiving any guidance or rewards. Thus, a visit to the site seemed a worthy endeavor. "I still have some free time, but what shall we do about the shop if we both go?" He pondered. "Do not concern yourself with that. Just trust me. My father will surely accompany us." Shenwan responded with unwavering confidence. Zhang Weishan paused, realizing he had overlooked this detail. Shenwan's father often frequented places rich in antiques and had visited archaeological sites in the past to seek out treasures. It was likely that he would indeed join them this time. "I have no objections. However, as a non-registered individual, I may not be able to participate," Zhang Weishan expressed, feeling somewhat troubled. Yet, Shenwan reassured him. "Rest assured, I shall discuss this matter with the teacher tonight. She will undoubtedly have a solution." "Indeed," Zhang Weishan nodded, recognizing that resolving the household registration issue would be exceedingly beneficial. The two engaged in conversation while dining, and soon they had finished their lunch. Without further ado, they made their way to the museum. Upon arrival, Zhang Weishan was struck by the unique architecture of the museum, which bore a remarkable resemblance to a rectangular shape. The structure was narrow at the base and broader at the top, reminiscent of an inverted trapezoid. It is noteworthy that this design closely parallels that of a coffin found within ancient tombs, resembling an upside-down sarcophagus. "Have you noticed?" Shenwan remarked with a smile. It is said that the designer of this museum was also an archaeology enthusiast, and this design was inspired by a particular idea. This museum was actually constructed atop an ancient tomb. Initially, a tomb belonging to a lord of the Lu state was discovered here. Due to the abundance of relics and the potential damage that could arise from transporting large artifacts over long distances, coupled with the site's proximity to the city, the notion of building a museum on the original site emerged. The designer, likely influenced by these factors, crafted the entire structure to resemble an inverted coffin, symbolizing that the artifacts, having emerged from the coffin, are destined to remain forever within its confines. "Let's proceed," Shenwan beckoned, and the two entered through the grand entrance. As it was currently the off-season, admission was complimentary. No tickets were required. However, during peak holiday periods, a fee would be imposed. Two individuals swiftly entered the museum, where they were immediately greeted by a vast glass enclosure housing an enormous crimson vessel. This magnificent artifact, known as the Vermilion Ding, is the earliest relic ever unearthed. Its fragility is apparent, as it is entirely crafted from cinnabar with a sprinkling of other materials. Quite impressive, isn't it? Zhang Weishan smiled, but remained silent. This so-called vermilion ding is, in fact, more accurately referred to as the cinnabar ding mold rather than a genuine ding. With his keen insight, he discerned its true nature at a glance. The so-called vermilion ding is, strictly speaking, a set of molds used for crafting large dings. Such items are exceedingly rare throughout history. The more renowned artifacts are typically bronze dings, while those made from other materials are seldom encountered, let alone their molds. Thus, aside from him, an individual possessing a system, few would have knowledge of the cinnabar ding mold. Previously, he had not extensively utilized his discerning eye, but upon entering the museum, he was struck by its remarkable capabilities. Let us continue our exploration, Shun Wan beckoned. The two ventured deeper into the museum, with Shun Wan elaborating on various unearthed artifacts. Many of these treasures bore names that were assigned later, and numerous items lacked any identification altogether. However, upon merely glancing at them, Zhang Weishan could accurately ascertain their respective dynasties and historical contexts. Initially intrigued, he soon found himself growing weary, as he realized that not a single artifact within the museum was authentic. All of it is fabricated. Chapter 65. The young master makes a bold bet. Shun Wan gradually discerned that Zhang Weishan appeared somewhat disinterested, prompting her to inquire about the matter. Zhang Weishan replied nonchalantly, "It is nothing, merely a sense of ennui." Ennui? Why so? These artifacts have all been painstakingly unearthed by archaeological teams. How can you claim they are dull? Shen Wan questioned, perplexed. Zhang Weishan, however, could only chuckle in resignation, because they are all replicas. In his past life, he had harbored a keen interest in antiques, often frequenting museums. One day, his mother revealed to him, Xiaoshan, the items in museums are largely forgeries. Genuine artifacts are rarely displayed. At that time, Zhang Weishan found it hard to believe. After all, was not the purpose of excavating artifacts to preserve and showcase them? How could what was unearthed ultimately be mere imitations? Yet, as time passed, he began to comprehend the truth. The unearthed relics were often fragile and could not withstand the rigors of display, or they were of such immense value that their preservation became paramount. Consequently, museums primarily exhibited high-quality replicas. Zhang Weishan ceased his visits to museums thereafter, particularly since he lacked knowledge about antiques at that time, rendering him indifferent to their authenticity. However, now equipped with the eye of appraisal, observing counterfeit items in a museum struck him as rather amusing. Shen Wan contemplated for a moment before stating, "In fact, I once posed this question to my teacher. Why are the artifacts in museums predominantly replicas?" The teacher provided me with this response. The artifacts are irreplaceable. Once lost, they're truly gone. The general public, however, lacks the expertise of artifact professionals, perceiving only the sense of age and wonder that these treasures evoke. Therefore, many precious relics are seldom displayed, typically substituted with high-quality replicas. These artifacts are national treasures, too fragile to endure excessive handling. Initially, Shenwan did not grasp this concept, but gradually, understanding dawned upon her. Outsiders may not appreciate antiques, and even if the genuine article were presented, it would elude their comprehension. It is far better to utilize replicas for educational purposes, thereby preserving the authentic antiques. This reflects the heartfelt considerations of archaeologists. Zhang Weishan's expression grew somewhat complex upon hearing this. I find myself in disagreement with this perspective. If the situation were truly as you suggest, it would be understandable. However, the reality is that many replicas ultimately fall vastly short of the originals. How can we genuinely restore and disseminate knowledge in such a manner? As he spoke, Zhang Weishan led Shun Wan back to the original vermilion cauldron. Pointing at the cauldron, he remarked, for instance, the current description states that this vermilion cauldron is the only one of its rare material in the nation. Yet, this explanation is entirely erroneous. Erroneous? How so? Shun Wan inquired, her heart racing. Previously, when Shun Wan suggested she take Zhang Weishan on a tour of the museum, she had deemed it unnecessary. Yet now, it appeared that Zhang Weishan's expertise in antique appraisal might surpass her own comprehension. Zhang Weishan smiled. This is not a ding, but rather a mold for making a ding. This is a fundamental error. How laughable it would be to explain it as such. A mold? Shen Wan was taken aback, completely unprepared for Zhang Weishan and Appo's assertion. A mold? Who mentioned a mold? How absurd. Shen Wan intended to inquire further, but at that moment, a scornful voice interrupted. Shen Wan and Zhang Weishan turned to see a young man, his hair slicked back with what appeared to be a copious amount of pomade. His haughty demeanor further irked the two. Our conversation is none of your concern. Shen Wan frowned. However, upon seeing Shen Wan, the young man's eyes widened in disbelief. You are Shen Wan. Little Wan, what brings you to my family's museum? He exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Shen Wan glanced at the name badge he wore, which indeed bore a name and title. Young Museum Director, Li Zhu. It was true. This museum belonged to his family. Shen Wan was momentarily taken aback. Many museums are state-owned, yet some are privately operated. Naturally, if a private entity finances a museum, it is typically managed by professionals. However, the proceeds from ticket sales might be shared with the investor. Little Wan, who is this? Is he your friend? If not, I shall promptly have security escort him out. I have encountered many who feign knowledge in ignorance. Li Zhu remarked with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration for Shen Wan. Shen Wan perceived a hint of malice in his gaze and remarked, he is my friend. Furthermore, as the young master, you must be quite occupied, so we shall not impose upon you any longer. This was her subtle way of issuing an eviction notice. Yet, Li Zhu seemed utterly oblivious to her intent, responding, Oh, Wan, you misunderstand. Although I am a young master, I truly have little to do and merely wander about aimlessly. Today, I am genuinely delighted to see you. By the way, how did you come to know such a pretentious friend? He continued, this cinnabar red ding is indeed authentic. Could I, as the young master, possibly deceive you? Upon hearing this, Shen Wan's expression darkened further. The matter was not one of authenticity. She could discern that the cinnabar red ding was a counterfeit. Her current concern was how Zhang Weishan had determined that it was merely a mold. With this thought in mind, Shen Wan spoke up, spare me your deceit. I'm also a student of archaeology. Am I unable to discern the authenticity of museum artifacts? I wish to inquire whether you are aware that this cinnabar red ding is a mold. A mold? Little Wan, how can you utter such nonsense? This cinnabar red ding was personally verified by my instructor, who is renowned for his expertise. How could it possibly be a mold? That fellow is just spouting nonsense. My teacher is a well-known authority on antiques. Li Zhu interjected hurriedly. However, Shen Wan evidently remained skeptical, replying, Then can we visit and see the genuine cinnabar red ding? I recall my teacher mentioning that students from the Archaeological Institute are permitted to request visits to museums to observe genuine artifacts. The archaeological prowess of our nation is formidable, thus granting such privileges to its students. Upon hearing this, Li Zhu quickly interjected, Of course, it's possible. However, this cinnabar red ding is indeed an authentic vessel, without a doubt. Moreover, your friend is not a student of the Archaeological Institute. Would it be appropriate for him to attend? Furthermore, if you claim this is a mold, you are casting aspersions on my teacher's expertise. Why should I allow him to go? Upon hearing this, Shen Wan's expression darkened as she was about to introduce Zhang Weishan as someone highly regarded by her teacher. However, Li Zhu spoke first. Rest assured, I, Li Zhu, am not a petty person. I can take you to see the genuine cinnabar red ding. But if you are mistaken, then this ding is indeed a vessel and not merely a mold. You shall owe my teacher an apology. And what if he is correct? Shen Wan asked with a smile, suddenly intrigued by the debate between Zhang Weishan and Li Zhu's respective teachers regarding who was right. That is simple. If he is correct, I will immediately contact my teacher to reaffirm the authenticity of this antique. Furthermore, I shall publicly apologize for our erroneous judgment. Agreed. It's a deal. Shen Wan nodded. Though she found Li Zhu disagreeable, she acknowledged that his willingness to propose such a wager reflected a respect for the ancient artifacts. Chapter 66. Zhang Weishan strength stuns Su Tian as a student of the Archaeological Institute. If Zhang Weishan's assertions were indeed true, she would inevitably demand a rectification from the museum. The primary purpose of establishing a museum is to enlighten the public about history. Such fundamental errors cannot be tolerated. Li Zhu led the two of them towards a side passage. Genuine antiques are meticulously stored in the basement, where specialized security personnel ensure their safety. Who is your teacher? Shen Wan inquired, trailing behind. Li Zhu chuckled. Wan, although I am your admirer, my teacher is certainly not someone just anyone can know. If your assertions are correct, I wouldn't mind revealing their identity. However, if you are mistaken, I shall remain silent. Shen Wan nodded, refraining from further commentary. She understood that individuals of great expertise often possess strong personalities. For instance, the legendary Zhang family of treasure hunters. She still knew little about them to this day. Such elusive figures are not easily accessible. Though the identity of Li Zhu's mentor remained a mystery, the family's investment in a museum indicated a significant background. Shen Wan glanced at Zhang Weishan beside her. Observing his calm demeanor, she felt reassured. Li Zhu guided them swiftly to the basement level of the museum. Here, the security was intricately organized, yet upon seeing Li Zhu's arrival, they posed no further inquiries. After Li Zhu presented the permit, he led the two individuals through one of the doors. Upon opening the door, they were met with a modestly sized, isolated room. Within, there stood an exceptionally large object. Li Zhu switched on the light, only to find that it resembled a shadowless lamp commonly found in hospitals, casting no shadows at all. In the center of the room was a magnificent red cauldron, encased in glass for protection. This was, unmistakably, the vermilion red cauldron. Compared to the one outside, this cauldron exhibited a certain degree of wear. Its surface was marred with numerous pockmarks, embodying the true essence of an antique. Do you see? This is the genuine vermilion red cauldron. What more can you say? Li Zhu exclaimed, pointing at the cauldron, his face radiating triumph. He had been present when his mentor led the team to authenticate this red cauldron. Thus, he was well aware that this was indeed the vermilion red cauldron, an authentic vessel, not merely a mold. Shen Wan glanced at Zhang Weishan, and the implication was clear. It was now his turn. With a smile, Zhang Weishan remarked as he observed the red cauldron. The cauldron features 2 ears. Each ear can open and close. The span is the width of a palm. Li Zhu was momentarily taken aback by this observation, yet he refrained from further discussion and promptly fetched a ladder, ascending to examine the cauldron closely. He then retrieved a magnifying glass to inspect the ears of the vermilion red cauldron. The so-called ears of the cauldron were 2 protrusions resembling handles situated atop it. Their sizes varied, generally determined by the overall dimensions of the cauldron. Li Zhu meticulously scrutinized the area around the ears with his magnifying glass for an extended period. Indeed, numerous minute crevices were discovered near the tripod's ears, he remarked. My teacher observed these fissures as well and cautioned against tampering, declaring them to be the cracks of the cauldron. On what grounds do you assert that this can be opened? Zhang Weishan replied with a smile. For these ears signify the pivot points for opening and closing. During the cauldron's casting, molten materials such as iron were poured in, and subsequently, the cinnabar cauldron would solidify them. Surely, you have not employed instruments to probe its interior? Yet, did you not notice the considerable weight of the cauldron when it was relocated? Li Zhu was taken aback. Indeed, ancient artifacts should not be examined with detection devices, as these instruments may damage the relics. However, during the excavation of this cinnabar red cauldron, its extraordinary heft was unmistakable. Who could have anticipated that there was another cauldron concealed within? The art of cauldron casting dates back to the Warring States period. Yet historical gaps render it challenging to ascertain whether ancient cauldrons were crafted in a single process or assembled from components. The discovery of this mold significantly supports this assertion. Your high-fidelity replicas fundamentally lack the mechanism of the cauldron's ears opening and closing, which constitutes a grave error. In truth, the genuine cauldron resides within the cinnabar red artifact, and after all these years since its excavation, the authentic relic remains undiscovered. Do you find this acceptable? Having uttered these words, Zhang Weishan ceased further discourse and turned to exit. Shen Wan was left utterly bewildered. Within the confines of the Ding, an event of monumental significance has unfolded, poised to shake the very foundations of the archaeological community. Li Zhu's countenance turned ashen, and he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. However, he quickly regained his composure and promptly retrieve his mobile phone to contact his mentor. The call connected swiftly, and a voice emerged from the device. Li Zhu, what is the matter? Professor, it's bad news. Just now, Shenwan arrived at the museum with someone, claiming that your appraisal of the vermilion ding was erroneous. Li Zhu hastily recounted the situation. The voice on the other end was taken aback and inquired urgently, "What is the name of that young man?" Li Zhu paused for a moment before responding. "I believe he is called Zhang Weishan. Do you know him, Professor?" "Absurd. You do not know Zhang Weishan? He is the sensation sweeping across the internet." The professor in Appo's tone was grave. "You must take his words seriously. I am about to board a flight. I will arrange for someone to investigate immediately. If this is indeed true, we must rectify it at once. It would be a disgrace for us as antique appraisers." "Understood, Professor," Li Zhu replied hastily, then ended the call. Meanwhile, aboard the aircraft, a young man turned to the elderly scholar beside him. "Professor Su, what has transpired?" Su Tian sighed deeply in response. Age has caught up with me. You have heard of Zhang Weishan, I presume? He has made his way to the museum. Our previous firm belief regarding that vermilion ding may very well be misguided." The young man, serving as Su Tian's assistant, responded with urgency. "Surely not, Professor Su. You are one of the foremost experts in authentication in the country. Could that fellow Zhang Weishan truly be so remarkable?" Su Tian, upon hearing this, responded earnestly. "Recently, Zhang Weishan has garnered significant attention. I have even heard that Shunwan intends to pay him a visit. He must indeed possess considerable skill. Moreover, the authentication of the vermilion red ding was conducted rather hastily. It is quite possible that he was correct. Just wait. The results will be forthcoming soon." Merely 2 hours elapsed. As Su Tian and his assistant arrived at their destination by plane, a call from Li Zhu came through. "Professor, we have just completed the authentication. Indeed, there's a bronze ding within that vermilion red ding. Zhang Weishan was right. However, should we really make this information public? Might it tarnish your reputation?" Li Zhu expressed his dilemma. Su Tian, however, replied coldly, "What does my reputation matter? The field of archaeology has already reached this state. What use is my reputation? If it is discovered by others later, it will be even more embarrassing. We must promptly announce the findings and express our gratitude to Mr. Zhang Weishan." Yes, yes. Li Zhu nodded vigorously, immediately setting about to make arrangements. Zhang Weishan and Shunwan were, of course, unaware of these developments, as they did not even know who Professor Li Zhu was. After leaving the museum, they returned to their shop. However, they did not anticipate that upon their arrival, Boss Shun would rush over, beaming, and inquire, "Xiaowan, when do you plan to depart for the archaeological site? Father has kindly purchased tickets for you all." Chapter 67. Departing with tickets upon witnessing the demeanor of Boss Shun, Zhang Weishan comprehended that indeed, no one knows a father better than his child. Shunwan truly embodied the essence of being Boss Shun's beloved daughter. As soon as she returned, Boss Shun promptly made his appearance. With a cheerful smile, he addressed Shunwan. "My dear, I assure you, I will not cause you any trouble. My primary interest lies in the local treasures, not in your archaeological team's affairs. I merely wish to accompany you to broaden my horizons. I heard that Professor Su Tian is personally attending this time to provide his insights. It would be a rare privilege to hear his explanations in person." Shunwan replied with a smile. "I knew it. Regarding tomorrow's tickets, I will call the teacher and find a way to resolve Zhang Weishan's household registration issue." Boss Shun, upon hearing Shunwan's agreement, was instantly filled with excitement and hurried off to book the tickets. "But boss," Zhang Weishan interjected, "what about our shop?" To his surprise, Boss Shun chuckled. "What shop are you talking about? In this trade, 3 years can pass without any business. Once we return, I'll find another partner. If you manage to join the archaeological team, that would be a prestigious endorsement. What are you thinking?" With that, Boss Shun went off to check the tickets. Zhang Weishan felt a sense of resignation. To be honest, he was no longer opposed to the idea of joining the archaeological team. As matters concerning the Zhang family's ancient tower reached a conclusion, he found himself possessing an increasing array of skills. At times, he could not help but feel a strong desire to personally embark on the adventure. After all, merely providing guidance from behind cannot truly elevate the legacy of the Fakyu Tianguan. Moreover, He is eager to meet that young Zhang, the student of Professor Li. This individual bears a Qilin tattoo, marking him as an exceptionally rare talent. If nurtured properly, it is conceivable that the Fakyu Tianguan may have a worthy successor. As for the matter of Zhang Weishan's unregistered status, it is certainly not an easy issue to resolve. Nevertheless, Chunwen has heard that tomorrow, Shenwan and Zhang Weishan will be heading to the archaeological site to seek her out. Naturally, she is quite pleased and hurriedly contacts the relevant authorities to obtain a special permit, thus resolving Zhang Weishan's inability to fly. Little does Zhang Weishan know, on this very night, the news of their impending journey to find Chun when swiftly reaches Elder Mu and Appo's ears. What did you say, Shaowen? Zhang Weishan is coming to find you? Elder Mu is taken aback upon receiving this information. He is acutely aware of the significance represented by Zhang Weishan. Though he may not compare to the Fakyu Zhang clan, he is undoubtedly a rare gem in the current archaeological field. Yes, Elder Mu. Shaowen is coming to submit his graduation thesis and has invited him to join. Thus, I hasten to inform you. Very well. I shall find a way to reach there by tomorrow. Elder Mu replies with urgency. Elder Mu, your health. Chunwen expresses her concern. The archaeological site they are heading to is situated in the mountains. It is not simply a matter of coming and going. It is manageable for the young, but such exertion can be perilous for someone of advanced age. However, Master Mu had resolutely decided, I must personally make this trip. Furthermore, your teacher misses you. Hence, tomorrow, I shall accompany Elder Chun. It is imperative that we enlist Zhang Weishan into our archaeological team. Additionally, keep this matter confidential. The esteemed Gao from the biological realm has likely already set off. Let's allow him to return empty-handed this time. Shenwen nodded, surprised at how recently this Zhang Weishan had gained such prominence. If we were to locate the actual Zhang of the Qiuzhang clan, his fame would be unimaginable. Contemplating this, Chunwen could not help but feel a sense of anticipation for the meeting tomorrow evening. She wondered what kind of person this Zhang Weishan truly was. That evening, with the tireless efforts of Shun Wan and Boss Shun, 3 tickets for the following morning and Appo's flight were finally secured. However, the flight was not direct, as the archaeological site was quite remote. Nevertheless, Zhang Weishan was of utmost importance to the team. Under Master Mu's coordination, the complexities of the archaeological site security were managed by Captain Qin, who temporarily arranged for several helicopters to facilitate transportation. Consequently, once they landed at the airport, they could directly board the helicopters bound for the archaeological site. It was understood that such privileges were beyond even the esteemed Professor Su Tian, a leading expert in ancient relic appraisal. Master Mu and Elder Chen also purchased tickets overnight and made all necessary arrangements, setting forth directly to the archaeological site. Zhang Weishan was utterly oblivious to the fact that even Mu Lao and Chun Lao were inclined to make personal visits. At that moment, he found himself in a rather helpless predicament, as an unexpected trending news story had surged to prominence online overnight. The headline read, "Gratitude to Mr. Zhang Weishan and Ms. Shenwan for their significant guidance regarding the artifacts in my museum." Such news would typically never have graced the trending list. Yet the mere inclusion of 2 names, Zhang Weishan and Shun Wan, catapulted it to the very top. Upon viewing the video, both Shun Wan and Zhang Weishan were momentarily taken aback. The footage prominently featured Li Zhu, the young curator of the museum, who addressed the camera with considerable fervor. His message conveyed that due to authentication issues, certain information regarding an artifact in their museum had been misrepresented. He expressed gratitude and apologies, acknowledging the insights provided by Mr. Zhang Weishan and Ms. Shenwan during their visit the previous day. While the content of this message was innocuous, the emergence of those 2 names ignited a tremendous uproar, particularly the 3 characters comprising Zhang Weishan and Amp, Appo's name. A barrage of comments erupted in the comment section of Li Zhu and Amp, Appo's video. Wow, is that the enigmatic Zhang Weishan? Indeed. I've heard that the esteemed Professor Gao from the biological sciences is also searching for him. Searching for him? I am from the biology department. And Professor Gao set off yesterday. Impressive. This Zhang Weishan might just be the most formidable figure since the Zhang family of archaeology. Indeed, there seems to be a surge of remarkable individuals lately. My girlfriend even complains that I am too mediocre. Amidst the lively barrage of comments in the video, Shenwan and Amp, Oppo's delicate face flushed with embarrassment. It was an undeniable fact that Zhang Weishan was present alongside her, his demeanor remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to the flurry of remarks. Suddenly, a frown creased Zhang Weishan's brow at the mention of Li Zhu. Shenwan, taken aback, quickly interjected, "Oh, he will undoubtedly attend." I researched last night and discovered that Li Zhu's family possesses substantial financial resources. They frequently provide funding and equipment to assist archaeological teams, but in return, they seek financial investments for projects such as museum construction. It's a mutually beneficial collaboration with the archaeological teams, ensuring their presence is often felt at excavation sites. Continuing, Shenwan added, "Moreover, I must inform you that I found out Professor Su Tian has connections with their family as well. It's quite possible that Li Zhu's mentor is Professor Su. He will also be at the site this time, and should we cross paths, it may lead to an awkward situation, so it would be wise to brace yourself." Chapter 68. The live broadcast reopened. Zhang Weishan was momentarily taken aback by the mention of Su Tian, but he quickly regained his composure. He was unfamiliar with Su Tian. Had it not been for Yunyun and Oppo's brief mention in the live stream, he would have remained oblivious to the meticulous division of labor within the archaeological community. In truth, the specialization among archaeologists is not as pronounced as it may seem. The reality is that due to the severe fragmentation of archaeological practices in Huaxia, coupled with relatively antiquated techniques, larger excavation sites often witness tragic losses among the personnel involved. This necessitates the deployment of soldiers to safeguard those engaged in archaeological endeavors. While some exhibit a fearless disposition towards danger, there are equally those who cherish life, making such outcomes inevitable. After all, human perspectives vary significantly. Moreover, the official stance has never been one of coercion. Consequently, a group of archaeological professors, reluctant to engage in frontline work, spearheaded the establishment of an institution dedicated to appraisal, which operates under the auspices of the Archaeological Academy. Su Tian, the leader of this appraisal institution, is a figure worthy of admiration. It is said that he has 3 children, all of whom, under his influence, have pursued careers in archaeology. However, fate has been unkind. 2 of his children sacrificed their lives for the field, and the remaining child has suffered the loss of a leg. Lao, feeling compassion for him, facilitated his transfer to the appraisal department, allowing him to avoid perilous frontline work while also caring for his remaining child. These revelations were shared by Shenwan. The airplane soon ascended into the sky, and Zhang Weishan donned his mask, preparing to rest. The journey ahead promised to be fraught with challenges. Meanwhile, at the archaeological site camp Shaowen, it has been quite a while. Su Tian, accompanied by his assistant, greeted Shenwan in the tent. Being a junior, Shenwan held Su Tian in high regard. "Su Lao, it troubles you to come in person. This archaeological team has unearthed a plethora of remarkable artifacts from the Zhongjia ancient tower. However, given your arduous journey, perhaps you should rest for a while." Although it was still early in the afternoon, Shenwan wanted to ensure Su Tian did not tire himself too much. Unexpectedly, Su Tian replied with a smile, "No need for that. I am used to hard work. However, before examining the artifacts, I wish to inquire about someone. What is the background of Mr. Zhang Weishan?" "Zhang Weishan? Su Lao, you know of him?" Shenwan was taken aback. Although Zhang Weishan had recently gained fame, she was aware that Su Tian typically showed interest only in antique appraisal and seldom watched television. For instance, he did not watch their archaeological live stream this time. He only came to the site to authenticate the relics. In his own words, to authenticate antiques, one must ensure their own impartial standpoint. While watching the live stream could provide some insights into the ancient tombs and help deduce the origins of the artifacts, it could also lead to preconceived notions and, at times, result in erroneous judgments. You are unaware? Just yesterday, your student Shenwan and Zhang Weishan visited the museum in Shihu City. They questioned the authenticity of the vermilion red ding that I authenticated years ago and gave me quite the lesson. I find myself quite intrigued by Zhang Weishan as well. Chunwen paused momentarily upon hearing this, pondering to herself that this indeed placed them in a rather tight spot. Zhang Weishan would be arriving shortly. Nevertheless, she was aware of Su Tian's character. He was not one to harbor grudges. Once Zhang Weishan arrived, the matter could no longer be concealed. It would be best to address it directly. Su Lao, it appears you truly have arrived. We have not had the pleasure of connecting with Mr. Zhang Weishan previously, but he is on his way, and I hope you too will have an engaging conversation. Oh, that sounds splendid. I shall wait for his arrival before I peruse the items, Su Tian responded with a smile. Chunwen, understanding the situation, did not press further. She arranged for someone to attend to Su Tian and the others before hastily stepping out of the tent. Once outside, she promptly called Old Mu to explain the situation. Old Mu arrived shortly after, chuckling at the unfolding events. It seemed the archaeological site would be quite lively. Old Mu, we had initially planned to live-stream Professor Su Tian's appraisal, but if Zhang Weishan arrives, would it be inappropriate to expose him? Chunwen inquired anxiously. Old Mu, however, responded with a laugh. Not at all. Letting him be exposed might help those like Gao Lao who have taken an interest in him understand that he is someone we in the archaeology community hold in high regard. Additionally, I am curious to see how his appraisal skills compare to those of Su Tian. Chunwen nodded, admitting that she too was quite interested. With Old Mu's approval, the matter was thereby simplified. Immediately, Chunwen notified Yun that they would commence the live broadcast as soon as Zhang Weishan arrived. Around noon, Zhang Weishan and his companions disembarked from the helicopter arranged by Captain Qin. Almost simultaneously, the archaeological live stream was initiated. Why did it suddenly start? It's quite alarming. I just joined, and this person's luck is simply astonishing. Where is Yun, my dear? Come out and let your husband see you. Get lost. Yun is my wife. Stop the nonsense. Oh look, Yun is here. Soon, Yun entered the live broadcast, with the camera prominently focused on a temporary helipad near the archaeological site. A few figures rushed over to greet them. Hello everyone. I am Yun, and I have some exciting news to share with you. Antique appraisal expert Professor Su has already arrived at our camp, and I believe everyone saw Mr. Zhang Weishan's guidance on Professor Su's vermilion red ding yesterday. Today, Yun is pleased to announce that Mr. Zhang Weishan has also reached our archaeological site. What kind of sparks will these two appraisal experts ignite? Let's stay tuned. All right, Mr. Zhang has just disembarked. You can see her special guest, classmate Shenwan, beside him, and next to her is her father, Mr. Shun. The other individual is Mr. Zhang Weishan. Mr. Zhang is surprisingly young, my goodness, Yun exclaimed, as the live stream audience erupted in excitement. Yesterday, when Li Zhu released his video, he did not display any photographs of Zhang Weishan or Shenwan. Consequently, no one had yet laid eyes upon Zhang Weishan. At that moment, those present in the live stream, including the audience on site, were astonished to discover that Zhang Weishan appeared to be nearly the same age as Shenwan. Oh my, he is exceedingly youthful. Indeed, he seems to be around the same age as Shenwan and Damp, Appo's his wife. Goodness, at my age, I'm still immersed in computer games. Well, you're fortunate. At that age, I was laboring on a construction site. Wow, this is truly a case of comparison breeds despair. Otherwise, how could he engage in discussions with Professor Su? He is incredibly young, and quite handsome as well. Wait, Zhang Weishan actually arrived with Shenwan, and even with Shenwan and Appo's as father. My heavens, are they meeting the parents already? Goodness, Zhang Weishan, my wife belongs to me. Xiao Wanwan is mine. All that talk about wealth and a wife still in her college entrance exams is nonsense. I haven't even made money, and my wife has already been swept away by an academic genius. I have lost hope. What can I do when I'm not skilled enough? Zhang Weishan, please take good care of my wife, Shenwan. Bro, you are truly brave. You are willingly wearing the crown of thorns. Haha, the barrage of comments flooded the live stream. Meanwhile, Zhang Weishan remained blissfully unaware of these reactions. He didn't even realize that the live stream had commenced the moment they disembarked from the plane. Teacher, upon seeing Shenwan was filled with excitement. Chunwen reciprocated the enthusiasm and promptly exclaimed, "Follow me. The noise from the helicopter is too loud here." She then led the group to a nearby tent. Chapter 69. Su Tian seeks guidance from Zhang Weishan 10 minutes later. Within the confines of the tent, Chun Wen had completed her introduction. Zhang Weishan finally discerned that the other two individuals present were none other than Su Tian and his assistant, Xiao Wang. Mr. Zhang, Mu Lao and the others will arrive shortly. Professor Su is quite interested in you. Would you like to engage in conversation? Chun Wen suggested with a smile. She was in no rush to persuade Zhang Weishan, knowing that once Mu Lao and her mentor, Chun Lao, arrived, they would take the lead. At this moment, her words held little significance. The entire online community was eagerly anticipating what sparks might ignite between the enigmatic Zhang Weishan and the esteemed expert Su Tian. Zhang Weishan nodded without further comment. Meanwhile, Su Tian approached with a smile. Mr. Zhang, your insights from yesterday have left me humbled. May I inquire about your mentor? Su Tian asked, cupping his hands in respect. In the field of archaeology, age holds little weight. It is the merit that prevails. Zhang Weishan's ability to identify the vermilion red ding that had eluded even him commanded Su Tian's respect for the young man before him. However, Zhang Weishan remained silent. Observing Su Tian, Professor Su, you are mistaken. Zhang Weishan is an orphan without a mentor. Shen Wan interjected with a grin. He is entirely self-taught. Oh, self-taught? Impressive, Su Tian exclaimed, taken aback. In that case, I shall not dilly-dally. Mr. Zhang, I have come to assess the artifacts brought back by the archaeological team. Might you be interested in collaborating? To accompany remarkable individuals in the appraisal of antiquities is undoubtedly a splendid opportunity, one that Zhang Weishan would never decline. Others, too, were eager to witness the artifacts that the archaeological team had unearthed. Excellent. Team Leader Chun, please lead the way. Su Tian expressed his anticipation. Observing his enthusiasm, Chun Wen felt it inappropriate to refuse and thus guided the group to a tent designated for the storage of relics. Inside, there lay two substantial boxes, presumably containing the artifacts retrieved. Chun Wen signaled to the staff to open them, and indeed, the sight that met their eyes was a collection of artifacts still cloaked in dust, with no time yet afforded for cleaning. Su Tian's gaze widened with astonishment upon seeing the items, as he recognized many of them to be exceedingly rare. Meanwhile, Zhang Weishan furrowed his brow. For although the artifacts were undeniably invaluable, they lacked the crucial pieces he had anticipated. In his recollection, the Zhang family's ancient tower harbored a ghost seal and even a black gold ancient dagger. Yet, the dagger was missing, and the ghost seal had not been retrieved either. Was it possible that the ghost seal was lost as well? Zhang Weishan, having never ventured inside, remained unaware of the actual circumstances regarding the artifacts within. Nevertheless, the items that had been brought forth were indeed of significant worth. Professor, your item. At that moment, Xiao Wang approached discreetly from the side, handing Su Tian something surreptitiously. Su Tian nodded and then rose, smiling as he made his way toward Zhang Weishan. Mr. Zhang, I am unable to discern the significance of this item. May I seek your guidance? Upon hearing this, Zhang Weishan's lips curled into a subtle smile. While others may have been oblivious to Xiao Wang's earlier actions, he was certainly not. After enhancing his physical constitution, such whispered conversations were impossible to evade. Zhang Weishan beheld the object Su Tian had produced, a string of brownish-yellow beads. They bore a striking resemblance to the amber revered in ancient Tibetan Buddhist traditions. However, a mere glance was sufficient for him to recognize its dubious nature. Here it comes. That seems to be amber, right? What do you mean in Appos? Seems in Appos. It undoubtedly is. I am in the jewelry business, after all. How could I not know? Amber comes in various types, does it not? This piece in Professor Su's possession appears quite precious. Indeed, let us hear what Zhang Weishan has to say. At that moment, the audience and Appos, as attention shifted toward the unfolding discourse. Yet, to their astonishment, Zhang Weishan made a startling remark. Professor Su, are you attempting to test me? What do you mean by that? Su Tian inquired, feigning ignorance. By bringing your own bracelet to consult me, are you not probing my abilities? Zhang Weishan stated forthrightly. Su Tian, taken aback by the directness of his words, felt a moment of embarrassment, but soon regained his composure, chuckling impressive. Indeed, I wish to gauge Mr. Zhang in damp. Appos has expertise. I apologize for any offense. the archaeological field is currently bereft of talent. I find myself in a difficult position, and I sincerely hope you do not take it to heart." Realizing his intentions had been laid bare, Su Tian no longer felt the need to conceal them. On the contrary, the young Wang beside him was quite perplexed and inquired, "Mr. Zhang, could you elucidate how you discern that? I intentionally used the dust on these antiques to create an aged appearance, yet you perceived it without even a touch." Shun Wan and the others also gazed at him, evidently baffled by his insight. Zhang Weishan, feeling helpless, was aware that he had actually deduced it audibly. However, he could not articulate such a notion. The luster of the bracelet was too radiant to be concealed by mere dust. Its polished sheen suggested that it had been handled within the past month. With just these two sentences, both young Wang and Su Tian nodded in understanding. Even Shun Wan and the others were taken aback, as they had not anticipated that such a simple refinement could reveal so much. Indeed, this exemplified the adage that amateurs observe the spectacle while experts discern the intricacies. I have learned a valuable lesson. My earlier assumptions were hasty. What is your perspective on these unearthed artifacts, Mr. Zhang? Su Tian asked. In response, Zhang Weishan shook his head. They are precious, yet not significant. The Zhang family and Appo's ancient structure should not be excavated. The contents within hold no value for the archaeological community. Let us cease this endeavor. Upon hearing this, everyone was astounded. Young Wang quickly interjected, Mr. Zhang, you must be jesting. Your words are astonishing. The archaeological team has sacrificed so much, and you claim there is no need to excavate the Zhang family ancient structure? Others echoed his confusion. Yet, only Chun Wan and Su Tian exchanged appreciative glances, particularly Chun Wan, who possessed the deepest understanding of the situation at hand. The room erupted in disbelief upon hearing Zhang Weishan's words. Goodness, does this fellow truly think so highly of himself? Even the esteemed master F.A. Qiu Zhang never spoke in such a manner. Indeed, after so many sacrifices, he simply refuses to relent? Nonsense. How can these artifacts lack significance for archaeology? Exactly. Could it be that this young man is merely a charlatan? I can't shake the feeling that he might be. I long for the wisdom of the master. If only he were here to expose this charlatan. Zhang Weishan, why do you say such things? Shun Wan inquired hastily. She understood that Zhang Weishan was not one to speak without purpose, and she knew he must have his reasons. Zhang Weishan merely smiled in silence. It was Su Tian, standing beside him, who interjected with a smile. Young Wang, do not act irrationally. Mr. Zhang perceives the situation more clearly than any of you. He gestured toward the two boxes of artifacts. These two boxes contain mostly trinkets and jewelry. Their value is undeniable. However, for the field of archaeology, they are indeed lacking in relevance. First, they are not from the tombs of nobility, thus lacking historical excavation significance. Second, there are no bamboo slips or ancient texts, rendering them devoid of archaeological importance. Third, the ancient tower is perilous, and sending someone down merely to retrieve these items is utterly futile. Mr. Zhang's insight is profound, and this is precisely my point. Everyone was taken aback, with only Chun Wan nodding in agreement. Indeed, this aligns with my thoughts as well. Mr. Zhang is truly remarkable. Ultimately, these matters must be decided by Elder Mu and others. However, it is imperative for Professor Su to first conduct the necessary authentication and classification of these artifacts. Chapter 70. The hacker's unauthorized live broadcast of Mu Lao's integrity. Su Tian nodded. After all, this was his responsibility. However, he had not anticipated that during his conversation with Zhang Weishan, they would share a mutual understanding regarding the Zhang family's ancient residence. Mr. Zhang, this is my personal phone number. If you have time, I would love to engage in further discussions with you. Su Tian said with a smile as he presented his business card. Zhang Weishan chuckled and pocketed it, finding Su Tian to be quite a commendable individual. Indeed, the field of archaeology is in dire need of talents like him. Chun Wan subsequently led Zhang Weishan and his party back to their original tent, while Yun Yun and the others remained behind to witness Su Tian's appraisal of antiques via live broadcast. Upon entering the tent, Chunwen promptly addressed Mr. Zhang. Mu Lao and the others will be arriving shortly. Please bear with us for a moment. With that, she gestured for Shen Wan to follow her outside. Shen Wan quickly took her father's hand, aware that they could not be present for what was to come. This was, after all, the purpose of their visit, to persuade Zhang Weishan to join the archaeological team. Yet, the outcome remained uncertain, as it seemed that Zhang Weishan had little enthusiasm for joining the expedition. Outside the tent, Chunwen whispered, Xiao Wan, please accompany your father to another tent to rest. Mu Lao and the others hold Zhang Weishan in high regard, and a serious discussion is likely to ensue. Understood, teacher. By the way, I have finished my thesis. When you have time, I would appreciate your feedback. Shenwan replied. Shenwan nodded, and then proceeded to settle the two. Within the confines of the tent, Zhang Weishan surveyed his surroundings. He noted the multitude of surveillance cameras integrated into the base's Eye of Heaven system, even within the tent itself, likely installed to deter any potential theft of artifacts. However, at that moment, the camera appeared inactive, its light extinguished, suggesting it had been disabled. After a brief interval, the sound of hurried footsteps and anxious voices echoed from outside. How could we keep Mr. Zhang waiting? My sincerest apologies. Suddenly, 3 figures entered. Leading the group was the distinguished Mu Lao, accompanied by an elder who was presumably Chun Lao. Chun brought up the rear, and upon entering, she gestured for the guards at the entrance to prevent any interruptions. Mr. Zhang, these 2 gentlemen are Mu Lao and Chun Lao. Mu Lao, rest assured that the cameras are not activated here, allowing you to converse freely. I shall remain at the entrance and will be alerted should any matter arise. With that, Chun stepped outside, leaving only the 3 of them within the tent. Zhang Weishan regarded the 2 elderly gentlemen before him, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he remained silent. Mu Lao, visibly excited, stumbled over his words. Mr. Zhang, I am Mu Tianming, a scholar of archaeology. We have crossed paths before, albeit briefly. I have come here with the intention of inviting you to join our archaeology academy. As you are aware, our academy is in dire need of talents, such as yourself at this juncture. Please, feel free to express any conditions you may have. I assure you that I will fulfill your desires. Mr. Mu is truly sincere. However, Zhang Weishan harbors little interest in joining the Archaeological Institute. Mr. Mu, please refrain from further discussion. My enthusiasm for joining the Institute is non-existent. Zhang Weishan was forthright in his response. This candid reply left both Mr. Mu and Mr. Chen momentarily at a loss for words, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast room, viewers expressed their concerns. Why is the program solely showcasing steadfast artifacts? What about Zhang Weishan? Indeed, where is that enigmatic figure? It seems Mr. Mu is on his way, likely to engage in a private discussion with Zhang Weishan. What could there be to discuss? It's not state secrets. Precisely. Let us initiate a live broadcast. Isn't it tedious to watch artifact appraisals endlessly? Faced with the audience's demands, Yin Yin found herself at a loss. She could only instruct her staff to inform Chen Wan, hoping to initiate a broadcast featuring Zhang Weishan. However, the response was unequivocal. Absolutely not, unless signaled by Mr. Mu. Their conversation must remain confidential. Unexpectedly, at that moment, another staff member responsible for the live streaming platform rushed out from a nearby tent. Team leader, we have a situation. Our system has been compromised by a hacker, and it appears to have originated from abroad, possibly from Maru. What? Chunwen's countenance darkened dramatically upon hearing this. Captain Sheen, upon receiving this alarming news, issued a swift command. All personnel, assume a state of heightened alert. Understood. Suddenly, all the warriors in the camp sprang into action, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Chunwen had already dashed into the live streaming tent. However, the live streaming system had temporarily succumbed to dysfunction. The staff remarked that the opposition was approaching aggressively, and the live camera in Mu Lao and Appo's tent had been activated. Our experts can repel them within a minute at the latest. Chun, the team leader, suggested that one should inform Mu Lao and the others to take a break. Upon hearing this, Chun Wen's eyes blazed with anger. The interruption in the archaeological technology of the Huaxia nation was directly linked to the heinous acts of the Maru nation in the past. In their bid to obstruct Huaxia's archaeological advancements, the Maru nation had indeed thrown all shame aside. Chunwen immediately rushed out, intending to notify Mu Lao. However, upon entering the tent, she found that Mu Lao and the other two were silent. Thus, she could only approach them quietly and relay the situation. Yet, how could her whisper escape the keen ears of Zhang Weishan? He heard everything with crystal clarity. Simultaneously, he noticed that the nearby camera had indeed turned red, evidently in an active state. Meanwhile, in a live streaming room, countless netizens were utterly bewildered. My goodness, the heavens have manifested. Why did the live stream suddenly activate? It seems the production team is always responsive. Oh, why is Team Leaderchin here too? What are they whispering about? I don't know, but why is there no sound? Just wait and see. The netizens in the live stream remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Zhang Weishan's brow gradually furrowed in concern. He was also aware of the long-standing grievances between the Huaxia nation and the Maru country. However, he never anticipated that Maru would be so devious, even seeking to eavesdrop on the conversation he had with Elder Mu. This only fueled Zhang Weishan's indignation. Yet, how would Elder Mu choose to respond in that moment? Zhang Weishan was eager to witness the outcome. Chunwen swiftly recounted the situation, only for Elder Mu to suddenly slam his hand on the table and declare in a stern voice, "How can these petty miscreants intimidate us? So what if Maru's hackers forcibly breached our live stream? Let them watch if they wish. Is there a time when the archaeological field of Huaxia has sunk lower than now? As a vast nation, why should we fear a mere speck of land in Apos? As blockade? I firmly believe that the resurgence of Huaxia's archaeological community is an inevitable trend. Only a nation devoid of ancient civilization would resort to such underhanded tactics. Let them watch the live stream. I hold no fear, nor does Huaxia." Elder Mu and Amp. Apos. S words resonated with a powerful conviction, far removed from the demeanor typically associated with someone of advanced age, particularly the assertion that they should be allowed to watch. Such fortitude was remarkable. Chunwen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. With a solemn expression, she affirmed, "Yes," and exited the tent. No sooner had she stepped outside than a staff member approached, reporting that the system had been restored. The hacker's location had been traced, and a counterattack was underway. Should the live stream be terminated? Chunwen resolutely replied, "No need. Master Mu is indeed correct. If they wish to see, let them behold." The rise of archaeology in the land of Huaxia cannot be hindered by mere prying eyes. Chapter 71, Identity Exposed. Zhang Weishan emerges from the Zhang clan of Feiqiu. In a live broadcast room, after a brief silence, an overwhelming torrent of comments erupted like a geyser. What on earth is happening? A hacker attack? Wow, what level of hacker could pull this off? That is not the point. What matters is that it seems Old Mu suggests it was hackers from Wanghua. These rogues truly are despicable. Isn't this just typical of their character? Old Mu is impressive. His integrity is commendable. No wonder Old Mu is a towering figure in the archaeological community. He is the backbone of our field. Old Mu must be inviting Zhang Weishan to join the archaeological circle. I sincerely hope Mr. Zhang will accept. Indeed, we cannot allow those petty individuals to belittle us. While that may be true, we cannot impose moral constraints. Ultimately, it is up to Zhang Weishan to decide. The discussion in the live broadcast room was vibrant and animated. Meanwhile, in the tent, Old Mu finally turned to Zhang Weishan and spoke again. "Mr. Zhang, could you please consider this? We come with genuine sincerity. The archaeological community truly needs talents like you. If you could join the Archaeological Academy, I would even be willing to relinquish my position." What? This is an extraordinary offer. With such treatment, he must agree. If Zhang Weishan receives such a privilege, then the entire archaeological community of Huaxia would surely heed his command. Incredible. In a moment, the entire live stream erupted with a cacophony of voices. Some hailed Zhang Weishan's prowess, while others questioned whether Old Mu was overreacting. After all, is it truly necessary to extend such lavish benefits to just one individual? Yet, Zhang Weishan, observing Old Mu, merely shook his head. He understood that by declining at this juncture, he might face moral condemnation from the online community. However, he remained indifferent to such pressures. He was simply a person who embraced his preferences candidly. Approval or disapproval, he expressed it plainly without any veiled sentiments. As expected, the moment he shook his head, the live stream erupted in outrage. How dare he refuse this, thinking he's all that? I swear, I want to knock this Zhang Weishan down a peg. Who does he think he is? Exactly. Even with old Mu and Appo's backing, he still won in Appo's agree. Who does he believe himself to be? Damn it, it infuriates me. How could Xiao Wanwan possibly fancy someone like him? He shows no sense of responsibility. Indeed, he should just leave our homeland. Damn it, this is driving me crazy. The chat was a tempest of vitriol. Shenwan wished to defend Zhang Weishan, yet her attempts were drowned out by the avalanche of vitriolic comments. Although she did not comprehend why Zhang Weishan would refuse, she was certain he was not the type to take pleasure in another's misfortune. He must have his own reasons. Old Mu, witnessing this tumultuous outcome, allowed a resigned sigh. Mr. Zhang, could you perhaps provide an explanation? Is there something we have done amiss, or do you have other considerations? Old Mu, truly unwilling to concede, ventured to inquire. Zhang Weishan shook his head and replied, "You have no issues. My dilemma lies within myself. I detest being constrained. While I can forego joining the Archaeological Institute, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to me." Upon hearing this, both Elder Mu and Elder Chun were momentarily taken aback. Although Zhang Weishan had declined the invitation to the Archaeological Institute, he had not refused to assist their archaeological endeavors. In essence, this was no different from joining the Institute. He simply remained outside the formal structure. Elder Mu found this acceptable. Elder Chun, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "This is wonderful." Elder Mu, equally thrilled, nodded vigorously, "Excellent. We shall heed your words, sir. This is truly splendid. We are immensely grateful to you." Simultaneously, the tone in the live stream chat shifted dramatically. "Wow, so this is what Zhang Weishan meant. My apologies for the misunderstanding, brother. I knew it. Any patriotic son of the Han Nation would never refuse to aid in the country's development. Well done, Zhang Weishan. I always believed Zhang Weishan wouldn't act that way. Those keyboard warriors were so quick to criticize him. Exactly. His level of understanding far surpasses yours. He is supporting the archaeological community without seeking any financial compensation. Such a grand vision. Hey, don't flatter yourself. Just a moment ago, you were the loudest." The conversation in the live stream chat shifted more rapidly than a woman's change of heart. Elder Mu and Elder Chun were both profoundly moved, even though they had not invited Zhang Weishan to join the Archaeological Institute. At the very least, a response had been received from the other party, expressing a willingness to assist the Archaeological Institute, which was sufficient. Mr. Mu rose to convey his gratitude. However, at that moment, a cacophony erupted outside the tent. Observing this, Mr. Chin quickly stood to investigate. Mr. Mu hastily remarked, with Mr. Zhang's assurance, "I am at ease. It is nearly mealtime. Shall we proceed to dine? Gentlemen?" Mr. Zhang Weishan, indeed feeling famished, did not decline the invitation. The three men rose and departed the tent, with Mr. Mu trailing behind, when suddenly his phone rang. Mr. Zhang Weishan, standing at the tent's entrance, was taken aback to see that two excavators had arrived outside, accompanied by trucks transporting coils of steel. As if preparations for construction were underway, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. Ms. Chinwen was there, overseeing the operations. Meanwhile, the sound of Mr. Mu speaking on the phone resonated within the tent. "Hello, Mr. Mu. We have made a new discovery. Zhang Weishan might be the descendant of the famed Feiqiu Zhang clan. What is happening? Please elaborate." Mr. Mu promptly explained, "The situation is as follows. Previously, we had only traced both Zhang Weishan and the Feiqiu Zhang clan to Shihu City, and both were undocumented, leaving us with no leads. However, there exists a distinction within the undocumented. Zhang Weishan is indeed a person, albeit without registered household information, while the Feiqiu Zhang clan remains entirely elusive. Hence, we were unable to ascertain whether they were one and the same. Yet, we have recently conceived a method. We compared the times when Feiqiu Zhang and Zhang Weishan appeared in live broadcasts, along with Zhang Weishan's activity trajectory in Shihu City. It has come to our attention that whenever the renowned Zhang of the Fakyu lineage is online, Zhang Weishan is invariably present in his shop. Conversely, during the periods when Zhang of the Fakyu lineage is offline, Zhang Weishan is often occupied with various external matters. Admittedly, there have been a couple of instances where Zhang Weishan was outside while the Fakyu Zhang was online, yet remained silent. We suspect he might have been utilizing his mobile device to access the live stream, keeping an eye on the archaeological team's endeavors. Although these pieces of evidence may not provide direct proof, they certainly suggest a probability of around 70 to 80%. Upon hearing this, Old Mu's heart raced with excitement. He quickly lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Weishan's, only to find that Zhang Weishan was also looking back at him. A knowing smile graced Zhang Weishan's lips, imbued with significance, as if he had indeed overheard the conversation on the phone. The truth is, he had. I understand now. This matter must remain confidential. A top secret within our archaeological institute. You need not pursue this any further. I have grasped the situation. Upon witnessing Zhang Weishan's smile, Old Mu realized that the individual before him was undoubtedly the great Zhang of the Fakyu lineage. Given that he wished to conceal his identity, it was clear that he would not be foolish enough to divulge such information. That would be the act of a simpleton. At this moment, Zhang Weishan felt a sense of resignation. He had not anticipated that his movements would inadvertently reveal his identity. However, this was of little consequence. He had never intended to maintain this guise indefinitely. He simply preferred not to draw attention to himself. After all, it would be rather absurd for him to announce, "I am Zhang of the Fakyu lineage. Behold my presence." It is inconsequential. Now that Mr. Mu is aware, it is quite beneficial, at least many times when offering advice. With Mr. Mu presiding, the field of archaeology will be more inclined to heed such counsel. Chapter 72. The archaeological situation is grim. Li Zhu must enter the tomb. All right, everyone. Today's live broadcast comes to a temporary halt. Shortly, we shall present even more captivating content, the host Yun Yun announced. Thank you for watching. I am Yun Yun, and I shall see you shortly. As her voice faded, the live stream ended momentarily. Nevertheless, the audience lingered, deeply engrossed in discussions regarding the recent hacker attack. At that moment, Shun Wan sat within the tent, absorbed in the broadcast, yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. Just then, Zhang Weishan entered, exclaiming, "Come on, Team Leader Chun has invited us to lunch." Shun Wan nodded in agreement and promptly exited alongside Boss Shun. However, her unease persisted, prompting her to inquire during their meal, "Zhang Weishan, don't you find it peculiar? My computer was infected last time, and now hackers have directly targeted the live streaming platform. Could it be that my previous computer issues were also the work of those hackers?" Zhang Weishan paused, contemplating her words. That seems unlikely. If it truly were the hackers, it would be beyond the capabilities of a mere computer repair shop owner. Nevertheless, we cannot entirely dismiss that possibility. After all, Marikoku is intensely focused on our archaeological endeavors in Huaxia. They might indeed have plans targeting students from your archaeology institute. Shun Wan nodded, finding merit in Zhang Weishan's reasoning. Although she could not definitively ascertain whether her computer troubles were linked to those hackers, she could not shake the suspicion that the virus-laden software might very well have been crafted by them. Through this incident, Zhang Weishan has come to the realization that the state of archaeology in the Huaxia nation is indeed rather bleak. The chasm in archaeological technology is quite pronounced, compounded by the relentless pursuit and obstruction from foreign institutions. It is no wonder that over the years, the pool of talent in the field of archaeology has remained so meager. It is likely that a significant number have been lured away by foreign entities. After a meal, seizing the opportunity presented by the fresh mountain air and the pleasant sunlight, Zhang Weishan decided to survey the surroundings. Having acquired a variety of skills, he had long awaited an opportunity to apply them, and now that he had finally arrived at an archaeological site, it was only natural to practice. Not to mention, the intricate feng shui patterns contained within the yin-yang diagram could certainly be tested one by one. It is said that ancient grand tombs were typically constructed in locations with exceptional water-dividing configurations. The yin-yang diagram not only encompasses the principles of feng shui, but also includes the secrets of dragon searching. Thus, it would be advantageous to employ the dragon searching technique to examine the topography of the mountains and rivers here, allowing him to become more familiar with these abilities. Shen Wan has also gathered information regarding the archaeological teams. The recent expedition to the Zhang family ancient tower resulted in significant losses for the team, and there are currently no plans to continue exploring. This aligns closely with what Zhang Weishan had previously mentioned. Although the Zhang family ancient tower is stunning and perilous, its significance in terms of archaeology is rather limited. Rather than risking further peril, it would be wiser to conserve their strength in order to unearth tombs of substantial historical value, such as those belonging to nobles or remnants of ancient states. The excavation of these ancient tombs often brings forth significant historical and archaeological value. Mr. Shun expressed a desire to venture up the mountain, for it is known that most of the items in the village were collected from the earth or the mountains. Given the confirmed presence of ancient tombs in this area, the prospect of uncovering more on the mountain would render their journey worthwhile. As the three emerged from their tent, they observed a gathering of people encircling the edge of the campsite. To their astonishment, 2 large trucks appeared to be preparing for departure. Mr. Shen hastily detained a staff member to inquire about the situation. The individual informed him that Li Zhu had arrived, accompanied by an exploration team seemingly intent on descending to locate the tombs. This revelation surprised everyone, particularly Shen Wan and Zhang Weishan, who had anticipated Li Zhu and Appo's arrival but did not expect him to lead a team into the ancient tombs, a perilous endeavor indeed. At that moment, Chen Wan, along with Mr. Mu and Mr. Chun, emerged from the tent. Spotting Zhang Weishan and the others, she hurried over to inquire about the situation. "What is happening, teacher?" Shen Wan, with his characteristic impatience, asked directly. Chun Wan smiled and replied, "I was just about to discuss this with Mr. Zhang. You must be familiar with Li Zhu. His family provides substantial financial backing to the archaeological community. Moreover, they possess a highly professional exploration team. They are eager to attempt a descent into the tombs. We have tried to dissuade them, but to no avail. Thus, we have allowed them to proceed on their own." While Chun Wen's explanation seemed straightforward, the underlying complexities of the situation were evidently intricate. The Li Zhu family enterprise undoubtedly values the development rights of the ancient Zhang family tower, aiming to transform it into a museum for profit. The archaeological team and the Archaeological Institute benefit from the financial backing of the Li Zhu family. Furthermore, if individuals bring their own equipment and funds to assist in the exploration of ancient tombs, the archaeological community would naturally welcome such endeavors, as it would also preserve the expertise within the field. Once the expedition team locates the tomb, they must allow these individuals to participate in the excavation, which is undoubtedly a lucrative arrangement. It can be said that both parties have mutual needs, essentially fulfilling each other's requirements. Thus, no one would obstruct this endeavor. Of course, should any mishaps occur, responsibility would rest solely on the individuals involved. The archaeological team would not bear any accountability for such incidents. Shen Wan nodded, though he felt a twinge of discomfort. While this may be the reality, involving certain familial powers somewhat contradicts the original intent of archaeology. However, the archaeological field in Huaxia is currently quite fragile, necessitating assistance from external forces on numerous occasions. Mr. Zhang, what is your perspective on the Li Zhu family's expedition to the tomb? Old Mu inquired. Upon confirming that Zhang Weishan belonged to the renowned Zhang family of tomb raiders, his demeanor visibly shifted to one of greater respect. Elder Chun and Shun Wen also turned their attention to Zhang Weishan. Their understanding of him was limited, primarily recognizing his prowess in antique appraisal, yet they lacked sufficient insight regarding his views on tomb exploration. "I have heard that Li Zhu has brought a significant amount of steel rolls, specifically those iron sheets. They intend to follow the same route we previously took. Cover the tunnel with steel coils, extending all the way to the ancient building." The large truck that just passed carried the steel coils, Chun Wen hurriedly explained. Zhang Weishan found this amusing. Using iron sheets to pave a tunnel was indeed a rather modern approach. But would it truly be effective? It was evidently not. Zhang Weishan chuckled and declared, "They must emerge within an hour. Otherwise, there will be no need for coffins. With that, he turned and headed towards the camp's outskirts, intended to take a look around. Teacher, let's first explore the surroundings, Shunwan said with a smile, and promptly followed along with Boss Shun. Old Shun, what are your thoughts? Old Mu inquired, glancing at the elder Chen beside him. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Chen replied, could it be that Mr. Zhang has overstated the situation? With iron sheets and coils, what danger could possibly remain insurmountable? Old Mu, upon hearing this, chuckled while stroking his beard and looked towards Shunwen. According to Mr. Zhang's suggestion, inform Li Zhu and the others. Whether they heed it will be their own decision. Old Chen, let us go. I wish to share a matter over a drink. Oh, it seems to be something good. Old Mu, it has been ages since you last indulged. Elder Chen responded with a grin. Old Mu was also in high spirits and replied, indeed. Today, we must celebrate with a drink. As they spoke, the two men made their way towards the tent. Chen Wen, feeling helpless, could only proceed to inform Li Zhu. Chapter 73. Mr. Mu's decision on the Warring States tomb plan. I never anticipated the intricate relationship between the archaeological community and these prominent families. I must have been too naive. Along the way, Shun Wan expressed her sentiments. Boss Shun chuckled, Little Wan, you are still quite young. It is understandable that you are unaware. The revival of the archaeological field in Huaxiao relies not solely on manpower. Financial support is indispensable as well. However, you need not worry. Both Team Leader Chun and Mr. Mu hold the reins of power. The matter of Li Zhu descending into the tomb remains within manageable limits, and it is not without merit to allow the archaeological team to take risks. It is all quite acceptable. Shenwan nodded, aware that the intertwining of money with archaeology seemed to alter its essence. Let's proceed to that hilltop and take a look, Zhang Weishan suggested, pointing to a nearby hillside. Although the elevation was modest, the open terrain provided an excellent vantage point for observing the surroundings. Moreover, it was conveniently close, allowing for a swift return should any complications arise. Meanwhile, within the camp, Chen Wen had also found Li Zhu. The latter was engrossed in his work, fervently directing the workers who were commencing the laying of steel coils. The members of the expedition team were busy preparing to set off at a moment's notice. Team Leader Chen, what brings you here? You and the archaeological team should rest. We can handle these matters. Li Zhu replied with a smile. However, Chen Wen and Appo's brow furrowed with concern as she said, Mr. Mu has sent me to inform you that Mr. Zhang insists you must emerge within an hour. Otherwise, there will be no hope. Decide for yourselves. Huh? Li Zhu was momentarily taken aback, yet he felt a twinge of skepticism within. Captain Shun, we are professionals in exploration. Although I do not deny Zhang Weishan's exceptional skills in antique appraisal, could he truly handle the realm of exploration? We certainly must investigate the ancient tomb. Rest assured, we are all experts in this field. Chen Wen, upon witnessing his demeanor, smiled and chose not to elaborate further. After all, they were not operating within the same framework. Some matters were best left succinctly stated, for excessive discourse could lead to annoyance. As Li Zhu watched Chen Wen depart, he felt a sense of unease. Although he suspected that Zhang Weishan might be exaggerating the dangers, the situation surrounding the Zhang family as ancient building was undeniably perilous, and he intended to descend personally this time. Hence, it was imperative to meticulously arrange security measures. With this thought in mind, he summoned the expedition team leader. Old Ma, when we enter the tunnel, have the brothers spaced every 10 meters. He instructed, if anything unusual occurs, they must exit immediately. Understood? Old Ma nodded and promptly set about making arrangements. Li Zhu felt that such a strategy would ensure utmost safety, and thus he went to change into his gear in preparation for the descent. Meanwhile, within the tent, Old Mu personally poured a glass of wine for Old Chen. Unable to contain himself, Old Chen remarked, Old Mu, stop keeping me in suspense. The way you're drinking now suggests it must be something monumental. You cannot simply gloss over it. Pray tell, does it concern Mr. Zhang? Old Lady Chun had a profound understanding of Elder Mu. He would never indulge in alcohol unless it were a matter of great significance. Elder Mu nodded, yet he remained silent, instead rising to glance outside. He summoned 2 soldiers to cut the power supply to the cameras within the tent, subsequently instructing them to guard the entrance permitting no one to enter. With the power disabled, even the most adept hackers would find it impossible to activate the cameras. Observing this, Old Chun straightened his posture, realizing that what Elder Mu was about to disclose would likely be of grave importance. Indeed, Elder Mu lifted his glass and took a sip, his first words being, "Mr. Zhang Weishan must not be allowed to leave with Gao. He is exclusively one of our archaeological community. Furthermore, I wish to invite him to lead our Warring States tomb project." "What?" Old Chun was taken aback. "Are you jesting? Mr. Zhang possesses remarkable skills in antique appraisal, but that does not equate to proficiency in tomb excavation. To assign such a talent as a leader for such perilous endeavors would be a disservice to him." Old Chin's agitation was palpable. Yet, Elder Mu raised his hand, urging him to remain calm. "Do not be hasty. Who informed you that he is solely adept in antique appraisal? You heard his insights regarding Li Zhu and the others. This indicates he is certainly aware of certain conditions surrounding the Zhang family's ancient building. And so what? Li Zhu and his companions have yet to descend. Who can ascertain the veracity of his claims? While I too have confidence in him, the Warring States Tomb Project is the utmost secret of our archaeological institute. Even Chun, one lacks the qualifications to serve as the team leader. It may not be appropriate to assign him that role." Elder Chen still harbors reservations. The Warring States Tomb Project has been under preparation for the past year, and its implications are immense, potentially revitalizing the entire field of archaeology. Elder Chun is convinced that if the Warring States Tomb Project can be executed successfully, it will undoubtedly become a monumental discovery that astonishes both domestic and international audiences. The enthusiasm for archaeology in the Huaxiao Nation would reach unprecedented heights, and perhaps this momentum could lead to a qualitative leap in the nation and Appo's archaeological endeavors. Therefore, it is imperative that the Warring States Tomb Project encounters no errors. Our initial resolution stands. Individuals may perish, but once the Warring States Tomb Project commences, it must not be halted. Elder Mu chuckled, acknowledging the importance of the Warring States Tomb Project, as if to say, "Am I unaware?" However, allow me to finish my thought. My choice of Zhang Weishan as the team leader is well-founded. Let me ask you, would you have any objections if I were to invite the FHO Zhang clan to lead the Warring States Tomb Project? Naturally not. We all recognize Mr. FHO Zhang's formidable abilities, and I too wish to recommend him. Yet this individual is elusive, rarely seen. Before Elder Chun could finish his sentence, a sudden realization struck him. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Elder Mu. "Are you implying that Zhang Weishan is FHO Zhang?" Elder Mu remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Elder Chun quickly covered his mouth, seemingly fearful of being overheard. "Old Mu, this is no time for jest. This matter involves significant implications. Do you truly believe I am jesting?" Old Mu chuckled, simultaneously gesturing for Old Chun to take a sip of his drink to steady his nerves. Both men savored their beverages, and only then did Old Mu divulge the contents of the earlier phone call to Old Chun. Although certainty eludes us at this moment, based on the gathered information and Mr. Zhang's previous gaze, I can assert with conviction that he is indeed a descendant of the famed Fakyu Zhang clan. Moreover, we now possess an opportunity to validate this assertion. As he spoke, Old Mu retrieved his mobile phone and sent a message to Chun Wan. "I have already informed Chun Wan to initiate a live broadcast, showcasing the situation of Li Zhu and his companions as they delve below. Firstly, if Li Zhu and his team encounter no issues after an hour, it would simply indicate my waning eyesight. However, should a predicament arise within that hour, the prowess of Mr. Zhang requires no further elaboration. Furthermore, we shall observe, for Mr. Zhang is currently absent from a base. He has the chance to log in and post comments. Should he log in and post, the nearby devices will capture the signal's origin. We can then confirm his identity as a member of the Fakyu Zhang clan. Once this is established, do you believe there will be any objection to my invitation for him to lead the Warring States Tomb Project?" Old Chun, taken aback by the revelation, quickly inquired, "Old Mu, do you not think this course of action may be ill-advised? If Mr. Zhang were to discover this, he might become incensed." Chapter 74. Ambitious aspirations before the tomb. Upon hearing this, Old Mu chuckled, that will not be the case. Mr. Zhang is aware of our investigation, yet he has never concealed anything. Therefore, I surmise that Mr. Zhang simply prefers to remain low-key, and our intentions are not to delve deeply into his past. As long as we ascertain his identity, that suffices. Moreover, this matter of identity should remain known only to you, me, and at most, Old Sunday. No one else should be privy to this information. This is what Mr. Zhang cares about. With a sigh, Old Mu continued, at present, we are akin to an ant beside a giant, yearning to glimpse the giant's visage. If our hearts are sincere, the giant may not reveal himself to us. Yet he would not harm us, for we are too insignificant. On the mountainside, Boss Shun searched fervently, hoping to uncover some ancient artifacts. However, the prospect was dim, as it resembled the futile endeavor of finding a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, Shan Wan surveyed her surroundings and noted that despite the modest elevation, the vantage point offered a comprehensive view. She could see the topography of the mountains and the archaeological teams camped below in their entirety. Standing here, she felt a connection to the past, as if the individuals who decided to construct the Zhang family ancestral hall had once stood in this very spot, observing the landscape before making their choice. Zhang Weishan, your expertise in feng shui is remarkable. Surely you can discern something from this? Shenwan inquired, her perception of Zhang Weishan having undergone a significant transformation, as she often found herself eager to seek his counsel. Zhang Weishan smiled in response. Behold the majestic mountains before us, their peaks rising in layered grandeur, reminiscent of the scales of a dragon. Shen Wan paused, gazing into the distance, and indeed discovered that the terrain here bears a striking resemblance to fish scales. Why refer to dragon scales, one might ask? Cannot they be likened to fish scales instead? Shen Wan inquired, her ignorance of feng shui prompting her to voice her thoughts. Fish scales are round and thick, while dragon scales are sharp and slender. Yet here, the mountainous terrain eludes our complete perception. Were there an aerial view, you would discern that the undulations of the landscape indeed resemble a dragon, not a fish. This ancient tower is situated in a dragon's eye position, a feng shui configuration known as the dragon's eye. It is most suitable for the placement of collective burial sites. The surrounding dragon scales stack upon one another, resembling a thousand-layered wave, symbolizing the unity of brothers, a rare and precious location. Shenwan was taken aback by this revelation. She had not anticipated such an interpretation of feng shui, which, although enigmatic, felt entirely reasonable. There was a profound accuracy to it all. Zhang Weishan surveyed the towering mountains and felt a stirring of longing within his heart. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp why, in ancient times, the tomb raiders and those who sought treasures would descend into perilous ancient tombs, fully aware of the dangers that awaited them. Perhaps the pursuit of wealth was merely a secondary motive. The true driving force was a spirit of adventure and passion. Beneath such splendid rivers and mountains lie countless secrets waiting to be uncovered. In this one life, in this fleeting world, if one does not seek to explore, how dreadfully mundane life would be. Do the tomb raiders and treasure seekers truly lack for money? Evidently, there was no shortage of opportunities, and at that moment, Zhang Weishan was filled with a fervent desire to personally descend into the tomb and experience its wonders. It seemed that the moment had arrived. It was time to embark on this journey. The lineage of the FHO should also see the light of day once more. Observing the splendid scenery before him, he felt a surge of ambition. It is no wonder that ancient people cherish the moments of reunion, relishing the beauty of nature while enjoying fine wine. Indeed, it is one of life's greatest pleasures. Before long, more than half an hour had swiftly passed. Zhang Weishan took out his phone to check the time and realized that only 3 minutes remained until the hour was complete. Shen Wan and Ba Shun had grown bored and wandered off to play on their phones, engrossed in a live broadcast. The stream showcased Li Zhu and his team as they delved into the ancient tomb. These individuals were remarkably swift, having already laid out over 30 meters of iron sheet and steel coil, with a 50-meter distance to breach in the dragon scale theft tunnel. They had surpassed the halfway point. Many viewers in the live chat expressed curiosity about how the situation had suddenly transformed into an exploration team entering the tomb. Who wouldn't be delighted by a captivating program? Everyone was thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding drama. Suddenly, someone in the chat exclaimed, "Wow, the master has logged on." Indeed, the master is here. Is the master about to offer guidance again? But Li Zhu and his team seem fine, right? With this iron sheet and steel coil. Surely no monster can breach this. Li Zhu is quite the genius. He seems intent on cutting off the master's opportunity for advice. "Master, Li Zhu, are you being polite? Not giving me a chance?" Zhang Weishan, the master has logged on. Quick, take a look. Uncertain whether the deity would allow their escape, Shun Wan called out. You previously mentioned that danger would arise in an hour. Time is nearly up. Zhang Weishan paid little heed to these messages. With merely 2 minutes remaining, he resolved to issue a warning, for the lives of so many were at stake. If these individuals chose to disregard the ID of Fa Qiu Zhangshi, then he would truly feel it unnecessary to continue speaking. Meanwhile, within the tunnel, Master Ma halted his steps and remarked, "Young Master Li, we are short on manpower. Shall we summon the brothers at the back? Is it not overly cautious to have one stationed every 5 meters?" Li Zhu nodded in agreement. Feeling that the prolonged duration posed no real threat, Zhang Weishan was likely attempting to instill fear. With 6 brothers on guard over a 30-meter span, it seemed an extravagant use of resources. As Master Ma went to call for reinforcements, Li Zhu glanced at the time, realizing that only 2 minutes remained until the hour Zhang Weishan had mentioned. It appeared that there truly was no impending danger. However, at that moment, a brother suddenly shouted, "Young Master, there's trouble. Fho Zhangshi has spoken in the live stream." What did the deities say? Li Zhu knew Fho Zhangshi was also one of his admirers. To his astonishment, the deity had offered guidance. "Young Master, you ought to see for yourself." The brother's face turned pale as he handed over his phone. Upon taking the device and glancing at the screen, Li Zhu was equally taken aback. A golden message shimmered in the live stream, radiating brilliance. "You have 1 minute left to exit. If you delay any further, take this opportunity to bid farewell to your families. The Zhang family's ancient tower is no longer accessible. Heed this warning." Li Zhu was momentarily taken aback. 1 minute? Wasn't there still a full 2 minutes remaining until the hour was up? Zhang Weishan's timing seemed off, a full minute behind. However, when Li Zhu glanced at the clock, he was left speechless. It turned out he had misunderstood. From a moment he saw the comment until he finished reading it, precisely 1 minute had elapsed. Indeed, only 1 minute remained. He exchanged glances with Zhang Weishan, realizing their timing was eerily synchronized. While he could dismiss Zhang Weishan's words, he dared not ignore the warning from the Zhang family. In a sudden outburst, he shouted, "Everyone retreat quickly! Hurry!" With that, he dashed toward the exit. The others, sensing the urgency, followed suit, hastily making their way to the exit. Ma Laoda felt somewhat perplexed, but upon hearing the urgent call from the crowd, he hesitated no longer and led his group in haste. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, countless viewers were in an uproar. What on earth is happening? Wasn't everything fine? Indeed, I am puzzled as well, but the words of the master must be taken seriously. Absolutely. If the master's words can be doubted, then what's the point of playing? Wait a minute. The master's words seem to carry a deeper meaning. What does he mean by the Zhang family's ancient tower being off limits? Is he no longer offering guidance? I too share this sentiment. Could it be that this is not the last time the esteemed expert will offer guidance? What shall we do if the venerable expert ceases to provide direction for the archaeological team? And what of the ancient Zhangjia Tower? Its excavation remains incomplete. Chapter 75. The identity of the Fa Qiuzhang clan is confirmed. Invitation from Old Master Mu. The audience in the live broadcast room was engaged in a fervent discussion when, unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred at the archaeological site. The iron sheets that had been laid against the walls began to exhibit peculiar dents. These steel sheets were of exceptionally high quality. It was said that not even bullets could penetrate them, making it virtually impossible for an ordinary person to manipulate them. Yet at that moment, the iron sheets on the walls were inexplicably caving in. What started as a single indentation gradually morphed into a gaping hole, culminating in a complete collapse of the entire section. In some areas, the fallen rock layers were even exposed. The entire passage seemed to be shifting positions. Li Xiao, Malauda, are you out yet? The exit here is about to be sealed off. A brother stationed approximately 10 meters from the exit shouted into the intercom. However, amidst the rumbling vibrations of the ground, nothing else could be heard from the device. Despair filled Li Zhu's eyes. If only he had turned back a minute sooner, he would not have found himself caught in such perilous circumstances. How could he have been so foolish as to doubt Zhang Weishan? Li Xiao, stop overthinking it. We need to run, Ma Lauda urged anxiously. The collapses in the passageway were becoming increasingly frequent. As time languished, the fear of being entirely buried alive grew ever more imminent. Li Zhu dared not indulge in further fanciful thoughts and quickened his pace towards the exit. The 30-meter distance, though seemingly short, felt elongated as they ascended, inevitably slowing their speed. Soon, they beheld the glimmer of light that signified the exit. However, the collapse of the passage became increasingly severe. Upon reaching approximately 10 meters, they were compelled to crawl through. This, in turn, further hampered their speed. By the time Li Zhu managed to squeeze through, the entire passage had suffered significant deformation. The steel sheets resembled mere paper, utterly devoid of utility. With a resounding crash, the entire passage collapsed less than a minute after Li Zhu emerged safely. The entrance sealed tightly, betraying no indication that a tunnel had existed there before. Li Zhu stood in a daze, unaware of how many brothers had been left behind. Yet, he understood that this calamity stemmed from his own hubris. Had he heeded Zhang Weishan's counsel sooner, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Boss Ma, please account for the numbers and see how many brothers have perished. Li Zhu shouted, his eyes ablaze with sorrow. Understood, Boss Ma replied swiftly, hastening to tally the numbers. Li Zhu, overwhelmed, sank to the ground, his gaze filled with regret and despair. Moments later, Boss Ma returned, exclaiming, Li Xiao, fortune has favored us. There have been no casualties, although the remaining steel sheets are certainly insufficient. Upon hearing this, Li Zhu felt a slight alleviation of the heaviness in his heart and hastily waved his hand, saying, No, it's not possible to enter the ancient tomb. Besides, it's all about luck. Our lives are merely salvaged. Li Zhu was acutely aware that if it were Chun when conveying Zhang Weishan and Appo's message, and he had arranged for someone to stand guard every 5 meters, they would likely heed the words of the Zhang family at the crucial moment. It was feared that several individuals would remain inside this time. Li Shou, does this mean we are not descending? What will happen to the museum project? Ma Lauda inquired anxiously. Their descent into the tomb was primarily to assist the archaeological team in excavating the ancient site, paving the way for the future development of the city museum. If the tomb exploration were to cease, the museum project would also be in jeopardy, rendering all the invested manpower and resources futile. What good is a museum without lives to spare for profit? Li Zhu scolded. Ma Lauda was left at a loss, unable to counter the situation. Meanwhile, on the hillside, Zhang Weishan had also put away his phone and called for everyone to prepare to leave. Shen Wan gazed at his phone, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Oh, it's just that the so-called Zhang family of tomb raiders won't provide guidance anymore. Don't worry, as long as the archaeological team has other activities, he will surely return. Besides, even if he doesn't offer guidance, we still have Zhang Weishan, right? So don't be too disheartened. Shen Laoban consoled. Shen Wan replied, I merely feel regretful. My teacher tasked me with seeking the Zhang family of tomb raiders, yet there has been no progress thus far. In the future, finding what one seeks may prove even more difficult. Zhang Weishan, feeling the awkwardness of the situation, chose to feign ignorance. The audience in the live broadcast eagerly awaited a response from the esteemed figure. However, unexpectedly, the Great One simply logged off. The officials, naturally, found themselves at a loss, resulting in an unresolved conclusion. It seems that one must wait for the next appearance of the esteemed figure to gather further details. Meanwhile, within the tent, old Muandapo's phone finally rang. Upon answering, a smile graced his face that did not wane. Moments later, he hung up, and old Chun could discern the joyous expression. Realizing that Li Zhu and the others had emerged safely, precisely 1 hour after the incident, the results from the relevant authorities were also released, confirming that the signal from the Zhang family was emitted near the archaeological site. Do you still have any questions? Old Chun raised his glass with a smile. No. The only concern is whether we can truly invite Zhang Weishan to lead the Warring States Tomb Project. Discussing this topic, Old Mu expressed some apprehension. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, regardless of the outcome, we must strive to make this attempt. Even if it does not succeed, the presence of Zhang Weishan in our archaeological community heralds an inevitable rise. This is indeed a cause for celebration. As for the Warring States Tomb Project, I have already devised a comprehensive plan. The outcome will depend on the esteemed figure and Appo's inclination. Old Chun nodded. Since we intend to extend an invitation, we must certainly articulate the details of the Warring States Tomb Project. Even if Zhang Weishan were to decline, it would serve as a foundation for future guidance of the archaeological team. Without hesitation, Mr. Mu immediately rose and, accompanied by Mr. Chun, set out to discuss the matter with Zhang Weishan. Upon exiting the tent, they encountered Zhang Weishan and his two companions descending from the mountain, along with Chun Wen, who had hurried over from the side. Mr. Zhang, we wish to speak with you. May we have a moment of your time? Certainly. Zhang Weishan nodded, seemingly unperturbed. Meanwhile, Chun Wen and Shun Wan had intended to withdraw, but Mr. Mu deemed it unnecessary. The plan for the Warring States tomb would inevitably be made public, and since Shun Wan was already aware of it, Shun Wan knowing would not pose an issue either. Thus, he invited them to join the discussion. As for Shun, he exhibited a complete lack of interest, conjuring an excuse to visit Professor Su Tian for an appraisal of antiques instead. Once inside the tent, and after everyone settled, Mr. Mu promptly addressed the matter at hand. Mr. Zhang, on behalf of the archaeological community, I would like to extend an invitation for you to participate in our Warring States Tomb Project to serve as the team leader. Would you be inclined to accept this role? The team leader of the Warring States Tomb Project? Chun Wen was taken aback, while Shun Wan, equally bewildered, inquired, what is this Warring States Tomb Project? Do you know about it, teacher? Chun Wen nodded and quickly responded, isn't this rather hasty, Mr. Mu? While Mr. Zhang possesses formidable expertise, I have heard that the Warring States Tomb is said to be quite perilous. Chun Wen was not well versed in the details. Mr. Mu waved his hand dismissively. It is not hasty. This decision was reached after consultation with Mr. Chun. If the initiative for the Warring States Tomb is to commence, Mr. Zhang is undoubtedly the only one capable of leading the endeavor. I wonder, Mr. Zhang, would you be interested? Naturally. Old Mu could not disclose that Zhang Weishan belongs to the renowned Zhang family of tomb raiders, as the latter clearly preferred to keep his identity concealed. Thus, he could only leverage his own standing to suppress the matter. As long as Zhang Weishan consented to take on the role of leader, he could manage any ensuing issues. Zhang Weishan regarded Old Mu, finding the Warring States Tomb Project rather intriguing, and then spoke up. Please elaborate. Chapter 76. The reward of the archaeological revelation. The archaeological community was shaken by the revelation of the intricate plans surrounding the Warring States tomb. Upon recognizing the potential, Old Mu promptly divulged the entire scheme. The introduction alone, detailing the origins and procedures of the Warring States Tomb Project, consumed a full hour. When he elaborated on the comprehensive aspects of the undertaking, it took an additional 3 hours to conclude. Throughout this extensive discourse, neither Zhang Weishan nor Old Mu, along with Shun Wan and others, excused themselves for even a moment, as the complexities involved in the Warring States Tomb Project were staggering. They were utterly captivated, particularly Shun Wan, who had previously been unaware of the so-called Warring States tomb plan. Chun Wen possessed a modicum of knowledge, yet upon grasping the full scope of the project, even she found herself momentarily paralyzed. The two remained in a state of astonishment for an extended period, failing to notice whether Zhang Weishan had nodded in agreement or shaken his head in refusal. They were immersed in the grandeur of the plan until Zhang Weishan finally rose to bid farewell to Old Mu and the others, still oblivious to their surroundings. That very evening, Zhang Weishan, Shun Wan, and Ba Shun departed from the archaeological site. No one anticipated that their visit would be so fleeting. It lasted merely a day, with no overnight stay. Old Mu and his companion also took their leave that night. After disembarking from the plane back in Shihu City, Shun Wan finally posed a question. Zhang Weishan, did you accept Old Mu and Appo's invitation? Zhang Weishan smiled and countered. Were you not present at the site as well? I was so engrossed in the discussions about the Warring States tomb project that I failed to pay attention. Shan Wan admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Zhang Weishan smiled slightly, choosing to remain silent. Noticing his demeanor, Shan Wan refrained from probing further, sensing that Zhang Weishan had tacitly agreed. The Mu elders departed in haste, likely to prepare for something. She had an inkling that a significant shift was imminent in the realm of archaeology, and it would not be long, perhaps just within the next couple of days. In truth, events unfolded even more swiftly than she had anticipated. The group returned home by 10 o'clock the following morning. At noon, the official examination committee's live stream released an announcement. Tonight at 8 o'clock, a major revelation in the archaeological community will be unveiled. Please stay tuned. A simple headline that captivated countless individuals, eagerly awaiting the news. As 7:00 and Appos clock approached, with merely an hour remaining until the announcement, the live stream's viewership began to surge. A flurry of comments flooded the screen as numerous netizens began to speculate. Hey, does anyone know what the archaeology officials are up to? This seems quite grand. I have no idea. They haven't broadcasted since yesterday. This must be something significant. Could it be that they are about to unravel the mysteries of the Zhang family's ancient tower? No way. Didn't the experts say they wouldn't descend unless absolutely necessary? The consequences would be theirs to bear. What if the archaeological team has discovered the experts? Could the experts be joining the archaeological team? I perceive the possibility that if the esteemed expert were to join the archaeological team, there would indeed be no need for him to provide guidance in the live broadcast. The thought of what the expert might look like truly intrigues me. Indeed, Zhang Weishan appears remarkably youthful. I have a strong feeling that the expert must be even more handsome. However, what does looks matter? I wonder if the expert has a girlfriend unbeknownst to Zhang Weishan. He is currently nestled in his room, astonished as he gazes at a booklet in his hands. This booklet has come as quite a surprise to him, for it is a reward he received after his journey at the archaeological site. The records of the subtle mechanisms is presumably a reward bestowed upon him by the system after he provided guidance to Li Zhu and others in the live broadcast. Nonetheless, Zhang Weishan finds it peculiar that during the latter stages of the archaeological team and Appos' endeavors, rewards were typically granted after 1 or 2 instances of guidance. He did not anticipate receiving the records of the subtle mechanisms after just 1 instance this time. He suspects it may be due to the guidance he offered on site. If that is the case, he would indeed feel quite at ease, as it signifies that even in the absence of a live broadcast, by personally leading the team into the tomb, he could still receive rewards. As long as he provides guidance to the archaeological team, rewards would be forthcoming, regardless of whether it occurs in the live broadcast. Contemplating this, Zhang Weishan feels as though even the system is aiding him in his endeavors within the tomb. Upon receiving the records of the subtle mechanisms, he has come to understand its purpose, which predominantly documents extraordinary tales and mysterious matters, serving as a tome of enlightenment. The tomb excavation manual and the record of various insects respectively document the tools for deciphering ancient tomb mechanisms and a myriad of venomous creatures found in the world. In contrast, the craft of the tomb raiders serves as a compendium of magical artifacts. If the tools listed in the tomb excavation manual, such as the Yin Probe Claw and the Flying Tiger Claw, are considered weapons, then the contents of the craft of the tomb raiders pertain to mystical treasures and secret techniques. The breadth of knowledge contained within the craft of the tomb raiders is both diverse and profound. For instance, the 100-flower bee can trace a person's whereabouts, while the blood of the old fox can reveal the entrance to ancient tombs. When dropped upon the earth, it congeals without being absorbed, marking a site of dense energy. Moreover, applying the blood of a weasel to one's forehead can ward off illusions. The 8 treasure rotating mechanism and the 27 decisive mechanisms are also among the myriad techniques covered, spanning from the principles of creation and destruction to the intricacies of mechanical devices. It is akin to a comprehensive notebook of the tomb raiding celestial. Legends even suggest that the techniques of Honeycomb Mountain and the art of moving mountains and filling seas, practiced by later generations, originated from the craft of the tomb raiders, gradually evolving into their own elaborate systems. Zhang Weishan possessed some knowledge of the craft of the tomb raiders. His ancestor, Zhang Sanlian had once owned a copy, a legacy passed down through generations. It is said that the tomb raiding celestial possessed a copy for personal reference, exchanging insights upon meeting to fill in gaps in their knowledge. The volume in Zhang Sanlian's possession was the last of its kind. Even upon his passing, he could not gather the golden talisman to locate the tomb raiding seal. Consequently, he took the sole remaining craft of the tomb raiders with him to the grave, leaving behind a testament of ancestral wisdom. If in the future someone were to discover the Fakyu seal, they could open the ancient tomb and retrieve the Fakyu craftsmanship record, thereby reviving the illustrious reputation of the Fakyu celestial officials. However, until the era of Zhang Weishan, no one had successfully located the Fakyu seal. Even if it were found, it would merely be regarded as an antiquity, likely subject to confiscation. To his astonishment, after traversing to this new realm, the system rewarded him with a volume of his own. The revival of the Fakyu lineage was now within reach. Hope glimmered in Zhang Weishan's eyes. He quickly stepped outside, eager to witness the impending show. Shen Wan's voice resonated from beyond. Zhang Weishan replied affirmatively, suppressing his excitement as he made his way out. Observing his heightened emotions, Boss Shun assumed something was amiss and hurried to offer comfort. "Come now, why are you looking so teary-eyed, big man? Did the old Mu and his crew cast you aside? Rest assured, if they fail to recognize your worth, you can stay here with me. With your skills, fortune will undoubtedly follow. Once you amass wealth, I shall help you find a bride. Life will be delightful." "What are you talking about, Dad? The archaeology team is quite fond of Zhang Weishan." Shenwan interjected hurriedly. "Moreover, old Mu has even invited him to lead the Warring States tomb project. I just hope he accepts. Regardless, he has caught the attention of the archaeology team, so you should refrain from hindering his progress. Perhaps it's time to recruit another assistant." Upon hearing this, Boss Shun was elated and exclaimed, "Seriously? Zhang Weishan, you are destined to soar like a phoenix. Just remember not to forget my kindness when you rise to greatness. Without further ado, it will be delightful to promote my business as well. This establishment has been dormant for nearly a decade." Zhang Weishan chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, as Boss Shin still relished in jest. Nevertheless, he harbored genuine gratitude for this father-daughter duo. However, once tonight and Oppos, as program commences, it is likely that the entire archaeological community will be stirred. Consequently, he may have to depart from this place, which has provided him with warmth akin to that of home. Chapter 77. The Announcement of the Warring States Tomb Plan. It has begun, Shenwan exclaimed with palpable excitement. The live broadcast had commenced, and the momentous occasion for the archaeological community to unveil significant news had finally arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Without further ado, let us delve straight into the matter at hand. This evening, we have two important announcements to make. The first pertains to the upcoming arrangements for the excavation at the Zhangjiao Ancient Tower. The second announcement is the unveiling of the Warring States Tomb Plan. The first announcement will be presented by Yun Yun, while the second will be entrusted to team leader Chenwen. Before Yun Yun could finish her statement, the live chat erupted in a frenzy. Countless comments flowed in rapidly, creating a dazzling spectacle. The majority of the comments, it seemed, were centered around the second announcement. In contrast to the Zhangjiao Ancient Tower, it was clear that more individuals were eager to learn about this so-called Warring States Tomb Plan. What is this Warring States Tomb Plan? Come on, dear, stop keeping us in suspense. Indeed, last night in bed, you didn't mention it like this. A bunch of keyboard warriors. Have you ever seen the real Yin Yin? I have. Seriously, dreaming of my wife while staring at her? Such a fascination with mature women. Can you believe it? Even now, with such pressing matters, there are those who still wish to claim my wife. I just want to know what the Warring States Tomb Plan entails. Could it be that the archaeological team has discovered a Warring States tomb? Surely, such a serious announcement is not warranted without substantial evidence. Indeed, the gravity of this official announcement suggests that this Warring States tomb is of great significance. Dear wife, do enlighten us about the situation regarding the Warring States tomb. As Yun Yun observed the live broadcast room ablaze with excitement, she could only respond with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain patient. Team Leader Chen will provide an introduction to the Warring States Tomb project shortly. For now, I will announce the excavation arrangements for the Zhang family ancient tower. According to the research conducted by the Archaeological Institute and discussions with relevant authorities, the following decisions have been made. The Zhang family ancient tower excavation team will completely withdraw within 2 days, and the vicinity of the ancient tower will be handed over to the relevant departments for lockdown. During this period, a security team will be stationed to oversee the area. All excavation activities at the Zhang family ancient tower are hereby suspended. This is a well-understood necessity, as conditions within the tower are perilous and complex, and our current archaeological techniques are insufficient to address them. Therefore, we shall temporarily cease operations and await a more opportune moment for future endeavors. Furthermore, we caution those with ulterior motives to refrain from casting their gaze upon the Zhang family ancient tower. Should any outsiders approach, warning shots will be fired. Those who disregard this warning will face immediate consequences. Goodness, is it truly that stringent? Am I allowed to pass by? Never mind, I shall refrain from passing. I wish to live a few more years. I support the decision of the archaeological team. After all, living brings hope. Is this truly a surrender? One and oppose. The items inside deteriorate if left for another 2 years. Within the live broadcast room, there were both supporters and dissenters. However, the official decision had been made, and it was evident that it would not be altered due to the opinions of a handful of netizens. Next, team leader Chun will introduce the Warring States Tomb Project. Yunyan said with a smile as she handed the live broadcast to Chunwen. Chunwen appeared to have made ample preparations, looking into the camera as she began. First and foremost, I must apologize. The Warring States Tomb Project has been in existence for quite some time, but it is only today that we make it public. As many of you are aware, certain foreign entities have shown excessive interest in our archaeological endeavors in China, which is why this information was kept under strict confidentiality until now. However, we are now ready to unveil the project, as we have adequately prepared to initiate the Warring States Tomb Project. Allow me to elaborate on the entirety of this project, Chun Wen continued. Almost simultaneously, the entire live stream fell into a hushed silence, as countless viewers listened intently to Chun Wen's explanation. Even Shun Wan and Zhang Weishan, who had previously heard the details, found themselves compelled to listen again. The Warring States Tomb Project comprises 2 components, the impetus and the plan. According to Chun Wan, the impetus stemmed from an archaeological team's discovery of an ancient tomb. 2 years ago, the archaeological field in China was not as fervent as it is today. Numerous ancient tombs across the country had fallen victim to illicit excavations by foreign agents. It was during that period that a nationwide initiative for the protective excavation of ancient tombs was launched. A team led by 3 esteemed archaeology professors uncovered a tomb in a mountain range known as Zhelongpan in the mainland. This tomb, while not particularly large, was comparable in size to those of ancient landowners' burial sites. However, the numerous scrolls unearthed within astonished the archaeological team. Upon deciphering the information contained in these artifacts, they uncovered an immense secret that has remained classified since its discovery, only to be revealed today. The information deciphered by the team indicates that this ancient tomb dates back to the Warring States period. Although the tomb itself is not particularly large, the identity of its occupant is of great significance. This individual was a military strategist, geomancer, and advisor during the Warring States era. While details about this person are vague, the records narrate a conspiracy he orchestrated in his time. He was tasked with finding an auspicious burial site for his master, one that promised eternal life. However, after interring his master, he usurped the tomb for his own use, seeking immortality for himself. Of course, the notion of eternal life was merely a figment of ancient imagination and should not be taken literally. Nevertheless, the documentation of this incident lends it a degree of credibility. This tomb serves as the ceremonial burial site for this individual. Subsequently, the archaeological team, utilizing these records alongside geographical data from the Warring States period, eventually discovered clues near Ghost Mountain, which are suspected to belong to the tomb of his master. The team undertook 2 expeditions to investigate, yet suffered catastrophic losses with none returning alive. They only managed to ascertain that the area is fraught with peril, claiming the lives of those who ventured close. further complicating the excavation of the Warring States tomb project, which has been delayed until this day. The announcement has been made because we have successfully found a suitable individual to lead the Warring States tomb project. Concurrently, as I reveal this information, the project has already commenced. We will conduct a 3-day selection process, open exclusively to students from the Archaeological Institute. The list of selected participants will be unveiled in 3 days, marking the official start of the archaeological activities associated with the Warring States tomb project. Now, I shall disclose the name of the project leader. As Chunwon stood up, preparing to broadcast the live feed, the chat room erupted with excitement. The Warring States tomb project is astonishing. Such intrigue existed during the Warring States period. I feel like I am oppose. Hinder my seniors. This ancient tomb is perilous. Who could possibly take on the role of leader? Has the production team truly found a master? I don an oppose. Tino, but it seems only a master could lead this expedition. Indeed, without a master at the helm, others might well be doomed. Alas, I have a sinking feeling this will end in tragedy. By the way, have you all truly found the master? The chat room suddenly began to reminisce about the legendary Fa Qiuzhong. Chunwon also wished to invite him as the leader, but without any means to locate him, what could she do? Moreover, the choice of the leader had been firmly established by Mu Lao, leaving her with no alternatives but to announce the truth. On the live screen, a photograph and a few words suddenly appeared. Warring States tomb project leader, Zhang Weishan. Chapter 78. Zhang Weishan leads the archaeological team into the tomb. Zhang Weishan? Who on earth is that? No way, it's this kid. Calm down upstairs. Could someone please enlighten me on who Zhang Weishan is? Wow, he is my classmate. Impressive. Wait, your classmate is named Zhang Weishan? Yes, exactly. But hold on. My classmate is a girl, and she works at a medical school. Are you really sending a woman to be the leader? Huh, you must be mistaken. That's just a coincidence of names. Oh, my apologies, I misread it. My classmate's name is Zhang Weishan. Sorry. Are you here to amuse us? Huh, Zhang Weishan, you crack me up. Chunwon laughed heartily, clutching his stomach, leaving Zhang Weishan beside him feeling quite embarrassed. What a coincidence to share a name and find oneself in a live broadcast. You become a team leader now. That's impressive. Make sure to tell everyone that you've made it through my tutelage, Chunwon remarked with a grin. Zhang Weishan nodded with a smile. Among those in the live stream, there were many newcomers and several others who had never watched the broadcast before, thus they were unfamiliar with Zhang Weishan's identity. However, with explanations from others, it didn't take long for everyone to learn who he was. Yet, knowing his identity didn't change much. Many still held reservations about his capabilities. Isn't this a bit rash? Although Zhang Weishan possesses considerable skill and is reputed to be an expert in antique appraisal, is it truly appropriate for him to lead the team? Indeed, merely gazing at the photograph evokes the impression of a playful puppy. Entrusting him with leadership may well leave him seeking the comfort of an elder sister's embrace. The archaeological team has been rather hasty in their decision. That location is fraught with danger, and it would be prudent to consider a more esteemed expert. Without a doubt, the suggestion to appoint a more distinguished individual is warranted, and we share the sentiment. I too champion the cause of the esteemed expert. Chunwon, well aware of such circumstances, chuckled softly. I regret to inform you that the selection of Mr. Zhang Weishan was a well-considered decision from the Archaeological Institute. Even if you were to rally 108 supporters, it would prove futile. She continued, moreover, Mr. Zhang possesses considerable expertise. The Archaeological Institute's endorsement of him is not without justification. That concludes my remarks. The identities of the other team members will be revealed in 3 days, she announced. This will also mark the commencement of the Warring States tomb project. I kindly ask everyone to anticipate this with great interest. Thank you. With that, Chunwon exited the live broadcast, and Yun swiftly took over. Chunwon turned to Zhang Weishan, poised to speak, when suddenly, she received a phone call. After hanging up, she sighed in resignation. Sister Yun has requested me to join the live stream as a guest. When my father returns, we shall prepare a sumptuous feast for Mr. Zhang as a farewell gesture. Indeed, Shun's father nodded, taken aback by the evident care his daughter was showing. Observing their interactions over the past few days, It was clear that their relationship had blossomed. Reflecting on Zhang Weishan's impending departure, Shun and Appo's father felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. Although your return has been brief, you are quite endearing. I have never had a son in my life, and I truly regard you as one. Well then, I shall go purchase some snacks to accompany our drinks. Let's enjoy a couple of glasses together. With that, Boss Shun rose and stepped outside. Zhang Weishan smiled as he surveyed the shelves in the shop, filled with items that had languished unsold for months. He felt a pang of reluctance. There's a saying, alone in a foreign land, I feel the ache of homesickness even more during festive times. The past is irretrievable, yet the present Boss Shun and Shun want to become akin to family for him. Suddenly, the ringtone of Zhang Weishan's mobile phone echoed, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from old Mu. Mr. Zhang, we shall commence the selection of archaeological team members tomorrow. Do you have any specific requirements? None, Zhang Weishan replied, but after a moment in Appo's thought, he added, it would be best to select some clever and obedient individuals. Additionally, how is Professor Li faring? Professor Li? He is recuperating in hospital. The expedition to the Zhang family ancient tower has been quite a blow to him. His student, Xiao Zhang, has been attending to him. Will that Xiao Zhang be participating? Zhang Weishan inquired. Mr. Zhang, are you? Old Mu hesitated, uncertain whether Zhang Weishan wished for him to attend. He is quite capable. I hope he will join us. Zhang Weishan stated plainly. Xiao Zhang bears a Qilin tattoo. He is inherently suited for the role of a tomb raider. It would be a great pity to miss this opportunity. Understood. I shall make the arrangements at once. Old Mu hurriedly hung up the phone. Zhang Weishan, keen on nurturing young Zhang, naturally wished to keep him close for observation. Meanwhile, old Mu, with his meticulous nature, had already grasped much of the situation. He felt a surge of excitement and promptly arranged for someone to replace young Zhang's position. Old Mu, what good fortune do you have this time? Old Chun inquired with a smile. Old Mu stroked his beard and replied, you remember young Zhang, don't you? Mr. Zhang has taken a liking to him. Indeed, it is splendid news. With Mr. Zhang's capabilities and resources, if he decides to mentor young Zhang, our archaeological institute might just gain a future luminary. Furthermore, should they flourish in their careers, Mr. Zhang would be intrinsically linked to our archaeological community. That old fellow Gao is bound to miss out this time. Haha. Old Chun, upon hearing this, was equally exhilarated. However, little did they know that at that moment, old Gao was nearly beside himself with rage. He had first rushed to Shihu City, only to find nothing. Upon hearing that Zhang Weishan had gone to the archaeological site, he hurried there overnight. Yet, just as he arrived, he learned that Zhang Weishan had already returned. At that very moment, he had just disembarked from the plane, making his way toward Zhang Weishan. Half an hour later, in the shop, Zhang Weishan and Boss Shun sat at the table, both having consumed copious amounts of liquor, especially as Boss Shun held Zhang Weishan's hand, chattering incessantly. Young Zhang, look at all these goods in the shop. Do you think I, Boss Shun, am not worried about food and clothing? Even if I have a plethora of items, they simply won't sell, and I am quite anxious. After much effort in nurturing such an exceptional daughter, I certainly do not wish to hinder her progress. Xiao Zhang, has Boss Shun troubled you in any way? This time, you must lend me your assistance. Zhang Weishan was taken aback, realizing that the pretense of drinking was merely a guise, while the true intention was to exploit his goodwill. Boss Shun, if my salary is reduced any further, I shall be left with nothing. Nonsense. Who would dare to lower your wages? I would rather increase them. Boss Shun retorted. I have but one request. As he spoke, Boss Shun produced his phone and directed it toward Zhang Weishan. For the next 3 days, I require the use of your visage. I intend to host a live stream to sell products, using your face. Zhang Weishan was utterly bewildered. What did it mean to use one's face? Fear not, you need not do anything out of the ordinary. Just carry on as you usually would. I will live stream and occasionally capture your image, if you catch my drift. Boss Shun chuckled. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weishan began to comprehend Boss Shun's intentions. Under normal circumstances, he would dismiss such a request from anyone else. But given that Boss Shun had treated him kindly and possessed a rather playful disposition, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems my kindness has not been in vain. Let's give it a try. With a hint of inebriation, Boss Shun initiated the live stream. However, at that moment, a knock resonated through the air, followed by a voice. Is Mr. Zhang Weishan present? I am Gao Mingyang, and I would appreciate the opportunity to speak with Mr. Zhang. Gao Mingyang? Who might that be? Boss Shun was momentarily taken aback, yet Zhang Weishan recognized the name. He had heard Shun Wan's introduction. Gao Mingyang was indeed a prominent figure in the biological realm, the venerable Gao himself. To his surprise, he was truly persistent and had actually come seeking him. Chapter 79. Professor Gao's invitation shocks the entire internet. Boss Shin set his phone aside to open the door, having forgotten that the live stream was already active. Although this was his inaugural broadcast and the audience was sparse, the platform provides special support for novice streamers. For instance, a minimal level of promotion is granted, allowing a select number of viewers to tune in. If the streamer can captivate these viewers, the platform will subsequently increase traffic support. Otherwise, the momentum will dwindle. Thus, as soon as Boss Shun commences live stream, nearly 100 viewers gradually entered the room. Who are you? Upon opening the shop's door, Boss Shun was taken aback to find an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 70s, standing at the threshold. His face bore the marks of a weary traveler, yet his spirit was remarkably vibrant. May I inquire if Professor Zhang Weishan is present? I am here to seek him, the elder said hurriedly, producing his business card. Upon glancing at the card, Boss Shun was momentarily stunned. You are Professor Gao, the eminent Gao Mingyang from the field of biology. What a coincidence. My daughter, Shen Wan, is an archaeologist, and Chen Wan is her mentor. Professor Gao was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, That's wonderful. Mr. Zhang is here with you. I urgently need to speak with him. Please come in. Boss Shun eagerly ushered him inside. As soon as they entered the shop, Professor Gao and Oppo's eyes fell upon Zhang Weishan, and his expression ignited with excitement. Zhang Weishan felt somewhat embarrassed, as he had not anticipated that even those from the biological realm would be drawn to him. Elder Gao, brimming with excitement, stepped forward to scrutinize Zhang Weishan, akin to selecting a son-in-law. Elder Gao, what brings you here? Zhang Weishan inquired, feeling uncomfortable under the intense gaze. Marvelous. At such a young age, to possess such profound expertise in archaeology and biology, you are indeed a rare gem. Elder Gao exclaimed. Mr. Zhang, you must be aware of my intentions. Feel free to state any conditions. I shall fulfill them all, provided that you join our biological community. Elder Gao was direct and unambiguous. Nearby, Boss Shun was taken aback and hastily interjected, Professor Gao, it seems you have arrived a bit late. Zhang Weishan has already been invited to lead a project concerning the Warring States tomb. However, unbeknownst to them, Professor Gao was unfazed. He waved his hand dismissively. What Warring States tomb project? We are all sensible individuals here. Let's not engage in euphemisms. That is merely a plan for self-destruction. I am aware that 3 archaeological professors previously ventured to that tomb site, and none returned. You are still so young, Mr. Zhang. Why risk such an adventure? Elder Gao turned to Zhang Weishan, emphasizing the need for self-preservation. It is well known that I am particularly concerned for the well-being of the youth. If only Mr. Zhang would consent to join our biological community, I would guarantee it with my reputation. A complete house is being generously gifted, and assistance with securing a job for one's spouse is also offered. In that moment, the few netizens present in Boss Shun's live stream couldn't help but feel a pang of envy upon hearing such enticing conditions. What kind of job is so remarkable that it is still seeking candidates? Indeed, sir, do you think I would be suitable? I am young and robust, ready to cater to a wealthy lady. Sir, are you blind? This is Gao Mingyang, a distinguished professor in the field of biology. Are you joking? How could the biological community have fallen to such a state, broadcasting in such a small live stream? I am unsure, but he is undoubtedly Professor Gao. I am a student in the biological sciences. Nonsense. A friend of mine is also from the biology department. I'll call her over to confirm. The viewers in the live stream eagerly rushed to bring in more people, and the popularity of the stream continued to rise. Professor Gao exuded confidence, chuckling as he spoke. While it is true that the field of archaeology requires dedicated individuals, A promising talent like yours should not be subjected to such risks. Mr. Zhang, perhaps you should reconsider? Zhang Weishan, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, I appreciate Professor Gao's kind intentions, but I am currently unmarried. Being unmarried is not a problem. We have an abundance of female students in our biology department. Professor Gao continued earnestly. Isn't they're saying, when seeking a spouse, there are two places to look, the archaeology department, known for its fierce women, and the biology department, where one can bring their parents along. Once you arrive at our biology department, you can simply bring your parents to help you choose. I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. The number of female students in the School of Biology surpasses that of the archaeology department by tenfold each year. My dear fellow, one cannot remain single solely based on merit. Zhang Weishan felt increasingly awkward as he listened. Indeed, Gao Lao's recruitment tactics were as legendary as rumored. He had previously heard Shunwan mention that once Gao Lao set his sights on a talent, there was no one he could not entice away. The conditions offered were nearly impossible to refuse for any capable individual. Had Zhang Weishan not traversed through time, he might have genuinely been tempted. However, he was acutely aware of the weighty responsibility resting upon his shoulders as the appointed guardian of the tomb, making it inconceivable for him to settle into the School of Biology. Gao Lao, I truly cannot accept your offer. Please do take your leave. At this moment, the viewership of the live broadcast surged dramatically. Many viewers who had initially been in the official archaeology live stream to watch Shun were drawn over. What on earth? It's Zhang Weishan again. Even Gao Lao is trying to recruit him. What on earth is so special about this individual? I have no idea. I don't even know him. Wasn't he the one who identified that red venomous snake earlier? How come I don't enjoy such treatment? Both the archaeology and biology fields are after him. That's impressive. Zhang Weishan is incredibly arrogant, outright rejecting the offer. What kind of family background does he have? The discussion in the live chat was fervent. Even Shun Wan, who was a guest in the official archaeology livestream, was taken aback. Gao Lao, however, remained oblivious to all this. He clearly had no intention of giving up, smiling as he continued. You are truly resolute, Zhang Weishan remarked with a smile. Speak your desires. I reiterate, I shall not be stingy with what I can provide. I lack nothing. I merely wish to behold the tomb of the warring states. Gao Lao replied, his tone apologetic yet firm. Forgive me, but I cannot sway your decision. Gao Mingyang, witnessing Zhang Weishan's unwavering refusal, resorted to obstinacy. I am indifferent. Someone of your caliber ought to join our biological society. If you do not acquiesce today, I shall remain here indefinitely. With that, Gao Lao seated himself, determined to persist. Zhang Weishan, observing this, chuckled. Suit yourself, Mr. Shun. I shall take my leave for a moment. With that, he turned to ascend the stairs. This scene ignited a flurry of reactions in the live stream. Wow, Zhang Weishan is incredibly arrogant, treating Gao Lao this way. I see nothing wrong. If he has no interest in the biological society, why must he join? Indeed, he has already agreed to partake in the Warring States Tomb project. By the way, is this how Gao Lao recruits people? This is hilarious. Gao Lao is notoriously shameless in his recruitment. Did you not know? Haha, this is quite the show. The live stream erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, Gao Lao, realizing that Zhang Weishan was impervious to both coaxing and coercion, felt a pang of despair. He quickly rose and obstructed Zhang Weishan's path. All right. You truly are a stubborn mule. Let me be candid. I never expected to entice you into the biological academy. However, you must assist me, at the very least, serve as a consultant. In the future, whenever I encounter confusion, I shall seek your guidance. Zhang Weishan was taken aback, but smiled and nodded. This is quite agreeable. Learning and exchanging ideas is perfectly natural. That is more like it. Very well then, I shall take my leave. Do perform admirably. It would be best if you do not meet your end in the Warring States tomb, for otherwise, I shall have to confront old Mu with great fervor. With that, Professor Gao unexpectedly turned to depart. Truly, he was a person of character, never one to procrastinate in his endeavors. Chapter 80, Mr. Shun and Oppos. Sales personnel establish rules amidst doubts as Zhang Weishan watched the elderly Gao depart. He returned to his own quarters. Mr. Shun gazed at Zhang Weishan's retreating figure, his heart filled with a sense of reflection. The first time he laid eyes on the young man, he sensed an inexplicable gravitas emanating from him. It was as if, despite his youth, he had traversed countless experiences, imbued with an aura of historical depth. This impression resonated profoundly with the nature of the business he was engaged in, prompting him to kindly bring the youth into his fold. To his astonishment, the young man proved to be extraordinary, now becoming a sought-after figure in both the biological and archaeological realms. It appeared that the success of his enterprise would heavily rely on him. Suddenly, Mr. Shen recalled that he was still live-streaming. He dashed back to find himself utterly flabbergasted. The entire live-stream had erupted into a frenzy. His popularity had skyrocketed to the second highest, surpassed only by the official archaeological channel. Countless netizens flooded the chat with inquiries. Mr. Shun, was that just now Zhang Weishan? Indeed, it certainly looked like him. What do you mean looked like? That was Zhang Weishan. Clearly, you haven't been keeping up with the recent news, Mr. Shun is the father of Shun Wan. No way is that true. Dad, I am your long-lost son-in-law. Dad, I'm your son-in-law. Dad, don't listen to them. I have already pledged my life to Xiao Wan. Mr. Shen felt quite embarrassed, but soon noticed that someone in the live chat was inquiring about the nature of his establishment. At present, I find myself running an antique shop, with Zhang Weishan as my partner. I have proclaimed myself a conscientious businessman, and to my surprise, we have indeed managed to sell a considerable number of items in a remarkably short span of time. During this period, Shun Wan concluded his guest appearance in the official archaeological livestream. Upon descending, he was astonished to discover his father selling goods on live broadcast. However, seeing the considerable number of viewers in the livestream, he promptly made his exit. This occasional appearance inadvertently heightened the popularity of Shun's livestream. The night unfolded, and it remains uncertain until what hour they were engaged. In any case, Zhang Weishan could not help but chuckle upon hearing Shun and Appo's as father slumbering. In the subsequent 2 days, Shun's father sporadically hosted live streams, with sales steadily increasing to the extent that the delivery personnel had to remain in the shop throughout the entire day. Shun's father refrained from overly indulging his daughter and Zhang Weishan, allowing them only brief appearances. However, they underestimated the influence of online viewers. On the 3rd day, a viewer managed to locate their shop, leaving Shun Wan reluctant to leave his room for the entire day. Zhang Weishan, on the other hand, displayed no airs. He tirelessly engaged in selling and presenting the merchandise. As the 4th day arrived, finally, Mr. Mu's call came through, informing Zhang Weishan that the selection of archaeological team members had been finalized. He would soon dispatch a helicopter to collect him. Thus, that evening, Zhang Weishan bid farewell to Shun Wan and Shun's father, embarking on the helicopter destined for the campsite. As he was about to leave, he noticed an unmistakable reluctance in the eyes of Shun Wan and the other individual. Having spent such a considerable amount of time together, it was only natural that he felt a profound attachment to them. Yet, each person is destined to follow their own path. After all gatherings in this world must eventually come to an end. Moreover, Shun Wan is a student at the Archaeological Institute, and there may yet be opportunities for them to reunite in the future. The aircraft that arrived was a military helicopter dispatched by Captain Qin. The archaeological work at Zhang's ancient tower had reached a temporary conclusion, and Captain Qin had been reassigned as the head of the security team for the Warring States Tomb project. Given his extensive experience, which made him uniquely qualified to address the safety concerns associated with this undertaking. On board the helicopter, a staff member presented Zhang Weishan with detailed documentation. Although Elder Mu had previously provided considerable insight into the specifics of the Warring States Tomb project, he had not disclosed the exact location of the tomb discovered by the archaeological team. The materials Zhang Weishan received contained precise geographical coordinates marking the site, known as Ghost Mountain. He observed that the area was indeed desolate, nestled deep within a mountain range. However, it was situated within the borders of Huaxia, surrounded by numerous large cities, which would facilitate logistical support. The base camp was established at the foot of the nearest mountain, allowing for a swift arrival within half an hour at most. In addition to this information, there was a list of personnel presumably determined by the archaeological team for the Warring States Tomb project. To Zhang Weishan's surprise, he noted that he remained the team leader. while the blank spaces below had been filled in with names. Astonishingly, the lead professor was none other than Chunwen. This revelation took him by surprise. Typically, the conclusion of an archaeological site would afford the team leader and professors a moment of respite to organize the information gathered from the excavation of the ancient tombs. Unexpectedly, Chunwen was also present this time. Following this was a list of several team members, prominently featuring Xiao Zhang. However, Zhang Weishan found it peculiar, as Xiao Zhang and Appo's name appeared as such rather than his given name. This intrigued him. He wondered why this individual did not use his own name. Surely, the archaeological team should be aware of his true identity. With no answers to his queries, Zhang Weishan resolved to seek clarification once they arrived at the camp. This young talent was indeed worth his attention. Aside from the few familiar names, the others were all noted as graduates from the Archaeological Institute, each boasting a minimum of 2 excavations of ancient tombs. Clearly, the archaeology field had invested significantly in this endeavor. The helicopter swiftly transported Zhang Weishan to the camp, and upon disembarking, it was already past 9 in the evening. Yet, the camp was ablaze with lights, with many individuals gathered in the square, seemingly there to welcome him. This made Zhang Weishan feel somewhat bashful. "Welcome, Team Leader Zhang," Chunwen exclaimed as he stepped off the helicopter. Immediate applause erupted. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zhang Weishan gestured for them to refrain. However, Chunwen smiled and replied, "It is our honor to collaborate with someone of Mr. Zhang's caliber. I am about to announce an important message. According to the decision of the Archaeological Institute, from the moment Mr. Zhang enters the camp, he will be entirely responsible for the affairs of this Warring States tomb project. Everyone must adhere to Mr. Zhang's directives. Any defiance will result in immediate expulsion from the archaeological team. Those who have objections may leave now." Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, including Captain Qin, who appeared somewhat surprised. "Does this include our security team, Leader Chun?" Captain Qin inquired. "Indeed it does," Leader Chun affirmed. As a military man, Captain Qin, though puzzled, offered no further protest and simply acknowledged the command. Meanwhile, the other members of the archaeological team began to whisper among themselves. Although Zhang Weishan had recently gained considerable notoriety, delegating full responsibility to him, with an expectation of unquestioning obedience, seemed excessively stringent. It was well known that during Leader Chunwen's tenure, while she held authority, certain matters could still be discussed. Why, then, under Zhang Weishan's leadership, was there no room for negotiation? Was it to be that should he command them to peril, they would be obliged to comply? Before long, a voice of dissent arose. A particularly promising member of the archaeological team questioned, "Professor Chun, isn't this somewhat hasty? While Mr. Zhang is undoubtedly formidable, we are uncertain of his experience in archaeological sites. Must we follow his every command blindly? If a danger arises and he chooses to flee, are we to await our demise without recourse?" Chapter 81: The Secret Behind Xiao Zhang's Fox Mask. Indeed, Professor Chun, could this not be deemed somewhat hasty? We harbor no dissent. Rather, as a collective, it is only natural that we address any issues in advance. Is it not? Precisely, Professor. Our faith in Zhang Weishan is unwavering, yet certain matters undoubtedly require clarification. Do they not? A multitude of voices echoed with skepticism. In truth, Chunwen herself could not fathom why such arrangements had been made from above. However, this was an order issued directly by Elder Mu, and she found herself unable to contravene it. Moreover, Zhang Weishan had certainly left a favorable impression on her. Her trust in him was substantial, yet others were understandably more dubious. "You are correct. We are indeed a collective. Since you have raised your queries, I shall provide you with an answer. This is a regulation established by the Archaeology Institute, and I possess no authority to question its rationale. Thus, I am unable to disclose the reasons. However, you are mandated to comply. As I have stated before, those who cannot accept this may depart at once. You remain students of the Archaeology Institute, but should you choose to disregard Mr. Zhang's instructions once we embark, not only will you face expulsion from the archaeological team, but also dismissal from the Archaeology Institute. Let us be clear. You must make your decision within a minute. Those with objections may step forward." Chunwen articulated her stance with clarity. Though the students of the Archaeology Institute were filled with confusion, they reflected on the arduous journey they had undertaken to participate in the Warring States Tomb project. At this juncture, to relinquish their opportunity would indeed be a lamentable loss. Ultimately, no one emerged. Chen Wen, without further ado, turned to Zhang Weishan and said, "Captain Zhang, the personnel have assembled, and the preliminary departure time is set for tomorrow noon. Should there be any issues, please feel free to inform me directly. Tomorrow morning, we will conduct the final information sharing before departure." Zhang Weishan nodded, indicating that he had nothing to add. Observing this, Chen Wen refrained from unnecessary conversation and promptly instructed the team members to take the opportunity to rest. Subsequently, she led Zhang Weishan to her tent. The conditions within the tent were relatively satisfactory, and a table had been prepared specifically for Zhang Weishan. However, as it was merely for one night's stay, he was not overly concerned about such matters. "Mr. Zhang, it's Xiao Zhang." Suddenly, a voice called from outside the tent. Zhang Weishan was taken aback. It was rather unusual for Xiao Zhang to seek him out directly. Though he had a keen interest in this individual, his initiative felt somewhat peculiar. "Mr. Zhang, Professor Chen sent me. He mentioned that the materials for tomorrow's sharing should be reviewed by you first." Xiao Zhang explained. "All right, come in." Zhang Weishan nodded, already comprehending the situation. It seemed that when he had mentioned Xiao Zhang to Old Mu, they had understood his intentions, thus delegating the task of delivering the materials to him. This arrangement suited Zhang Weishan well, as it afforded him the opportunity to observe Xiao Zhang closely. As the tent opened, a young man entered. Upon seeing him, Zhang Weishan recognized him as the Xiao Zhang he had previously encountered during the live broadcast. The young man was slender and possessed delicate features, which made him appear rather unfit for the field of archaeology. Yet, by a twist of fate, he truly became a member of the Archaeological Institute. "Mr. Zhang, here are the documents. I shall take my leave now." Xiao Zhang placed the materials down and turned to depart. Zhang Weishan hastily gestured for him to wait. "What is your real name?" Zhang Weishan inquired, his gaze sweeping over the young man. "Real name?" Xiao Zhang paused, a hint of bitterness in his voice. "I've forgotten. Everyone just calls me Xiao Zhang." Do you know what the tattoo on your body signifies?" Zhang Weishan asked. Yet, Xiao Zhang shook his head once more. Observing the young man's sorrowful expression, Zhang Weishan realized he had truly forgotten. He refrained from pressing further. Prompting an amnesiac to recall past events would undoubtedly be a painful endeavor. Furthermore, given Xiao Zhang's youth, it was possible that those memories were filled with anguish, and perhaps it was for the best that he could not remember. As long as he possessed a good nature and was a promising individual, that was sufficient. Xiao Zhang soon departed, and Zhang Weishan had gleaned a modest understanding of him. In the realm of feng shui, besides seeking dragons and locating burial sites, there are also methods of physiognomy and bone examination. Although these techniques may stem from experience, they can still provide insight into a person's character. Thus far, Xiao Zhang had left a rather favorable impression on him. Zhang Weishan retracted his thoughts and began to peruse the materials Xiao Zhang had delivered. Most of it consisted of photographs and annotations. The first document was titled Warring States Tomb Archaeological Data, presumably concerning the initial excavation of that Warring States tomb by the archaeological team. It is precisely due to this ancient tomb that they came to know of the existence of a grand burial site from the Warring States period. The photograph captures the scene of an archaeological team excavating this ancient grave. The tomb is modest in size, containing a single coffin. Upon opening it, they were astonished to find a multitude of items wrapped in cowhide paper. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that it contained numerous scrolls and documents. Among them was an ancient text akin to a diary, which prominently detailed the tomb owner's scheme to usurp another's nest, reminiscent of the fable of the magpie and the dove. Zhang Weishan was not particularly intrigued by these findings. However, he soon discovered that one of the photographs captured a pure gold mask. The craftsmanship of the mask was exquisite, lifelike, resembling a fox. Indeed, it was the fox mask. Upon seeing this mask, Zhang Weishan felt an inkling of understanding. Yet, he was perplexed, for the fox mask depicted in the photograph was found within the coffin. While his memories from a previous life suggested that the mask belonged to the ancient corpse, Could it be that there are two fox masks in this world? And might there be a connection between the two? Pondering this, Zhang Weishan leaned closer to examine the photograph. Upon closer scrutiny, he was jolted, for he discerned that the patterns on the fox mask resembled a map. However, this map was incomplete, indicating a particular location. At the terminus of the route, there was a faint symbol resembling a key. It seemed that the fox mask concealed a significant secret. On the other fox mask, could there not also be a hidden secret? Zhang Weishan was astonished. This was indeed a remarkable discovery. Unfortunately, the mask was merely a photograph, and many areas were obscured by lighting issues, rendering it difficult to ascertain the location of the treasure. Zhang Weishan set the photograph aside, his mind already formulating plans. The night passed in silence. The following morning, everyone rose early and gathered together. Meanwhile, Chunwen had made several copies of the information she had provided to Zhang Weishan the previous night, distributing them among the members of the archaeological team for their perusal. These were all crucial clues that the team members needed to memorize. As noon approached, the live broadcast was set to commence, signaling their imminent departure. Zhang Weishan stood outside the tent, gazing at the verdant peaks of the pine trees before him, feeling a sense of unease. He sensed that something ominous might transpire. He quickly closed his eyes and began to perform a ritual, drawing upon the feng shui records found in the yin-yang diagram, aligning them with the current time and the surrounding information to initiate a divination. However, moments later, his expression changed dramatically. He gestured for Captain Sheen, who was nearby, to approach. "Mr. Zhang, what is it?" Captain Sheen inquired, noting Zhang Weishan's grave demeanor. Without wasting words, Zhang Weishan replied, "Inform Professor Chun that the departure time has been postponed by 3 days. It is too perilous to ascend the mountain now, and I have other arrangements to make." Chapter 82. The reasons for the delay in departure spark outrage indeed. Captain Sheen did not hesitate and promptly notified Chunwen. Chunwen chose not to make a fuss about the matter. Instead, she fabricated an excuse to leave the tent and sought out Zhang Weishan directly. "Captain Zhang, what are your plans?" Chunwen inquired directly, bypassing any questions regarding the reason for the postponed departure. Given that Mu Lao and his associates had entrusted their authority to Zhang Weishan, Chunwen naturally held a great deal of confidence in him. Zhang Weishan pondered for a moment before responding. "Firstly, I require a scanning diagram of the golden fox mask, and the clearer, the better. Secondly, I need 1,000 pigs in heat, with 100 sows and the remainder being boars. Thirdly, we need to alter our route temporarily to visit another location. Lastly, we must prepare black donkey hooves. I will provide you with the materials and methods to follow." Chunwen was taken aback upon hearing this. The first and third points were somewhat acceptable. Perhaps Zhang Weishan had a plan. However, what was the purpose of the second and fourth points? Why so many pigs? Furthermore, what relevance did black donkey hooves have to archaeology? Were they to be used for some sort of culinary endeavor? "Mr. Zhang, I am rather perplexed." Chunwen expressed her confusion. Zhang Weishan gazed at the distant peaks and stated, "We shall depart in 3 days. During these 3 days, there is much to accomplish. All the pigs must be transported to the mountain by noon tomorrow. They should be taken to the location where the 3 professors disappeared, with soldiers stationed outside to ensure the pigs do not escape. Meanwhile, we must venture to another location within these 3 days to find something crucial. Otherwise, even if we locate the tomb of the Warring States, it would be utterly meaningless. As for the black donkey hooves, they are intended to restrain the zombies. We must act swiftly. I need to obtain the scanning diagram of the golden mask as soon as possible." Chunwen was taken aback. Upon hearing Zhang Weishan's remark that the black donkey hooves could restrain zombies, she felt a sudden jolt of surprise. The archaeological community has uncovered numerous ancient tombs, and encounters with corpses that have transformed into zombies are not uncommon. Most can be dealt with using bullets. However, some zombies are impervious to blades of firearms. Just last time, Captain Sheen and his team encountered a zombie in an ancient tomb found deep within the desert, ultimately having to eliminate the threat with Molotov cocktails. Could this so-called black donkey hoof truly be effective? If the words came from the Zhang family of tomb raiders, she would trust them without hesitation. But coming from Zhang Weishan, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. Zhang Weishan retreated to the tent and wrote down the method for crafting the black donkey hooves for Chunwen. Without further ado, Chunwen called Old Mu and recounted the situation. Old Mu was filled with excitement upon hearing the news. "Excellent. Little one, you must follow Mr. Zhang's instructions precisely. I will send you the scanning diagram of the fox mask immediately. 1,000 lustful pigs pose no problem. We shall set forth in 3 days, as he desires. As for the black donkey's hoof, it is imperative that you regard it with utmost seriousness. Recently, Mr. Sun has been delving into the ancient techniques of tomb raiding. It is said that the methods employed by the Fa Qiu Tianguan and the Mo Jin Shao way to subdue zombies involve the black donkey's hoof. Mr. Zhang may possess knowledge on how to craft this item, and if we succeed, it would signify a qualitative leap in our archaeological techniques." Indeed, Chunwen nodded, her heart brimming with astonishment. She had not anticipated that Zhang Weishan would also be versed in such a long-lost archaeological skill. This inevitably brought to mind the esteemed Fa Qiu Zhang clan. Could it be that the heavens are truly favoring the field of archaeology? First, the Fa Qiu Zhang clan, and now Zhang Weishan. With these two titans, how could the archaeological community not flourish? In that moment, Chunwen forwarded the scanned images sent by Old Mu to Zhang Weishan, and subsequently set about informing the others. Captain Qin and his team had no objections. However, transporting the lustful pigs would indeed be a considerable undertaking. The archaeological team, upon receiving the news, was stirred with excitement. "Professor, why the sudden change in schedule?" "Yes, wasn't it already set?" "Professor, even if team leader Zhang wishes to alter the timing, surely an explanation is warranted." "Indeed, is there to be no explanation at all? We are about to go live. How shall we elucidate to the audience?" Chunwen felt a headache coming on. The archaeological team could be commanded to comply. But with such a large audience in the live stream, the lack of reasoning might lead to rampant speculation. Upon contemplating this, Chunwen resolved to inquire with Zhang Weishan. At that moment, Zhang Weishan was engrossed in studying the fox mask. The scanned image was remarkably clear, and he was confident that he could unravel its secrets within 3 hours at most. "Is there something you need?" Zhang Weishan's voice emanated from within the tent as Chunwen approached. "Mr. Zhang, we're scheduled to go live shortly regarding the delay in our departure. We need to provide the public with an explanation." Zhang Weishan and Appo's thoughts were stirred, and he replied, "In the next 3 days, the geomancy and environmental conditions are optimal, with the flora on the mountain exhibiting heightened vitality. Ascending now would be perilous. The conditions will begin to diminish after 3 days, making that the ideal time to venture upward." "Understood." Chunwen nodded. Although the situation was somewhat esoteric, it was certainly better than having no rationale at all. She promptly informed Yun, who would later announce the matter publicly during the live stream. After deliberation with Elder Mu, they decided to disclose all pertinent details. This would not only clarify their position to the public, but also demonstrate that they were not idling, but rather preparing. It would also serve to elucidate Zhang Weishan's role, given that this was his inaugural experience as the team leader. A lack of clarity could lead to misunderstandings among the public. However, the whims of the populace are notoriously difficult to manage. That afternoon, the live stream had just disseminated the news when the entire internet erupted. Countless comments flooded in. "What on earth? Why the 3-day delay? Are you kidding me? Is that Zhang Weishan too timid to seek out the ancient tomb? If he is, he should simply replace himself. Indeed, what a waste of time. Where is this so-called formidable expert? When it comes to descending into the tomb, has he lost his nerve? Moreover, the excuses he offers are utterly pathetic. The notion of feng shui and geographical conditions being incompatible, coupled with excessive plant vitality. What nonsensical drivel. If the conditions were truly incompatible, the plants would perish, and there would be no point in pursuing this endeavor. It seems to me that Zhang Weishan is simply afraid to venture into the tomb. He has shown cowardice. Furthermore, what is this demand for 1,000 head of breeding pigs? Is he planning to establish a pig farm? The crux of the matter is that he only needs 100 sows. If he exhausts them, it would be absurd. Even the donkeys from a production team wouldn't endure such treatment. Ha! You all are making me laugh uncontrollably. Speaking of donkeys, what is this black donkey hoof thing? I've only heard of donkey meat buns. Perhaps Zhang Weishan is yearning for a black donkey hoof teppanyaki. Let's swiftly replace him as the leader. It's utterly laughable. We must change him without delay. What kind of celestial reasoning is this? I am eager to see what Zhang Weishan will accomplish in the next 3 days. Indeed, I wonder how long he can endure this. The online community is nearly unanimous in their scorn. However, at that moment, Zhang Weishan was completely unconcerned with the uproar. Utilizing the information from the Golden Fox mask, he quickly pinpointed the precise location, just at the foot of a mountain not far from their camp. Once he finds that place and secures the so-called key, the secrets of the Warring States tomb shall surely be unveiled. Chapter 83. Gao Lao's support for the warriors meets adversity. While the atmosphere among the archaeological team grows gloomy, many felt a sense of indignation yet remained silent, as they grappled with the discomfort of online vitriol and slander. However, under the leadership of Zhang Weishan, they hesitated to voice their grievances. As Zhang Weishan delved into the study of the Golden Fox mask, other matters progressed concurrently. In a bid to expedite the arrival of the breeding boars, Captain Qin took personal command, orchestrating the deployment of transport helicopters. Nearly 100 soldiers assembled, successfully transporting batches of breeding boars to the mountains. The site of the previous disappearance of 3 professors from the archaeological team lay on the hillside of the rear mountains. Consequently, the soldiers dispersed, positioning themselves a kilometer away from the disappearance site, herding the newly arrived boars into the area. The breeding sows exhibited heightened mating instincts, with the boars displaying an aggressive desire for copulation. The startled sows fled into the forest, prompting many boars to pursue them. The soldiers stationed outside exerted little effort, accomplishing their task with ease. Naturally, the live broadcast showcased their mission, and the viewers in the chat could not help but engage in mockery and derision at the unfolding spectacle. Truly remarkable. Allowing these beloved souls to perish while Zhang Weishan oversees the breeding of piglets. You are indeed playing with fire. Indeed, Zhang Weishan is speaking utter nonsense. Had I known earlier, I would not have supported him. I fail to comprehend the significance of this. Sending a batch of pigs up the mountain, are they preparing to breed piglets to supply the archaeological team with provisions? Is the archaeological team planning to reside on the mountain for eternity? This is utterly absurd. I cannot fathom how the authorities continue to act recklessly. However, just as the grievances filled the live stream, a figure suddenly appeared in the chat. It was none other than Gao Lao. Sure. You keyboard warriors, quiet down. What do you know? Stop your incessant complaints. Do you understand what plant vitality is? Do you know when plants enter dormancy? You know nothing yet still criticize. Do not presume to interpret Zhang Weishan and Appo's intentions through your ignorance. I have witnessed carnivorous plants in my time. Those creatures consume living beings when they are active. Moreover, they predominantly thrive near ancient tombs. You merely speak without understanding the situation. If the archaeological team perishes, will you be responsible for their demise? This is quite outrageous. I am Gao Mingyang. Come challenge me if you have the audacity. Insolent fools. Gao Mingyang's remarks rendered the entire live stream speechless. Countless netizens were left bewildered. Goodness, even the titan of the biological realm can no longer tolerate this. Yet, there remain some bold souls unafraid of death who dare to chuckle. I remarked to Gao Lao that even Zhang Weishan has joined the archaeological community, and yet there has been no official commentary from the field regarding this matter. Why are you so anxious? What does it matter to you? It is precisely your ilk of keyboard warriors that drives away talented individuals. When I see exceptional talent, I must protect it. As for whether the archaeological community takes action, that is of no concern to me. I shall defend those I deem worthy. Gao Lao did not engage in further discourse with them and abruptly ended the live stream. The archaeological community was not indifferent. Rather, the method of creating the black donkey hoof had stirred great excitement among Mu Lao and his colleagues. Upon learning of Gao Lao and Appo's ruckus in the live stream, they hastily issued a statement. We solemnly declare that anyone who insults Mr. Zhang will face a complete ban on their account. Mr. Zhang has his own plans, and the black donkey hoof he proposed is a relic from ancient times, used by treasure hunters and tomb raiders to counteract zombies. We are diligently working on its production, and Mr. Zhang's selfless disclosure of the crafting method is already a significant contribution. I urge you to grant him some time, for as the team leader, he must consider not only how to navigate the tomb, but also the safety of the entire archaeological team. Should you continue in this manner, we will disable the comment functionality of the live stream. After Mu Lao voiced his concerns, the barrage of insults in the live stream subsided. However, many individuals remained dissatisfied and vowed to protest. Let us wait and see what the mysterious gourd of Wei Shan truly conceals. Indeed, once the 3-day period concludes, I am eager to witness what excuses he will conjure to evade responsibility. We shall proceed with patience and observe the unfolding events. The entire internet is abuzz with speculation, and Gao Lao's unexpected support has taken many by surprise. Hours have elapsed, a full 7 or 8, and that evening, Zhang Weishan finally unraveled the enigma of the Golden Fox mask, pinpointing the precise route and the location of the treasure. However, no one anticipated that on this very night, the team transporting the agitated pigs up the mountain would encounter peril. Captain Sheen remained at the camp, overseeing operations. The mission concerning the agitated pigs had nearly reached completion. Yet as he coordinated the personnel for withdrawal, a voice crackled through the radio, belonging to a helicopter pilot. Captain Sheen, something seems to have happened in the mountains. The air is filled with the anguished cries of pigs. Captain, we can hear it too. The sounds are horrifying, and they're echoing toward us, exclaimed several other soldiers in alarm. Quickly retreat. Ensure the safety of all personnel, commanded Captain Sheen. Understood. Countless helicopters commenced their rescue operations, with live footage streaming in real time. The rescue mission proceeded with methodical precision, and soon a helicopter pilot reassured everyone, do not panic. The area of concern is confined to the mountain. You are all in a safe location. I, too, have observed that a boundary seems to lie a mere 1,000 meters ahead, and many pigs that have ventured forth appear unharmed. To my astonishment, I just witnessed a pig being severed in half by some unknown force. This place may indeed harbor carnivorous flora. The voices of warriors in the live stream echoed in a cacophony. Fortunately, there were no casualties reported. The viewers in the stream were momentarily rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. Why the sudden silence? A bunch of fools only know how to curse. Why aren't they spewing venom now? Indeed, what happened to those who derided Mr. Zhang? Why the lack of words now? Goodness, Mr. Zhang is truly formidable. How could he deduce the presence of man-eating plants without even ascending the mountain? Such prowess. To those who insulted my idol, may you meet your demise. Calm down. You up there. You were cursing before. I have screenshots, so don't think I wouldn't recognize you just because you changed your name. I'm out of here. Mr. Zhang is incredible. The distance he set is perfectly within the safety range. His capabilities rival those of deities. Indeed, but I miss the deities. I wonder where they have gone. Mr. Zhang is quite impressive. Those of you who once idolized the deities should refrain from disparaging Mr. Zhang. The viewers in the live stream exhibited a rapid shift in sentiment. Those who previously questioned Zhang Weishan now began to rally in his support. Meanwhile, the members of the archaeological team, upon hearing this news, appeared as pale as parchment. Thankfully, they had sent some frisky pigs ahead. Otherwise, had they recklessly advanced, it might have been their fate that was sealed. At this moment, Zhang Weishan sat within the confines of the tent, observing the live broadcast. Everything unfolding precisely as he had anticipated. This was merely the initial step in the quest to explore the tomb of the Warring States. There remained a multitude of tasks ahead of them. Chapter 84. Doubts arise regarding the entrance, yet we submit in the midst of a hasty retreat. The warrior group suffered no casualties. Captain Sheen could not help but feel a flicker of respect for Zhang Weishan. Although he could not comprehend the extent of Zhang Weishan's influence, it was evident from this arrangement that had Zhang Weishan not established the necessary distance, they might have lost several comrades. These individuals were his allies, and the fact that they could all return unscathed filled him with profound gratitude. After all, every life is precious, regardless of status. Following the incident involving the warrior group, public opinion across the internet had softened considerably. Nonetheless, Many remained skeptical and watchful. Given the earlier mishap involving 3 professors, it was reasonable for most to suspect that danger lurked within the mountains. Thus, this did not seem particularly impressive. The forthcoming actions of Zhang Weishan would be the true test. The following morning, the archaeological team was assembled at dawn. Confusion swept through the crowd. Was their departure not scheduled for 3 days later? Why the sudden gathering on just the second day? Silence. Let us heed Captain Zhang's directives. Chenlun called out. The atmosphere immediately quieted. Zhang Weishan surveyed the group and proclaimed, "We need to locate a specific site. One that is of paramount importance to our entire endeavor concerning the tomb of the warring states. Our time is limited, so we shall depart immediately." Without further ado, Zhang Weishan's command propelled both the archaeological team and the warrior group into action, setting forth on their mission. Fortunately, the distance was not great. A mere 20-minute drive brought them to their destination. Yun Yun and the members of the live-streaming crew accompanied them throughout the journey. Although it was still morning, the popularity of the live stream had already surged, with many eagerly awaiting Zhang Weishan and Appo's next move. They had arrived near a wild lake, its expansive surface contrasting sharply with the steep, rugged cliffs on the opposite side, which were draped in various creeping plants, some even cascading down to the water's edge. Zhang Weishan pointed towards the cliffs and remarked, 100 meters to the left of the cliff's face, there lies an entrance. We must venture in to retrieve something. However, we do not require a large group for this task. Professor Chen, please make the necessary arrangements. Professor Chen promptly began to allocate personnel. Yet he, along with the other members of the archaeological team, were puzzled by the notion of an entrance in such a sheer cliff face. Nevertheless, Zhang Weishan seemed disinclined to elaborate, leaving them no choice but to comply. Team leader Qin led a pair of soldiers ahead to clear the path, while another group of archaeologists followed closely behind. 2 boats set off directly towards the opposite shore of the lake. In the interest of the live broadcast, the crew had mounted their equipment on the boats, allowing them to capture the unfolding events. Meanwhile, viewers in the live chat began to speculate fervently. Why is Zhang Weishan searching for a cave instead of an ancient tomb? Indeed, it seems rather nonsensical. Not all. I see he simply lacks the courage to descend into the ancient tomb, hence seeking a cave for a bit of adventure. He has not been idle himself and can also make an appearance on stage. You people truly have short memories, forgetting the pain once the wounds have healed, yet you still question Mr. Zhang. Do you wish to be silenced? What nonsense! We have not insulted him. Indeed, is questioning not permitted? Faced with the topic in the live stream, Chenlun felt quite helpless, having nearly inquired about Zhang Weishan multiple times. Yet the words lingered unspoken on her lips.